You unexpectedly had a relationship with a popular diva after getting drunk. When your wealthy father found out, he was furious and immediately kicked you out of the house in public. Just when you were homeless and wandering the streets, you unexpectedly awakened a cultural entertainment system. You then took out a song called Walking in the Rain together, which not only elevated the diva's career but also spread your fame in the entertainment industry. At this moment, in a high-end villa, a middle-aged man's furious roar echoed through the room. Drag him out, get him out of here. Immediately, you felt your body being lifted by several people. What's going on? Your cheeks were burning, and you struggled to open your eyes despite the dizziness, only to see a middle-aged man with a face full of anger. His fury could no longer be contained as he raised his hand to slap you. Fortunately, at that moment, an exceptionally graceful woman timely held his hand. Will beating him to death here solve the problem? That's better than me dying from anger. The middle-aged man huffed, finally retracting his arm, turning away in annoyance, and waved his hand irritably. Throw him out on the street. From now on, the Lin family has no such person. At this time, the four muscular men in black suits responded and carried you towards the door. You were completely confused. You could be sure that you had never seen these two people before, but in your mind, you had a clear recognition. The man was Lin Yuan. Your father, the woman was Qin Yun. Your mother. Soon, you couldn't help but close your eyes and shake your head, and a stunningly beautiful face suddenly appeared in your mind. You turned your head sharply to the other side, and a nearly shattered beautiful figure appeared in your view, Lu Qingxian. At this moment, you felt a shiver run through you. Memories surged, and you instantly understood the situation. Today is your sister Lin Xian's birthday, and Lu Qingxian is the new singer your sister plans to cultivate as the company's ace. Invited to your home to attend the birthday dinner. As the saying goes, alcohol gives courage. Having pursued Lu Qingxian for 3 years at school, you, after drinking a few more glasses today, in a moment of impulsiveness encouraged by a few second-generation friends, decided to take the plunge and turn raw rice into cooked rice. After successfully getting Lu Qingxian drunk, you brought her to your room. Then, you realized that your memory only reached this point, and you couldn't remember anything afterward. Did you black out? At this moment, your eyes widened. Did it happen or not? It seems that nothing happened. The clothes are still neatly worn, and there are no strange marks on the bed. What a useless thing. How can you get someone drunk and end up blacking out yourself? At this moment, you suddenly realized something was wrong, and then your memories gradually became clear. The useless one is the original owner, not you. Unless something unexpected happens, you should have traveled through time, with your memories stuck on the scene where you were hit by a truck while trying to save a girl. However, those things are no longer important. You are now the only son of the business tycoon Lin Yuan, with trillions in assets waiting for you to inherit. Although this beginning is a bit absurd, it shouldn't be a big problem. Suddenly, your vision darkens, the dazzling lights disappear, and you see a sky full of stars. At this moment, you suddenly realize that you are still being carried by someone. You turn your head to look at the 4 burly men carrying you, and you feel no panic at all. Lin Yuan has only one son and one daughter. His sister Lin Xian has a stubborn temperament and is determined to make it on her own, showing no intention of inheriting the family fortune. Although the original owner appeared mediocre, due to strict family upbringing, he has always been raised in poverty and has not caused much trouble. This is the first time he has done something foolish. Given my mother's level of indulgence towards me and my father's absolute influence, there's no need to panic at all. Just then, an elderly man with gray hair and a straight back walked towards you, casting a faint glance your way before striding past. You opened your mouth, wanting to call out Grandpa, but thought better of it and held back. The old man exuded righteousness. If he were to slap you again, it wouldn't be worth it. You could always come back later to apologize. At this moment, the old man entered the room, and a voice came from inside. Yuanzi, with modern medicine being so advanced, why don't you and Xiao Qin have another child? Upon hearing this, your eyes widened in disbelief. Is that even possible? Before long, 4 men in black suits placed you at the gate of the manor, and in just a few moments, they stripped you of all your valuable belongings. Young master, take care of yourself, they said, preparing to close the door. You quickly spoke up. At least leave me my phone and ID, I need them to work. The 4 men exchanged glances, hesitated for a moment, and then handed you your ID and phone before the door was mercilessly shut. At this moment, you fell silent for a moment, then carefully sorted through the original owner's memories, and only then did you let out a slight sigh of relief. There are still properties under your name, which means there is still a place to go. The lights of the capital city are dazzling in the deep night, and the summer evening breeze is cool. Feeling particularly comfortable against your skin, you walk step by step on the street, looking at the scenery of this other world that is almost indistinguishable from Earth, gradually digesting all of the original owner's memories and clarifying your new identity. Before you know it, the time has come to 5:30 in the morning, and the sky is beginning to brighten faintly. You finally arrive at the community where your property is located. Just as you are about to scan your face to pass through the gate, a familiar burly man in black walks out of the security room and greets you seriously. "Good morning, young master." At that moment, your heart tightens, and your good mood instantly disappears by more than half, as you realize what the appearance of the man in black here means. Sure enough, the Lin family wants to give you a hard time. It makes no sense to ignore the property, and even those friends who might help you have probably been warned. Forget it, let's go earn some money and make a living first. Working is what you are best at. You turned around, ready to leave directly, when the burly man quickly walked up to you. "Young master, please wait. The old master asked me to bring you something and pass on a message." Just as you stopped, you saw him pull out a red booklet from his pocket and hand it to you. The old master said that since you have already made a choice, you must face it for a lifetime. He agrees to this marriage. Whenever his granddaughter-in-law is willing to walk into the Lin family, you can go home. Young master, at this moment, you were completely bewildered as you took the red booklet, and the 3 large golden characters fell into your sight. Marriage certificate. At that moment, your hand trembled slightly, without a doubt about the authenticity of this document. With the Lin family's influence, getting someone out of bed in the middle of the night to take care of business is just a phone call away. The man in black left, leaving you disheveled in the wind. How did the old man convince her to get this certificate? Where is there a girl who was almost forced to lose her virginity, and then immediately marries the perpetrator? Or is she also hoping to inherit the Lin family's fortune? In an instant, numerous thoughts flashed through your mind. At that moment, a mechanical voice echoed in your mind. Ding, connection to the Earth Entertainment database successful. Immediately, a vast space resembling a library slowly emerged in your mind. You were stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized, and in an instant, you imagined numerous porters manifesting in a parallel world. With the excitement of hitting the jackpot, your consciousness began to wander in the enormous library. From the signs in various areas, it was clear that the treasure trove encompassed countless outstanding cultural works from around the world over nearly 5,000 years of Earth's history. At this moment, you were so excited that you wanted to howl at the sky, but ultimately, a rumble from your stomach interrupted your extremely high-spirited state, pulling your thoughts back to reality. As powerful as the golden finger is, it can't be eaten in the short term. The urgent task is still to find a way to make money and eat. Originally, you were thinking of finding some daily wage work, but now it seems you can just chat with your sister. Her entertainment company is in dire need of songs, and the collection of songs in the library is vast. However, after this troublesome incident, I wonder if she would still be willing to run her own business. That said, considering Lu Qingxuan's obsession with music, if she were to become the strongest music producer in Blue Star, pursued by countless female singers, what would her attitude be? Just thinking about it is quite interesting. At this moment, you made a decision to start with music. After making up your mind, you carefully recalled the things about Lu Qingxian. Her voice is clear and bright, with a hint of sweetness. This is how you define Lu Qingxuan's voice. The most memorable scene in your memory is from your senior year in high school when the original owner saw Lu Qingxian in a white dress during the graduation party for seniors in college, singing a soprano song that was no less impressive than the original, stunning the entire audience. That was Lu Qingxuan's first breakout moment and the beginning of the original owner's infatuation with her. While locking in the song in the library, you took out your phone, thought for a moment, and instead of calling your sister, you opened WeChat and, following the melody that was already deeply engraved in your mind, began to sing directly into the voice message. Meanwhile, a woman in a silk pink pajamas was sitting on the sofa without any image, wearing a mischievous smile. "Qingxian, do you think Lin Xian would want to die if he knew you were ready to accept him?" Another cool girl in the room had a slightly flushed face. "Xianjie, can you please stop talking about this?" Alright, I won't talk about that anymore. Let's change the topic." At this moment, Lin Xian looked at the girl sitting upright on the lazy sofa, slightly embarrassed. "So when are you planning to forgive him? You know that guy's character, he just got a bit drunk and lost his clarity, being misled by those few rascals. Under normal circumstances, even if he had 10 times the courage, he wouldn't dare to act recklessly. Anyway, you all have received your certificates, so it wouldn't hurt to let him suffer a bit, right? Then let's see how he performs," Lu Qingxian said lightly, her thoughts quite complicated. She really had no way to express her suffering now. She never expected to suddenly get married. She admitted that Lin Xian's persistence over the past 3 years had indeed touched her, especially the fact that Lin Xian secretly paid a huge penalty for her while not mentioning it at all, which moved her even more. So she gave Lin Xian a hint. She only wants to develop her music now and doesn't want to split her focus between music and love. She doesn't want to let Lin Xian down, and even more so, she doesn't want to let her ideals down. Once her career stabilizes, the boyfriend she wants will definitely be Lin Xian. If Lin Xian can't wait for her, then she will spend her life with music. She will repay everything she owes to Lin Xian. Plants cannot keep up with changes. Lin Xian actually tried to violate her while she was drunk. Then when she was most distraught, Elder Lin Zhengwei talked to her for half an hour and agreed to a marriage license in a haphazard manner. This is something she feels a little scary even thinking about it now. Lin Zhengwei, this amiable old grandfather's words, always able to say in her innermost truest thoughts, set out of the reasoning she has absolutely no way to refute, so she can only silently nod. By the time she reacted, the marriage license had fallen into her hands. What now? Divorce is not a divorce, not to mention whether or not the Lin family would agree. Considering how good Lin Xian had been to her in the past, she couldn't do something like this to hurt Lin Xian. Just like what Lin Xian said, she knew what kind of person Lin Xian was essentially, and while Lin Xian was certainly at fault for this incident, it was more of a case of making careless friends. Although she could not talk about the likes between men and women at all, she had already recognized Lin Xian as a person. This was her previous idea. Now she was thinking the same thing. However, after really having such a layer of intimacy, and thinking that she would really have to spend time with Lin Xian in the future, Lu Qingxian realized that her heart was still quite resistant. At this time, Lin Xian's cell phone suddenly vibrated and rang a tone. Both of their gazes went toward the phone at the same time. The familiar avatar kept flashing in the message alert box. Lin Xian's eyes lit up, rolled over to get up and grab the phone, winked at Lu Qingxian. You still don't know it. He is now not only penniless, the house under his name cannot return. The good relationship with friends have all been warned not to take him in. I guess he would be hungry sitting in the park to feed the mosquito it. At those words, Lu Qingxian subconsciously pinched the corner of her coat. But don't get me wrong. Lin Xian changed her tone and laughed. This kid's living environment is still too comfortable. He doesn't know that people's hearts are sinister. Letting him suffer isn't a deliberate attempt to put on a show in front of you to gain sympathy. Lu Qingxian was speechless. Compared to the other second generation, Lin Xian, the top second generation, couldn't really talk about his life being comfortable, and his presence at school was completely indistinguishable from that of an ordinary student. Don't strain your face. Lin Xian came over to Lu Qingxuan's side, clicked on WeChat and was happy. It's still voice. Guess what this kid will say now? Borrow money. Lu Qingxian said quietly. I guess so. Lin Xian was amused and tapped on the voice. A clean singing voice, not good enough to talk about, but with an extremely catchy melody, came from the phone. Oh, everyone should have dreams. Don't be afraid of pain if you have dreams. Chapter 3, What a level of capitalist. Lin Xian's singing voice couldn't really be described as good, with no skill whatsoever. But it was this song, just a few short lines, that caught the ears of the two women. As the owners of an entertainment company that specializes in the music segment, and as female artists who are motivated to become diva-quality female singers and have their songs spread all over the world, the two have a pretty high level of appreciation for music. The fact that the vocals aren't perfect doesn't overshadow the music itself. For Lu Qingxian in particular, it would not be an exaggeration to say that the lyrics of this song sang her heart out, especially these lines. It's not temper. It's called ambition and courage. You can push me off a cliff. I can learn to fly. Never taking orders from anyone. Very independent. Ears used to listen to his own mind. Obviously, this is a song that someone who knows her extremely well made for her. And in this world, other than those she hated and at the same time didn't want her to get better, there were only two people who understood what she was going through. One was Lin Xian and the other was Lin Xian. Suddenly, she remembered what Lin Xian had said before, saying that she would learn to compose well, and in the future, she would sing and Lin Xian would write songs, and together they would crisscross the entertainment industry. However, because for the entire 3 years, Lin Xian had never shown any excellent compositional talent, and had never even brought out a complete tune, Lu Qingxian also gradually forgot about this kind of talk. After all, she didn't really care about it in the first place. But now, the song is so good that it's definitely on a fine level, if not a classic. Lin Xian didn't sing the full track, stopping after the first chorus. At the end, Lin Xian said this way, "Old sister, your brother I am now at the end of the road belongs to is. Old brother I also do not let you difficult. This song you open a price. I rely on the ability to earn money." Dad's side has nothing to say. Hearing this, both women froze. Never did he expect Lin Xian to actually have the idea of doing business with his own old sister. And, this song was originally supposed to be prepared for Lu Qingxian, right? Lin Xian cried and laughed. Selling the song you were going to give to Lu Qingxian in front of her? This operation is simply amazing. Lin Xian only felt that his oldest brother was not only backed up on his points, but his head wasn't quite right either. Wouldn't it be good to give this song to Michelle Luck? Maybe Lu Qingxian attached directly with his wife home to inherit the family property, which still need to put aside this bitter business. But with things having come to this point, it was clear that a one-track player like Lu Qingxian could no longer accept such a statement as sending her. Qingxian, what do you think about this? Lin Xian attempted to salvage the situation. Lu Qingxian lowered her eyes. I like this song. If you can, Sister Xian will buy it. Next month's new song chart. I'm confident that I'll top the charts with this song, and I'll be at the top when I debut. Alright. Lin Xian smacked his lips, sighing in his heart. He felt that his oldest brother still hadn't suffered enough, and had to go through more social beatings before he could be resourceful. So Dao picked up his cell phone and replied back, $1,000, to be traded at 8 o'clock at the Neat Cafe. What? Hearing the voice coming from the cell phone, 3 small question marks popped up on Lin Xian's head. The song, 1,000? What level of capitalist would dare to charge such a price? Wasn't expecting much of a price tag either, but this is outrageous. At least 10,000. Can't you hear the quality of this song? Don't force me to throw it to another entertainment company, okay? Lin Xian exasperatedly said back. A message came back soon. You can try. Lin Xian's teeth ached. Songs are naturally not just thrown out. Putting aside the relationship of being a member of my own family, white whoring the earth's cultural treasures, at least let it shine in this world is right. This is as a foreign land the only earthlings should have the most basic bottom line. Besides, this golden finger came lightly, seemingly without limitations, but the possibility of leaving himself could not be ruled out, and it would be a real loss if he abandoned himself because of his own messing around. This song to Lu Qingxian sing, the effect will never be worse than the original song, and then let the old sister to operate. The possibility of blossoming the original light, not to say 100%, 90% can always have. After a moment of agonizing, Lin Xian returned. At least 3,000. I need travel expenses to go back to Magic City, and I need living expenses to live afterward. Any less and I won't be able to survive. A few moments later, deal. Seeing these 2 words, Lin Xian let out a long breath. And then it feels outrageous. It's obvious he's the one who's getting the short end of the stick, so how come it's like he's being given a handout? Blame it on the wasteful original owner. Turning around, Lin Xian stepped on his legs and feet, which were already starting to get sore, and walked towards the Neat Cafe, which was estimated to be another 2-hour walk. I'm going to have to find a way to earn money again. My sister's side of the family is really unreliable. Lin Xian pondered in his mind, pulling out his cell phone and checking up the information as he walked. 2 hours later, meet the cafe. Lin Xian walked in and directly ordered a bunch of snacks and gulped them down in the corner by the window, causing a couple of sweet-looking waitresses in maid outfits to look sideways. Neat Cafe is a place that belongs to the upscale consumption level, and those who can spend money here generally do not have poor earning power. This is a group of people who tend to care more about what they say and don't let people belittle them. However, seeing such a Lin Xian, the waiters gave sideways glances to sideways glances, but instead, they were more careful. This was because it was highly likely that Lin Xian was in existence on a higher level, to the point where he didn't need to show it to others. Of course, there may be the kind of sudden wealth of the mob. This kind of people cannot be messed with. Glass heart a horse. Be entangled in both sides will be quite ugly. It didn't take long for the whole 4 snacks to fall into Lin Xian's belly. Not full, but tired. Sure enough, my oldest sister has more or less the same taste as a couple of her girlfriends. Taking a sip of coffee to rinse his mouth, he looked up just in time to see a tall, short-haired, dignified woman walk in. The 2 waiters greeted them instantly and then backed away. In the strange eyes, the woman walked to the seat opposite Lin Xian and sat down, looking at Lin Xian with amusement. Are you full? If you're not full, order more. I'm in charge of this meal. Sister. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. Then let's go to the hot pot restaurant to talk. Lin Xian raised her hand and pinched Lin Xian's face, her tone puzzled. This isn't thick either. Got it, 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 got it. Lin Xian slapped down Lin Xian's hand, seriously suspecting that the other party was taking advantage of his brother's blooming beauty. Here, Lin Xian took her notebook and pen out of her carry-on bag. Lin Xian took it and buried his head to write hard. In less than 10 minutes, the complete lyric sheet for Getting Wet and Going All the Time appeared so magnificently in front of Lin Xian's eyes. Putting away the fountain pen and closing the notebook, Lin Xian flashed the WeChat collection code. Hit the money. Lin Xian was speechless and swept the code to transfer 3,000 to Lin Xian. Lin Xian beautifully put away the cell phone. Really people but also the balance of money. The heart is only solid. Patting his ass and getting up. Before leaving, Lin Xian thought of something and added, right old sister. Give dad a word. I'll go back to Mordor and get a new card to deposit the money I earned myself. Don't let anyone freeze my card again. Okay. Lin Xian nodded her head and hesitantly said, You're just leaving. There's nothing you want to tell me? Lin Xian, say what? You're not happy even if I let you treat me to dinner. Roll on roll on. Lin Xian waved his hand. Just like this dead straight man. He didn't even know to find her to inquire about Lu Qingshuan's situation. Deserves to have a daughter-in-law and still be a single dog. Chapter 4, a strong yard worker on the line. When he came to the other world, through his own old sister, Lin Xian earned his first bucket of gold, a whole $3,000 of huge money. On the same day, he bought a train ticket from the imperial capital to the Magic City and ran straight away. As for why it's not a high-speed rail ticket as well as a faster airplane ticket, that's because of sentiment. Of course, I remember when I first started out in society, it was on the green train that I wandered through. Early the next morning, Lin Envy walked out of the station with a sore back, searching for time to exercise. Taking a taxi back to school, Lin Xian fetched the laptop he had left in the dormitory, as well as a few changes of clothes. Since there is no prior application for a vacation to stay in school, looking for leaders to handle the formalities of the probability will also be alarmed far away in the imperial capital of the old man. There is no way to Whitehorse dormitory. Had to take a cab and run for the outer suburbs. After carrying my luggage around for most of the day, I finally managed to rent a single apartment with no deposit and a turnkey solution for a premium of $2,000 a month. Really, the poorer you are, the more you are going to get screwed. There's no way around it. Let's make money first. A new bank card has been handled by the way. Everything is ready. At 9 p.m. Lin Xian, who had a beautiful sleep, took out a package of frozen dumplings and was sitting in front of his desk, using his laptop computer to open the largest Chinese online novel platform in Blue Star, Dream by Dream Chinese Network. Yes, Lin Xian is going to write a novel. This was the best result after Lin Xian used the time he spent rushing from yesterday to today to think deeply about it. Part-time work is impossible to work without any talent. He can only write online articles to maintain life this way. Do you make money writing novels? For the huge base of online writers, just over 90% of them will be cursing. The remaining 9% starve. The last remaining 1%. That's real money. Novels by top Netflix authors are, as a rule, not hard to break the $1 billion mark with royalties from manuscripts plus channel fees plus various adaptations. And of course, tired is really tired. After all, this level of novels, there is no casual writing can be built. Are the author's blood and sweat to boil out? Rumor has it that most of the head web writers are all over the place. But for Lin Xian, none of this was a matter. Move and be done with it. Since he had a good understanding of Blue Star's online literature environment during the rush, Lin Xian's goal was also clear. To write set-type cool articles. The blue planet compared to Earth, the development of netizens actually has a lot in common. After all, even the development of history is quite similar. The martial arts, immortality, fantasy, and various urban themes that have exploded on Earth have likewise all exploded on Blue Star. Unlike Earth, the blue planet is much more balanced, and there is no such thing as the decline of a particular title. It can be said to have blossomed, but perhaps it's also because of the blossoming of 100 flowers that cool writing hasn't flourished in this world. The head writers are pursuing higher depth in their respective fields, causing the overall trend of online literature to become slightly more serious. This development is actually not very healthy for Netflix. Not only has the bar for creativity become so high that young writers are struggling, but there is a barrier to reading as a result. As a direct result, new authors as well as readers are trending downward each year. From the financial reports of the major online platforms, it is also true that online writing has gone downhill in recent years. But it doesn't matter. I'll strike. Lin Xian smiled obscenely and registered his own pen name on the platform. Code word strongman. After filling in the relevant information about yourself, you can directly register for the book, The Dipper. As an explosive book that has left a colorful mark in the history of the Earth's net literature, this book brings a sense of coolness that will definitely make newcomers who first come into contact with this kind of book get a feeling of pleasure as if their souls were ascending. As it happens, Blue Star is littered with such newcomers. The classic phrase 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river was often played by netizens until Lin Xian crossed over. Lin Xian believed that this book would be able to shine just as brightly in this world. Create chapters. Chapter 1, The Falling Genius. The only sound left in the room then was the crackling of keystrokes. What Lin Xian didn't know was that Lime Entertainment, which was also in the Magic City. In the recording studio, Lu Qingxian was wearing headphones and had already begun recording the song Dripping Rain and Keep Walking. The first time she got the song, Lu Qingxian decided that she would be the first to go back to the company to record it. Lin Xian, who was also quite curious about the final presentation of the song, was not accompanied by her family and directly chose to buy a plane ticket with Lu Qingxian to fly back to Magic City. After a full day of tweaking, the final arrangement was finally finalized just now for the first audition. Outside the recording room, Lu Qingshuan's manager Zhao Ling and the company's boss Lin Xian had only listened to half of it, and they couldn't hide their surprise. A classic. This song is definitely one that can be highly sung and enduring. When Zhao Ling said this, she was so excited that her lips were trembling slightly. Mr. Lin, Which composer's handiwork is this? It shouldn't be those two guys from our company, right? Of course not. If they were at that level, could the company be in this situation? Also, Zhao Ling nodded her head, seeing that the boss didn't want to say anything, so she didn't ask again. The corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled up slightly, and he was in a rather good mood. She was truly surprised that the difference between the same song, sung from Lu Qingxuan's mouth, could be so great. What was even more unexpected was the overall quality of the song. If she wasn't in the know, and someone had told her that the song was from those famous and uncrowned kings of the circle, the people known as Chu Dad himself, she would have definitely believed it. But reality is so magical. This song is from a newcomer, from a junior, from the hand of her Lin Xian's brother. Then again, this kid is hiding too much. To be able to write a song of this caliber, even taking into account the effects of an inspired outburst, the kid's basic business skills and talent are certainly not bad. If you have this talent, why do you still inherit the family fortune? Directly siblings together. The brave break into the entertainment industry. Right. Why don't we talk mom into having another one? Lin Xian's mind played tricks on him. One night passed. Lu Qingxian didn't finish the final recording. In the end, the time she got the song was still too short. She herself could feel that there were still many small flaws in the finished recording, although she could make up for it by fixing her voice. But if she could really accept to fix her heart, she wouldn't be Lu Qingxian anymore. For Lu Qingxuan's attitude of striving for excellence, Lin Xian naturally had nothing to say and raised his hands in support. In contrast, Lin Xian's side was incredibly smooth. After 10 hours of coding in one breath, Lin Xian's inventory came directly to 60,000 words. For that matter, Lin Xian felt that it wasn't even his limit. As a Zhuan player, his extreme output should still be a good 20% higher. Back to having to buy a peripheral keyboard. Considering that this new type of book might not be looked upon favorably by the editors at Blue Star, Lin Xian chose to publish it directly on the website. 50,000 straight hairs and 20,000 daily shifts. Yardstick powerhouses are just so confident. After the release, Lin Xian fell back to sleep. Chapter 5, Meeting Again. When he woke up, Lin Xian was covered in sweat. Summer is a wonderful season, provided you are sitting in an air-conditioned room. After turning on the air conditioner, Lin Xian slipped into the bathroom to take a cool shower. When I came out again, I really felt the beauty of summer. Turned on my computer and logged onto the website to look around. The new book, Fighting the Breach, did not appear to be a surprise that jumped to the top of the new book list, but the book review section was one more entry. I'm not a bookworm, asterisk. Very interesting setting. In addition to the line of text is a bit straight. Cannot find the shortcomings, the repudiation of the paragraph to see me so burning out. The first time so much looking forward to the follow-up of a novel. A breath to see the latest chapters. The author go. Lin Xian face a bitter. Favorable reviews are natural. No surprise, but this reading, so dismal? Through the backstage, Lin Xian realized that there were actually only single-digit hits. Of the single-digit hits, I'm afraid the only one who actually read the book properly is this commenting brother. There must be too few words. It's a well-known fact that dogs don't read tens of thousands of words of metaphysical fiction produced by novices. Except, of course, the lovely review brothers. Say no editor even noticed this book. Even if it's a Saturday, don't you know to work extra hours? It's also too unprofessional. With his mouth broken, he cooked another pack of frozen dumplings to finish them off, and Lin Xian resumed sitting in front of the computer. As a fickle man, Lin Xian felt that he had been too slack in his previous life when he only wanted to be a salted fish. Is it the club model she doesn't smell good? I don't realize it's late at night again. Lin Xian trembled his hands and clicked on the status of the book, and when he saw the entire 100,000 word update, it was as if he had already seen a bright future. The moment you fall asleep, the corners of your mouth are turned up. Waking up again with an extremely shrill phone ringing in my ears. Confused, he answered the phone, and a slightly cold but nice voice came from the phone. Now, immediately come to Lime Entertainment. What's going on? Opening his eyes with difficulty, glancing at the note named Sister, and looking at the time which was only 6 a.m. Lin Envy let out a wail of pain. Sister, do you want to see what time it is now? I'm a young man. What's the trouble after 12 o'clock? Travel reimbursement, food included, $1,000. Lin Xian's drowsiness immediately dissipated for the most part, realizing that things were not simple. Tell me what's up. I'll think about it. The song was recorded, but Qin Xian insisted on wanting your approval. After all, you're the songwriter. Hurry over here. This ninny is bothering me early in the morning. $2,000. Alright, hurry up and come you. Lin Xian's voice was filled with exhaustion, obviously annoyed by Lu Qingxian. At 6:30, Lin Xian, who had dark circles under his eyes, got into the cab in high spirits. A trip out to pick up $2,000 for nothing. What kind of a hitter does that have to be? Lin Xian was so happy in his heart that he felt that the days of eating frozen dumplings had left him, and when he came back, he could buy ingredients to improve his life. However, as a temporary laborer, Lin Xian was still very educated, and directly in the cab, he frantically crammed music theory textbooks. Although the original owner was a composition student, he knew little about music theory and was full of thoughts about how to pick up girls. Honestly, with no flashing yourself, it's only normal that you can't catch up just by stalking tactics. Lin Xian cited that the original owner did not end up in this situation at all. Not so for myself, since I'm going over as a songwriter, I have to be professional. 7 points. Lin Xian got off the bus in front of the office building belonging to Lime Entertainment, confident. He can now recite hundreds of different music textbooks backwards and forwards, and he dares to say that even the music professors at his alma mater can't do that. At this time, when he looked at Keep Walking in the Rain, which had a huge sheet music in his mind, Lin Xian's feelings were already completely different from before. It's just that he'd be grasping at straws if he had to ask Lin Xian to make up a classic piece of music out of thin air like other composers. There is still a gap between understanding and rational application, and it is not something that can be achieved overnight. As a seedling-level entertainment company, Lime Entertainment didn't have a building of its own, but only rented 2 of the 12th and 13th floors. Lin Xian was quite familiar with this place, and even the security guard at the entrance was quite familiar with Lin Xian. Lightly arriving on the 13th floor, in Lu Qingxuan's slightly stunned eyes, Lin Xian pushed open Lin Xian's president's office. Lin Xian froze, his gaze sweeping around the empty office. Where's my sister? Although he didn't do it himself, facing a player who had decided that he wanted to do something indescribable to the other person, especially in this kind of solitary environment. No matter how thick Lin Xian's skin was, he was still a bit uncomfortable in his heart. Lu Qingxuan's expression looked a bit stiff, her lips slightly opened. General Manager Lin Shi. Yo, got here pretty fast. The door to the office next door suddenly opened, and Lin Xian's voice came from it. Immediately afterward, a short-haired, imposing Lin Xian stepped out from it, followed by a pretty imperial sister in her 30s or so who was holding a file bag. The appearance of the two caused Lin Xian to breathe a slight sigh of relief, revealing a smile while pulling out his cell phone. Hit the money. Lin Xian was a big blank stare on the spot, and said in a bad mood, it can't be less for you, can't help it, poor. Lin Xian bitterly cried for poverty and turned his head to smile and greet the imperial sister again. Sister Zhao Ling, long time no see. Aha. Zhao Ling faintly answered, not treating this guy who was full of thoughts of wreaking havoc on his own artists very well, even if this person was the boss's own brother. After all, not every artist in the entertainment industry is qualified to fall in love, and for the vast majority of young artists, love is the grave of their careers. In the past, she wouldn't have bothered. This time, however, she had a slightly changed opinion about Lin Xian as a person. To be able to write a song that is a classic like Keep Walking in the Rain, the talent aspect, she recognized. If they can consistently produce high-quality songs in the future, they are indeed worthy and appropriate for Qingxian. At that moment, Lin Xian raised her cell phone. It's turned around. Boss atmosphere. Lin Xian joyfully put his cell phone back into his pocket. Where's the song? Let me listen to it. Come in first. Lin Xian greeted Lin Xian and Zhang Ling as they walked into the office and closed the door. Moments later, the office's 6-figure worth of specialized equipment kicked in. After a rhythmic and gentle intro, Lu Qingxuan's singing voice rang out in the office. Oh, everyone should have a dream. If you have a dream, don't be afraid of pain. Lin Xian listened attentively. After all, this was a song that had once won the Golden Song of the Year award on Earth, and it should shine in this world as well. Since he had the opportunity to intervene, he would not be polite, not to mention transcendent, and strive for reductio ad absurdum. However, it turned out that Lin Xian and Lu Qingxian did not disappoint him. Aside from some slight differences in the arrangement, the song is sung by Lu Qingxian in a powerful way, full of defiance and hope. Soon, a song was played. Lu Qingxian pursed her lips, and for the first time since the meeting, her gaze steadily fell on Lin Xian. She wanted to know what Lin Xian thought about her rendition of the song. Sings well. Lin Xian smiled and gave his affirmation. It's only a hair's breadth away from the version I expected. Chapter 6 Entering Lime Entertainment. A drop? Lu Qingxian keenly grasped this adjective and spoke for the first time. I want to try your version. Lin Envy scratched his head. In fact, he felt that this version now compared to the original song, in terms of effect, can only be considered to have its own flavor, and there is no difference between high and low. The difference, if you will, is that the version sung by Lu Qingxian incorporates more personal emotions and is more empathetic. The original version, on the other hand, is a bit lighter, like a gentle but powerful wind blowing through everyone's heart and giving encouragement. After all, they were different people. How could they sing exactly the same? And to be able to reach this level, Lin Xian was actually quite satisfied. Even if the original arrangement was used, Lin Xian didn't think that Lu Qingxian would be able to sing it exactly the same. It's just a matter of getting paid to do it. Getting up, Lin Xian walked behind Lin Xian's desk and sat down. Older sister, is it okay to borrow your computer to make up a song? Feel free to use it. Lin Xian's gaze was astonished and curiously walked behind Lin Xian, not realizing that this brother of his even knew how to arrange music. It's important to realize that from a professional standpoint, arranging is actually more complex than composing, involving the pairing and expression of multiple instruments. Composing is more often than not about inspiration. Arranging is not. If you don't have that skill, you must not be able to play. As the saying goes, there are specialties, and most of the time, the composition, arrangement, and lyrics of a complete piece of work will be done by 3 different people. Lin Xian was good. He did it all by himself. But it's not right. If Lin Xian really has already arranged the song, he must have saved it and used it directly. What is the operation of arranging the song on the spot? Don't tell her that Lin Xian sure accomplished everything in his own brain. That's not something a human being can do. However, after seeing Lin Xian skillfully tap on the arranging software and come up with a series of operations that he couldn't understand but were extremely smooth, Lin Xian was dumbfounded. Is he really a genius? The same mood also appeared within Lu Qingxian and Zhao Ling almost simultaneously, especially Lu Qingxian. She realized that she kind of couldn't read Lin Xian anymore. In the past, Lin Xian would always display a gentle demeanor, smiling gently at himself and shushing him. Sure enough, everything in the past was an act. Today's Lin Xian was like a different person. It's okay if you have to pay to get him to walk through Lime Entertainment, knowing that he's not doing well right now. But what's the deal with asking for money when you meet? Have you completely let yourself go? Because you've done something unforgivable and self-destructive. You've completely given up on maintaining your image and broken it? Well, even if all that makes sense, what about this talent? As a professional musician, Lu Qingxian majors in singing and dabbles in composing and arranging. Not quite proficient, but at least passable. But it all depends on who you're comparing it to. Compared to everything Lin Xian had suddenly shown, her level was simply unimpressive. Why has Lin Xian never shown it in the past? Too weird. 2 hours later, Lin Xian lay back like a salted fish, declaring that this job had been completely finished. It also feels, at the same time, like I'm going to waste away. I was already severely sleep deprived in going through such a brainstorming session, so it's true that money is hard to make and is hard to eat. The main Lin Xian although has a wealth of theoretical knowledge, but practical operation is still the first time, for the use of software is still relatively raw. Even with the full melody in your head, replicating it isn't easy. Take it to the audition yourself. If you want perfection you can go to a band and record a live version. Don't bother me if there's nothing going on. I need to catch up on my sleep. After saying that, Lin Xian directly closed his eyes, his breathing gradually stabilizing. There was a moment of speechlessness from the 3 women who had been waiting with bated breath for 2 hours. Is there really someone in the world who can sleep in seconds? However, seeing Lin Xian's light dark circles under her eyes, Lin Xian, the older sister, was heartbroken after all. Considering the extent of his brother's lack of money, he had already brainstormed Lin Xian working 3 jobs a day and still handing out flyers on the street in the middle of the night. After carefully copying the fruits of Lin Xian's labor with a USB flash drive, he greeted the other 2 and left the office gently. Wake up! Lin Xian realized that he was covered with an additional thin blanket. In front of the coffee table in the center of the office, under the afterglow of the setting sun, Lin Xian was holding a cup of coffee and drinking it lightly. On the side couch, the girl bowed her head slightly, looking at a music theory book, her waterfall of black hair falling softly from one side, revealing a side face that was perfect and glowing. At this moment, Lin Xian suddenly understood the original owner's feelings. Time seemed to stand still in this moment, until Lin Xian did not know when to walk to the side of Lin Xian forcefully patted Lin Xian's head. Don't look at it, don't look at it. Have the ability to bring it home to close the door slowly. See in my place is considered to be what is going on. Sis, Lin Xian exploded. Do you know how valuable my head is now that you're just shooting it? What if I get stupid? Come on, who doesn't know that you, Lin Xian, are an iron-headed waif? Lin Xian rolled her eyes and casually pulled up a chair and sat down at her desk. On the other hand, hearing Lin Xian making fun of herself again, Lu Qingxian inwardly sighed slightly, a little sad, thinking to herself that there was not much she could do with this half-bestie, half-boss fellow. Spinning around, he closed the book and also got up and came closer, sitting down next to Lin Xian before saying seriously, I auditioned for your version, and it's excellent, but I think it's still the earlier arrangement that suits me better. Understood. All right. Lin Xian waved his hand to show that it was okay. There was some anticipation about the outcome itself. Sorry. After saying her business and apologizing, Lu Qingxian made a gesture to be a quiet and beautiful woman and quietly waited on the sidelines. Anything else? Lin Xian stood up and looked at his oldest sister. Lin Xian, I'll leave if there's nothing else. It's quite busy. What's the rush? Sit down. Lin Xian threw a look that only belonged to a sister. Lin Xian was helpless and obediently sat back down again. Then, he saw Lin Xian pull out a contract and throw it in front of him. Lin Xian was confused for a moment. What do you mean? You're not short of money. Lin Xian straightened up and wrapped her arms around her chest. Who do you work for that isn't a fighter? How about coming to work for me? Lin Xian hesitated. Can our father agree to this? He can control me? How do you think Lime Entertainment got started? Can. No less. Lin Xian immediately smiled with a big smile on his face. The salary flying from the sky. Don't want it for nothing. So pick up the contract and open it. Lin Xian on the side. Tone complacent, according to the rules. Like you composition students into our company, have to start from the internship, but you are my brother. The company's largest relationship, so you directly to the regular, and is a professional composer's contract. Hurry up and sign it. After this village cannot have this store. You think I look like a cutie? Lin Xian looked at Lin Xian speechlessly. Hurry up and sign put you. Lin Xian went up and flipped the contract directly to the signature page. I'm your sister. I'll earn what you can't. What's the difference? Don't force me to go back and compete with you for the family fortune now. Lin Xian. On this day, Lin Xian officially entered Lime Entertainment. Chapter 7, Newcomers Reporting. By the way, old man, where do you live now? In a private room in the famous Fish Hot Pot restaurant in Magic City. The two Lin family siblings gathered together for a meal after a long time. Bachelor pads in the suburbs. Tisk. Lin Xian shook his head straight. Lin Xian got upset and angrily ate 2 slices of raw-cut snowflake beef. There isn't even a dormitory. Are we still good at Lime Entertainment? Ahem. It's not still developing. Lin Xian fished out a piece of tripe from the pot and put it into Lin Xian's bowl, and said bitterly, it's not easy to be a boss these days. And you don't know what kind of small fishes and shrimps are in our company. If you can bring them up, and when our company earns a lot of money, we will arrange a big villa for you directly. Ha, what a big pie. Lin Xian was unmoved. If you're going to put it that way, then I'll be blunt. If you fail at starting a company, you'll have to go back and split the family fortune with me, right? Lin Xian directly snatched the words that Lin Xian was about to say out and expressed his speechlessness. Good to know. Lin Xian slammed her chopsticks on the table. Figuring, anyway, you must have stock now, and quite a lot of it. There's no way you don't have practicing pieces at your level, so just say whether you'll give it or not. Not for nothing, but I have conditions. Lin Xian wasn't prepared to make things difficult for his sister. To carry forward the excellent music of the Earth and the Blue Planet was a win-win situation for Lin Xian in terms of spirituality and materialism, but the prerequisite for everything was that it could be carried forward. It's still the same problem. The plugin has no side effects at all, which makes him uneasy. Everything has to be careful and go in the best direction, not to be abused. Yes, it's not just a condition. Seeing Lin Xian loosening up, Lin Xian smiled joyfully. I guess you want me to help you fix Lu Qingxian, right? No problem. When the dormitory is in place, I'll arrange for you guys to be neighbors directly. Close to the water is the first place to get the moon. Is that good enough for you? Don't. This kind of divine power can be put away for a while. Lin Xian felt that Lu Qingxian had completely fallen from the tiger's den into the wolf's den when she met the two Lin family siblings. So that means you are Ironhead waifu, right? Lin Xian despised. Not sister, I'm talking about you. On your little Taoist skill. Just by yourself. Give you another 3 years, you can't chase that niece. Cut the crap and get to the point. Lin Xian pulled back to the topic. Regarding the matter of giving songs, I can say in advance that I only give my songs to the people I want to give them to. And after I give them, unless I change my mind, no one else is allowed to intervene. Don't give me any crap about who's famous and has more fans and is better suited or anything. I'll sell out for Lime Entertainment if I can do that. That's it? Lin Xian was happy. Do you think I will oppress you or what? Put 100 hearts. Well, as long as the company's artists, you love to sing for whoever you want to sing for. I'm the boss in the company. You're the second. No one dares to control you. Okay. After this meal, Lin Xian was holding the wall to go out. Then he got into the cab to the disgusted eyes of Lin Xian. There's no way to bring up a paycheck advance without the boss's sister just going ABA and mainlining an iron face. After this, I don't think I'll be able to eat and drink for a long time. The good news was that after officially joining Lime Entertainment, according to the contract, Lin Xian could get 20% of the income from Dripping Rain and Keep Walking. It would not have gotten that high, but Lin Xian not only composed the music, but also filled in the lyrics and got an extra portion. For that matter, it was all still a low-level contract for Lin Xian. It is said that the industry's top that part of the composer to write songs, the company and the singer is not to take a penny, the proceeds of all to the creator, and even have to go out of the 3 to 5 million out of the hand fee. Of course, singing songs of this caliber tends to bring considerable traffic and exposure to the singer. Subsequent fame brings all kinds of announcements, commercials, endorsements, etc. Enough to make the entertainment company and the singer earn a lot of money. Lin Xian hadn't mixed with Earth's entertainment industry and didn't know what the status quo was like. It just feels like the money in the Blue Star entertainment industry is really good. Also realizing once again what a huge mountain of gold he has in his civic treasure trove. After returning to his bachelor apartment and turning on the air conditioner to take a shower, Lin Xian opened the author's backstage. Today's data for Dodo was obviously much better than yesterday's, and it actually had several thousand hits, which made Lin Xian feel very surprised. I clicked on the book review section and realized that the total number of reviews had actually broken triple digits, and he saw the old man from yesterday. Lin Xian remembered his ID called "I'm not a bookworm." This old man's comment is in first place with 69 likes. I'm not a bookworm, asterisk 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 asterisk. Daily more 50,000. Worthy of the code word powerhouse, love love love. The quality is not to say. Cool fly simply. Directly on the Alliance support. I hope that the author can continue to give strength. The Upper Alliance? Lin Envy's money-making nerve was touched. Hastily clicking on the bounty, he found that there were actually a whole 104 entries. What angelic readers they are. All of them must be handsome and gorgeous. Look up, ranked in the first place in the reward list, it is "I am not a bookworm." That golden ally symbol representing a reward of $10,000 was quite conspicuous. Seeing this, Lin Xian probably knew where his readers came from. Dream by Dream Chinese Network. A one-time reward of more than 1,000 yuan. There will be a station-wide news broadcast. A one-time reward of $10,000 will not only have the font enlarged and bolded with special effects, but will also be communicated every minute for 10 minutes. That's probably how readers are drawn to it. In addition, more than 5-figure bounties had allowed Lin Xian's new book to successfully reach the top 100 on this month's bounty list, reaching 67th place. But this ranking is a bit of a cockamamie, and few people will think to scroll down when they can't see it at first glance. And those who like to see the list of rewards, authors mostly, readers rarely click on that. But what does that matter? After looking at the stock of 40,000 words, Lin Xian directly sent all of them out. No other. Happy. But I won't be able to continue staying up late tonight to code. After all, I have to report to work tomorrow. But it's not a big problem. It's not like he needs to bother writing a song. It's just a different place to code. The next day, early morning, Lin Xian flipped out his white t-shirt to pretend to be a white shirt, dressed himself up as an adult, and took a taxi to the downstairs of Lime Entertainment. Enter the office clutching your beloved laptop. Afterwards, led by Sister Zhao Ling, who is not only a gold medal agent, but also the assistant to the president and the manager of the personnel department, she came to the composition department on the 12th floor. It was said to be a department, but in fact, with the addition of Lin Xian, a newcomer, there were only 4 people. Favorably, today was also very unfortunate. Standing in front of the gate of the departmental office area, Lin Xian only saw a man with a thinning head, holding a thermos cup full of wolfberries, sitting alone in the window seat, looking out the window and staring at the inexplicable sadness. This left Lin Xian, who had prepared a flurry of self-introductions, deeply speechless. That's it for the composition department? No wonder my oldest sister's company is dying, but come what may, formality is still the order of the day. Thus, Lin Xian touched his non-existent tie, striding into the composition department, stood on the small, purpose-built platform at the very front of the office area, and exclaimed, "Hello senior, I'm the new composer, Lin Xian." Chapter 8 Status of Lime Entertainment. As he spoke, Lin Xian clearly saw the other party shaking, and the thermos cup in his hand almost came off. What? An old heart of Wang Jianya thumped, turned around in a wretched manner, and saw the handsome young man on the stage who obviously carried a student's temperament. "Hello senpai." Lin Xian didn't have the slightest awareness that he had to be vain after the prank, and once again greeted him seriously. After a few more moments of being frozen, the uncle in midlife crisis reacted. "New here, huh? Still a college student, right?" "Yes senpai, I'm in my junior year of college." "Junior year ah." Wang Jianye was once again worried. "We said we'd get a gold medalist composer to hold down the fort. How come there's another one hanging around?" Then Lin Xian, "You can familiarize yourself with old Wang. I still have things to do, so I'll leave first." "Okay Sister Zhou." Looking at the back of the imperial sister who hurriedly left with her document bag, Lin Xian stood in awe. Presumably this is the kind of laborious employee that bosses dream of. Ahem. So what? Your name is Lin Xian, right? That's right, senpai. Looking at the middle-aged man who suddenly assumed the posture and tone of a senior, Lin Xian inexplicably found it a bit interesting. In his last life, when he worked in the factory, whenever there were newcomers coming in, they, the old employees, we're always like that too. Turns out these culture eaters are the same. To be able to enter our Lime Entertainment, I think you should have written some good works, right? Wang Jianya said. I did write a song for Lu Qingxian in the company to sing, but it hasn't been released yet. Lin Xian said. Wang Jianya froze again, as if he had been stabbed in the heart. Lu Qingxian is going to sing your song? Yeah, what's the problem, senpai? No. Wang Jianya's old face stiffened a bit, after hearing that the newcomer Lu Qingxian, who the company was planning to cultivate as an ace, still lacked a debut song. As one of the backbones of the composition department, Wang Jianya sent over a total of 3 songs, but all of them were politely rejected on the grounds that they didn't suit Lu Qingxuan's style too well, including a couple other guys giving out pieces as well. In fact, everyone knew in their hearts that it wasn't anything unsuitable at all. It was just that as Lu Qingxuan's first song after coming to Lime Entertainment and making her debut again, it needed to be of hard enough quality to help her make a quick name for herself. In other words, it's too much food for the work that people are giving out. Bias a newcomer's work that was used. Can I listen to it? Wang Jianya's tone weakened considerably. I'm sorry, senior. I don't have a backup here. Lin Xian smiled shyly, but there's 1 more week until August, and this song will probably be released on August 1st, so seniors can review it then. Good. Upon hearing this, Wang Jianya became even more disoriented, and the number 1 release was clearly aimed at the new song charts. Looking at this newcomer with a coy smile, Wang Jianya only felt that he, an old-timer, had been given an extremely hard dismount. What's that? Lin Xian, you don't always call senior. It's too formal. Everyone in the company calls me Old Wang. You just follow suit. Why don't we just call Wang? Anyhow, he was a man with a wife, and Lin Xian felt that the title Old King was not very auspicious. Wang Jianya, that's fine. I'll call you Shaolin then. It always felt a little off. Our department is actually nothing to be familiar with, except when there is a task in the company. Everyone is free to create. You just find an empty position, free to play on it. I'll pull you into the group. Thank you, brother Wang. No thanks. Wang Jianya felt that this young man did not seem to be difficult to get along with in the imagination, but also quite polite, and it is true that the dismounted power and so on, in fact, is his own narrow-mindedness, so he enlivened the atmosphere and said, Shaolin, your surname is also Lin. You wouldn't be Mr. Lin's cousin, would you? Ha, she's my own sister, Jianya Wang. After nagging the old king for a few moments, Lin Xian found a seat at the back of the room and also by the window. Since he was a child, he had nothing to do with the outstanding students, but he always inexplicably loved this kind of position, which could bring him a sense of security. Setting his laptop on his desk, Lin Xian didn't rush to code, but first clicked into the newly added group chat to take a look. The group chat was called Line Composition Department, and there were 6 of them together with Lin Xian. Among them, the boss, Lin Xian, and the head housekeeper, Zhao Ling, were acquaintances, and Old Wang was also considered to know them, so Lin Xian focused on the remaining 2. Professional composers Su Ziyu, newcomer songwriter Yi Xiaoxi. Yi Xiaoxi? Lin Xian raised an eyebrow, clicked on the avatar and zoomed in. A cute apple face overflowing with smiles leaps out. Lin Xian looked odd. He didn't expect to meet an acquaintance in this situation. And no, when he said he was an acquaintance, it was just that Lin Xian knew the other person. Yi Xiaoxi, the flower of the composition department of the Magic City Conservatory of Music, was 1 year older than him and one of the popular figures in the school. Rumor has it that this woman started writing songs to earn money in her sophomore year, and has produced several fine works, with her best work reaching number 2 on the new song charts, with a promising future ahead of her, just that her head may not be too smart. Give up many top entertainment companies to choose Lime Entertainment? Can't read. So the 2 professional composers who belonged to Lime Entertainment's original underpinnings were Wang Jianya and Su Ziyu. I guess. Real miserable. Blue Star songwriters are categorized into 5 levels, from low to high, rookie, pro, gold, ace, and song daddy. The leveling is very deliberate. A newcomer need not be a graduate of composition. It's a different story from the pro level, where you have to have at least 5 or more market-proven, boutique-level pieces in your hands to qualify as pro. Gold medal composers, who need to prove themselves with the classics, prove that they have the strength to make their work flow classically. Ace and Curve Daddy, on the other hand, are on another level. Ace songwriters, at least 2 top-tier singers must be brought up. Shoe Dad, at least 2 song king or queen level existences must be brought up. Whether it's a top-tier singer or a song king or queen, they are all top artists who need to be supported by countless classic works, and the gold content of the ace and the song daddy is evident. Although Lime Entertainment is a new entertainment company, but in the Lin Xian this family little rich woman crazy smash money under the fierce build, on the company's venue size, can already be compared to some second-tier entertainment companies, but not even a gold medal composers have not. let's just say, real bad. As you can imagine, the artist department must also be quite miserable, after all, without good works to support them. And in a new company, I'm afraid that artists who want to make a name for themselves will only be able to do so in their dreams. No wonder Lin Xian was like seeing a treasure when she saw him. I guess it took a lot of effort to brainwash Yi Xiaoxi. In fact, if Lin Xian wanted to, she would directly light up her identity as Lin Yuan's daughter, not to mention Father Chu, and getting one or two ace composers back would definitely not be a problem. But stubborn asses are like that. It's all about being able to eat. It wasn't for no reason that she and Lu Qingxian became BFFs at first sight, but it doesn't matter. I'll strike. Chapter 9 Taking Orders and Making Money. Lin Xianjue was consciously ready to take over Line's status as the top pillar, so a click of the mouse took him to the group announcement he'd noticed long ago. Group leader Lin Xian posted a group announcement on July 17, 2025. Task: the theme song of the movie Goodbye X. Deadline August 30th, or the producer to confirm the theme song. Honorarium 1 million. If you are interested in taking the order, please chat with me privately to get the plot synopsis of the movie. Nice guy. $1 million. It smells so good. Lin Xian's eyes immediately lit up. Having lived 2 lifetimes, including the original owner's experience, he had never possessed so much money. If he has that much money, he's amount. Lin Xian couldn't think of how to spend it all at once, but Lin Xian wanted the money badly. What kind of music can't you find when you have the entire planet's civic treasure trove at your disposal? Close your eyes and make money, okay? Thinking of this, Lin Xian immediately contacted Lin Xian on WeChat. Lin Xian, sister, that theme song for Goodbye X. I'll take it. Within 2 seconds, a message came back. Lin Xian? Lin Xian was about to reply when he realized that the other party's hand speed was actually no less than his own, and there was already another message coming in. Lin Xian, if you can handle it, you can have the cottage in my name. Lin Xian, by the way, right now Lu Qingxian lives on the 3rd floor, so you can stay on the 2nd floor after you go over. What? He doesn't seem to have shown any intention of going after Lu Qingxian again, right? It wasn't that Lin Xian was pretending to be noble. After receiving the original master's memories and examining the entire process of the original master chasing after Lu Qingxian as an onlooker, Lin Xian was pretty sure that Lu Qingxian didn't have the slightest bit of feelings between a man and a woman for the original master. Coupled with the fact that such a nasty thing had happened, Lu Qingxuan's feelings towards the original owner should have dropped to the freezing point. Although he didn't know why Lu Qingxian would agree to receive the red book, but the melon that was twisted by force wasn't sweet. Lin Xian searched for a chance to divorce his. As for the Lin family, to be honest, as long as Lu Qingxian does not find over to make trouble, the Lin family is not likely to really exclude Lin Xian as their own son. And now this kind of posture. But just want to give the wrong Lin Xian a little lesson. It boils down to the original owner acting too smitten. It led to Lin Xian, the older sister, really wanting to help her brother fulfill his dream. Would it be weird if he expressed a clear attitude that he didn't want to chase after Lu Qingxian anymore? Lin Xian thought up this question very seriously. In itself, his character was very different from the original owner, but these could be explained by the fact that all people grow and change. Add to that a sudden experience like this, and it makes sense that the personality would change drastically. But with the original owner's infatuation with Lu Qingxian, in the case of having already received a license, and there is also an old sister to help set up the situation, suddenly expressed that he did not want to be with Lu Qingxian, it seems that it really can't be said. After thinking about it, Lin Xian returned. Not enough. $1 million all to me. No bargaining. I take the money. The company takes the fame. A little slow to reply to messages this time, Lin Xian estimated that Lin Xian should be slamming the table and grinding his teeth. Upstairs in the president's office, Lin Xian did slam her desk and grind her teeth in a crushing manner. Eventually the word deal was typed out and a document was sent. On his first day of work, he had to do something big like this, and Lin Xian felt that he could be called a model employee. Then, it was time to seriously read the plot synopsis of this Goodbye X. As he watched, Lin Xian suddenly felt that things were starting to get outrageous. Originally, he thought it was just the same name, but he didn't realize that even the plots were almost identical. 2 people from 2 different worlds, bursting with the same inspiration? Lin Xian could only comfort himself with this explanation. There couldn't be a second traveler in Blue Star. If it did, it wouldn't be so hard to be embarrassed by the theme song. This Goodbye X, which follows the same plot as X3, Goodbye X on Earth, is about 2 lovers who have been in love for a long time and gamely break up just because of a little thing. A lot of crying and laughing happened after that, but eventually, everyone got separated. It just so happened that this movie, which was very popular at the time, had been seen by Lin Xian, so the theme song had already been decided. Decent. The line in the song, breakups should be decent. No one should say sorry. Yo. can be said to be quite appropriate. Lin Xian was almost certain that there would not be a more suitable theme song. $1 million? He's eating it up. Considering the shocking issue, Lin Xian wasn't prepared to turn in now, even though he did want to get the money as soon as possible. Connected to the company's network, I installed the composing software on my laptop while messing around with today's updates. Imperial Capital, Dream by Dream Chinese Network Headquarters, Metaphysical Department. Today is Su Yao's 48th day on the job. A graduate of a prestigious school, with a love of online literature and a particular fondness for metaphysical fiction, she has written 2 smash hit books during her college years. After discovering that the development of online literature is still going downhill, I resolutely, with a luxurious resume, headlong into the Dream by Dream Chinese Network, to become a fantasy subdivision of the editor-in-chief. Then she was getting desperate. These newcomers to writing metaphysics are simply harder to bring along than one another. Even with her hand-holding and personal guidance on fine outlines, authors often crumble good writing because of a moment of so-called inspiration. After reading the manuscript in the mailbox according to the usual practice, there was only one thought left in Su Yao's mind at this time. Can't carry it. Can't carry it at all. She just couldn't understand why people who couldn't get the language and logic right would even think about writing metaphysics. Sitting paralyzed in a chair to empty her mind for a moment, Su Yao gently patted her face and regrouped. Go for it, Su Yao. Netflix is still waiting for you to save it. After hitting the gas, Su Yao boarded the website, ready to take a look at the new books that were straight out of the gate and try to pick up the slack. Rumor has it that there is a top god in the next door urban division. Back when he was still a newcomer, it was just straight up posting a new book. And then the editor in charge took one look and saw that the other person wasn't a human being, but a god of the net. Thanks to the blessing of this great god, that editor-in-chief is now the deputy editor-in-chief of the Metropolitan Division, ready to rise to the top at any time. This matter is already a legendary event in the Dream by Dream Chinese Network. It gives birth to a dream of picking up the pieces for every responsible editor. In the midst of picking up the pieces, it didn't take long before Su Yao couldn't help but wipe her eyes, thinking that she had blinked. It's only a 2-day break, so how did a new 140,000 word and signed book pop up out of nowhere? And this data, I can't believe there were over 10,000 daily hits yesterday and even a 5-figure bounty. 1, 2, 3. 3 allies? I'm not dreaming, am I? Su Yao subconsciously pinched on her black silk thighs, and her small face instantly became bitter. It hurts. Could it be that one of the gods has capriciously started a new book that hasn't been signed yet? Looking at this novel that didn't even have a cover made, with a primitive skin, titled Fighting Dome, Su Yao fell into deep thought. Then another look at the pen name. Yardstick Strongman? Strange pen name. So weird. Never mind. Let's see it first. With countless questions in her mind, Su Yao finally clicked into this new book that was strange in every way. Then, is unavailable. Chapter 10, The Signing Incident. Near noon, Lin Xian was coding when the panda avatar in the lower right corner of the computer suddenly flashed madly. Panda, one of the largest chat programs on the blue planet, is similar in size to Earth's penguin. Tapping on it, I found that it was a friend ad request, and the message read, Hello great god, I'm Su Su, the metaphysical editor in charge, and I'd like to talk to you about something related to your work. Yes, that's right, Su Yao, like the deputy editor of the next Metropolitan Division, can see at once that this strong writer is not a person, and has already changed his words. In fact, in Su Yao's opinion, this great god was even more terrifying than the one next door. The pacing of this novella in Doom is just amazing, and every cool moment is laid out in a pretty masterful way that keeps you on your toes. The only real drawback is that the lines are slightly white. However, when placed in the general environment of elegance and vulgarity like online literature, Su Yao did not feel that this was a disadvantage in the slightest, but rather an advantage. Extremely low reading threshold. Superb quality content is the key to the netbook can be sealed. This god must have realized this key point to deliberately create in such a small white text. This is a book that will seal the deal. Lin Xian didn't know what exactly Su Yao had brainstormed, and didn't feel that there was anything wrong with the other party's humility. As the author of Do Bro, he should be treated this way. After agreeing in passing, the other party immediately sent a message. Su Su, hello great god of the strong, I'm your editor-in-chief Su Yao. You can call me Su Su. Taking the liberty of asking, I wonder how much stock you still have in your hands. Great god? Lin Xian looked at the fruits of his labor last night and this morning and returned. 60,000. Seeing the reply, Su Yao let out a slight sigh of relief. She was really worried that this was a capricious, great writer who had already written the whole book and was ready to post it quickly. Su Su, it's like this great god. If you can actually slow down your update rate a little bit, so that we can have time to arrange enough recommendations for your works before they hit the shelves, so that more readers can see your book. Do you think you can adjust your update a little bit? Is a daily shift of 10,000 10,000 okay? Lin Xian said. Susu, a little less if you can, and when it hits the shelves, you can just explode. Lin Xian frowned. That won't do, any less won't fit my pen name, just 10,000 until it hits the shelves. Susu, that's fine. Later on your author background will receive a short station. Please complete the signing. After the status of the work is updated, my site will arrange recommendations for you as soon as possible. Lin Xian, yes. After ending the chat, Su Yao's small face in front of the desk was bitter again. Big God is really hard to serve, when so long as the editor. Persuade the author less more such words, she is still the first time to do. The key also failed. In that case, she would have to say sorry to the small authors in the group, and she would have to prioritize all the recommended resources in her hands for this Do Shu. 11 o'clock sharp. Lin Xian successfully completed the signing task and updated today's 10,000 words. The end of the PS wrote, just received the editor's message. Because to give the book before the shelves to leave enough time to recommend, update speed will be suspended to 10,000 daily. After the shelves will continue to erupt. Code word strong people do not joke. Thanks for the support. Close the laptop and call it a day. Lin Xian let out a long breath. That way, the novel is kind of on track. At this time, old Wang in the front row issued an invitation. Lin Xian, want to go to lunch together? Okay Wang. Together. Lin Xian smiled and answered. Walking out of the composition department side by side, Lin Xian was suddenly curious. Brother Wang, are the other two seniors in the group up to something? Why don't you see anyone coming to work? Them. Wang Jianya skimmed his lips and said, you've seen that Goodbye X composing assignment in the group, right? Both of them wanted to give it a try, saying that they were going to interview real-life couples who had actually broken up and seek inspiration. And in the words of our department, they were going on a wind-picking trip. It can still be like this? Lin Xian was stunned. Isn't that just fair and square groping? Wang Jianye unconsciously assumed the posture of a senior again, smiled lightly and said, in our line of work, it's all about inspiration. It's normal. Lin Xian pondered for a moment, then suddenly stopped in his tracks. Excuse me, Brother Wang, I've also taken on this mission, and I think I should go out and pick up some wind as well. Goodbye Brother Wang. Looking at Lin Xian's figure as he trotted back to the composing department, Wang Jianye was instantly messed up. What the hell? He's the only one who can't get ahead in the whole department, and he's the only one who's assaulted fish. Lin Xian couldn't care less about old Wang's mind. It's all about touching fish. But how can you be happier touching fish in the company than in your own little nest? Going to work? Working as a laborer? It doesn't exist. Go home and get a life. 2 hours later, Lin Xian returned to his bachelor apartment with a big bag of ingredients and started the happy hour of a man living alone. Since the updates had slowed down and there was no valid reason to work, after the meal, Lin Xian entered the canyon after a long time. In Blue Star, under Panda, there is also a LOL-like game called League of Gods. Summoner operates a variety of Blue Star mythological characters to wage war in Summoner's Canyon. Then, Lin Xian closed himself up. Nightfall. Lin Xian closed his laptop in exasperation. Never in a million years did he think that his hallowed key fairy would actually be unable to spray the other side due to computer lag. The laptop, which is worth $8,000 and has been on the warpath for 3 years, just can't handle the gaming load. After angrily drying 3 bowls of rice, Lin Xian reopened his computer again. He couldn't wait. Tomorrow he's going to turn in his song and get $1 million. While Lin Xian was burying his head in words again, Lin Xian didn't realize that the author's backstage, which he hadn't looked at all afternoon, had another big event happening. A bigwig with the ID rich and powerful stated in the review section of the book in a high-profile manner. The author doesn't have to have concerns. Just update and let him take care of the money-making. After sending the speech, directly waved his hand, spending $100,000 to take the title of the Golden Ally, and became the first in the list of Do-D. After that, it is to mobilize the energy in the book Circle of the Dream by Dream Chinese Network to make a number of publicity hot post, make a lot of noise. In time, many readers flocked to it and couldn't stop reading. Word of mouth about the doobie is starting to fizzle out in a big way. A thread titled We Can't Let Us, the readers, hold authors back was topped as #1 in the book Circle. However, after hoping for the stars and waiting for an afternoon, the readers have not waited for the expected update. As a result, Su Yao, Lin Xian's chief editor, was rushed by a group of bookworms in various ways. At this moment, Su Yao, who was sitting at home and had already sent dozens of messages to Lin Xian continuously, looked at Lin Xian's gray avatar and was already broken inside. She seriously suspected that the powerful god who still had a stockpile of manuscripts in his hands had set up a timed update and ran off to wave somewhere unknown. Phone calls were also unanswered. Heaven and earth, she really means well. And is 10,000 a day rare? Less. Chapter 11, Handing Over Songs. The next day, Lin Xian yawned as he walked into Line Entertainment. In the composition department, the customary dazed old Wang was once again startled by Lin Xian. Didn't you go on a picnic? Why are you here at work again? Oh, it's already picked. Lin Xian rubbed his black eyes and sat down in his seat. Old Wang shook his head straight and just assumed that Lin Xian had recognized the difficulty of this composing task and had given up. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Xian turned his hand and sent the small sample that he had produced last night, as well as the lyrics and music scores, in a package to Lin Xian. P.S. Please call as soon as possible. Upstairs, in the president's office, Lin Xian was having a small meeting with Zhao Ling and Lu Qingxian, near the release, and the three of them were discussing the publicity of Dripping Rain and Keep Walking. As he was talking, the mailbox suddenly popped up and attracted Lin Xian's attention. What's wrong, Xian? Zhao Ling, who was also Lin Xian's good best friend, was quite a bit closer to Lin Xian in private. It looks like someone turned in a song. Lin Xian's tone was hesitant. If memory serves, this email address is the only one she's left in the composing department so far. Crossing songs? Lu Qingxuan's eyes lit up and she came to her senses. Is that the theme song of Goodbye X? It should be. I'll take a look. Lin Xian clicked on the email, saw the sender, and the corner of her mouth involuntarily twitched. You take the assignment yesterday and turn in the song today? What about playing? And tell her to call as soon as possible? For a moment, Lin Xian just wanted to grab Lin Xian and whack him. Originally, she had a headache because of the matter of publicizing her new song. Those big verses and entertainment editors, each and every one of them was a jackal that ate people without spitting bones. Line Entertainment doesn't have its own publicity channels yet, so she has to hold her nose and admit it even though she knows that others are asking for a lot of money. It was bothering her, but Lin Xian still dared to amuse her. Who turned in the song? Lu Qingxian didn't hold back from asking again. Lin Xian handed it over. Lin Xian expressionlessly clicked the small sample in the file open. It's just as well that you're here. Qingxian, help listen to the quality. Him? Didn't he just join the team yesterday? Lu Qingxian opened her mouth slightly. Zhao Ling on the side also had an odd expression on her face. Lin Xian simply stopped talking, and after connecting to the office's video equipment, he directly chose to play it. A slightly muffled piano intro flows slowly through the office. A moment later, an electronic synthesized female voice sounded. Don't pile on the nostalgia to make the plot. Dog-eared. What's the point of loving deeply for years and years? Ruining a classic. As they listened, all three women's expressions froze as one. The melodies are melodic, delicate and layered. Even with the electronic synthesized sound and the profound lyrics, the trio still can relate to the complex feelings that come with that breakup. I can relate to that feeling of helplessness and resignation when faced with the end of a relationship. The key to the key is that it's a really good, ear-catching song. It's one of those existences that is used to release singles that can storm the new songs charts. No doubt about it. It's gold again. Was this really written in just one day? After the song was played, little question marks kept surrounding the three hearts. Hard to understand. But if it's a stock piece, how does it fit the theme of Goodbye X so well? After a moment of silence, Lin Xian said dryly, Qingxian, what do you think of this song? Lu Qingxian, slightly collecting the shocked emotions in her heart. Lu Qingxian let out a light breath and said seriously, it's excellent. This song must be sung by our company's artists. It's too much of a pity to give it to someone else. Okay, then I'll sing for you, Lin Xian said. No, that's not what I meant. Lu Qingxian hurriedly waved her hand. What I mean is that it can be sung for other artists in the company. Lin Xian was surprised. You don't want to sing the song? It's not like I don't want to. Lu Qingxian hung her head slightly, but I already have Dripping Rain and Keep Walking. Ha! Thought you didn't like it. Lin Xian shook her head breathlessly. Goodbye X is ready to be released on the National Day. The release of the song can only be in October. It doesn't conflict with Dripping Rain and Keep Walking, and with the movie's heat adding to it, there are many benefits for you. It's just decided. You'll sing it. Lu Qingxian froze. Isn't this not fair to the other artists in the company? Come on. Lin Xian was speechless. Qingxian, you're just too simple. Where is fairness these days? Besides, if you want to talk about fairness, you have to have that strength first. Who are the artists in the company who have the same singing prowess as you? The weak eat what's left of the strong. That's the reality. When you're in Empire Entertainment, you don't see those top-tier singers leaving the good songs for the newcomers to sing. Patting Lu Qingxuan's shoulder, Lin Xian revealed a smile. Sing well, Qingxian. You're the woman who's going to become a diva. You'll have a lot of good songs to sing in the future. This is just where it's at. Yes. Lu Qingxian nodded heavily. Lin Xian looked to the side of Zhao Ling. Ling, make arrangements. Let Qingxian record the song directly. Record it and send the finished product directly to the producer of Goodbye X. Don't accept to pick up other people's singing. If it's not possible, we'll stay in October to send out the single. Okay. Zhao Ling smiled lightly. Okay, go get busy. Lin Xian stood up. I have to go meet that brat Lin Xian for a while. Does Qing Xian want to go? Lu Qingxian was stunned, and after dwelling on it for a while, she gently shook her head. I'll forget about it, but if I can, I'd like to trouble Lin Xian to participate in the recording of the song, and with him personally guiding it, I should be able to save a lot of effort. Qing Xian, you've given the word. That brat mustn't run his ass over here? Don't worry. Lin Xian happily walked out of the office, his bad mood swept away. Composition department. After posting the song, Lin Xian finally reappeared backstage. I have nothing to do when I'm ready to code. As a result, just after boarding, I saw a red background message. In a daze, he clicked on the messages and realized that they were all from his editor-in-charge. Su, Amikami, are you there? Great God? Great God. Look at the book circle, oh great God. You update it. Message after message made it abundantly clear that Su was desperate to find herself. Is something wrong? Out of curiosity, Lin Xian clicked into the book circle. 5 minutes later, Lin Xian was dumbfounded as he roughly understood what was going on. The Blue Star Reader's support for Dodo has completely exceeded Lin Xian's expectations. At this time, the fight break, just like has become a dream Chinese net new book list 1. Not only that, but it also doubled down as number 1 on the bounty list. The Hot 100 also broke into the top 10. What more recommendation is needed for this boisterous and explosive gesture? For a moment, Lin Xian seemed to see the clubhouse tender model waving at him. Wiping the corners of his mouth, he hastily clicked on the saved manuscript, and straight away another 50,000 word update went out, with an accompanying statement at the end. I didn't expect everyone would be so enthusiastic. I can't return the favor. 50,000 words are offered. By the way, I would like to inform you that in the future, the daily update will be adjusted to 20,000 words, and irregular outbursts. Thank you for your support. After getting this done, Lin Xian then boarded the panda and sent a message to Su. The problem has been solved. Do not panic. Su, whoa. Seeing the reply, Lin Xian couldn't help but hook the corners of his mouth, and was about to flirt with his little chief editor when he suddenly heard old Wang's panicked words. Lin, what brings you here? Chapter 12, New Homes and Mutations. Aha! Lin Xian looked up, and he saw Lin Xian's imposing figure. I'm looking for Lin Xian. You go about your business. Casually replying to old Wang, Lin Xian hooked her finger at the doorway at Lin Xian, who raised his head, smiling. $1 million coming? Thinking this way, Lin Xian closed his laptop and got up and walked over with the same bright smile. Sis, you're sending me. Shoo. Lin Xian raised one finger to make a silencing gesture, then took Lin Xian's arm as she walked in the direction of the elevator. Come on, show you your new home. My $1 million. That's the rent. And the money won't come through until the other party confirms they're going to adopt it. So I'm kind of giving you an advance right now. Lin Xian, I'm sure my sister can't be relied on, so I have to be thankful that I still have the money for the manuscript. Writing in Lin Xian's white Primera. In less than 10 minutes, Lin Xian arrived in front of a row of small townhouses. Getting out of the car, Lin Xian pointed to one of the villas with the name Fairy Residence written on the doorplate and said smugly, how about it? A place where fairies live. Sister is good enough, right? Lin Xian was silent for a moment. I still want $1 million. Don't grease the wheels, oh you boy. Unceremoniously slapping her brother on the head, Lin Xian said in a bad mood. Let's go. Take you to record your identity information. I've communicated with Qingshuan's side. There's no problem to move in, but until Qingxian agrees, you can only move around on the second floor and below. The third floor is Qingshuan's turf. Got it? You're really arranging for the two of us to live together, aren't you? Lin Xian again began to feel that the world is outrageous. He is a criminal. Hey, Lu Qingxian can trust him? What? You're not happy about it? Lin Xian slanted a glance at Lin Xian. Lin Xian choked at once. Not happy? That's not something he can say. He didn't believe there was a man in the world who could refuse to live with Lu Qingxian. If there is, it must be male on male. He's a normal man. Even if he wasn't prepared to do anything to Lu Qingxian, it was always okay to raise his eyes. He just thought that Lu Qingxian might be very disobedient and didn't want to do something that would make things difficult for others. However, things had come to a head, and Lu Qingxian herself had already nodded her head in agreement, so for whatever reason, he had no reason to refuse. Seeing that Lin Xian didn't say anything, Lin Xian couldn't help but sneer. Men really are all hypocritical creatures, and my brother is no exception. After recording the message, Lin Xian got back on Payme and said before leaving, I'll give you a morning to move and familiarize yourself with your new home, and then I'll go back to the office in the afternoon to help Qingxian record the song. Got it? Got it. Lin Xian stood at the gate of the villa, waving his hand with a helpless face, signaling the other party to roll numbly. Only after Lin Xian left did he walk into the villa and close the door. taking a good look around the new home that he shouldn't be moving again anytime soon. The townhouses, on the outside, all look pretty much the same, but when you walk in, it's a different story. The yard of the fairy house was planted with flowers and was well tended. Hundreds of flowers are a delight to the eye. Enter the villa. Unsurprisingly, it's a very girly style of decorating, with all kinds of cute little ornaments everywhere, and exquisiteness everywhere. It is also worth mentioning that the villa is very well stocked with all the usual musical instruments. Lin Xian's most beloved and also best instrument, the violin, has a whole 13 of them, with a display wall dedicated to it. The violins alone are probably going to be worth more than even the villa itself. In response, Lin Xian could only sigh, worthy of being a rich woman. After strolling up and down the first and second floors, and finally taking a look at the master bedroom on the second floor where he was going to move in, Lin Xian silently took down a whole set of pink and tender bedding and stuffed it into the closet of the next door second bedroom. Sleeping in a bed like that, you'd be treated like a pervert. Anyway, I did it, so I simply did not do anything, and took in a whole bunch of various stuffed dolls as well. Then the computer in the den screws with the inside. Leaving the villa, Lin Xian hummed a little song and got into a cab. 2 hours later, the returning Lin Xian made some arrangements, and this bedroom became completely Lin Xian's shape. Lying on the big soft bed and smelling the faint fragrance in the room, Lin Xian only felt that life was infinitely beautiful. A big villa like this was something he had only dreamed of in his last life. So the mind is suddenly balanced. 1 million is gone. It is gone. This old sister can deal with. There is a house she is really to live and even arranged for a beautiful woman to live with. After touching the fish for a while and looking at the guitar hanging on the wall, Lin Xian suddenly became interested. A little searching in the brain collection library brought up a bunch of textbooks for learning guitar. After a few minutes, Lin Xian got up and took the guitar off the wall, tuning the guitar based on the knowledge in his head. He then cradled it and attempted to play the backing track to decent. After playing just a few notes, Lin Xian frowned. He is now a profound illustration of what it means to have a brain that works, but not a hand that doesn't. There was no way to coordinate his two hands to work together. It was clear how to maneuver, but his hands couldn't keep up with the instructions. Play a few more notes and you'll have your hands full. I don't believe it. After brewing for a moment, Lin Xian resumed playing. Then stop. Play again. Stop again. If someone was in this room, witnessing what Lin Xian had done, they would be surprised. With just less than 10 adjustments, Lin Xian seemed to have overcome his body's unfamiliarity with music. After a smooth start, Lin Xian surprisingly played the whole song directly in one go, and the whole time, it was in a state of increasing proficiency. By the end of the last verse, it was actually out of tune, like a professional guitarist. After playing a song, Lin Xian himself felt incredulous. Playing guitar? That's it? It's not that hard. But when you think about it, it's only right that other people learn to play the guitar so hard because they start out as nothing but a guitar player. For himself, the need for his mind to memorize was all but complete. All that remained was to overcome his body and make it accurately fulfill every command he gave. But even that seemed to go a little too well. Looking at his hands, Lin Xian couldn't help but wonder, could it be that after crossing over, one's golden finger wasn't just a treasure trove of civics and entertainment, but that one's body had begun to be different as well? Or was he born with this material, with this talent, a legendary genius? It's hard to even tell. Thinking of this, Lin Xian picked up his guitar again and tried to play the backing track of Getting Wet and Going All the Time. It turned out quite well. Hands no longer feel the slightest bit out of place, as if they were supposed to be professional guitarists. By this point, Lin Xian was basically certain that his body had definitely mutated. Normal people, even if they were geniuses, who wanted their bodies to develop this muscle memory-like effect must have needed to put in long years of practice. If that's the case, some of the previous doubts are cleared up. The works owned in the civic collection are included in the paintings and drawings. The day before yesterday when Lin Xian had nothing to do, he was still thinking that those words and paintings that had been passed down through the ages, even if they came to his mind, he had no way to materialize them and could only appreciate them alone. Now it seems that all it takes is a little serious practice in calligraphy and drawing, and you can manually materialize it on your own. Chapter 13 Mentoring. No one on this earth can deny the joy of harvest. After harvesting the skill of playing the guitar, Lin Xian instantly couldn't help but pick up all the instructional books about playing the piano from the library. 10 minutes later, pianist Lin Xian was born, followed by violin, viola, cello, bass, lute, drums, until finally, Lin Xian digested all the textbooks on vocal techniques. After a short practice session, and while soundly singing To Die for Love, the phone rang at a very inopportune time. When I saw the note, sister, my heart thumped. Sure enough, just as soon as he connected, there was Lin Xian's heady roar. Lin Xian, you kid's skin is itchy, isn't it? Dare to stand me up? This is coming. Decisively hanging up the phone, Lin Xian wiped the false sweat from being scared and hurried out the door. The fairy residence wasn't far from Lime Entertainment, and 20 minutes later, Lin Xian returned to Lime Entertainment, arrived at the studio just in time to finish a forgotten lunch of chicken fillets and coke bought on the way. You kid wouldn't be doing something bad in the villa, would you? You can forget to eat. Lin Xian, who was waiting outside the recording room, sized up Lin Xian with a skeptical look, causing Lin Xian to get upset. After all, he'd touched Lin Xian's most prized violin and pulled off a few bow hairs. No way. You kids are really... No, what to think? Lin Xian explained with a face full of black lines. I just saw a lot of musical instruments inside, so I played some music. Yes? Yeah. Lin Xian crossed over to Lin Xian and walked into the recording studio. No more talking. Let's work first. Seeing this, Lin Xian bristled and didn't say anything more. In the recording studio, Lu Qingxian and the recording teacher had been waiting for a long time. Considering the need to preserve my voice, I haven't had an audition yet and have been familiarizing myself with the songs in silence. Since he was only preparing to record a version sung by Lu Qingxian and send it to the producers of Goodbye X, not the final version, he didn't go for the extreme in the arrangement, and directly adopted the small sample that Lin Xian had come up with the software. Upon seeing Lin Xian come in, the recording teacher looked at Lin Xian with a slightly curious look. To come up with 2 songs in a row that made people like him, who had seen a lot of things, couldn't help but marvel at them was not something that anyone could do. As it turned out, after seeing it, he didn't see anything special about the young man other than an exclamation of how handsome he was. Lu Qingxian, on the other hand, felt more and more unfamiliar with Lin Xian, while at the same time admiring him somewhat. There was no doubt that Lin Xian, who could write a hit song like Decent, was definitely above her in terms of musical literacy. As for Lin Xian, he lived awkwardly. The first time I did this kind of mentoring, I didn't know where to start for a while. What's the phase, you kid? The Lin Xian behind her did not move and kicked Lin Xian. Ahem. What about? Lin Xian's gaze darted around the recording studio. His eyes lit up when he saw the electronic piano, and he stepped forward to sit down. I don't know your current mastery yet. Sing a little first. I'll accompany you. Saying that, Lin Xian's fingers danced, and a soothing, beautiful piano intro floated out. Lu Qingxian couldn't help but freeze for a moment. Another talent she didn't know about. Lin Xian actually knew how to play the zither, but reality didn't allow her to froth. Listening to the intro, she quickly put all outward emotions behind her and got into a singing mood. Soon after the prelude ended, Lu Qingxian naturally opened her mouth and seamlessly joined the music in her performance. Don't pile on the nostalgia to make the plot dog-eared. Why ruin a classic when you've loved it for years? Listening to Lu Qingxian's song, Lin Xian's brows unconsciously furrowed. It wasn't that Lu Qingxian didn't sing well. Whether it's the cut of the beat or the vocals themselves, she has no problem with it. The problem is the tone. The original singer of this song has a thick, low tone, one that complements the elements of breakups, regrets, etc., expressed in the song itself. In contrast, Lu Qingxian's voice was much clearer. Again, the bass is quite a bit different in expression. However, Lin Xian didn't choose to interrupt Lu Qingxian, deciding to listen to it in its entirety first to find out all the problems before doing so. As a result, after the song was finished, Lin Xian realized that apart from the timbre, there was actually no problem. Even if Decent isn't a difficult song to sing, it's the first time I've tried to sing it. Is it that scary? It was the first time that Lin Xian had intuitively realized how powerful Lu Qingxian's singing was. How did I sing? Lu Qingxian asked. At those words, Lin Xian returned to his senses and noticed the tension on Lu Qingxian's face that was hard to hide, and he couldn't help but be speechless. You're so strong. What's the point of being nervous? Of course, words can't be said like that, Lin Xian said. Overall there's nothing wrong, it's the tone. Can you sing that kind of slightly low, thick bass? Low and thick? Lu Qingxian's good-looking eyebrows condensed slightly as she pondered on how to adjust. That's it. Lin Xian looked a bit anxious and simply spoke directly. As a result, a piece of singing that perfectly explained what it meant to be low and thick came out of Lin Xian's mouth. For a moment, the whole room froze. The recording teacher was there because he was awestruck, not realizing that this songwriter of uncommon strength actually had a couple of singing skills. Lin Xian and Lu Qingxian were just truly stunned. They had heard Lin Xian sing. The recording of the part Lin Xian sang, "Keep Walking in the Rain," is still on Lin Xian's cell phone. That's singing. Saying a soulful singer is not an exaggeration. As a result, now, you, Lin Xian, have proved with facts that you are actually good at singing. Feelings are intentional. What kind of bad taste is that? All looking at me like that for what? Being stared straight at by the three of them, Lin Xian was a bit skeptical of his golden fingers. It was only logical that his current mastery of sound couldn't possibly be a problem. Lin Xian glared viciously at Lin Xian. I'll get you when I get back, Lu Qingxian then said. I'll give it a try. Lu Qingxian proved to be no less than a gifted contestant and a born singer. Even things like changing your tone to sing can be easily adapted. After just 2 or 3 attempts of singing, it perfectly achieved the feeling that Lin Xian wanted. The next step is some minor tweaks to the details, but it's not the final version after all, so there's no need to overdo it. So, half an hour later, hit it and call it a day. Lin Xian sent the recorded song to the producers of Goodbye X on the spot. After sending it, he looked at Lu Qingxian and Lin Xian with a smile. Today, Lin Xian is moving. How can it be considered a housewarming? I'll take you two to Kaesong. Lu Qingxian was slightly stunned. Moved over already? In the morning I saw the quality of his songs and let him move. I heard that the house he lives in doesn't even have air conditioning or a shared bathroom. It's weirdly pathetic. Lin Xian said. Said also slanted a glance at Lin Xian with his eyes, meaning don't wear help ow. Lin Xian hemp. Old sister in order to get their own happy life. Really is a broken heart nah. Sure enough, Lu Qingxian fell for the trap and nodded her head gently. Well, it's time to move over earlier. Chapter 14, Friends. Seeing such a Lu Qingxian, Lin Xian inevitably felt a little guilty again. Suddenly remembered what some sea king on earth had said. Talk about love how to chase girls. All means. Maybe that's why Lin Xian will be single. Then, Lin Xian once again saw Lin Xian's methods. The three had only just reached the elevator door when her phone rang without warning. Hey, Ling Ling ah. Okay, I'm coming. After hanging up the phone, Lin Xian smiled apologetically at the duo. Something's come up. I have to go and take care of it. Why don't you two just go home and sing? There's everything at home. Saying that, he took out an A8 car key from his bag and shoved it into Lin Xian's hand. It just so happens that you two live together. This car will be a seat for you to drive, so it's convenient for you to go out. That's it. It's been a hard day recording songs. You two have fun. Lin Xian was dumbfounded. What's this? The house, the car, the marriage license? Looking at Lin Xian's dashing departing back, 4 big words slowly emerged in his mind. Strongest wingman. Confirmed. This is the real sister. Stealing a glance at Lu Qingxian, who was also looking a bit bewildered, Lin Xian suddenly had a racing heartbeat. This woman is really good looking. He's not faking it, is he? The kind where the mouth says no and the body is honest when it's twisted by force. At that moment, the elevator door slowly opened with a ding. Lin Xian's tone was dry. So what? To sing? Lu Qingxian nodded and silently walked into the elevator. In silence, the two got on the A8. Not another word was said until the car was back in front of the villa. Lu Qingxian always looked peaceful and quiet, unable to see any emotions. Lin Xian inexplicably agitated heart, but also finally calmed down. A ghost ah. When he came here, Lin Xian remembered that he had left in a hurry when he left, and there was still a bunch of confiscated musical instruments lying around in the hall on the first floor. What can we do about this? Demolishing your home on the first day of your stay? Although he did tear down, like the bedroom. In their tangle, the two didn't stop, crossing the small courtyard side by side, opening the first floor door, changing their shoes, and walking across the small bar. As he watched Lu Qingxuan's gaze fall into the hall, the entire person visibly lurched. It was as if Lin Xian could already see 3 small question marks popping up on top of her head. Ahem. Came over in the morning and saw so many musical instruments. Couldn't help but have an itchy hand to play a bit of a rush when I left. Couldn't collect. Lin Xian explained dryly. Surprisingly, Lu Qingxian didn't show a strange expression because of the chaotic scene. Instead, she looked at Lin Xian very seriously. You know all of these instruments? Ha? Feeling that incredible emotion from Lu Qingxian, Lin Xian froze and modestly said, I can't say I know how to do it. I just know a little bit about it. Mainly because it's needed for arranging music. Awesome. Lu Qingxian complimented heartily. As a musician, she was well aware of how much effort it took to master so many instruments at Lin Xian's age. It's hard to imagine the state of Lin Xian's life in private, the one who always surrounded her during college. No. Sloppy. Lin Xian continued to be modest. Lu Qingxian wasn't talking, lifting her steps towards the pile of musical instruments, ready to get her hands on them and organize them. Lin Xian hurriedly said, You go ahead and sing. I'll just organize these myself. Do you still remember where these instruments were originally placed? Lu Qingxian asked. Lin Xian was bewildered. Just put it away. No way. Lu Qingxian bent down and picked up a pipa carefully. Although Sister Xian doesn't live here, she likes to come here to relax when she's free, and she's very particular about the placement of her items. So you can go up and play with it first, and I'll come up when I'm done cleaning up. Better together. You command. I'll put it. It's okay. Soon, the messy living room was cleaned up by the two. During this process, the two once again returned to zero communication, except for directing Lin Xian to put things away. Up to this point, the restlessness within Lin Xian was considered to be completely silent. I'm sure I'm still more suited to being a single dog, and my oldest sister gave it a chance. You're not good at it yourself. Knowing full well that Lu Qingxian was a fan of music and possessed great skills of her own, just a little demonstration could cause a lot of conversation. But Lin Xian just couldn't take that step. Bachelor's cancer is terminal belongs to is. Unlike Lin Xian, who had a bunch of strange thoughts, after cleaning up, Lu Qingxian returned to the topic. Alright, let's go sing. Apparently, for singing, Lu Qingxian would always be interested. Looking at Lu Qingxian, who had a bit more spirituality on her face, Lin Xian said with a ruthlessness in his heart, Qingxian, let's talk about it. Talk about what? The animation on Lu Qingxian's face disappeared. Sit down first. Greeting Lu Qingxian in sitting down on the sofa, Lin Xian thought for a moment and said, Qingxian, I haven't given you a formal apology for what happened the other day. I'm sorry. Well, I accept the apology. Lu Qingxian said softly. Lin Xian frowned. I know how egregious what I did was. The apology was just to express my apologies. There was no intention of forcing you to uncover this matter. Also, I wanted to ask about our marriage license. I can't think of a reason why you agreed to a marriage license. Is there some other outside reason? No. Lu Qingxian shook her head. The marriage license was only made by Grandpa Lin after I personally agreed to it. Why? Lin Xian was puzzled. Suddenly, as if he thought of something, his face full of shock. Could it be that you like? Lu Qingxian was stunned. Lin Xian stopped mid-sentence, but she instinctively felt that Lin Xian should have misunderstood something. What do I like? Like? Lin Xian looked at Lu Qingxian with a face full of tangles and lowered his voice, like being used for strength? What? Lu Qingxian's voice steeply rose. For the first time in her life, she lost her temper in front of Lin Xian. Her delicate face reddened, glaring at Lin Xian. What are you talking about? How could I like this kind of thing? Sorry. Lin Xian also felt that it was outrageous, and that it was really a misunderstanding, but I really can't think of any other reason. You the man. Lu Qingxian glared at Lin Xian for a moment, took several deep breaths before calming herself down, and said in a hardened tone, You silently paid $10 million in breach of contract for me. You just made a mistake when your head wasn't clear. Not to mention that kind of thing didn't happen in the end, and even if it did, there's no way that I could hold on to it. As for the marriage license, I was so messed up in the head that I somehow agreed to it, and that's all that happened. So don't think about it. So, Lin Xian thought about it and decided that this argument was still more reliable. In that case, I'll show my cards. Lin Xian's expression was serious. Qingxian, tell me seriously, putting aside all external factors, do you have a fondness for me between a man and a woman? Even a tiny bit? At these words, Lu Qingxian was stunned for a long time before she gently shook her head and lightly bit her lips. Sorry Lin Xian, well you don't have to say it. I get it. Lin Xian interrupted Lu Qingxian's words and observed a second of silence for the departed original owner. Then he said, After this incident, I've figured it out. And I won't stalk you like I did before and cause you trouble. Please don't worry about that. After that, when the opportunity is right, I'll explain the situation to my family and go through the divorce process, which shouldn't take too long. Letting out a light breath, a smile appeared on Lin Xian's face, a smile that was dripping with relief after solving the problem. Until then, even though we're nominally married, we should be able to be friends, right? Chapter 15, The Strange Lu Qingxian. Yes, though it felt like Lin Xian's statement was a bit odd, husband and wife and all. However, Lu Qingxian eventually nodded her head gently. Just to be friends? Sure, alright, go sing. Lin Xian smiled. After the words had been spoken, and after completely putting away his crooked thoughts about Lu Qingxian, Lin Xian suddenly felt that he could do it again. He was quite comfortable and even joked. Words first, Ha Qingxian, I'm a very good singer. In case I compare you to a serious singer, you can't be angry. Definitely not. Lu Qingxian's expression was serious. Lin Xian's singing was indeed strong. She had already seen part of his strength today, but singing, she was a professional. The two then ascended together to the forbidden area of Lin Envy, the third floor. In the karaoke room, Lu Qingxian, who had already used it more than once, took the initiative to take on the task of starting and debugging the equipment. Lin Xian then stood by the jukebox flipping through the song list. The original owner was at least a composition student and had heard quite a few songs, so Lin Xian was not unfamiliar with looking at all this local music belonging to Blue Star. As she was flipping, Lu Qingxian suddenly handed over the microphone. It's done. You go first. Okay, I'll do it. Lin Xian took the microphone and confirmed the song on the jukebox in passing. Sleepless Nights, a classic rock and roll hi-fi song by Blue Star. Standing on the stage, looking at Lu Qingxian on the sofa who couldn't take her eyes off the couch and had a serious face, Lin Xian directly shook his legs to the rhythm of the powerful music. Every singer has a soprano dream. Giving vent to a fiery passion with a high note that tops the sky is one of the supreme pleasures of singing. As for stage fright and all that, that was a lifetime ago. With strength, there is no room for stage fright. It just so happens that the song I sang at lunchtime, Deadly Love, was interrupted in the middle of the song and didn't give it my best shot, so I'll just follow it up now with this song. Sleepless Nights. The song is finished. Lu Qingxian on the sofa was dumbfounded. It only felt like even if the original singer of the song Sleepless Night came, he would have to kneel down in front of Lin Xian, seemingly high as hell and extremely out of control. Every note falls just right on the right beat and is perfectly controlled. Even if the king of songs wanted to do such a thing, I'm afraid it would take a long time of practice. Lin Xian, a composer, had no reason to waste his time doing such a thing. Sure enough, Lin Xian didn't brag. He was strong and scary, but I'm not so bad. As he walked off the stage, Lin Xian, whose forehead was covered in beads of sweat, suddenly felt an inexplicable aura. Lu Qingxian her, burning up? Soon, a song with the same sky-breaking high notes and extreme difficulty was sung in the karaoke room. An hour later, Lu Qingxuan's voice was hoarse and her face was ashamed. I lost. In terms of singing, you are indeed better than me. Lin Xian cried and laughed as he handed her warm boiled water, never expecting this silly girl to fight with herself. He's open for business. Yes. After a short test, Lin Xian had determined that his voice wouldn't get tired at all, even with continuous high-pitch output. This phenomenon can only be explained by openness. As for whether the voice would have a limit, Lin Xian wasn't prepared to test it. After all, even a concert is only about 2 hours of singing. The point is that he's not likely to have a concert. He's not ready to make a debut. He just sings every once in a while. Then why don't we stop singing? Lin Xian asked tentatively. Lu Qingxian said, no more singing. If you still want to sing, I can listen to you. I'm not singing either. I've had enough. Lin Xian smiled and shook his head. Having sung several songs in a row, he really had gotten over it. Okay. Lu Qingxian actually wanted to hear Lin Xian sing, and wanted to learn Lin Xian's vocal techniques. In Lu Qingxuan's opinion, the reason why Lin Xian was able to sing like this, apart from his talent, he must have used some special techniques to protect his voice so well. But since Lin Xian had said so, she was naturally embarrassed to let Lin Xian continue singing. I'll go back to practicing my instrument then. Well, I've got other things to do too. In this regard, they are separate. Lin Xian went straight to his room. The computer in Lin Xian's study was fairly well equipped, and his Zhuan Mom Hunter's machete was hungry for more. A flurry of fighting, a dimming of the sky. When he came back to his senses, there was a knock on the door right outside. Lin Xian, I made dinner. Want to eat? Lu Qingxian made dinner? Lin Xian looked at his 1:8 record and resolutely Alt plus F4. As long as I can't see, you can't spray me. Coming. Opening the door, Lu Qingxian, whose hair was casually coiled up and wearing a housecoat and a bare apron, appeared magnificently in front of Lin Xian's eyes. Crap! Face on open? The impact that the at-home version of Lu Qingxian brought to Lin Xian was even better than the goddess version of her in the company. The latter is a high goddess, a future big star, unattainable. The former has more of a lived-in vibe, like a beautiful neighbor's cabbage that you want to get into. Lu Qingxian didn't have that much on her mind, and looked at Lin Xian, who was wearing big pants and flip-flops, and smiled shyly. I'm from Sichuan Chongqing, so the food I cook might not be quite to your taste. No, I like Sichuan food the most. Lin Xian looked at the other party's snow-white neck. It's just that your voice is fine, right? Lu Qingxian said. It's okay, I don't eat vegetables. I drink kanji. What? Cooking exclusively for yourself? Lin Xian felt that it was really best for him not to have redundant, strange thoughts. But I can't help it that this woman is exuding mad charisma. On the first floor of the restaurant, the air still lingers with the unique spicy and fresh aroma of Sichuan cuisine. The table was set with 2 dishes and 1 soup, as well as a bowl of vegetable porridge that didn't look very good. Sit down and I'll serve you dinner. Lu Qingxian greeted, and her person was already heading towards the electric rice cooker in the kitchen. Looking at that soft back, Lin Xian only felt that he was afraid that he wasn't dreaming. No, you really do? Do girls still cook these days? That's rare. Who would have thought that a music department goddess of Lu Qingxuan's caliber would actually dip her delicate hands in Yanchun water? Lin Xian suddenly realized that although the original owner had been chasing Lu Qingxian for 3 years, he really didn't know much about her. Even strange. Sighing, Lin Xian walked to the dining table and sat down. 2 small dishes, a spicy diced chicken and a sautéed green vegetable. 1 red and 1 green. Sold top-notch. The tomato and egg soup looks quite tasty too. Lin Xian knew he was more or less seeing things through a filter, but he was happy to. A moment later, the aroma of rice along with a light fragrance reached Lin Xian's nose, and a bowl full of white rice and a pair of chopsticks were placed in front of Lin Xian. I'm sorry, I didn't know you'd be moving in today. There's only chicken breasts and vegetables in the fridge. I'll go purchase some other meats tomorrow. Lu Qingxian said apologetically as she sat down opposite Lin Xian. My god, is this, like, the tip of the iceberg of your cooking skills? Lin Xian's tone was exaggerated and he was crazily cranky. By the way, he also put a piece of diced chicken in his mouth and said beautifully, being your roommate is too happy. No way. You're exaggerating. Lu Qingxian covered her mouth and laughed lightly, clearly amused. Lin Xian was pleased in his heart and praised himself for his bright idea. It's not that hard to make a girl happy. Chapter 16, Stealing a Song? As Lin Xian feasted, Lu Qingxian silently drank her own green vegetable porridge. As a result, after Lin Xian finished a meal, Lu Qingxian froze and didn't move her food once. Are all of you female artists on such an exaggerated diet? Looking at Lu Qingxian, who was taking small bites of the green vegetable porridge, Lin Xian was numb. Nowadays, in this society, monks are eating meat. How come there are still people who just drink kanji? No. Lu Qingxian shook her head. I have a show coming up next month. That's why I'm eating lighter to maintain the state of my voice. Normally, I'm actually the type with heavier tastes. Admirable. Lin Xian gave a thumbs up and heartily praised. Anyone who can overcome their eating habits on their own is a tough guy. Lu Qingxian smiled and continued to drink her kanji. What's the program that's going to be on? Lin Xian asked. Sound of Dreams, a sound variety show that was quite hot last year, is going to be filmed for a second season this year. Lu Qingxian said. The Sound of Dreams? Lin Xian recalled slightly and remembered what kind of variety show this was, because the original owner also followed this audio variety last year. It's a challenging audio variety show with 6 resident music tutors, for top-tier singers, a song king and a song queen, a luxurious lineup. Folk vegetarians or new singers with musical dreams can choose one of the mentors and challenge each other by covering each other's music after going through the registration and audition. The mentor, being the more established and stronger party, is required to randomly draw songs on the spot and adapt them on the spot. After both sides sang, the audience and the other 5 mentors judged who did better. Once the challenger is victorious, he or she can move on to the next round. Winning 3 consecutive rounds will not only get you a tailor-made golden song, but also a resource channel to promote the song when you release it, shared by all the mentors and the program. There is no doubt that the pass is quite difficult. It is simply inappropriate to sing the original song in front of the original singer and have to beat the original singer in a contest 3 times in a row. But it was also because of this gimmick that the show was ushered into a major fire. Fans are quite buying into the image of the show's mentors as strong men who change songs on the spot and win many battles. The 2 divas have been labeled as the Great Demon King and the Dream Destroyer Tutor. Although the show is more of a mentor show, there were 2 passers-by in last year's 12 episodes. All have now signed to top entertainment companies, a step up to become second-tier singers, and are expected to hit the first tier. The program is quite gold. Obviously, Lu Qingxian was aiming for a step to heaven, and even if they can't pass, with Lu Qingxuan's face value, as long as she shows her face in the program, her exposure will not be low. This was what Lin Xian had prepared for Lu Qingxuan's debut resources. Lin Xian's sudden appearance and songwriting, on the other hand, was a complete accident. At this moment, Lu Qingxian put down the chopsticks with not a single grain of rice left, and said with a serious face, Lin Xian, can I ask you for a favor? Lin Xian was stunned. Of course, I said we're friends. If there's anything you need from me, just say it directly. Thanks. Lu Qingxian revealed a light smile. It's actually the next period of time until I go on the show. I'll stay at home to practice and do special training. When you're free, could you help me correct my deficiencies? It's not like you have to help me all the time. Just give me a few pointers once in a while when you're free. That's it. Ha! Lin Xian smiled. Of course you can. The future diva gives me a solo performance of her talent every day. Saying that can make others die of envy. Saying that, Lin Xian suddenly straightened his back and bowed forward. Please make sure I do this matter. Lu Qingxian couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Her daily hobbies, which were nothing but music, did not understand Lin Xian's behavior. But it had to be said that this kind of Lin Xian was much more interesting than the Lin Xian he had perceived in the past. Just when the 2 of them were having a good time, Lin Xian, who was still working overtime at the company at this time, had almost screwed his 2 eyebrows together. Director Chi, I'll say it one last time. I'm only giving this song to our company's artists. If Director Chi can't accept it, it's still early anyway. It's perfectly fine to wait for other composers to deliver the song to you. On the phone, the middle-aged man's slightly mellow voice was full of helplessness. Mr. Lin, you know me as a person, and your company's artist's rendition of this song has also exceeded my expectations. I'm quite satisfied, but as you know, Goodbye X is a project of Empire, and nowadays, even if I'm the chief director, I'm no longer the only one who has the final say. I'll be honest with you. This female number 1 who requested to be sung by her is the one who was at the same time as Lu Qingxian, and is now already the top stream flower girl of Dihao, with an extraordinary status, Even I had to sell her a few favors. Actually, the key still lies in Lu Qingxian, Chiyu said in a deep voice. Originally, she had already lost interest in singing and completely switched to the big screen, but after learning that the song was sung by Lu Qingxian, she went crazy and insisted that it had to be sung by her. Goodbye X was my last directing gig at Empire, and maybe my last directing gig for a few years down the road, so I put a lot of heart and soul into it, and Decency was the perfect theme song for it, and I didn't want to give it up. How about this, Mr. Lin? I'll contact an old friend afterward and ask him to create a customized song for Lu Qingxian, the quality of which is definitely not inferior to decent, so I guarantee that she won't suffer. What do you think? No. Lin Xian shook her head decisively. If you've said so, Director Chi, then it's good for me to give you a piece of the puzzle as well. This song, Decent, is actually my brother's work. Director Chi, you know my brother. He won't care about how much money this song can earn him. He only cares about whether Lu Qingxian is happy or unhappy. Even if I agree to hand it over to someone else to sing it, my brother won't agree to it. So Director Chi, you should forget about it. Either change the song, or take out the prestige of your chief director. As far as I know, your female #1 singing level is quite ordinary. Young Lin's work? On the other end of the phone, Shi Yu was silent. Thanks to his status as a top calligraphy master, he met Master Lin at a calligraphy exchange meeting. It was only afterward that he met Lin Yuan, a business tycoon and the Lin family siblings, by a chance encounter. Compared to the Lin family, whether it was him, a famous director, or an entertainment company such as Imperial Hal, they were all small ants. Lin Xian wanted to rely on his own skills to mix with the entertainment industry, and as an old-timer in the entertainment industry, he could still talk about everything. As for the youngest member of the Lin family, he couldn't think of what to talk about. Alright Mr. Lin, I'll take care of this myself. Hang up. Shiyu couldn't help but scratch the top of his head, which was getting thinner and thinner. When the theme song was first solicited for Goodbye X, the opportunity given to Lin Xian's Lime Entertainment was purely held for befriending purposes, without any hope. Never in a million years did he expect to end up with such a big problem. After hearing Decent, he had decided on the song and didn't think anyone could make a better tune. After hesitating for a long time, he violently pounded the table and muttered to himself, I'm not going to hang out in Dihao anyway. Her Dihao top stream flower girl, it's none of my business. Chapter 17. Magic City. An upscale neighborhood. In front of the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, an enchanting woman in a red silk nightgown, holding a red wine, looked down on the river at night. A pair of phoenix eyes narrowed slightly, as if pondering something. Sister Xin, it's not good. The girl's panicked voice suddenly came from behind her, followed by a series of hurried footsteps. Xia Xin frowned and turned back to glare at the small assistant who ran in panic. Take a chance. The sky can still collapse. The young assistant with a green face immediately stopped in her tracks and lowered her head in a bit of a panic. I'm sorry. Next time, I'll consider changing my assistant. Xia Xin said coldly. No, Sister Xin. The little assistant panicked. I'll correct it and promise not to do it again. That's your business. No need to assure me of anything. Xia Xin shook her head gently and moved to sit on the couch. Go ahead. What is it? The little assistant followed beside her step by step, slightly relieved, and organized his wording internally before carefully saying, Sister Xin, Director Chi called just now, about the theme song. He decided that he wanted to use the original version sent by Lime Entertainment, and this matter has already been agreed upon by General Manager Zhu. Xia Xian's calm face steeped in coldness. Where's the reason? Director Chi says. The little assistant's voice instantly trailed off. Said Sister Xin, your vocal line? Not suitable for singing the theme song. Using the original version is for the final presentation of the movie. Bang! The coffee table was slapped heavily. What does he mean? Think I'm inferior to Lu Qingxian? The little assistant was taken aback, and immediately dared not speak again. Thankfully, after her outburst, Zaxxon seemed to be lost in some kind of thought, some kind of memory, and had no intention of bothering her again. At this moment, Xia Xian was indeed caught up in her own memories. In the beginning, she and Lu Qingxian were the same batch of newcomers who signed to Dihao, and both of them were unique among the trainees of the same period in terms of face value and singing voice. But there is only one chance to debut, and after much selection, it was finally Lu Qingxian who got the chance to debut. In fact, losing was just as good as losing. Xia Xian considered herself not someone who couldn't afford to lose. Besides, she didn't think that Lu Qingxian was really any better than her. What Xia Xian couldn't accept was that she had already graduated from school and Lu Qingxian was still a sophomore, a full 4 years younger than her. From here, she simply lost. Ever since she was a little girl, Xia Xian had never been the star-crossed moon, and all the girls of her contemporaries could only live under her light. Proud as she was, how could she accept a girl younger than her? Riding on her head, During the time when Lu Qingxian had made her debut, Xia Xian was constantly thinking about finding a chance to prove herself once more. Unfortunately, things didn't go as planned, and Lu Qingxian soon fell out with the company and was completely snowed in, losing the possibility of competing with her on the same stage. I thought that this incident was going to be a lifelong regret, but it seems that God is not willing to let Lu Qingxian, a bright pearl, to be dusty. Xia Xian was excited when she learned that Lu Qingxian was being entertained by Lime. She even expected Lu Qingxian to become famous quickly. After all, she was now the top stream, and it was always a bit of a bully to take the initiative to go and find Lu Qingxian, an artist who was currently not even in the 18th tier, to compare her highs and lows. She didn't mind bullying the young with the old. After all, she was already a few years older than Lu Qingxian. Besides, Lu Qingxian couldn't mix with the entertainment industry. It wasn't caused by her, as long as she could prove that she was better than Lu Qingxian. But victory or defeat needed to be judged by the audience, and the audience would surely decide that she was bullying the small by the big, so she could only wait for Lu Qingxian's status to be equal to hers. It's just that she didn't expect the opportunity to actually come when she said it would. Qingxian Lu was actually going to sing the theme song of the movie she's starring in. Just the end result of this, Xia Xian was deep in thought. Although Qiyu was prepared to use Lu Qingxian's version, she didn't lose. Everyone has everyone's strengths in their own way, and Qiyu has said that she just doesn't have the right vocal range. It's just because it happens to be a song that suits Lu Qingxian better. If she had also sung songs in the genre she specializes in, the results would have been different. Ying, have you gotten any results from the things I asked you to investigate? Xia Xian suddenly asked. Ying, who was standing in a daze, was once again startled for a moment, and then hurriedly said, yes there is, yesterday and today. Lime Entertainment has been actively contacting marketing bloggers and music critics in the music industry, supposedly preparing to release a song on August 1st, and trying to get these well-known figures to carry the beat and heat. Releasing a song on August 1st? Xia Xian's phoenix eyes narrowed slightly, and her long, slender, jade-white fingers tapped the coffee table rhythmically, one by one. A moment later, Xia Xian suddenly stopped moving. Let's just use this new song list to compete. One last time. Making up her mind, Xia Xian picked up her cell phone and dialed a number out. Mr. Wang, I've agreed to be part of the drama with Zhou Che, but I want to participate in the competition for next month's new song list. That new song of Mr. Zhua's, Sing It For Me. The next day, Lin Xian, who spent the first half of the night in a liver novel and the second half of the night fooling around in the canyon, woke up in the afternoon. As soon as he went downstairs, he saw Lu Qingxian sitting in front of the piano, earnestly, but slightly awkwardly playing the piano. The other party was in a state of concentration, not having a single sense of Lin Xian's arrival. Qingxian Lu is not good at piano? Lin Xian was quite surprised by this. After all, for musicians, the piano is a widely used instrument, and is even known as the king of instruments. With Lu Qingxian's musical literacy, she shouldn't be so rusty. Maybe the energy is focused on the singing part. Lin Xian didn't care too much and rubbed his stomach as he slipped in the direction of the kitchen, ready to shut up his rumbling stomach. As a result, he had only just walked to the restaurant when Lin Xian was stunned. 123,456? 6 dishes? Looking at the table, which was neatly arranged, but not a single chopstick had been touched for the delicate dishes. It was as if he saw Lu Qingxian getting up early in the morning to buy groceries and working alone in the kitchen, her forehead wet with fine sweat. What can I do? Lin Xian couldn't help but sigh. Of course, Lin Xian was still self-aware and didn't think it was because he was so charming. The real reason should be that he had promised to help Lu Qingxian improve her singing yesterday. This wave, is destined to be eaten. Unfortunately, it would be better if it was a soft mouth to eat. The sullen man is sullen alone. After touching the bowl with his upper hand and realizing that it was still faintly warm, his eyes couldn't help but light up. It's the perfect temperature for lazy people. Not hot. Big mouthfuls of dazzle. 10 minutes later, Lin Xian rubbed his stomach and left the restaurant. Seeing Lu Qingxian, who was still focused on practicing the piano, he instantly felt that he should do something. Thinking slightly, Lin Xian raised his steps and approached over, taking the initiative to open his mouth to interrupt Lu Qingxian. Qingxian, I have a song here that's perfect for playing on the piano. Mind if I show it off? Chapter 18, New Song Chart Storm Clouds. As Lin Xian's words fell, Lu Qingxian's playing came to an abrupt end. New song? Lu Qingxian turned back to look at Lin Xian, her peach blossom eyes shining with anticipation. New song. Lin Xian did not disappoint Lu Qingxian and gave a definite reply. Come on, I want to hear it. Lu Qingxian hurriedly got up, even lifting the bare apron she had forgotten to take off and wiping it on the stool. Lin Xian wasn't polite and directly sat down on his butt, casually moving his fingers while smiling. This song is called What I Miss. After saying that, Lin Xian closed his eyes and brewed his emotions. It's a song that requires emotion, in order to be sung well. Luckily for Lin Xian, who had memorized the song perfectly through the collection, this was not difficult at all. One only needs to savor the lyrics to naturally enter into that complex emotion of nostalgia and passing. A few moments later, Lin Xian's fingers suddenly moved gently, and a melodious melody with a hint of remembrance drifted out. As soon as the intro sounded, Lu Qingxian, who was listening on the sidelines, seemed to enter into some sort of mood. I asked why and the girl texted me, and why you, without explanation, bowed your head in silence. I'm supposed to believe that you love me too much to perfume me, still realize you no longer want to undo anything. The lyrics are common. It's just a plain old rehashing of the past. Very unpleasant past. Lin Envy's song doesn't tear at the heart. Just listen to the soft singing, like a pure stream. The stream, however, has a magic that goes straight to the heart. Lu Qingxian, who was listening to the song, was already in a daze at some point, gradually falling into the sad emotions of this passing. But as Lin's voice drops off and goes into the chorus, another mood steeply emerges. What I miss is having nothing to say. What I miss is dreaming together. What I miss is the urge to still want to love you after a fight. I remember that birthday. Remember that one song too. Remember the stars. Tightest right hand. The warmest chest. Who remembers? Who forgot? The main song is the unpleasant reality. The chorus, however, is all about the beauty of memories. In strong contrast, Lu Qingxian also looked like she had experienced a not-so-perfect relationship. There were tears glistening in his eyes, but a light smile was on his face. The song she loved was really super into the song back in the day. MP3s on a crazy single loop. Feel like more young people should be reading my book. Not sure if I can relate. The singing continues. Lin Xian became more and more involved. The song finished and the air fell into silence. Both were still in the throes of their emotions for a long time, until the door was suddenly kicked in with a bang. The two men turned back in unison. Then he saw the exasperated Lin Xian, who was walking into the hall in a windy manner. Sister Xian, Lu Qingxian cried out, raised her hand to wipe away her tears, and greeted Lin Xian. Sister Xian, why are you here? Have you eaten? Eat up. Seeing Lu Qingxian, Lin Xian's face was shocked. What's going on with you guys? Still crying? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Lin Xian, you really ing dog can't change his right. I let you live in here to let you bully Qingxian? Ha! Lin Envy, who had followed on the back foot, was dumbfounded. I can tell you're in a bad mood, but can you stop taking it out on me so blatantly? No, fairy sister. You're mistaken. Lu Qingxian hurriedly explained. It's because Lin Xian sang a new song and I was too mesmerized to listen to it. New song? Lin Xian was stunned, and in the next second a bright smile appeared on her face. Why? I knew my brother wasn't this kind of person. What kind of new song is that? And it makes you cry. Is it touching? It's not so much touching. I should say, it's one of those songs that can be very emotional. And unfortunately I don't really have that kind of emotional experience. So maybe the substitution isn't perfect, but none of that matters. What matters is the melody of the song. It's really beautiful. Yes? The two women spoke to each other and walked further and further away from Lin Xian. Several question marks floated up on Lin Xian's small head. So he got yelled at for nothing? Forget it. Look at the villa. Look at the A8. Self-soothing, Lin Xian wasn't going to challenge his sister's authority and planned to go upstairs into the canyon to cool off first. As a result, he had only just stepped on the steps when Lin Xian's death stare was projected over. Come here. Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders and silently followed him over. The three of them sat down on the sofa, and Lin Xian poured a glass of juice for herself and drank it all in one gulp. Living up to her name, Qingxian, there's some bad news to inform you. The Imperial House side is going to have an idea for next month's new songs chart, and they've suddenly launched a publicity campaign today, with a big gesture. Composed by ace songwriter Zhuo Quan and sung by popular top stream flower girl Xia Xian, fans over there have now gone on a collective binge, claiming that it's a descending blow that has already booked the top spot on the August charts. Xia Xian sends out a song? Lu Qingxian frowned slightly. Yeah, it's Shaoxin. Lin Xian put the cup in her hand down heavily and said in annoyance. This woman can be really something. It must be that the singing rights of Decent can't compete with you, and heard the rumors that we're going to release the song in August, so she made this out to intentionally disgust people. Compared to Lin Xian's annoyance, Lu Qingxian was calm. If she wants to release it, she can release it, no matter how good her song is and how many fans she has. It's just her. It's impossible to squeeze Dripping Rain and keep walking out of the new songs charts. As long as it can be at the top of the new songs charts, it'll be the equivalent of success for us. You don't know. That's the problem. Lin Xian was even more annoyed. That crazy woman Xia Xian should have put her blood on the line this time. Originally she had a large body of fans, but she also made the matter of releasing a song the #1 hot search, causing a whole bunch of people to run out and rub it in now. Now the 6 top entertainment companies in China, only Star River Media, which specializes in film and television, has not said anything, and the remaining 5 said this morning that they would participate in the new song list competition to make the singing world lively. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Those a few old hair abacus beads are going to buckle broken. Just like this, just casually screw a little. No matter what the quality of the songs they send out, the public concerned about the music industry will certainly all run to listen to their new songs. Absolutely blood money. And it's not just them. A lot of first and second tier entertainment companies also want to come and rub their noses in the heat. This kind of great event with extremely high exposure. As long as you can show your face in it, you'll make blood money. In the end, obviously the first to want to release the song, and still the source of this thing on the contrary, became the least attention. Several originally promised to give us publicity for the new song of the media, have now clearly expressed the refusal to cooperate. You guys say that people are not angry. Chapter 19, new song finally released. At those words, Lu Qingxian couldn't be optimistic. It's common in the entertainment industry that even the best wine is afraid of the deepest alley. When you play showbiz, you need exposure and you need heat. Even veteran entertainers who have been around for a long time and are not trying to retire have to find something to maintain exposure. Those who have work can use it, and those who really don't have work can go on the lace. Anyway, it just can't get cold. After all, for artists, the exposure and the frequency of announcements is directly proportional to the amount of silver, all for nothing. And for newcomers with no name recognition, exposure is even more important, and it has to be constant. Without access to exposure, even with an heirloom classic in hand, few people will remember it. In the end, Lime Entertainment was nothing more than a new company that had just been established, and its base was too thin. No heat wants heat. Yet in the face of such great heat, it's impossible to rub it in when you want to. If we can't, we'll avoid August. Lu Qingxian gritted her teeth and said, anyway, according to the original plan, we weren't planning to release the song in August, so it's not too late to release it in September. Just when the first installment of Voice of Dreams airs, it should be able to bring me a lot of heat. How about that? Lin Xian was filled with displeasure. That Xian is clearly coming at you. Really just run away in disgrace. Designated to be mocked by her behind her back. And if you can avoid the first day, you can't avoid the 15th. So what if she comes back when September rolls around? But, there's nothing to but. Lin Xian's little fist pounded. Coffee table HP 1. I came over this time just to inform you too of this matter, so that you have a psychological preparation. The song is issued as usual, is not publicity, don't worry about it. My sister, I have a lot of money. Money and everything is good to do, to ensure that you get a colorful Lu Qingxian, in fact, with the quality of dripping rain and keep walking. As long as it's not this kind of extreme environment, a single Xian sniping, I'm not afraid of it, and this money can be spent without any need to spend it. No, Qingxian, you're wrong to think that way. It's precisely because the quality of the songs is hard enough that this money has to be spent. This is a great opportunity for you to take a step up to heaven. What you spend now, you're sure to make back to me tenfold and 100-fold later. Alright, Lu Qingxian weakly answered. The boss had said so. What could she do? Lin Xian suddenly named names. Lin Xian, who had been silent on the side, was inexplicably flustered in his heart. This shouldn't have anything to do with me, right? I'm just a songwriter. How is it not related? This is a song sung by Qingxian, and you're saying it has nothing to do with you? Lin Xian. He said to himself, I've shown my cards to people and said I'll get a divorce when I get the chance, and there's still a load of relationships. Of course, he only dared to say in his heart that Lin Xian's level of devotion to this matter was a bit beyond his imagination, and that he was given a room and a car. Knowing that he's so unhelpful, he'll probably make a big deal out of it. Well, let me get this straight. Don't you still have a big bull over here? You don't have a chance to drive it anyway. It's just sitting around. So I'll help you contact someone to sell it. Lin Xian. Don't worry. I don't want your car for nothing. Lin Xian said. I'll put all the proceeds from the songs on your card. This time for sure. Lin Xian sighed. Suit yourself. But you have to get past our dad to get the car keys. Don't worry about that. Lin Xian immediately laughed. Alright, on to the talent. Let me hear what song it is that made Qingxian praise it like this. After listening to the song, Lin Xian left in a hurry. Lin Xian seriously suspected that she had come back for the purpose of messing with her own supercar. But if it's gone, it's gone. Speaking from his heart, he also felt that for Lu Qingxian, this was a good opportunity to quickly accumulate popularity. Supercars come along all the time. Opportunities don't. The storm is coming, but the rhythm of the duo's life is the same as it has always been. Leaving behind the lyrics and sheet music, and personally teaching Lu Qingxian to play and sing the song in its entirety twice. Lu Qingxian then practiced the song alone in silence. Lin Xian, on the other hand, went back to his room and frantically coded. Nowadays, Fighting Broken has strongly topped the new book list, the reward list and the recommendation list. Realizing the first of the three lists, editor Su Su is also very helpful, directly arranging a big cover push on the homepage, and preparing to let the Fighting Broken in 250,000 words on the shelves, to start the charging mode. Originally, like this kind of super explosive book, it should be shelved earlier, only Lin Xian's update is really too forceful, leaving too little time for Su Su to operate, which has no choice but to set it at 250,000 words. When it comes down to it, The Rise of Doom is a foregone conclusion. The winds of cool writing are destined to blow strong. Just write more. Straight sacks of money, okay. Having just lost a supercar, Lin Xian's enthusiasm for coding is high. Lin Xian was even considering whether or not to bring out characters like the returning King of Soldiers, the God of War, as well as Long Ao Tian, but the idea was eventually abandoned. Although the cultural thing is elegant and vulgar, why touch the vulgar when there is so much elegance to move? He, Lin Xian, also has baggage. Okay, and so, time passed day by day, soon approaching August 1st. During that time, the fights hit the shelves, shook up a whole bunch of authors with a 60,000 first booking. In time, countless writers who were still on the fence followed suit. Phrases such as scrappy flow and withdrawal flow are starting to become buzzwords in author circles. The long-dormant online writing scene is finally showing signs of raising its head and recovering again. And as the originator of doo-wop, naturally, it is riding on this wind that blew up by itself, flying higher and higher. In addition, Lu Qingxuan's piano level, too, had seen a sudden improvement. When Lin Xian was bored every day, he would go downstairs and instruct Lu Qingxian to play the zither. Lin Xian, who had never made friends, guided people in a simple and rough way, divided into 4 steps. Listen to the play, pick at it, break it down and explain it, and then finally demonstrate it yourself. With a set of combination techniques, Lin Xian didn't know how the overall level of enhancement was, but as far as the song in question was concerned, it was a visible improvement in the degree of control. It's also worth noting that the relationship between the two, it seems, has transitioned from being friends with lip service to being true friends. At least Lin Envy thinks so. Late night, 2350. Lin Xian, and Lu Qingxian stood guard in the living room together. On the coffee table was the Lin Xian laptop, the screen displaying the new song charts from all the major platforms. 10 more minutes until the new song is released. Although the list won't be updated until 12 noon the next day, it's possible to get a rough estimate of the final score by auditioning in real time. Of course, auditions don't count towards the final score on the new songs chart. Bluestar's new songs chart only includes non-free songs. Free songs do not make the list. For non-free songs, everyone gets 5 tries during the release of a new song. After the new song period, the audition is changed to 1 time. Those who want to listen to it from time to time in the future, or as a single song loop, will have to pay $2 for a paid download to do so. The new songs chart is based on the actual paid downloads as the basis for the final ranking. There is no doubt that this mechanism, which requires real money to be shelled out, is quite friendly to powerful newcomers to the songwriting scene. Maybe your fans are so rabid that even if you lift a pot of out, people are willing to hold their nose and eat it and say how great their brother is just to be supportive. But you're going a little overboard if you're going to make people pay for to eat. The people who are truly fanatical to this point are ultimately only a small percentage of the population. On the contrary, even if you are a newcomer, if you lift out a mountain of food, it will be hard for those who like to eat to refuse to buy it. This was the reason why Lu Qingxian didn't think that she would definitely lose, even though she knew that Xia Xian's popularity was skyrocketing. There's no doubt that for most people who like music, Dripping Rain All the Way is a mountain of a song. This thing has been proven on Earth. The only thing that needs to be done is to get people to see this deliciousness. On this point, Lin Xian was already prepared. At last, with the trio watching intently, 12 o'clock arrived. The new song is officially released. Chapter 20: The Power of Marketing. Almost the next second after the full hour, Lin Xian was snapping words on her keyboard. A little love. It's Shaheen's song. Tactically defying your opponent is still strategically important. After a brief lull, the song information surfaces. Sung by Xia Xian. Composed by Zhuo Quan. Lyrics by He Xiaoming. Arrangement, Zhang Zhiyu. 4 people, all of whom are well-known names in the industry. The 2 composers and arrangers, in particular, work with people who are most of the time at the level of songwriters and singers. With these 2 titled, it doesn't really matter if the person singing is Xia Xian or not. The quality of the song itself is enough to mess up and kill in the new song charts. The old saying that a bundle of dogs can win probably refers to this situation. Plus Xia Xian's fame, To be honest, Lin Xian didn't even know how Xia Xian was going to lose. In the upper right corner, the number of online listeners, which is automatically refreshed every 5 seconds, is displayed 9981. Just in time to watch and refresh. 24,152. More than 20,000 people stayed up most of the night counting the hours to listen to Shaheen's new song. The numbers were exaggerated, but the 3 people in the room expected it and weren't surprised. Listen to the song. All listen carefully, especially you. Envy. Make sure you judge the quality of the song from the most professional point of view. Lin Xian didn't say anything and gave an okay sign. On the side, Lu Qingxian was holding a small notebook and had long since entered serious mode. As Lin Xian clicked play, a light intro sounded in the hall, like summer with a small refreshing cool breeze on the face. Listening to a song like this on a hot summer day gives you a great feeling. No doubt about it. The strength of the ace composer really doesn't hold any water. Afterwards, Xia Xian's sensual imperial voice sang along with the rhythm of the music. A song to listen to. Looking again at the number of online tasters, it's come to 62,451. And there's no doubt that number will go up. There's not much to say. It's top stream. Lin Xian looked at Lin Xian for the first time. How is it? Lin Envy said gruffly. The song is a good song, and in terms of melody and arrangement, it is not in the least inferior to Getting Wet and Walking All the Time. But, the advantage is in us. Lin Xian was instantly energized. How so? This song is about first love, right? The lyrics are all about the thumping heart and sweetness of first love, and the arrangement is upbeat and relaxed. So it's okay to characterize this song as a little sweet song, right? Aha. Lin Xian nodded. Lu Qingxian also said, no problem, then it's not over. Lin Xian laughed. The problem is the same as before when I asked Qingxian to sing decent with a different vocal line. Xia Xian's voice is very nice, both pure and lustful, making people want to be in love. But don't you guys think that such a voice doesn't bring out the full strengths of this little sweet song? Indeed, that's something I've noticed as well. Lu Qingxian spoke. But I think that Xia Xian sings quite well. Lin Xian expressed a different view. And who says that an imperial sister can't have her first love? Isn't this something else? Okay, I know you're a royalty too. Lin Xian was speechless. This is an analysis from a professional perspective. A professional perspective. Fine, I get it. The advantage is ours. But what's up with you, kid? Lin Xian suddenly backhanded Lin Xian's ear. What does it mean to be both pure and lustful? To want to be in the wrong? You have Qingxian, and you still want to enter another woman. Is that like it? Lin Xian, is it decent for you, a sister to drive with your face on? If you want to beat me up, just say so. Sister Xian, it's better to look at our song first. Lu Qingxian said expressionlessly. Seeing this, Lin Xian shook his head straight. Subsequently, search for Getting Wet and Going All the Time. Song information surfaced. Sung by Lu Qingxian. Composer, Lin Xian. Lyrics, Lin Xian. Arrangement, Wu Mengjiang. This arranger was a teacher that Lin Xian had hired back through his connections, and was said to be an elder in the family of Lin Xian's college roommate. This teacher is old in the truest sense of the word. In his 60s, usually enjoying his old age at home, out of the company, and only striking out on tunes that interest him. The treatment is exceptional, but the ability is really top-notch. The fact that he was able to get Michelle Liu to ditch the original version and choose his is evident. Unfortunately, the demo numbers are wildly different for the same great songs. Number of online tasters, 349. For that matter, Lin Xian had gotten a small promotional spot for a new song on a music platform after some operation. The kind where 7 or 8 advertisements rotated once every few seconds. Without this little advertisement, it's not even remotely surprising that there are 0 auditions at this time of year. Don't be discouraged. The backhanded publicity I've arranged is about to begin. A month is still a long time. We have plenty of opportunity to catch up. Aha! Lin Xian and Lu Qingxian were not discouraged and had already anticipated this situation. Next, the trio began to stab at the music of the remaining major entertainment companies. The result is not surprising. Several major entertainment companies have no intention of competing with Xia Xian for the #1 spot. Clear of new singers plus boutique song combinations, the main focus is to rub it in. Instead, there are 2 first-tier companies that have pulled out second-tier singers and are aiming for second and third. While Lin Xian and the others were listening to the song, the country's largest social media platform, Weiwang, was also bustling with activity. A post titled Xia Xian's new song debuts, 100,000 people try it online at the same time was quickly topped as the #1 hot search. Other companies are not far behind, with all sorts of fancy headlines touting their artists. Of these, the 6th-ranked hot post title is again the most exaggerated. August's new song, Summer Shin No, 1 inch, no, this is the #1 in my heart. This wave, a victory for the title party. Of course, it also has to do with the fact that the poster is a well-known music critic with 4 million followers on Microwave Foot, Van Lang, notoriously sharp and venomous in his reviews. Many people are just fine with this and love to see the high and mighty celebrities get nudged to the point of worthlessness. Obviously, Van Lang's targeting of the canon on CIXIN was the key to the post making it to the top of the Hot 100. The many melon eaters wanted to see who was so insouciant that they actually dared to touch CIXIN. The result was a big disappointment for many people when they clicked in, because Fan Long didn't really fire at CIXIN, but just reviewed the song Little Love very pertinently and wrote in the end, "There's no doubt that this is a sweet love song that is a classic, and if another song hadn't come along, August would have been the month for this song, unfortunately." So next, I invite you to go ahead and sample the song Getting Rained and Keeping Going, and then come back afterward to see me give you an in-depth breakdown of what it means to have a ceiling of inspirational songs. Down the line, it's a little essay that's 500 words long. The article starts off with a big boast about the lyrics of Dripping Rain and Going All the Way, pointing out the inspirational attributes of it. Immediately after that, she was blowing up Lu Qingxuan's singing, and even said that her singing level was not inferior to that of a diva, and other exaggerated words. Originally many of the people who saw this hot post were all but unconcerned, just sighing. I didn't realize that Fan Lang, who was known for his poisonous tongue, had actually started to chaw up lousy money. However, when a real significant number of people searched for and sampled Getting Rained All the Time with curiosity, and then recalled the hot post with this in-depth analysis of the song, they were amazed. Chapter 21, New Ideas. 8 a.m. Lin Xian, who was sitting on the sofa napping, was woken up by an exaggerated scream. Ah! Lin Xian, look at Lin Xian. You and Qing Xian are on the top 10 hot searches. Ha! Lin Xian opened his eyes in a daze, then saw Lin Xian excitedly sitting down beside him. Immediately afterward, the laptop disliked Lin Xian's eyes. Lin Xian, who was somewhat speechless in his heart, had to brace himself and look at the microwave hot search in front of him. Hot search no. 1. CIXIN's new song debuts. 100,000 people listen online at the same time. Second, August's new song CIXIN number 1. This is the first in my heart. 10th, Lu Qingxian vs CIXIN. August's dark horse emerges. Lin Xian equals ace lyricist? Seeing the 10th title, Lin Xian's eyes glazed over. You arranged this? Lin Xian proudly nodded. Yes, I also had a sudden idea. Let someone post after a random rhythm. I did not expect to be on the top 10 of the hot searches. This wave we earned a lot. Holy, it's really you. What are you doing getting me up there? Lin Xian was puzzled. Qing Xian is the woman who is going to become the Queen of Heaven. You, as the man who outputs behind Qing Xian, shouldn't think that you can remain silent, right, Lin Xian? Lu Qingxian, who had also kept watch all night on the side, went numb and stood up silently. Qing Xian, what are you doing? Lin Xian asked. I'll practice the piano. Lu Qingxian walked towards where the piano was placed and said without looking back. Now the other party's heat is basically equal to ours. The next step is to look at the quality and talk. There's no need to stare. It's still early for the list to open at noon, so it's good to be idle. Right. Lin Xian also stood up. Then I'll go catch up on some sleep. Lin Xian, you keep watch and wake me up at 11:30. Lin Xian, when will the days of being persecuted by my sister end? It's impossible to stay up. Watching Lin Xian's back disappear around the corner of the stairs, Lin Xian immediately put his computer down on the table before closing his eyes and randomly picking out songs from the collection. This was something Lin Xian did every day before going to bed after obtaining the plugin. Listen to songs, watch anime, and read novels while you can't sleep. During this period of time, the various kinds of works in Lin Xian's mind had added up to thousands. For that matter, it's all still sleepy and no serious results. After all, for Lin Xian, even a series of tomatoes with a total length of dozens of hours wouldn't take more than 10 seconds to watch it meticulously from beginning to end. Like a song like this, it's almost instantaneous. There's no need to strain yourself. Just like that, after accidentally catching up on 2 more romance tomes, Lin Xian fell into a deep sleep. Lin Xian had a dream. In his dream, he traveled again. In the guise of a secondary male protagonist, the opening scene is a personal wake-up call from a pink-haired, black-silked green plum. He could even smell the fresh, milky scent of the lovely green plum. Had ha. Ugh ha ha. Lu Qingxian was speechless for a while as she looked at Lin Xian, who was giggling madly and pulling at the corners of his mouth. Let me. Lin Xian ripped the slipper from his face and directly covered Lin Xian's face. In an instant, the beautiful dream turned into a nightmare, only to see the pink hair black silk Qing Mei Hai leap directly in the air to complete a magnificent transformation into 300 pounds of guifei. Lin Xian was alarmed. Is fart done attack? Who? Sweating profusely, Lin Xian sat up directly from the sofa, panting heavily. Lin Xian smiled sweetly. Brother, let's eat. What? It always felt like something really rude had happened. Why did Qingxian seem to be holding back her laughter? At the dinner table, Lu Qingxian was still taking small sips of her kanji. Lin Xian and Lin Xian were fighting over the ownership of the last spicy shrimp. It ended with Lin Xian taking the head of the shrimp. Serves you right for being single. Shrimp head man. Lin Xian gracefully put the shrimp body into her mouth and spoke faintly. Lin Envy breaks the big defense. What the hell is going on today? At this time, Lu Qingxian suddenly said, "It's 12 o'clock. At those words, Lin Xian, who was closest to the computer, immediately refreshed the page. 2 seconds later, the list was successfully refreshed. First place, A Little Love. Downloads, 297,000. Second place, Getting Wet and Going All the Time. Downloads, 74,000. Cliff lead, taking nearly 300,000 downloads in just 12 hours. There's no doubt that the gold level threshold of 1 million downloads is as scary as the song is bulletproof. After a long period of silence, Lu Qingxian was the first to speak. It's not bad. The number of downloads is more than I expected. I'll continue to increase the publicity. Lin Xian said. Lin Xian said, don't be in a hurry. It's only the first day. Let the bullets fly for a while. What do you mean? The two women looked at Lin Xian in unison. Lin Xian scratched his head, then remembered that Blue Star didn't have this terrier. That said, how much money could this movie have made in this world if it had been made? On Earth, in 10 years, the domestic box office has not yet ushered in the box office explosion. Let the Bullets Fly still captured nearly 700 million box office, and created a phenomenal hot topic. This kind of heat would feel like it would have to be at least $3 or $4 billion to hit the bottom of the barrel if we were to put it in the 24 years of the crossover. Just to barely make sense. After all, a certain movie that used weight loss as a marketing topic took in over $3 billion at the box office. Lean. What's the point of writing songs and novels? Lin Xian suddenly had been dumbfounded by his previous self. If you want to say what makes the most money in the entertainment industry, it has to be making movies. On Earth, Cameron made 9.7 billion in net profit on one Avatar movie. What's the concept? Even if we can't replicate the miracle of Avatar, we can always make a few hundred million or so from one movie. Shoot for dozens or hundreds straight. Inherit the family fortune? It doesn't exist. Let's be the rich generation. Directly the son inherits double the pleasure. What? I don't have a girlfriend? Lin Xian steeply looked back at Lin Xian. Sister, do you have a dream? Lin Xian? Ahem. Let's just say that if I have an excellent movie script, would you consider expanding your business for Lime Entertainment? Lin Xian asked carefully. Yes, if you really want to make a movie. It's still Lin Xian. Not that there's no cost or anything. Holding back for a few months. With the money earned from the novel alone, Lin Xian could consider making small budget movies. Technically it's not a problem either. There are plenty of textbooks in the collection. Lin Envy doesn't want to keep himself that busy. Throwing the movie script to Lin Xian and letting the chosen venture make money for himself is the way to go. However, Lin Xian obviously didn't buy it and said disdainfully, you really think you're a genius? And an excellent movie drama? You're a piece of who scored 10 points in the college entrance exam essay. Talking to me about this? Don't look down on people, alright? And don't look at my current level of lyric filling. Lin Xian tilted his nostrils with a trifle of arrogance. Lin Xian was stunned. Like the guy brought out 3 songs, all with his own lyrics. Chapter 22, time for the appearance of the Holy Spirit. No, are you serious? Lin Xian finally got serious. Lin Xian was just about to nod, but as a result, Lin Xian spoke again. Seriously, also useless. Sister, I now have no money and no one. Take the head to shoot a movie. You just honestly write songs, and so on. Later we have a rich family background. Directly acquired a movie department back to you to play. Good boy. Well, a movie is definitely out of the question in the short term. But fear not, dude is young and has plenty of time. Alright, we're second. We're too far away from first. We probably won't be able to catch up in a short period of time. So wash up and go to sleep after dinner. Especially you, Xing Xian. Lin Xian criticized a panda-eyed 18th line actress by name. Don't strain yourself too much. Take it easy in these last 2 days. You're going to record a variety show on the 4th. It's the most important thing to maintain your condition. After all, you're supposed to be strong. Oh, Lu Qingxian obediently nodded her head. Here, take this. Lin Xian suddenly pulled out 2 tickets and stuffed them into Lu Qingxuan's hand. It just so happens that there's a concert for your future mentor Yi Qingyi tomorrow night. It's right next door in Hangzhou. I'll have Lin Xian accompany you to see it. Holding the tickets, Lu Qingxian was dumbfounded. Again? But Turnip's concert. Her eyes lit up slightly. This is a character who was already at the end of her dreams, but also her idol. Having grown up listening to each other's songs, though she wasn't an avid groupie and didn't even know there was a concert tomorrow, but the chance to see an idol in concert is in front of us. Fine, I have no problem with that. Lin Xian expressed indifference. Lu Qingxian tightened the ticket in her hand. Then I'll trouble you. The siblings froze in unison. Agreed so easily? That's two people going out in pairs and having to spend the night. I'm going to bed first. Lu Qingxuan's ears burned as she put down the small bowl she happened to be drinking clean and fled. That's fine, little envy. Watching Lu Qingxian flee, Lin Xian smiled with a wide-eyed smile. How far has it progressed now? Have you gotten to the bases yet? Lin Xian. It's over. The image of the sister in the original owner's mind is going to crumble. Was the original owner wrong, or was he wrong? Why had Lin Xian never shown this side in front of the original owner before? Lin Xian thought he could even publish a new book and call it My Wingman Sister. Come on. I can tell by the look of you that it's not going to work. Lindsay patted her ass and got up. Gotta go out. Remember to wash the dishes. Lin Xian took a mouthful of rice and said, I have plenty of good works, so don't collapse yourself too tightly. Ha ha, got it. Lin Xian waved his hand and walked away in style. The fact that the company was severely understaffed made it impossible for her, the boss, to make it easy. Making a name for yourself is only the first step. The subsequent operation is the real chore. That's why Lin Xian didn't want to lead the officer himself. They say life is a struggle. Lin Xian thought that was to say, who wants to struggle with money? Who doesn't want to work as little as possible? And who doesn't want to steal half a day of their life? Who doesn't want to enjoy life every day? The world is so big and there are more interesting things to experience in a lifetime. There is no need to worry about being bored. For Lin Xian, his life was wonderful because of the Earth Civic treasure. And what he had to do was just to make Earth Civic shine in this world as much as possible. It just so happens that Lin Xian wants to start an entertainment company, which solves a big problem for him. Lin Xian had it all figured out that in the future, Lin Xian would be in charge of making things bigger and stronger, and he would be in charge of pretending to be a saint. As for Qingxian, just take her to pretend and take her to fly. More words. Honestly, although occasionally some thoughts that should not have been born, Lin Xian felt that he was purely seeing color, including the original owner. Lin Xian also felt that it was only because of the begging and not being able to get it, after getting on top of it, that he would be so obsessive, talking about what love or not. Otherwise it wouldn't have been possible to be egged on casually to try to make a raw deal. Of course, it was unlikely that someone else, Lu Qingxian, would think more of him is all. After you've cleaned up the dishes, washing them by hand is out of the question. That would make the dishwasher feel like it's useless. Returning to his room, Lin Xian prepared to sleep again. It always felt that the pink-haired black silk Qingmei must have been transformed into a noble princess for some strange reason, and Lin Xian wanted to meet again for a while. As a result, just after lying down, WeChat suddenly rang the ringtone after a long time. Lin Xian was surprised and picked up his cell phone. It was only logical that no one else would be contacting him now. Picked it up and found it was the counselor. Connecting to the video, a small, round, slightly leering face with glasses appeared on the screen. Lin Xian smiled and said, it's been a long time since Chun. The original owner's memory was that this counselor, unlike the kind of guy you see twice a semester, was a pretty enthusiastic counselor who basically responded to any and all requests. Because he was born with a pair of squinting eyes, he always gave people an unkind feeling when looking at people. Named Lu Chun, known as Chun. Lin Xian, that person is you, right? In the video, Lu Chun looked excited. His squinting eyes seemed to be glowing. What, that person? Lin Xian was confused. It's the same Lin Xian who wrote Getting Wet and Walking All the Time. Lu Chun's squinted eyes locked onto Lin Xian, but his tone was tangled. Lin Xian wrote the lyrics and composed the music, and Lu Qingxian sang it, so how do I think it's more likely that it's you? But how could it be you? Lin Xian raised his eyebrows and suddenly remembered that the original owner, a composition student, had actually tried his hand at composing music and had been trying to create customized pieces for Lu Qingxian, and each time after completing the creation, we would ask Chun to evaluate and guide us. Chun couldn't be more clear about how much weight the original owner had. Chun, do you believe in sudden epiphanies? Lin Xian said. Unbelievable. Chun's round face shook like a rattle. What do you mean? You don't want to say that you're really that Lin Xian, right? Well, I am. Lin Xian said calmly. In the video, it's as if Chun's picture is stuck. It's okay, hang up. Ow. I had an all-nighter yesterday. I need to catch up on my sleep. Wait. Lu Chun hurriedly called out to Lin Xian, his face full of solemnity. You said that Chinese people don't lie to Chinese people. Lin Xian, turn around. I'll send you my employment information in Lime Entertainment, so there's always no problem, right? By the way, senior year is not to get an internship certificate to come. Chun you by the way to help me get this thing on. After saying that, Lin Xian directly hung up the video. There's really no way to explain this in the main, so I might as well let him make up his own mind. Closing his eyes, Lin Xian suddenly thought of another problem. This matter was known to Chun. It was impossible for his dear classmates not to know, probably just like Chun. Can't confirm. What's the point of sleeping? Next, it's epiphany time. Thinking of this, Lin Xian picked up his cell phone again and tapped on the classmate group that was undisturbed but showed 999 plus. At this time, the discussion in the classmates group was going on. Wang Zi, I bet a packet of chili fries. This Lin Xian is not his Lin Xian. He is 117 pounds and 6 tails. I know it very well. Zhang Feng, let me also clarify. It's definitely not him. I know exactly how many hairs are in my pants. Yang Rui, we've worn the same pair of pants. I know him. It's really a misunderstanding. What? What a ing surprise. Chapter 23, think about it. Growing up, Lin Xian experienced for the first time what was meant by wanting to knife people's hearts. Seeing the apparent surge in the rate of refreshing messages in the group, Lin Xian couldn't stabilize himself and hurriedly typed to Chun, hurry up and put these 3 pussies on a 24-hour package. And later everyone will know that Lin Xian grew up under your tutelage. After sending the message, Lin Xian right-clicked on the group chat and instantly saw the group owner withdrew a group member message *3. Wang Zi was banned for 24 hours. Zhang Feng was banned for 24 hours. Yang Rui was banned for 24 hours. Chun is awesome. Not bad for a 30-year-old bachelor. Silently giving Chun a nod, Lin Xian typed directly into the group. Lin Xian, sorry everyone. My 3 stupid sons aren't very good in the head. Sometimes they talk nonsense. Sorry. Lin Envy, video. The video shows 3 men wearing cockeyed eye patches, each holding a large mineral water bottle in a frenzy of mutual aggression. Mainly a good sound is a good head. The group chat suddenly went eerily quiet for a moment. Then, it blew right up. I admit that the 3 of them aren't smart in the head, but cutie. Words are more believable I guess. Kinda curious how Zhang Feng knew how many hairs were in his pants. Funny. JPG. Sane curiosity. Curious +1. I guess it took quite a while to count them one by one. There's a picture. Is there a possibility that the press doesn't need to be counted? Interesting. JPG. That's enough of you guys. It's over. I'm not clean in the head. Lin Xian clenched his fists, itching to pound on Zhang Feng's dog head through the air. This dog, he knows how to take death. And what's with the group? Obviously he's out. Aren't you guys curious about who Lin Xian really is? Ask instead. Well, that's when Chun finally stepped in. The group owner turned on a full ban. Lin Envy is set as an administrator. Lu Chun, everyone don't mess with the rhythm haha. All calm and cool. Group rules to understand. In addition, people are interested in whether or not Lin Xian is the lyricist of Getting Drenched and Keeping Going. And this is something I've already asked Lin Xian to confirm. Yes, that's right. That's Lin Xian's work. At Lin Envy, want to say a few words? Lin Envy, there's nothing to say. It's just an occasional song, and it's possible for everyone to do it when they're inspired. In addition, we also want to thank Chun's tireless teaching. I had no less than 10 times previously to take the work to find Chun to the guidance. He did not refuse even once. Believe Chun. Get a good song. After sending the message, Lin Xian quickly closed the group chat. The first attempt in life to manifest himself before men ended in failure. All he wanted to do now was escape. Nope. Lin Xian edited the message again. I'll let you keep your dogs' lives until you get back to your dorms for the start of the school year. Chopper. JPG. Sent en masse to 3 people, then blacked out individually, refusing to explain. All screwed up. Lin Xian realized that the group message was bouncing again. Apparently Springer gave the unban. Want to take a look? Lin Xian didn't quite dare to click on it. Always thought the group would be more excited for sure. It's like those celebrities whose melons move and dominate the hot searches. Damn it. 3 dog thieves. Lin Xian was completely unable to sleep. So, the canyon, the mom hunter came online. However, what Lin Xian didn't know was that the group at this moment was the picture he wanted. At Lin Envy. My god. At Lin Xian. Help me get an autograph from senior sister Qingxian, please. Poor. JPG. Sister sang Lin Xian's song. Wouldn't that be? Oh. My goddess Big cry. JPG. At Lin Envy. Come out in chat wow. Brother Envy don't worry. Those 3 cuties. We won't believe a single punctuation mark of what was said. Ha. Go to the top post of the forum. Lin Xian is actually my brother. Posted by Zhang Feng. So many sand sculpture photos of Lin Xian. Laughed me to death. Just an hour before and after. Lin Xian's identity as a junior in the composition department of the Magic City Music Academy spread throughout the school's forums, causing a hot debate. Mostly, just haven't seen such a grounded and talented songwriter. However, Lin Xian didn't know any of this. The next day, Lin Xian got up early. The Divas concert actually interested him quite a bit. It turned out that Lu Qingxian was ahead of him. The smell of millet porridge was already wafting from the kitchen. In the living room, Lu Qingxian was doing stretches in her sweat-soaked tank top and small shorts. Lin envy got hard, the all-over kind. It was as if a fixation spell had been cast. Until Lu Qingxian twisted his waist and saw his dull figure, the air seemed to freeze. Morning. Lu Qingxian silently collected her movements and gave a greeting. Morning, Lin envy said mechanically. You wash up first, breakfast will be a while. Aha. After exchanging a few brief words, Lu Qingxian walked past Lin Xian. At that instant, Lin Xian's pupils drifted to the side like he was out of control, accidentally discovering that the expressionless and calm Lu Qingxuan's ears were already red. This is screwed up. Lin Xian knew that it was his overreaction that had affected the other party. After all, athletic tank tops and shorts aren't big, but they're tight where they should be. But the other party was Lu Qingxian. She was the #1 flower of the university for 4 years, and she was the most popular flower in the university. She is the one who is at the top of the face value even in the showbiz industry where handsome men and beautiful women are inundated. He's a single old geek. Where can he top that? What color tank top is she wearing? By the way, finish the shower. After changing into dry clothes, Lin Xian and Lu Qingxian, who had also changed her clothes, sat at the dining table and ate breakfast. Qingxian, have you ever thought about what your live concert would be like? Lin Xian broke the silence, having nothing to say. Lu Qingxian was stunned. Some gleam flashed in her eyes, then dimmed again. I thought about it before, but then I didn't want to. Why? Lin Xian asked. Because it's no use thinking about it. Lu Qingxian smiled and said, right now, I just want to do everything I can as well as I can and be down to earth. Thinking too much will only make me overambitious and impractical. Well, Lin Xian pursed his lips. What another person who recognizes the boneheadedness of reality. After thinking about it, Lin Xian said, actually, you can think about it. I don't think this day will be very far away from you. Aha. Lu Qingxian nodded gently, her gaze wandering. After taking a mouthful of porridge, he suddenly said, Lin Xian, do you have any aspirations? Like becoming a Chu father or something like that? Lin Xian cocked his head, instinctively puzzled for a moment. This question is a bit of a superlative. The memories he had inherited were of deeds experienced by the original owner and did not include thoughts. What Lin Xian thought of as the original owner's thoughts were inferred through behavior. To Lin Xian, everything about the original owner was like a movie of his life, and the events in the movie might cause Lin Xian to empathize. For example, the matter of liking Lu Qingxian. Lin Xian felt that he was really miserable, licking his chops to end up with nothing to sympathize with. But all of this couldn't substantially affect Lin Xian himself, regardless of whether the original owner was begging and unwilling, or was really infatuated. He couldn't let Lin Xian turn into a licking dog because of it. Does the original owner have ideals? Lin Xian carefully recalled the original owner's deeds before high school. Besides being ordinary or common, chasing after Lu Qingxian was the longest thing the original owner had ever insisted on. Ideal? Lin Xian hesitated for a moment and said, before, my greatest ideal would have been to chase you and be your boyfriend. Lu Qingxuan's small mouth opened slightly. Lin Xian didn't need to think to know what she was trying to say. You call that an ideal? However, Lin Xian felt that since he had inherited the original owner's identity, it was better to respect it, and the dead were the greatest. Now then, just like you used to think about concerts but now you don't anymore. I don't either. Lin Xian smiled, but I'm not as strong as you. No, even when I'm frustrated, I'm still moving in that direction, one firm step at a time. I just want to lay flat now. I want to live a little easier, and just let everything go. Ahem. Lin Xian gently coughed twice. Just now I was a little careless, a little too relaxed, not too polite. Sorry I will pay attention next time. Lu Qingxian slowly closed her mouth and took a few small sips of porridge. Actually, you can think about it. Chapter 24. What? Lin Xian's heart thumped, and his eyes stared straight at Lu Qingxian, who was still taking small sips of kanji. What do you mean? Straight ball? For a while, Lin Xian only felt that breakfast didn't even smell good anymore, his mind frantically analyzing Lu Qingxuan's mental activities when she said this. Thinking about it, he felt that Lu Qingxian must have developed a mind to return the favor again. After all, the fact that Lu Qingxian could now continue to sing and her career could take off was, from Lu Qingxuan's perspective, entirely thanks to her two siblings. Suddenly I hear myself saying that my ideal is to catch her. Reasonable. Figuring out the reason, Lin Xian suddenly felt tasteless again. Thought it was because I was suddenly more attractive. No, I just want to lie flat, Lin Xian said with a sigh. The heart is infinitely despondent. It's not good to keep thinking like this. When can I really have a girlfriend? It's kinda silly to say in this day and age, but he's kinda stubborn as a person. If you're really looking for someone to partner up with for life, it has to be through a sweet relationship. Otherwise it would be better to be single and free. Lonely, clubhouse models. Anyway, this life he is not destined to lack of money. Then again, can we talk to Lu Qingxian? Lin Xian felt that he was typical of the three views that followed the five senses and was completely okay. The question was whether or not Lu Qingxian could walk out. Although the contact was brief, Lin Xian could clearly feel that Lu Qingxian was the one who knew the kindness. She had to be made to feel, in her heart of hearts, that she was no longer owed. That was easy. As she became more famous and helped make more money, the sense of indebtedness would surely fade after a certain point. But would she even look at herself at that point? Lin Xian felt that it was better for him not to beat her up. The uncertainty was too great. But where can you find the perfect woman who will fulfill all your fantasies and still look at you? It's true that gender relations are so difficult. Lin Xian's thoughts were racing, and he completely failed to realize that when he heard him say the word no, Lu Qingxian buried her head deeply, covering everything up. The only sound left on the table was the slight chewing of two people. After the meal, Lu Qingxian took the initiative to clean up the dishes, only to be stopped by Lin Xian. We live together. We still have to be polite. Lin Xian seriously said, I also know how to cook. I can't push everything onto you. In the future when we're both at home, we'll take turns cooking, and the person who cooks doesn't wash the dishes. Lu Qingxian was stunned. I don't mind. I mind. Lin Xian said, if I'm spoiled and lazy, how can I find a girlfriend in the future? Now that times have changed, hard-working men are the ones with more advantages. Well, Lu Qingxian pursed her lips and stood to the side. Lin Xian did as he said, stood up and cleaned up nimbly with skillful movements. Right, what time are we leaving? Lin Xian asked. Lu Qingxian said, depending on your time, I'm always available. Let's leave this afternoon then. The concert doesn't start until 7 o'clock at night. Aha, how's our new song coming along? Lin Xian asked again. Momentum is okay. Lu Qingxian gained a bit more vigor. As of now, there have been 310,000 downloads, an increase of 240,000, and the downloads of A Little Love are 480,000, an increase of 180,000. That's not bad. Lin Xian was slightly surprised. This world can be much friendlier to powerful newcomers than on Earth. Can't be too optimistic. Lu Qingxian added. Last night, Xia Xian called on her fans on Weibo to all audition Dripping Rain and Keep Walking, claiming that it's a really great song that's definitely worth listening to. Because of this, Getting Rained and Keeping Going has been on the #1 hot search for 2 hours, and the exploding downloads have a lot to do with this, and there's a chance that tomorrow's growth figures will drop significantly. That does. Lin Xian smacked his lips and was a bit surprised. But is this Xia Xian so martial virtues oriented? I've heard that players who speak of martial virtues usually lose miserably. I have a hunch that we're stable in this wave. Hopefully. Lu Qingxian shook her head. Not optimistic. Xia Xian in order to carry forward the good works, not to give the rival diversion behavior, but ushered in a harvest of word of mouth, greatly enhanced a wave of passers-by, belongs to the retreat for progress. To say that the only thing to be optimistic about is that it has completely pulled away from third place. That second-tier singer in third place has only 130,000 downloads so far. Clearly this is a presence at the bottom of the second tier, and is fairly average in both popularity and songs. The two suddenly fell silent again. After thinking about it, Lin Xian said, alright, go do your own thing. I'll take care of lunch, and I'll call you at mealtime, after which we'll head out. Lu Qingxian was stunned. Okay, then move to the place where the piano was. Lin Xian, on the other hand, quietly looked at Lu Qingxian's slender back and fell into deep thought. What the hell is he doing? The inner purpose is clear. He admitted that he couldn't let go of Lu Qingxian. The strategic purpose is also clear. Put the two of you on the same page first with the details of your life, and then eventually get her spirit to rise to the same page as yourself, as equals. After that, with you and me in the picture, he's comfortable with whatever happens. But the reality was that Lu Qingxian was driven away by him. Why can't he just change his behavior of not being able to find something to talk about and then ending it completely? Lin Xian was depressed. After cleaning up the after-dinner hygiene, Lin Xian didn't go upstairs and took out his laptop to sit in the living room and write a novel. At 11 o'clock sharp, he closed his computer and entered the kitchen. Is it hard to fry? Anyway, Lin Xian didn't understand how someone could be so indistinguishable from sugar and salt and MSG. Is the writing on the bag too small to see? There's also the kind where you get half a packet of salt for a dish. You really haven't seen anyone fry a single dish since you were a kid? Incomprehensible. For Lin Xian, fry the ingredients, sprinkle with salt MSG flavor, add some chili if you like spicy food, and serve it up. Simple as that. The flavors certainly don't compare to the intricacies of someone else's chef's process, but it's certainly not hard to eat either. In less than half an hour, Lin Xian's version of 3 dishes and 1 soup was served on the table. Stir-fried pork with green peppers, hot and sour shredded potatoes, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and cabbage and tofu soup. Wiping the grease stains on his apron, Lin Xian looked at his work with heartfelt satisfaction. These dishes, it would not be an exaggeration to say that they were his specialty, the pinnacle of his exquisite living masterpiece, and all the ingredients together would not cost more than $20. Who can say no to a man who can keep house? After serving 2 bowls full of white rice, Lin Xian was ready to go shout at someone. This time, he will not make the same mistake as he did in the morning. As a result, when he turned around, he met a pair of stunned peach blossom eyes. Lin Xian was taken aback and scratched his head. Hungry? Yes, with the little kanji Lu Qingxian had eaten in the morning. She must have been hungry long ago. Lu Qingxian softly answered, subconsciously dropping her head, her earlobes once again slightly reddening. Come and eat then. Don't have porridge for this meal. Have something normal. Lin Xian pulled out a stool and greeted Lu Qingxian at the table. Watching Lin Xian's movements, Lu Qingxian was speechless. This one's a cutie. Bar. Chapter 25, Arrogant and Domineering. As the food entered her mouth, Lu Qingxian realized that the dishes were unexpectedly delicious. He can really cook, and it's such a common dish. While taking small bites, Lu Qingxian once again couldn't help but sneak a peek at Lin Xian, who was taking big bites of his meal, just as she couldn't help but peek outside the restaurant just now. Still the same problem, can't read it. Incomprehensible. The talent to come up with 3 classics in a row with all the lyrics, music and even arrangements is something that I'm afraid many songwriters would find hard to do. And then also very good at singing, at least as good as the king of songs, if not beyond. The piano was also superb. Every note was extremely precise and silky smooth. It's hard to imagine how much hard practice one has to go through to get to this level. But as soon as he turned around, he went back into the kitchen and pulled out a couple of plates of homemade favorites. How in the world can there be such a person? He's only a junior, just in his early 20s, a year younger than even himself, and even spend a lot of time on pointless things like pursuing yourself. Lu Qingxian now regretted it. Why did the moment he heard Lin Xian say that his ideal was to catch up to himself, he would ghost out that kind of highly suggestive words? Even in that moment, there was a vague sense of amusement, as if a man overboard had grabbed the last straw. Is this what it's like to lose something before you appreciate it? Stealing a look at Lin Xian and recalling the events of the morning, Lu Qingxuan's heart suddenly surged with loss again, accompanied by a faint self-deprecation. There's a saying, you didn't care about me before, but you can't afford me now. Simply unbelievably flattering. At this time no longer hide the sharpness of the Lin Xian. She is not in the high climb, but I'm not bad at all. Thinking of the great progress she had made on the piano in the past few days, strength surged back in Lu Qingxuan's heart. One might not have the means to become as demonic as Lin Xian, but one could completely become someone who would not lose to anyone among the girls of the same age as Lin Xian perceived them to be. Feeling the opposite side suddenly shift from chewing slowly to quickly picking up his food, question marks surfaced on Lin Xian's brain. Why does it feel like this girl is burning up again? 3 minutes later, Lu Qingxian finished off a large bowl of rice, plus a silky amount of food, wiped her mouth and stood up. Call me before you leave. I'm going to practice the piano some more. Putting down a sentence, Lu Qingxuan's footsteps were hurried and she ran to the piano. Lin Xian looked at the rice he had only eaten half a bowl of and fell into deep thought. What happened to the promise of cooking and not washing dishes? In the end, it was Lin Xian who cleaned everything up again. Sneaking a glance outside the piano room, Lu Qingxian, who was dressed in a housecoat, sat straight in front of the white piano, her slender white fingers jumping rapidly on the keys, her small head tapping along with the rhythm, driving her body in a slight rhythm as well. After his eyes lingered uncontrollably for a moment at the place where the trembling was relatively large, Lin Xian gulped and turned to leave. Just let her practice a little longer. Sitting down in front of the computer again, Lin Xian clicked on the new song list and took a look. No. 1. A Little Love, with 521,000 downloads. Second, Getting Rained and Keeping Going, with 364,000 downloads. After the opening of the list, the number of downloads is the state of real-time updates. According to the data given by Lu Qingxian in the morning, after a morning had passed, Dripping Rain and Keep Walking still had an advantage in terms of increase, with 10,000 more than the first, but the gap is still so big that it's hard to catch up. After thinking about it, Lin Xian opened the author's backstage and directly changed the stock manuscript by 100,000 words out and wrote at the end, "Today, I listened to a song called Dripping Rain Keep Walking, gave me a bad excitement, super inspirational, angry more 100,000. I hope that the book lovers who like this song must remember to support it." Now the download volume of this song is 364,000. As of tomorrow at 12 noon so far, the song rose how much download volume? I will explode more how much. I said to do it. After messing up and closing the background, Lin Xian lightly exhaled. There was only so much he could do. The latest chapter of The Doom has a catch-up subscription of 236k. Quite a pleasing statistic. At the same time, this is an almost impossible statistic for the Earth's online writing world. Bluestar does not have a free website. Piracy sites have also long been a legend. Plus Dream by Dream Chinese net domestic monopoly typenet literature circle hegemony volume support. Only to create such a horrible data. Lin Xian updates 30,000 words a day. And the unit price for a single person to subscribe to 30,000 words is almost 50 cents, which is the unit price after setting aside the website's share. That is to say, not counting those who abandoned the pit in the middle of the day, not counting those who rewarded him, and relying solely on the subscriptions from the latest chapters. Lin Xian's daily income has now reached a staggering 6 figures every day. And this income will continue to rise as time goes by and the influence of doo-wop grows stronger and stronger. But none of that matters. The important thing is that there are explosive shifts as a reward, and there should be quite a few readers willing to support it. After all, this book hasn't come down since it went to number 1 on the reward list. The readers are quite generous. Even if only half the people supported it, it would still pull Getting Rained and Keeping Going up to infinitely closer to number 1 in downloads. Of course, some of them might have already downloaded it, but that wouldn't be something Lin Xian needed to consider. After all this, Lin Xian took out his cell phone and set a bright alarm clock, and then started the big business of coding again. As a fickle man, Lin Xian's thoughts changed again. It's straightforward to code the entire book altogether and then completely lay back and count your money every day to pull up the joy to the max. This is how life should be, with infinite reveries for the good. Lin Xian's hand speed of coding flew. Perhaps it was the mutation, but he could now casually reach 15,000 words per hour. And if he got serious and used the room's top-of-the-line peripherals, he would even be able to double that. But even Lin Xian couldn't maintain this hand speed for a long time. His fingers would get sore. You can't get it right over time. It's not a competition. It's better to take it easy and cozy. Just write 100,000 or so a day, and I'll finish the book by early September at the most. Just as Lin Xian was coding. On the other side, a climactic moment for readers in the comments section of The Dipper. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This is a statement from an uneducated old man. For the most part, they were cheering. It's New Year's Eve, guys. It's New Year's Eve. Never seen such a capricious author. Love, love, love. Nothing more. Reward first, watch later. Get into the good habit. No brothers. A certain witty reader found the flashy point. Brother Chang said that he'll change the number of downloads of that song by as much as it goes up. Hey, let's all go and download it. Won't it be New Year's Eve again tomorrow? Upstairs brother, stop lamenting now. You think this is a commercial? It's a mistake. Don't forget that his pen name is Yardstick Strong. It looks like an advertisement, but it's actually Strong's challenge to our readers. Come to the top quickly and challenge Strong's limits. Ha ha ha. Even though I think it's an advertisement, I top it. I'll do it. I'm in. Shortly afterward, a thread was firebombed to the top of the book circle Hot Topics. Post titled, Never Seen Such an Arrogant and Bossy Author. Chapter 26. Thank you. Is that all you've got? At 2:30, Lin Xian, who was only carrying a cell phone, looked at Lu Qingxuan's small satchel, which was not much bigger than a palm, and was dumbfounded. That four-square shape, that's the cell phone inside, right? Yeah, why? Lu Qingxian blinked, not understanding where Lin Xian's doubts came from. Nice guy. Face first again. Don't pretend to be cute with such a pretty face, okay? Lin Xian had so many grooves that he didn't know where to start. I'm a brown man. You're a delicate girl. Do you think it's a good idea to be like me? Where's your lipstick? And what about that legendary makeup mirror that every girl carries around to touch up her makeup? Subsequently, Lin Xian discovered a shocking fact. Lu Qingxian didn't wear any makeup at all. May I ask how you managed to look so bright even when you're obviously not wearing any makeup? Other girls will cry when they find out. Okay, ready to go? Seeing that Lin Xian didn't say anything and was staring at himself for a while, Lu Qingxian unnaturally pinched the corner of her coat. Departure. Lin Xian turned around, sighed darkly, and clenched his fists again. God forbid if this isn't taken down. Getting into the A8, the two finally started their journey as the in-car navigation began to play. Ready to go. 181 kilometers. Expected to arrive in 2 hours and 31 minutes. There are 4 service areas. Watching Lin Xian skillfully drive the car onto the national highway, Lu Qingxian suddenly thought of a question. Lin Xian, did you bring your ID card? What? Lin Xian's hand holding the steering wheel trembled for a moment, being touched by a sensitive nerve. ID card? Right. Lu Qingxian said. Otherwise we won't be able to get into the hotel at night, right? Lin Xian opened his mouth, wanting to say that it was only more than 2 hours. Driving back wouldn't be the end of it. But when the words came to his mouth, he gave them back and said, I forgot. I'll go back and get it. Saying that, Lin Xian looked at the road and directly turned around in place. Lu Qingxian added, "It's just that there are too many people over at the arena, and the hotels nearer to the venue are all full, so I only managed to grab a double room." What? Lin Xian's brain was almost about to spin, looking at Lu Qingxian in shock. "It shouldn't be a problem, right? Aren't there two of us at home?" Lu Qingxian said in a calm tone. Lin Xian wanted to say, "Can that be the same?" But on second thought, Lu Qingxian wasn't even afraid. What was he afraid of? "As long as you don't mind." Lin Xian said this as calmly as possible, while his heart turned over in huge waves. Legend has it that there is a kind of man known as the friend of the maiden, who comes with the attribute of safety, and girls can even get drunk in front of him without the slightest worry about waking up the next day with more strange things in their bodies. Could it be that Lu Qingxian saw this potential in herself? It is simply outrageous. He's a wolf. He'll actually eat the meat. Tilting his gaze, Lin Xian motionlessly glanced at Lu Qingxian in the passenger seat. At this moment, this earthly beauty still had a calm face, as if she was just doing an ordinary thing. "You'd better not make any more trouble, or you'll be in for it." Chanting viciously in his mind, Lin Xian decided not to think about it anymore. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Qingxuan's heart was beating fast at this moment. Her mind kept drifting back to one of the tips she'd read when she'd looked them up online before booking the hotel. The internet says, girls chase boys is actually very simple, especially for their own face value. Have confidence in the girls. As the saying goes, the hero is difficult to pass the beauty pass. Men love beautiful women, is engraved in the bones of the genes. The high value of fairies often just need to give the boy to create the opportunity to get close to their own. He will come close to themselves, can be easy to pinch. The piece of face value. Lu Qingxian had a clear perception of herself and was sure that Lin Xian was interested in her. It's just that would that be too much? Just in case thinking of that worst possible scenario, Lu Qingxian bit her lip and ran her fingers over the small satchel, feeling the presence of the small packaging bag. The heart was filled with shame as it was slightly at ease. What was the difference between his own behavior at this time and Lin Xian's behavior at the time? No, Lin Xian was drinking, but he himself. It's okay. Lu Qingxian gently exhaled to calm herself down. Even though Lin Xian had decided to give up, he was still willing to give his heartfelt work to himself to sing, and was still willing to take the trouble to instruct himself in singing and playing the piano. He gave himself the best of everything and asked for nothing. One is merely giving him everything he deserves. Grab your ID and the A8 is back on the road. The process was smooth. In his last life, Lin Xian drove 1,800 kilometers back to his hometown alone without any problems, and more than 100 kilometers was just a small thing to him. It's just that there's no traffic on the highway, but downtown it's at lust level. So much so that by the time we got to the hotel's parking lot, it was already 6:40. So, on the way to the Olympic Center Stadium, there was one more grifter who was furiously nibbling on a loaf of bread and jogging all the way to the stadium. Behind the grifter, the young girl holds the bread, like a comic book heroine coming into reality. Unfortunately, this heroine looked so wretched at this point that she didn't even have the energy to eat her bread, simply because the grifter in front of her was running a little too fast, and she was having a particularly hard time just following. Look, 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 full marks for beauty. On the other side of the sidewalk, two men were likewise running wildly, and one of them, a svelte man with glasses, suddenly shouted in agitation. Where? Off to the side. The fellow incher peeked out reflexively. Across the street. Across the street. The man with the glasses said hastily. The inch-haired man immediately looked over, and his eyes instantly flashed with essence. These two are definitely brother and sister. The man with the glasses froze, then reveled in ecstasy. Should be in a hurry to go to the concert as well. Maybe we can get to know each other. Maybe? The inch-headed man revealed a scornful smile. So you're still single. The opportunities are all caught in your own hands. When it comes to this kind of situation, directly over to get to know is the king. It is just right to give you a demonstration today, to learn a little. The man with glasses was torn. You have two girlfriends. Why don't I have a real fight first? You, the inch-haired man, who was 5 feet 8 inches, looked down at the glasses man. Okay, I'll watch you perform. This, the man with the glasses instantly panicked. What am I going to say in a moment? Making friends? What else? The inch-haired man said. And what if she doesn't want to? Come on, you might as well rest. The inch-headed man looked like he knew you'd be like this. Time waits for no one. And then dwell on the fact that people are running out of sight. The last show for you. Don't say that, my brother, I'm hiding. Having said that, just in time to reach the intersection, the inch-headed man took advantage of being a sports student and instantly increased his speed, running towards the other side of the road. A depressed-looking man with glasses followed close behind. A moment later, the inch-haired man approached Lin Xian and Lu Qingxian. As the distance approached, the heart of the already old Sea King couldn't help but thump. Where did this fairy come from? In comparison, Those so-called once-in-a-thousand-years levels are simply all weak, okay? Almost instantly, his Sea King's soul blazed. Dude, bringing your sister to a concert? He moved closer to Lin Xian, choosing to make a move from his brother. He has a lot of experience with these sibling parties. Make sure you don't show any thoughts of your sister. Just get to know your brother as a brother first, so you can get to know your sister in a natural way. The only thing to keep in mind is that after a breakup, you must quickly black out all contact information and never let your brother find it. Of course, that question need not be considered here. Little cutie, only then would you want to break up with a girl like that. However, the moment he saw these two appear, being the same man, Lin Xian instantly read the other's intentions. I thought that this kind of people who hit on people in the street would only appear in videos, but I didn't realize that the reality is really there. The point is he just got off with Lu Qingxian, right? Has it been 5 minutes? At this rate, it's going to be annoying. Thinking of this, Lin Xian's footsteps lurched and he turned to look at Lu Qingxian. The latter, with bread in his mouth, blinked, his body revealing innocence. Lin Xian sighed darkly and said to the two, "Sorry buddy, the name Flower has a master. Please make way." After saying that, Lin Xian reached out and held Lu Qingxuan's hand, and at that instant, Lin Xian could feel that soft little hand trembling slightly. However, Lin Xian still chose to pull Lu Qingxian and bypass the duo to continue on his way. At the back, Lu Qingxuan's gaze fell on the hands the two were holding together, and her heart skipped a beat. Unspeakable emotions flooded her mind, making her whole body a little agitated. Is this what holding hands feels like? Looking at Lin Xian's back, Lu Qingxuan's beautiful peach blossom eyes gradually curved into a crescent shape, and then, with immense seriousness, I mentally murmured, "Thank you to two strangers I never met." Chapter 27, The Legendary Lead Treatment. Turning a street corner, Lin Xian glanced back and after seeing that no one was following him, he took the initiative to let go of Lu Qingxuan's hand and apologized. "Just now, it was to avoid trouble. Don't mind it, haha." Unexpectedly, the hand had just been loosened, and that soft and boneless little hand took the initiative to wrap around again. Lu Qingxian looked at a cart selling ice cream on the side of the road and spoke in a flat tone. "Keep holding on to it. Maybe someone else will strike up a conversation." This is not good, is it? Although he was inwardly attached to the slightly cool soft touch, Lin Xian felt that he was not a casual man. Well, Lin Xian already regretted saying that. However, Lu Qingxian acted as if she hadn't heard the words, her eyes glittering brightly as they rested on the ice cream truck cart. "Lin Xian, can I have an ice cream?" "Sure." Lin Xian gave her a strange look. "Buy it if you want to eat it, let's go." "It just so happens that I want to eat it too." "Then you can't tell Sister Xian, and neither can Sister Zhao." Lu Qingxian lowered her voice a bit, like a small thief with a weak heart, in order to avoid getting out of shape. "The company has a rule that you can't eat these things. My sister still cares about that?" Lin Xian was shocked, then waved his hand and said, "Don't worry, boldly eat. You are a singer and not an idol, which need to care about these. Sing well on the line." And, his eyes surveyed Lu Qingxuan's body for a moment. "You should have grown a bit more meat in the first place. You're too skinny, except for a certain part." Of course, Lin Xian silently added in his mind. From the bottom of his heart, he did hope that Lu Qingxian would grow a little meatier. Although the thin branches bearing fruit look visually appealing, it's true that it's the girls with a touch of flesh that are more appealing. In Lu Qingxuan's case, wearing black silk definitely doesn't have that kind of exhaling strangling fleshiness. Even if it's long and straight, it's still ultimately lacking in soul. "I'm not skinny. I'm about to break 100 pounds. Lu Qingxian was still torn, and keeping in shape has nothing to do with whether I'm an idol or not, but it should be fine if I only eat one ice cream, and it just so happens that the bread isn't finished, so the rest of the bread can wait until tomorrow. Wait for me." Lin Xian couldn't listen anymore and let go of his hand and scurried out. Looking at the figure that suddenly ran out, Lu Qingxian froze for a moment before revealing a shallow smile. 2 minutes later, a strawberry-flavored ice cream was shoved into Lu Qingxuan's hands by Lin Xian. "Thanks." An elation visible to the naked eye surfaced on Lu Qingxuan's face. "Let's go and eat as we walk or the concert will really start." Lu Qingxian nodded, and her other idle hand naturally fell into Lin Xian's palm. Lin Xian froze, then closed his palms. It never felt quite right. Why is it suddenly a state where two people can naturally hold hands? What about his sweet love process? Nope, not a couple yet. Lin Xian's brain was a bit messed up, and he always felt that this development was a bit weird. Or was it that all the dead on arrival, lingering romance novels he used to read were a lie? The fact that real-life relationships between men and women develop so quickly? Is it that hasty? It's true when you think about it. People around me in my last life who really talked about being together actually went straight to the sweet spot within a few days of knowing each other. The kind you can't catch up with in a dead heat is the kind you can't catch up with in a dead heat. But then again, everyone else has said it's to avoid trouble, so what's the point of getting worked up about it? Thinking of this, Lin Xian bit down hard on the ice cream. The cold chill accompanied by the sweetness went straight to the sky. Physical calm. As a result, Lin Xian finished off the already small ice cream in 3 or 2 bites. Lu Qingxian glanced at her ice cream that had only been bitten with a tiny nick and hesitated. Do you still want to eat it? Lin Xian glanced at her ice cream and then at the white color of the corners of her mouth. His face twitched and he shook his head. No, this stuff gives me a headache. It's a wonder you don't get headaches when you eat like that. Spitting out a small sentence in her heart, Lu Qingxian continued to eat her ice cream beautifully. Come to think of it, the last time I had ice cream was freshman year. Ever since she entered the entertainment industry and learned about the harsh eating habits of female artists, those favorite snacks of the past, she never touched them again. Not only do you keep a tight rein on your eating habits, but you also run in the morning and do yoga every day. It can be said that most of the credit for her current skin condition and body condition goes to her persistence over the years. Opportunities come only to those who are prepared. She always believed in the words. As a result, the two still suffered from inexperience. They arrived at the venue on time at 7 o'clock, but took the wrong entrance, and by the time the two finally found their super VIP seats in the front row of the infield, they had already missed the opening act and the following 3 whole songs. But the concert scene was a real eye-opener for the two. All the way down the aisle, the screams from the fans in his ears seemed to shatter the entire arena. The revelry of tens of thousands of people can only be realized by experiencing it firsthand. At this point, the stage, Yi Turnip, who was already over 40, wears a gorgeous white gown and sings a lyrical old song. The fans were in high spirits and the whole place was in chorus, with the support rising and falling like a wave to the rhythm of the music, which was extremely spectacular. Beside Lin Xian, Lu Qingxuan's eyes shone, gazing fondly at the figure that was still as slim as a young girl's, her lips gently opening and closing, already joining the chorus army. For a while, Lin Xian was the only one, sitting in his seat with a bitter face like a fake fan, out of place. It wasn't that Lin Xian didn't support the show. He actually quite liked the atmosphere and wanted to blend in, but he meowed. The original owner had never heard of this song at all. Even the original owner had only heard of Yi Turnip, the diva, and her favorite singer was someone else. This is awkward. The good thing is that a song doesn't last very long and the chorus goes by quickly. For one song, Yi Ye's state had completely recovered, because the song just now, she hadn't sung much at all. Calculating the flow of the concert in his mind, Yi followed the plan and started interacting with the audience. Did everyone have fun singing that song Memories just now? Yi Qian said loudly as she held the microphone, her tone carrying a strong incitement. Sure enough, there was an immediate wave of sound. Happy, ha ha ha, just have fun. I'm honored that everyone is so supportive of my concert. Having fun is most important though. Yi Turnip suddenly changed her tone. Her pretty face that hadn't been left with the slightest trace of age revealed a mischievous smile, and her gaze looked towards the front row VIP area. I see there was a late fan just now who didn't seem very happy about it. Off stage, Lin Xian's heart thumped. It's not, is it? Why don't you just give me my ID number? That's a lucky break? Is this the legendary treatment of the protagonist? Chapter 28, Taking the Stage. Lin Xian was confused, but the fact of the matter was that the diva on stage called Yi Turnip did have her eyes on her, and Lin Xian could feel her watching her. It's not just Turnip. As Yi Turnip's words fell, and with Yi Turnip's gaze, countless gazes followed suit and swept towards this area, wanting to see which lucky one could actually be named by the Heavenly Empress. Looking at Lin Xian's bemused and confused demeanor, the smile at the corner of Yi Qing's mouth grew a little thicker. Confirming the flow of the song in your head again. After singing Memories, find a lucky audience member to interact with the song ordered by the audience for an interactive chorus to further enhance the atmosphere of the scene. Confirming that there was no mistake, Yi Turnip took a step towards the edge of the stage. In fact, the reason why Yi Qingyi had noticed Lin Xian was ultimately because of Lu Qingxian. This girl with a frighteningly high face value was like a shining jewel, and when the two of them were still in the aisle of the arena, Yi Turnip caught a glimpse of her in the crowd. By the way, I saw the man holding this girl. For a moment, Yi couldn't help but think, what is this man's virtue? It was out of this idea, especially after seeing that the man obviously wasn't much of a singer, that Yi Turnip couldn't stop herself from wanting to find this man to interact with. It is a well-known fact that people are not connected to each other in terms of grief and joy, and most of the time, human joy is based on the pain of others. Yi Turnip wanted to get rid of the indignation in his heart in this way. What right does he have to possess such a good-looking girl? In the midst of his thoughts, Yi Turnip had already walked to the edge of the stage and said with a smile, "Seat number VIP 8, you didn't seem too happy just now. Is there something bothering you? VIP 8? Lin Xian subconsciously glanced at his seat number, then felt the gaze of countless gazes and was speechless for a while. It's really coming at you. Lin Xian, people are asking you. Beside him, Lu Qingxian looked agitated and gently kicked Lin Xian with her foot. The probability of being named in a concert, 1 in tens of thousands, is no different from winning the lottery. At that moment, a staff member wearing a mask passed a microphone in front of Lin Xian at the right time. There's no way out. Lin Xian's scalp tingled as he raised his hand to take the microphone, his head spinning rapidly. Suddenly, as if he thought of something, Lin Xian's eyes lit up and he spoke. It's not that I'm unhappy. In fact, I'm an unknown composer. And just now, when I was listening to you sing, I was thinking about when the song I wrote would be able to be sung at a concert of this level. This time, it was Yi Turnip's turn to be silent. After mixing with the entertainment industry for so many years, she knew what Lin Xian was playing at as soon as she finished speaking. It's just a chance to promote the song at her concert. After hesitating for less than a second, Yi Turnip smiled generously. What's so difficult about this? 8 is my lucky number. You just happen to be sitting on my lucky number, which means that you are also a lucky person. Since this is the case, I have no choice but to follow the arrangement of fate, and I will lend you a few minutes for the concert. With that, Turnip looked around. Everyone, would you be willing to give him the time of day for a song? Willing. The sound waves swept across the room. In the row behind Lin Xian, a boy even shouted vociferously, "Let him sing." Immediately afterward, the rhythm picked up. "Let him sing, let him sing, let him sing." Ahem. Everyone take it easy for a moment and hear me out. Just be quiet for a moment. Seeing the crowd's uproar, Lin Xia hurriedly picked up the microphone, and only after the scene quieted down a bit did he say, "It's like this song of mine, it just so happens that the original singer is also here, right next to me, and I hope that I can let the original singer of the song interpret it, and I'll be responsible for the accompaniment part. Is that okay?" Can. The scene was more cheerful. Where can you find that much fun when you let little unknown singer-songwriters make a fool of themselves at a diva's concert? This could be tomorrow's entertainment news headline, and it could even be on the microwave hot search. For a while, the lezzies were about to fling their support sticks. At this moment, the only one who was confused was Lu Qingxian. What do you mean? To have her open at Turnip's concert? She's not dreaming, is she? Ha ha ha. Looks like everyone's looking forward to it. Watching the atmosphere of the scene once again push to a new climax, Yi Turnip secretly gave a nod to her own wit, and then continued. Alright, everyone be quiet for a moment and get ready to listen to the song. I have to say, the call of a diva is just not the same. Yi Turnip simply said one sentence, and the scene immediately quieted down. In stark contrast to just now when Lin Xian told the crowd to be quiet. Is there anything you two need from us before we go on stage? Yi Turnip asked. Lin Xian said, a piano is fine. Yes, Mr. Props, please bring the piano to the stage. Yi Turnip commanded and smiled at the duo. Next, the stage is in your hands. Oh, no problem. Lin Xian was confident and excited in his heart. He saw the hope of dripping rain and keep walking reaching the top. This little guy. Looking at Lin Xian's appearance, Yi Qing secretly laughed in her heart. She has an audience that can't just be conquered, so let's just hope we don't get hit too hard later. However, since the other party wanted to cause trouble, they naturally had to bear the consequences, and it was not her fault. With that, Yi Turnip directly retreated. When you say you're handing over the stage, you're really handing over the stage. Go go go. Off stage, Lin Xian urged Lu Qingxian. Really? Lu Qingxuan's words carried a slight tremor. Until now she still couldn't believe it. On the stage, a gorgeous crystal piano had passed through the elevator under the stage and was slowly floating on the stage, glittering with fascinating colored light. Lin Xian said, of course I'm going to sing, getting wet and going all the time. I'll help you with the accompaniment. You've played and sung it many times at home. It's no problem. But, don't be butch. If you don't dare to go on this, how can you still have concerts in the future? How can you still be a diva? Lu Qingxian was stunned, her eyes finally firming up. I understand. That's right. Lin smiled in relief and led Lu Qingxian up the steps from the side of the stage. The moment he stepped onto the stage, Lin Xian subconsciously glanced down at the stage. In his mind, for the first time, he had a figurative image of the word crowded. When he moved his feet again, Lin Xian realized that his legs were actually shaking slightly. As the saying goes, a man lives. Although it was the first time he had experienced such a big scene, Lin Xian was determined not to show his cowardice. So, with all eyes on him, Lin Xian walked to the piano and sat down with his head held high, like a big proud rooster. Lu Qingxian wasn't as rigid as him. He just stole a glance at the stage and never dared to look at it for a second time, following behind Lin Xian silently the whole time, like a little follower. It wasn't until Lin Xian sat down that he finally turned around and stood in front of the set-up mic, facing his front to the audience. Mentally, she kept telling herself that these were things she would have to go through and overcome in the future, and that she must hold on. She must. 2 seconds later, Lin Xian once again raised the microphone to his mouth and spoke. Before we officially begin, I would like to introduce myself to everyone. My name is Lin Xian. I'm a junior in college, and I'm also a professional songwriter. My partner's name is Lu Qingxian, a professional singer. Aha! Listening to Lin Xian's introduction, a part of the scene suddenly felt some familiarity, including Yi Qingyi, who had already walked backstage. Turnip was sure that just recently, she had heard both names. At that moment, Lin Xian uttered his last words. The song we're going to sing, it's called Getting Wet and Going All the Time, and I hope you like it. Chapter 29, Dreams Sprouting. As the words fell, those who were just puzzled instantly reacted and cried out in shock. No wonder the name sounds familiar. It's the second most popular song on the new songs chart. You're here to sing a new song at a Divas concert? That's okay? Of course, those who follow the new song list are only a minority after all. For the vast majority of people, there are only two situations in which attention will go to the new songs list. One is when your own idol releases a song and as a fan you want to support it. Then there's the national level. Household names of counterintuitive beings releasing songs that are all over the news. And you're always curious to check them out when you see them. For the rest of the situation, it's impossible to follow any new song charts. The only people who will really keep an eye on it are just some music aficionados. Either that or their own careers are related to music. That's why the vast majority of people on the scene were only baffled to see someone in the neighborhood exclaiming in surprise, "Are these two great?" In contrast, they were more concerned about who the girl was. "Why haven't I seen it before? Did you debut? It's too much of a crime to look like that." However, whether they were surprised, or found it inexplicable, or any other strange emotions, at this time they could only choose to suppress them, because the slightly agitated and rhythmic piano intro has been playing in the arena. At the same moment, hearing the prelude, also Lu Qingxian immediately suppressed all emotions and removed the microphone from the mic stand. It was already too late to think so much, though still feeling a bit dreamy in her mind about suddenly singing on stage. Singing, she was serious. Following the beat of the music, Lu Qingxian accurately found the entry point, and her clear and bright singing voice was transmitted into everyone's ears through the $1 million sound equipment at the scene. Everyone should have a dream. And if you have a dream, don't be afraid of the pain. Just by opening their mouths, the eyes of countless people at the scene lit up. Good to hear. Unrelated songs. It was just Lu Qingxian's voice itself, which was extremely pleasing to the ear. However, as Lu Qingxian continued to sing, two words once again surfaced in the hearts of the crowd. Good to hear. This time it's for the song itself. Like the lyrics say, it's a jewel that should sparkle. For first-time listeners, this is a shimmering gem of a surprise. On stage, Lu Qingxian was getting better. Eyes closed, already fully engaged in the song. Never in her wildest dreams did she think that one day her dream would be realized in this way. Standing on a stage with tens of thousands of people singing. Even though the stage wasn't hers. Even though these people weren't coming for her. None of this matters. Singing this song of defiance. She had never been more confident that she, too, would have it all in the future. This is the moment when the seed called dream finally begins to germinate. Backstage division. Yi Turnip, who was drinking warm boiled water to moisten her throat, kept her gaze on the duo on the stage. As a regular visitor to the stage, it was obvious to her that the two men on stage were fully invested in this particular performance. Looking at the girl who was gradually letting go and gently moving with the melody, Yi Turnip's eyes showed appreciation. Y'all, this singer named Lu Qingxian, does she have a company behind her? There, behind Yi. A young girl with a bobbed hairstyle spoke up. After her song hit the charts, I checked her information, and behind it is a small company called Lime Entertainment, which was just recently established. But if you want to poach someone, I guess it will be difficult. Why? Turnip was surprised. Xiao Yu said. Before entering Lime Entertainment, Lu Qingxian was a contracted singer for Imperial Hao. She didn't know what caused her to piss off the Imperial Hao executives, which led to her being snowed out. And in the end, it was Lime Entertainment that spent $10 million in breach of contract money to fish her out. Her feelings of gratitude towards Lime Entertainment aside, Lime Entertainment spent such a large amount of money to fish her out. They must be harboring huge expectations for her, and will definitely guard her as a baby bump. And unless you can offer a sky-high price to impress the Lime boss, it's impractical to poach her. Like this? Yi Turnip regretfully shook his head. That would be a pity. Sister Yi, are you pitying her talent, or are you pitying her as a person? Yul suddenly smiled wickedly. It seems like the name of the person has a master. Yo, talkative. Yi Turnip blankly glanced at her own little assistant, but her face was full of smiles. Jealous? Not at all. As the two chatted, the show on stage was winding down. Lu Qingxian opened her eyes and looked for the second time at the wave made up of the sea of people on the stage. This time, she didn't chicken out, and more in her heart was actually regretting that it was actually over so quickly. Standing here, she couldn't actually read the expressions on the faces of the audience, but she knew that people recognized her performance. Because there wasn't a single person on stage who was mingling, everyone was staring at themselves on stage. The piano melody ended abruptly, and so did Lu Qingxuan's song. There was silence. For a while, Lu Qingxian was actually a bit bewildered. Lin Xian, however, had already walked up to her from behind and whispered, "It's time to bow and say thank you." Lu Qingxian turned her head to look at Lin Xian as countless emotions surged through her heart. It eventually dissolved into a sweet smile. She nodded softly. Then following Lin Xian, he bowed to the audience below the stage and said from the bottom of his heart, "Thank you for being willing to listen to my song." Crashing sound. Applause. They should be the ones thanking you. Yi Turnip reappeared on the stage at some point and said with a big smile, "Thank you for bringing them a superb song. Am I right?" "Yeah," the crowd cried out. What's more is that some people started to coax. "That's so good. One more song." The result was an instant uptempo. One more song. One more song. Yi Turnip crosses her waist and pretends to be angry. Excessive. "Oh, this is my concert." A roar of laughter rose from the stage. "But well, who asked you guys to be my fans? So for your sake, I'll just settle for a little bit." Yi Turnip revealed a mischievous smile, her long legs stepping away and coming to the side of Lin Xian and the two of them. "You two should either obey them or not." Lin Xian scratched his head and laughed nervously. "I would like to sing it, but I don't have the song. But you can follow up and pay attention to us. We already have a half-finished product, and we'll definitely send it out next month." Singing one song is seizing the opportunity, singing another would be ungrateful. Someone else, Yi Yeqing, had pointed out that this was her concert, so naturally Lin Xian wouldn't be ungrateful. However, upon hearing Lin Xian's reply, Yi Qing's eyelids still jumped uncontrollably. This kid, he's really using her concert as a publicity channel. Luckily, I'm not a cheap person. If it were anyone else's concert, it would be strange if he didn't secretly mess with him. With this thought in her heart, the smile on Yi Turnip's face did not diminish. Is that so? That's a shame. Everyone must remember to listen to their new songs next month. Now then, if you'll please return to your seats, I, an old man, will continue to sing my old song. People shouldn't be disappointed, right? No way. Taking over the control of the stage, Yi Turnip began to interact with the audience on stage and prepared to continue singing. Lin Xian then took the opportunity to bring Lu Qingxian off the stage. Several people in the neighboring seats were quite agitated as they approached their seats. There was a sense of immediacy that a big star was actually beside me. "Bro, you're this." An old brother gave Lin Xian a thumbs up. Lin Xian lowly pressed his hand. Ha ha ha. Bed 6, Base. Chapter 30, The Animal and the Lesser Animal. The concert continues. Yi Turnip did sing a song from his debut, an old classic song full of memories. However, neither Lin Xian nor Lu Qingxian could put their minds completely on the concert anymore. Suddenly singing a song on a stage like this was the first time in their lives for both of them, and both of them thought about it a lot. Lu Qingxian was fantasizing about what her concerts would look like in the future. Lin Xian, on the other hand, was thinking that this wave, he might really be famous. Unsurprisingly, after the concert was over, this matter would be put on the internet and cause a heated discussion. With the influence of Yi Turnip, a popular diva, it was 80% that she was going to be on the hot searches, at least in the top 3. Maybe he'll be hotter than some of the stars. How was he going to cope if his sisters were all too enthusiastic and crying to warm his bed when the time came? Food for thought. The result is that both people are listening to loneliness. Near the end of the concert, Lin Xian gently patted Lu Qingxuan's shoulder. The latter cast a puzzled glance. "It's time to go." Lin Xian lowered his voice and said, "When we leave the venue later on, it will definitely be especially jammed. We can't walk out for a short period of time, and we made a scene just now, so in order to avoid trouble, I think it's better to leave the venue early." So, Lu Qingxian looked back at the stage. On stage, Yi Turnip was performing a singing and dancing song. Her hair and a large part of her clothes were wet with sweat, but she was still singing happily, interacting with the audience from time to time, keeping this last scene deep in her heart. Lu Qingxian turned her head and said, "Let's go. Let's go quietly while everyone is concentrating on the song now." 10 minutes later, the two left the field without incident. When he came to the street, Lin Xian suggested, "How about some late-night snacks?" Lu Qingxian raised her eyes and looked at the stores along the street, stopping at a certain barbecue restaurant for a moment before hesitantly saying, "It's not good to eat at this hour, right? What does it matter once in a while?" Lin Xian led the way and then walked towards that barbecue restaurant. "Don't worry, this is our secret. I won't tell anyone. Then I will eat a little bit and taste the flavor of Hangzhou cuisine." After all, Lu Qingxian was unable to resist the temptation. "I've had ice cream today anyway, so it's not a bad day for a barbecue." Terrific. Going back and practicing extra is. An hour later, Lin Xian, who had a speechless look on his face, walked out of the barbecue restaurant with a worried Lu Qingxian. A few more perceptions about girls. Turns out when the girls say taste the flavor, they mean one person eats a whole large order of crawfish, plus 24 sticks of barbecue. Lu Qingxian, on the other hand, was in pieces. Gluttony is a momentary pleasure, and extra practice breaks your heart. Hangzhou is still bustling at 10 p.m. As the two of them walked side by side on the street, Lin Xian always felt that something was missing, and from time to time, his eyes would glance towards Lu Qingxuan's small hand at her side. So much so that it wasn't long before a pink color crept up Lu Qingxuan's earlobes. So what? It's pretty crowded at night too, haha. After walking for 2 minutes, Lin Xian couldn't help but say with a dry smile. Lu Qingxian was silent for a long time and moved slightly closer, her small hand rubbing against the back of Lin Xian's hand seemingly unintentionally. It's quite a lot. For a moment, Lin Xian's heart felt like it had missed a beat. With that, he backhanded the small, soft hand. There was still a slight stiffening, followed by no response. After that, both men fell silent. It was just that as time passed, Lu Qingxuan's ears became redder and redder, until some tipping point, she couldn't help herself. Keep your hands to yourself. Oh, sorry, it's mostly just my hands. Lin Xian's old face blushed, thinking that he wouldn't be able to find out if his movements were light. After another moment of silence, Lu Qingxian spoke again. Today, thank you. Thanks for what? Lin Xian was bewildered. Thank you for even thinking of me in that situation. Lu Qingxian said seriously. You could have gone up and sang by yourself. You could have been the one who shone the brightest. Thank you for leaving the best chance for me. Ha! Lin Xian waved his hand indifferently. I thought what you said. Singing is your dream. My dream is not singing. Of course I want to give you a chance. Lu Qingxian nodded her head gently. Suddenly, Lin Xian felt the small hand in his hand move, spinning around in his palm and turning into a palm against his palm. Immediately afterward, fingers threaded through fingers and clasped tightly. Your dreams, too, can come true. Lu Qingxuan's voice was very soft, like an insignificant breeze flying past Lin Xian's ears, but Lin Xian captured all the syllables word for word. So as of today, dude is officially off the hook? Lin Xian only felt that his person had become light and airy. In a daze, the two went far, far away. By the time he got back to his senses, he had already arrived into the hotel. Until this time, Lin Xian suddenly thought, tonight, the two will be in the same room, lonely men and women. So, is he going to be an animal or a beast? By definition he can be beastly, but the girl just made a veiled confession to him today. Hey, would a straight home run be too much? Will it make people think that they are just craving her body, but in reality, they don't have any feelings? Thinking of this, Lin Xian stole a glance at the girl beside him. Feeling Lin Xian stealing glances, Lu Qingxian finally couldn't stand it and said in annoyance, what are you thinking about? No. Lin Xian retracted his gaze sheepishly. At the moment, the two seemed to be playing a game of Bravehearts at the same time. Obviously, they were all nervous to death, but they all took one step without stopping and rode straight to the elevator. In less than a minute, it was in front of the door of the reserved room 1201. Swipe your card, open the door, enter the room and close the door. Want to take a bath? Lin Xian asked. Sure. Lu Qingxian was brief and concise. Then she went straight into the bathroom. Bang! The door was slammed hard and there was the sound of a counterlock. Lin Xian opened his mouth, wanting to say that there was no need to be in such a hurry. It's totally okay for people to talk first or something, though he didn't know what to talk about. Calm down. Sitting on one of the single beds placed opposite to each other, Lin Xian touched his pants pockets, then remembered that the original owner did not smoke. Thanks to the original owner, he had no trouble quitting smoking. It's just that at this moment, he really wants to light one. Until now he still couldn't figure out why he and Lu Qingxian had suddenly developed to this point. It's not scientific. At first, he was prepared to completely set aside his relationship with Lu Qingxian because he felt that Lu Qingxian must have hated the original owner, and there couldn't possibly be any chance of development. Later, he realized that Lu Qingxian was a person who knew kindness and had the heart to repay it, and so began to wrestle with the idea of taking advantage of the situation. He did have a hard time resisting the facade. In the end, he really didn't resist, and was prepared to put into action so that Lu Qingxian would grow up fast enough to have the ability to fill the favor, and then do it after she didn't feel indebted. As a result, has suddenly become this. I don't have any principles of my own. Rambling thoughts, time passes by. At some point, there was a sudden click in the room. Lin Xian reflexively turned his head. There is no such thing as the fabled aroma of a towel-clad scene. Lu Qingxian finished her shower and put on her clothes again. A little disappointed, but then again, that's normal. Without waiting for Lu Qingxian to speak, Lin Xian stood up with a brush. I'm going to take a shower. Aha! Lu Qingxian nodded and walked over to sit on the bed opposite Lin Xian. Lin Envy wants to talk and stop talking. Finally, it was decided that it would be better to take a shower first. 10 minutes later, Lin Xian walked out of the bathroom. Lu Qingxian was already lying down on the bed, her back facing Lin Xian. Under the thin quilt, the curve of a marvelous body was faintly visible. With things having come to this point, Lin Xian was incredibly sure that whatever he tried to do tonight, he wouldn't fail. So here's the question again. Which of these two beds is he going to get into? Is it going to be an animal, or is it worse than an animal? Chapter 31, Finished Spicy. Are you in or out? Are you in or out? Are you in or out? Lin Xian's breathing became ragged, and in the end, it was reason that prevailed. The room was booked by her. The opportunity was given to her. Everything about it suggests that she volunteered. It's only illogical not to be on it. Thinking like this, Lin Xian moved his feet and walked towards Lu Qingxian. However, only just after taking the first step, the marvelous body on the bed trembled slightly as if it had sensed something. Lin Xian's footsteps lurched. A fawn panicking automatically comes to mind. Grass. What's the point of being so pathetic? Cursing in his heart, Lin Xian walked again. The figure shuddered slightly once more. A moment of silence. Lin Xian sighed and turned his head onto the other bed, covering his head with the quilt. Sooner or later, I'm going to make you invite me up there of your own accord. Under the covers, he swore viciously and heavily. Then it went straight to catching up on the new one in my head. He had to divert his attention. The room fell silent on that. After a long time, Lu Qingxian quietly rolled over, quietly surveying the silhouette of the opposite figure in the darkness. Vaguely, steady breathing could be heard coming from the covers. After thinking about it, she spoke softly. Hey, asleep? Lin Xian. 3 seconds passed and the room remained silent. Lu Qingxian let out a long breath, her taut nerves relaxing a bit. What a shame then. The seduction failed. This way, we've both taken one unauthorized shot, and both equally failed. So it's kind of even. Oh, Lin Xian. Good night. See you tomorrow. With a final soft chant, Lu Qingxian closed her eyes. It didn't take long for the breathing to plateau. Lin Xian finally couldn't hold it together and violently pulled the covers off his head, his glowing green gaze sweeping across the room. I'm awake. Lu Qingxian. Asterisk 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 asterisk. If you dare to sleep here, it's only me. Anyone else would have attacked you at night. Other people don't get to share my room. Lu Qingxian thought furtively, not daring to move a muscle, continuing to maintain steady breathing. It's a good thing she's a singer. She's good at controlling her breathing. Suddenly, Lin Xian got up from the bed. Lu Qingxian could hear that it was the movement of getting up, and a heart instantly began to pound. It's over. She couldn't help but clench her legs and hold onto the covers. As it turned out, the imagined attack didn't come. The bathroom door was opened and closed. 10 minutes later, Lin Xian returned to bed. In the darkness, he failed to notice that Lu Qingxian's face was almost so red that it was dripping blood. The next day, the ear-piercing ringing of the cell phone ruined the beautiful dream that Lin Xian had managed to enter. He was too lazy to pick it up, so casually pressed the button to turn the sound off. It didn't take long for the cell phone to ring across the room. Lin Xian rolled over in annoyance. Behind her, came Lu Qingxuan's voice, which she tried to suppress. Hey, Sister Xian, what's up? Lin Xian is still sleeping. I'm afraid of disturbing him. No. Sister Xian, you misunderstood. There's nothing between us. Don't bull asterisk 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 her about this. Ask her if she's alright, and hang up on her if she's fine. Lin Xian couldn't help but interject. Lu Qingxian said, Sister Xian told me to put it on speakerphone. Come on, you're still coming at me, aren't you? Lin Xian rubbed his head and sat up from the bed, scratching his messy head. Open. Disturbing people's dreams early in the morning to clear their dreams. She still has a point. As soon as the words were finished, Lin Xian's hectoring roar came over the phone. Lin Xian, you're looking for death, aren't you? Lin Xian immediately subconsciously shrunk his head. It was etched in her bones. The blood suppression from her sister at work. So the tone also softened. No, early in the morning you have something to say something. Yell what? Roar what? I think you kids are drifting. Come back and clean you up when you're back. Lin Xian let out a threat over the phone. And then his tone formalized a few points while still carrying a few points of excitement. I'll tell you guys some good news. Just a moment ago, Getting Wet and Walking All the Time topped the new songs chart. What? What the hell? Lin Xian and Lu Qingxian were similarly clueless. It's true. If you don't believe me, you'll check the new songs chart yourselves later. Dripping Rain Keep Walking with 671,000 downloads. Suppressed Little Love with 670,000 downloads and took the #1 spot. And the most crucial thing is that the growth of downloads didn't appear to be declining, but instead it's growing stronger and stronger and is estimated to be able to leave Little Love behind soon. No, You wait. Lin Xian stroked his fuzzy head. If I remember correctly, yesterday at noon, Dripping Rain and Keep Walking was still over 300,000 downloads, right? In one afternoon plus one night, it went up 300,000? Exactly, yes. It's 307,000. Lin Xian became more and more excited as she spoke. You guys watched the concert yesterday, so I don't think you know yet. Yesterday afternoon, an author called Stronger Than Words suddenly added 100,000 words, claiming that he especially liked Walking in the Rain and was very excited after hearing it. So he angrily added 100,000 words, and then he also did something big. In order to call on readers to also listen to The Rain All the Way, he put out a cruel word. As of 12 noon today, Rain All the Way up how many downloads? He will add more how many words? This matter was his readers topped the Dream by Dream Chinese network of the book circle of the Hot Post. First of all, triggered the discussion of the book circle of the boom, and later broke the circle on the microwave of hot searches. Originally the discussion wasn't even that high, but you guys sang Dripping Rain Keep Walking at Yi Turnip's concert last night, and shortly after the concert ended, it was topped by Yi Turnip's fans on the hot search. Two different circles of people were contributing to the downloads for Getting Rained All the Time, which led to a crazy amount of downloads, and after that the chemistry was there. After those people in the book circle saw the 200,000 new downloads, they were like crazy, calling out friends everywhere to contribute to the downloads, and even topped a topic called Let's See Where That Man's Limits Are on the top of the hot search. Lin Xian, Qing Xian, the heavens are helping us. Ha 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 ha. Lin Xian couldn't help but laugh as she spoke. It was something that really made her happier than winning $5 million. Lu Qingxian, on the other hand, was incredulous. A writer put her song at #1 on the new songs chart? It's something that sounds like it has more or less magical properties to it, but she was happy just the same as all. And I made up my mind that when I went back, I would immediately learn about this author and make sure to thank people. The only one is Lin Xian. The soul had dropped from the moment Lin Xian mentioned the word raise. There was only one thought left in his mind. Finish spicy. Chapter 32, Straight Yard Work. Okay, don't talk. Suddenly, Lin Xian came back to his senses and hurriedly got down from the bed, and urged, Qing Xian, hurry up and wash up. We're going home now. There's an emergency. Lu Qingxian was unsure, but her face showed concern. What's the emergency? A little personal, private matter. You stay out of it. Let's get washed up. Good. Lu Qingxian was a sensible girl. Seeing that Lin Xian didn't want to talk about it, she stopped asking and hung up the phone after saying goodbye to Lin Xian. 10 minutes later, the two were back in the A8 and on their way back. On the co-pilot side, Lu Qingxian looked at Lin Xian's vaguely dark circles and was a little worried. Why don't I drive? You don't look rested and I have a license. It's okay, I got it. Lin Xian waved his hand to refuse. It wasn't that he looked down on Lu Qingxian. It was mainly because the original owner's memories didn't have the impression of Lu Qingxian driving a car. Normally, for someone who doesn't own a car, having a license and being able to drive are ironically two different things. He is still young, carrying a golden finger of colleagues. His girlfriend is still waiting for him to get on base. Cannot be early to lead the box. It turned out well, naturally. 9 points. Lin Xian managed to return to the ferry residence. After asking Lu Qingxian to remember to call him for dinner at noon, he rushed back to his room at a fiery pace. First thing you do when you turn on your computer, look at the new song list. As a result, tears almost fell from his eyes. No. 1. Getting Rained and Keeping Going. Downloads, 759,000. Up almost 90,000 in 2 hours? Is it true that the walls are falling down? Is it really true that every dog that passes by has to come along for the ride? The key to the key. 3 hours to go. Phew. Letting out a deep breath, Lin Xian closed the new song list page as if he was resigned to his fate and opened the writer's assistant. Code word. Some people are happy and some people are sad. Lin Xian was worried, but Xia Xian was even more worried. In the rest shed of a film and television base, Xia Xian, who was dressed in an ancient costume, was as immortal as a true fairy descending. Only, the Xia Xian at this time was a frigid ice fairy. In the shed, one of the members of Xia Xian's assistant team had been shivering for many hours. Sister Xian, it's better not to look at it, lest it affects the shooting later. Seeing that it was almost time for Xia Xian's shot, Ying, the personal small assistant who was usually closest to Xia Xian, had to stiffly remind her. At those words, Xia Xian's gaze finally moved away from the cell phone page and turned to Ying. It was obviously a summer day, but the little assistant felt like she had come to winter in an instant. Xia Xian spoke faintly. Shooting? I have my measure. Yes. Sister Xian's business skills have always been recognized as strong. The little assistant immediately piled on a smile and said, After a period of time, she had gradually gotten used to Xia Xian's temper. To summarize in one sentence, Xin is the best. Xia Xin naturally accepted the bragging and continued. Go and check out what this author called Strong Word Writer is all about, and whether there is any black information. Okay, Sister Xin. Find out how Lu Qingxian came to be at Yi Qingyi's concert, and if there are any other dealings between the two. Okay, and Xia Xian's tone intensified a bit. Have the company side make arrangements. Within this month I'm going to appear on an S-ranked variety show, preferably a sound variety show, and I'm going to sing Little Love. The little assistant hesitated and carefully said, Sister Xin, your schedule this month is already full. Going on a variety show will waste a lot of time. It may not be very good to transfer. Xia Xin frowned and glanced at the little assistant. The little girl immediately shrunk her head instinctively. Xia Xin looked a little amused. Was she that intimidating? Obviously it's just that things will be a little more serious. So the voice slowed down a little. Then arrange a fan meeting, prepare some small gifts to give back to the fans, and I'll sing A Little Love live at that time. This will do. The little assistant nodded frantically. That's it. After arranging everything, Xia Xin was suddenly a bit tired. Judging by the current rise of dripping rain and keep walking, it would only be futile for her to do all of this. Lost in the end. Maybe it's God's will. Singing is Lu Qingshuan's domain, and God help her win. So be it. Find a chance. See you again. At least we were friends in the first place. Finally, 12 o'clock came. The moment he reached the point, Lin Xian immediately stopped coding and clicked on the new song list. No. 1. Getting rained and keeping going. Downloads, 988k. Lin Xian's face twitched, only thinking that these people were mostly crazy. The hand was not stopping for a moment, instantly taking a screenshot of this image along with the time in the bottom right corner of the computer and saving it. Tap on the writer's back office and go to the comments section. The first one in the eye is, ha 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 ha, brothers are too powerful. Almost 1 million, everyone punch the duck and send a full surprise to Kung. I'm surprised. Lin Xian cursed and clicked to write a comment, typing rapidly. 12 o'clock has come and gone, and dripping rain and going all the way is at 988,000 downloads, with 644,000 new downloads, and as promised, I owe you all 644,000 words of updates. Too many words to be staged. Today, first 200,000 words, after that, every day update 100,000 words, 6 consecutive days, a total of 7 days to pay off. Hope to understand. Attached is a screenshot. Send. Top. After finishing this side, Lin Xian immediately switched to the draft box and updated his saved manuscript with 200,000 words out. This leaves a pitiful 30,000 words in the stockpile. I blame the fact that I wasn't serious enough to code before, and that I was touching fish as a key fairy every day. This is good. The next few days, even if the firepower, every day need to code nearly 4 hours. And so on. Lin Xian instantly came back into the spirit. Things don't seem to be as serious as they should be. Returning to the backstage homepage, Lin Xian suddenly realized that the top comment he had just posted was being frantically restored. Just a short while later, it had dried up to 999 plus. Out of curiosity, Lin Xian clicked back to take a look. Even though I've never written a novel, updating 100,000 words a day is a bit outrageous any way you think about it. So there's only one truth. Kung has a super large stockpile. There is definitely a stockpile not running. For the sake of the persona Strong is also quite desperate. Send it out all at once, Kung. Dare to send it out and I'll dare to get on the alliance. Is there a possibility that this book has been written? So Strong Brother will use code word Strong Man, this pen name, while the book is issued at the same time will be engaged in the persona. Simply beautiful. Right. Coupled with the Strong Brother now every day in the code of the new book, the persona can be maintained for a long time. Seeing this, Lin Xian couldn't tense up. Directly under the comment, he replied, absolutely every day is now written. Please don't question the level of the Generation Key Fairy. After posting, Lin Xian was ready to slip away. There were too many comments to read, plus he really had no way of proving such things. As a result, before leaving, Lin Xian still couldn't help but refresh himself. After all, he refuted it, so maybe the other guy recognized it wrong. Then, in a hurry, he's in a hurry. There's no picture, there's no truth, and if there's a picture, it could be faked. Anyway, 100,000 yards a day. I don't believe it. The veins at the corners of his forehead jumped uncontrollably twice. Wait. Simply replying with 2 words, Lin Xian immediately posted a new top comment. Not accepting all questioning. At 7 o'clock this evening, I will broadcast the code live, and directly light up the code for you to see. so that you can see what it means to be a key fairy. Chapter 33, Fermentation of Fame. After posting his comment, Lin Xian immediately closed the background page. It's impossible to argue. You can only hit your face with facts like this. Looking at the peripherals, there doesn't seem to be a microphone or a camera. Mainly the camera. He had to make sure everyone could visualize the state of his coding, or there would surely be another barrage. Of course, it didn't need to be much more professional, just enough to present the picture. After all, so far, Lin Xian was still a poor man. Manuscripts are not sent out until the middle of the month. The proceeds of the song will have to wait until next month. It's not until the middle of the month when I get paid for my manuscript that I'm considered to be out of the woods. And that's a lot of rewards for the last month. Go for the peripherals first. Thinking about it, it happened to be all dressed up and unchanged. And as a result, just as he opened the door to his room, he was met with the output of the face of a prevalent beauty. Lu Qingxian held up her small hand that was ready to knock on the door but almost knocked on Lin Xian's face, looking a bit overwhelmed. It's time to eat. For heavy things falling down, Lin Xian's throat slid and he swallowed. Again, double face open big. And can tolerate. He does not want to tolerate. In his mind, the words quietly recited by Lu Qingxian last night surfaced again. She's seducing herself. Is that a hookup now? 2. Looking at the fantastically beautiful face in front of him, Lin Xian's heart was so hard that he flew forward and kissed him on the cheeks, then walked past Lu Qingxian at a fiery pace. That's what happens when you seduce me. He laid down harsh words. Lu Qingxian froze in place, reaching out to touch her kissed face. Her mind was filled with the warm and soft touch of that moment, and a blush that was visible to the naked eye gradually crept over her entire face. A slight bulge in the cheeks followed. Damn it! At least let her get ready before. Stomping her foot, Lu Qingxian turned to follow. This revenge. She made a note of it. After finishing the lunch with a delicate atmosphere, Lu Qingxian put down her dishes and then went straight to her room, keeping a cold face the entire time and not saying a word. Lin Xian didn't care at all. Girls are always shy. It would be really strange if Lu Qingxian could talk and laugh with him as if nothing had happened. Humming a little tune and cleaning up the dishes, he drove the A8 out the door and into the second-hand market. Considering that all the computers in the room were top-notch configurations, Lin Xian gritted his teeth and spent a whole $1,200 to find 2 pieces of microphones and cameras that were fairly new in color and looked quite upscale. As for the brand, Lin Xian really didn't understand, nor was he interested in understanding. It's not like he's making a living off of live broadcasts anyway, and after this one, God knows when the next one will be, as long as the whole ensemble looks good to the eye. After going home, installing the peripherals according to the online installation guide, and confirming that they could be used, Lin Xian set the alarm clock and went to bed, going straight to sleep in seconds. He was really sleepy. What Lin Xian didn't know was that today, at the Magic City Conservatory, the legend about him had reached a point where he was nearly unknown. On the campus forum, the video of Lin Xian and Lu Qingxian ascending to the Divas concert had gone viral. After Genius Composer, Lin Xian has a new title, The Little Prince of Piano. The reason for this is that one of the piano teachers at the academy also watched the video and left a direct message saying, Mr. Lin Xian's piano level has reached the point of pure perfection. It's definitely at the level of a professional grade pianist. I hope that all the students in school can learn from Mr. Lin Xian. This was followed by a soul-crushing question. If someone else, a composition major, can do this, what do you piano majors do day in and day out? People sit at home, but trouble comes from the sky. Countless piano majors cried. Is there a possibility that normal people and geniuses can't be compared together? How many piano majors can there be in the country who have reached a professional level while in college? Besides, the title of professional level should never have been applied to students in the first place. Okay, of course, what really caused Lin Xian to catch fire all over the school was actually another topic. Did the pussy make it? Countless men voiced questions from the depths of their souls. Prior to this, many people thought that songwriting was just a business partnership between the two. After all, Lin Xian had been chasing him for 3 years, and Lu Qingxian had never paid attention to Lin Xian even once. All of a sudden it's said that the two are together and people don't believe it. But, asking to get together privately and running off to another city to see a concert is also a business partnership? Negotiating with someone else's diva, Yi Turnip, to show up and sing at someone else's concert? No matter how you think about it, it can't be good. Why would a diva help 2 newcomers in the entertainment industry? And if it did, it would be fine to just show up as a guest. Engaging in this kind of nominally random, but inevitable behavior can easily be taken out of context. Well, it's not like the other divas are stupid, so there is only one truth. These two went to a concert together in private. Be bold. These two are already dating. A little more daring. They stayed together until late at night when the concert ended. Can't stand it. Can't stand a little. As a result, Lin Xian was given another name on the campus network, Dog Thief. And then, the forum collapsed. The reason for this is that the group of girls, who prefer the title of Little Prince of Piano, have clashed with the group of boys, who have a mouthful of dog thieves, and have opened a war of words. The Magic City Conservatory of Music has never been so bustling on any vacation since it was founded. Administrators on vacation curse. In the class group that had been set up by Lin Xian to be free from disturbances, all kinds of Lin Xian messages were similarly brushed like crazy, especially the three pariahs in the same dorm who are all about to hit the it button, frantically trying to get Lin Envy to come out and dispel the rumors that everything is a rumor. When Lin Xian was chasing Lu Qingxian, the three of them were the most active in coming up with ideas, and it was simply a great joy in their lives, because it was known that it was impossible for Lin Xian to catch up. As a result, Lin Xian suddenly transformed into a composition genius and a little prince of the piano, directly picking up the goddess. What kind of tie-ing fictional plot is this? Even though Lin Xian had been in stealth and hadn't said a word, but they could already think of Lin Xian springing to life. The thought of having to face this kind of face from Lin Xian when school started made them feel bad, like there were bugs crawling all over their bodies. It must not be true. Then they were put in the dark room again for malicious swiping. Of course, all of this is still just the tip of the iceberg since the incident broke. As the protagonist of all the events, Lu Qingxian was the one who benefited the most. The most intuitive embodiment of this is that her originally obscure microwave account has directly broken the million mark in fans. There are a whole 6 of the top 10 on the Weibo hot search, and they are all about her. Such as what? New singer becomes famous in one battle, pressuring the popular flower girl Xia Xin to take the first place in the new song chart. Shocker, the most beautiful new singer to come out of nowhere. And this is the face of thousands of years? Newcomer singer Lu Qingxuan's debut resume revealed. She's actually from Empire's subsidiary. Countless people are involved in discussions under various pop-up topics. Now she is completely out of the 18-line small singer dilemma. A well-deserved superstar in the making. Chapter 34. 6 points. The alarm clock went off right on time. Lin Xian didn't stay in bed, rushed into the bathroom to finish solving his personal hygiene, and then prepared to go to the dining room to find something to eat. Lu Qingxian was quite strict about her self-diet, and she had definitely eaten by this point. Sure enough, there was no Lu Qingxian downstairs. On the table, there were 3 small dishes covered with mesh, uncovered and touched, the plates still warm. An inexplicable feeling of warmth suddenly came over me. Where can I find a girlfriend like that? That's probably what it means to be a good cook in the hall and a good cook in the kitchen. Even though the relationship between the two hadn't been picked out yet, Lin Xian had already decided that Lu Qingxian was his girlfriend. After all, between a normal man and a normal woman, it's impossible to hold hands and kiss or anything like that. Shang a bowl of rice. Taking advantage of the mealtime, Lin Xian took out his cell phone, wanting to board the background to see his dear readers. For him to live yards of this matter to hold what attitude? I ended up just scratching the screen and seeing 6 missed calls. An unfamiliar number from the imperial capital. Who could it be? Lin Xian thought of the second-generation friends who had given the original owner bad ideas. After making such a big commotion, there was a high possibility that those guys couldn't resist their curiosity and secretly contacted themselves with a new number. To be honest, Lin Xian didn't really want to bother with those people anymore. It's all superficial stuff, and none of them really get along. But it could be someone else. After thinking about it, Lin Xian returned a call. There was just a beep and the call was immediately connected. A girl's voice with surprise in its softness came from the phone. Great God, I can finally reach you. Lin Xian was confused for a moment and spoke hesitantly. Who are you? In a certain apartment? Su Yao was dumbfounded by a light sentence about who you are. Small fists clenched and unclenched. Don't be angry. Don't be angry. It's easy to hiccup early. Secretly consoling herself, Su Yao still used a sweet tone to say, Great God is probably too busy to forget. I am your editor Su Sua. In the Panda contacted you, before also used this cell phone number to give you a call. But you did not receive. Lin Xian was a little embarrassed. I'm sorry, it's my problem. The phone number I'll save it later. That one. What's the matter? It's such a great God. Su Yao said. At noon didn't you say that you want a live broadcast at 7 in the evening? In fact, our platform has always cooperated with the Soundfish live broadcast. The platform's great authors will occasionally open live broadcasts to interact with the readers. On my side, I want to tell you that because the matter of your preparation for live broadcasting has received a very enthusiastic response within the platform, the leaders of this matter have taken it very seriously and have already asked me to apply for an identity certification for you. After authenticating your identity, your pen name will have uniqueness, which can put an end to many scammers posing as your identity to deceive your fans. And at the same time, your fans will be more likely to have a sense of belonging, which will be very helpful to your subsequent cohesion of popularity. I need to interface with your Sonic Fish account now. Would that be convenient for you? I'm eating. Why don't I contact you later? Lin Xian said. Okay, just contact me on Panda later. I'll be online all the time. Okay, contact later then. Hanging up the phone, Lin Xian continued to pick up his meal, ordering the book circle in the meantime. It had actually alarmed the platform leaders, and he was a little curious as to how enthusiastic the response had been. As a result, the person went numb. It's no longer a question of whether he's live or not. The top hot posts in the book circle, one or the other, are all about him. There are a lot of posts out there, all saying roughly 4 things. Said he was messing with his persona. Say he's a real man and does what he says he's going to do. More 600,000 words in 7 days. It says that he is drunk and looks like he is pulling downloads for the song, but he is actually going after the most beautiful female singer in the world. The reason for this is that this afternoon, Lu Qingxian solemnly thanked the author for his righteousness in microwave, and said that she was already a member of the book fans after worshipping Do Di. And finally there is the live broadcast. A group of people waited for him to show his talent, ready to eat and watch. Seeing this, Lin Xian's mood was inevitably a bit subtle. In his last life, he was similarly one of those who were ready to eat and watch, and it had only been a short time since he crossed over, and he had become a big name in the eyes of others. Only Lin Xian himself knew that everything he had now was only because of luck. Of course, one could also say that the brave are rewarded. If he hadn't had the courage to take that step and save that little girl that day, then he wouldn't have lost his life, and naturally he wouldn't have crossed over. After that he remained a common wage earner, dreaming of saving enough money to go back to his hometown and swing. If it was really a payoff, then it was a little too generous. Could that little girl be the legendary God-sama, picking a random passerby for a test? Thoughts gradually running away. After the meal, Lin Xian returned to his room and contacted Su Yao through Panda. Authenticating your identity is actually quite simple. Under Su Yao's guidance, after confirming with the official staff of Soundfish that he was the owner of the Soundfish account correctly, he changed his nickname to a pen name as requested. It wasn't long before Lin Xian received a prompt telling him to refresh. Lin Xian did as he was told and refreshed the page, and instantly realized that a golden V appeared behind his nickname, representing that he was a public figure. Meanwhile, new information has appeared in the homepage. Dream by Dream Chinese Network well-known writer. Representative works, Du Da Dome. Just awesome. Lin Xian revealed a smile. It then switched back to the writer's backend and sent the topping message. Already in the Soundfish identity authentication. Search for code word strongman. See with gold V is me. 7 o'clock on time on air. Welcome to come to review the strength of this key immortal. After sending the message, Lin Xian waited for a few seconds, clicked refresh, and a reply appeared. Ha ha ha, I'm coming hot. This is going to be a concern wave. Melon seeds, peanuts and mineral water have been prepared. I'm not interested in your strength. I just want to know if you're interested in the other person. Lu Qingxian, and I hope that the live stream can chat. Show your face? What's all this fancy stuff for? Just make the book look good and update it. There really is a group of people in the world that just live in the internet. All the time. Lin Xian felt that he had grown in knowledge again. Switching to the Echo Fish account, I realized that indeed the alerts of being followed started popping up non-stop. Lin Xian ignored it and began to seriously make preparations before the live broadcast. Finally, 7 o'clock sharp, Lin Xian clicked to open the live broadcast. A live room titled Key Fairy in the World appeared in the live channel of the Soundfish in such an ordinary way. The live screen was the desktop of a computer, and the wallpaper was a stunningly beautiful comic book girl. A small window in the bottom right corner of the screen was a camera shot showing a set of mouse and keyboard that were bursting with texture and worth a lot of money at first glance. The man's slightly nervous voice came over the live feed. Hey, 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 can you hear me? The next moment, the live pop-up screen exploded. Chapter 35, the most capricious anchor in history. Come on spicy. I'm number 1. Here, Django Django. Can I have a monkey for you? Upstairs. Don't think I don't know that you're damn well a man. Asterisk 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 Strong's wallpaper is my wife. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. That's clearly my wife. Kung kung kung. How many wives did Xiao Yin end up with? All of them? The pop-ups that burst open in an instant made Lin Xian's eyes go straight. Before you can even see what's being said, it becomes a dense mass. That's a hell of a lot of interaction. Lin Xian said helplessly. There are a bit too many messages from everyone. I can't read them, so I'll simply stop reading. Haha. What do you mean? Do you run a live stream like that? Are you any good, Johnny? In an instant, the pop-ups turned into a screen full of question marks. Suddenly, a magnificent special effect of a rocket ascending into the air appeared in the live broadcast. Speech delivers a super rocket. Speech, can you see it now? Lin Xian was instantly confused. Air, see is seen, but you this. I open the live broadcast is a playful nature. Give me brush gift is not much sense. Wait, I first turn off the gift function. Speech, ha 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 ha. Other anchors see the gift is to thank Big Brother. All kinds of kneeling. Strong Brother said, you give me brush gift meaningless. Ha ha ha, die laughing. Asterisk 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 he's really turned it off. I tried it and I can't send it. Awesome, but also my strong brother, money in front of the eyes. Just do not pick up, is to play. Django Django, look at me. I'm a munchkin. Is it the kind with the big eagle? Kung, you don't accept gifts on the line, but I can always send you black silk later, right? Lin Xian, who had just turned off the gift function, accidentally glanced at the speeches of a few conspicuous packets and was speechless. To be reasonable, he didn't accept the gift because he really didn't think it meant anything. What's the point of swiping gifts for him when he's now making 6 figures a day to start with and his family has billions of dollars? And itself rich people brush a brush even if it is afraid if some people do not have money still up a brush. It's best to just eliminate it. I can be a conscientious ing anchor. These people don't understand his good intentions at all. The more Lin Xian thought about it, the more angry he became. So he said, you guys are too ed up. I'll open a plenary ban ha. With that said, Lin Xian turned on the plenary ban function amidst a sea of flurry of question marks. For a moment, the world cleared. In front of countless screens, the viewers who were watching the live broadcast were dumbfounded. The official Sonic Fish staff was dumbfounded. In the small apartment, Su Yao was also dumbfounded. Hastily, he used Panda to send a message to Lin Xian. Great God, don't mess around. You won't be able to keep the audience if you mess around like this. In front of the computer, Lin Xian glanced at the blinking Panda message, clicked on it and replied, it's okay, I shouldn't open a live broadcast without special circumstances in the future. It's all the same if I stay or not. The main pop-ups are too much to see. I can see my eyes get dizzy. After sending the message, Lin Xian directly put the Panda down, refusing to interfere. Looking at the live broadcast screen, Lin Xian did not hesitate to exit the Panda login operation. Su Yao was once again dumbfounded. No wonder you can't usually reach him. Is this how he perfumes himself? After looking at the heat of the live broadcast room that is not decreasing but increasing, and looking at the number of online viewers that has surged to 100,000 plus in a short period of time, Su Yao is really convinced. Presumably this is the capriciousness of the gods. Ahem. So what? Let's get straight to the point. Saying that, Lin Xian opened the author's backstage and clicked on the draft box again. As you can see, I now have 30,000 words saved in my draft box, and since it's going out tomorrow anyway, I won't hide the chapter names. While saying this, Lin Xian skillfully clicked on Create New Chapter. Next, I'll show you my usual working condition by writing a new chapter in front of everyone. By the way, I'd like to explain that because the coding requires a relatively quiet environment, the whole banning is necessary. Not because people are noisy. That's it. And he knows he has to explain it to us. If there were still pop-ups at this point, there would surely be a dense field of question marks once again. For now, though, all anyone could do was watch in peace. Then the scene that will never be forgotten appeared, only to see the screen. Lin Xian wrote down the chapter name, clicked with the mouse, switched to the first line of the main text, and then crackled. On the keyboard, the long, slender knuckles, as if they were dancing, flew down and up on the keyboard, faster and faster. In less than 2 seconds, the not particularly high-definition picture quality made it completely impossible to see Lin Xian's fingers. Lines of text flew across the screen. Soon people realized that their eyes actually couldn't keep up. Before I could read what was written at the top, I was toppled into an unseen area by the words piling up fast underneath. For a while, in front of countless screens, there appeared a person who scratched his ears, anxious but helpless. There was no way around it. Lin Xian was just too fast. A normal person's reading speed usually ranges from 200 to 300 words per minute. Lin Xian's input speed at this time was an amazing split speed of 500, twice the reading speed of a normal person. Time passes by. Soon, the viewers in front of the live streaming screen completely gave up and could only watch the performance of this god with dull eyes. 6 minutes later, Lin Xian suddenly stopped. Click save with your mouse and close the page. Above. That's the state of work I'm going to show you. As you can see, a new chapter is finished. And as for whether or not I've written the whole book ahead of time, I'm too lazy to bother explaining it, so figure it out for yourselves. Lin Xian's slightly relaxed voice came out of the live broadcast screen with a faint smile. I know you guys must have a lot of doubts right now, but I don't want to read them. So instead of turning on the pop-up feature, I'm going to explain briefly what I can roughly guess about the doubts here. First of all is the speed of yards. This has to rely on oneself. Dish then practice more. Nothing to say. Work harder. Sooner or later can become a key fairy like me. And then, why can I write a whole chapter so fluently? It's actually quite simple. Just put together both an outline and a fine outline beforehand. and knowing in your head what you need to write can make it silky smooth. And I'd like to suggest to everyone who wants to write a book and earn money from doing so that they must learn to write an outline and get in the habit of doing so, writing the outline first, then coding. I'm a typical newbie who can't write an outline. Don't follow my example. That's it. There doesn't seem to be anything left to say. So everyone, bye. As the last voice came out, everyone's live feeds flashed in unison, and a line of large letters appeared. The anchor has been taken offline. Holy! At this moment, countless people almost slammed their cell phones out. Half an hour later, the topic titled "The Most Capricious Anchor Ever" topped the Hot 100. Chapter 36, I've got plenty of that stuff. Let the outside world flurry. Lin Xian's mission was accomplished anyway. If you've made it this far, and there are still barbers who want to barf, then barf, but count yourself as a loser if you even bother to talk to them. After reconfirming that the live broadcast had been shut down and that there would be no strange images uploaded to the internet, Lin Xian continued to engage in his big business of coding. Upstairs, in Lu Qingxuan's room, looking at the closed live broadcast screen, Lu Qingxian fell into deep thought. This guy is Lin Xian, right? Same voice, same clothes, the mouse and keyboard set. She had also seen in the study. There can't be that many coincidences in the world. So, the righteous big brother who helped him quickly top the new song charts was Lin Xian? Unspeakable urges bubbled madly in Lu Qingxuan's heart. She wanted to go to Lin Xian's room now to make sure, even though she was 99% sure that this person was Lin Xian. But going to his room at this hour, he'd think he was hitting on him again, right? They say things don't happen in threes. Is this going to be like a sheep in a wolf's mouth? Just thinking about that image made Lu Qingxuan's heart dry up. Forget it, I'll confirm it later when I get a chance. Eventually she wimped out. What does it look like for a girl to be constantly seduced by a guy who thinks it's okay to hit on her? Though she didn't mind what happened with Lin Xian, even looking forward to the moment. After all, Lin Xian had really given too much for her, so much so that she desperately wanted to do something for Lin Xian. Yet after thinking about it, it seemed as if she could give nothing to Lin Xian except herself itself. Just wait until the next time he strikes. The next day, while Lin Xian was having breakfast with Lu Qingxian, Lin Xian came in a flurry of wind. There was also a round-faced girl with glasses who looked googly-eyed. Sister Xian, have you had breakfast yet? Lu Qingxian immediately stood up and pulled stools for Lin Xian and the round-faced girl. Eat your food. Make yourself at home. Lin Xian stepped forward to press Lu Qingxian back, and greeted her companion after she took her own seat. Yuan. From now on, you'll definitely come here often. Just treat it like your own home. Don't be formal. Sit down. Good. The girl Lin Xian called Yuan smiled coyly and sat down next to Lin Xian. Lin Xian glanced at the girl. Older sister. Who is this? Hua Yuan. LLM. Lin Xian had some smugness on her face. She is currently serving as our company's legal advisor. And by the way, she is moonlighting as your assistant and broker. Ling Ling's side is too busy to take care of you guys. So in the future, you guys will be looking for Yuan if you have any problems. Hello Lin Envy. Hua Yuan smiled and extended her hand to Lin Xian. Seeing this, Lin Xian hurriedly wiped his hands and shook them. Got another one tricked in. But is it really appropriate to have an LL.M. just come in and wear multiple hats? Hello Qingxian, I'm a fan of your songs yo. When she let go of Lin Xian's hand and turned to face Lu Qingxian, Hua Yuan's attitude was obviously much warmer. Hello. Lu Qingxian also followed Lin Xian's example and wiped her hands before shaking the other parties. Wow. Qingxian, your hands are so smooth and tender. Lin Xian. Holy. He glared at Lin Xian, the meaning in his eyes self-evident. What the hell? Ahem. What's that? Come what may. Round and round you collect. Lin Xian hurriedly moved over to pull back Hua Yuan's hand. Lu Qingxuan's small face was slightly reddened by this, but she couldn't say anything. Couldn't say she was taken advantage of by a girl. Oh, sorry, I'm a little excited to see the real Qingxian. Hua Yuan revealed a coy smile again. Don't mind me, Qingxian, don't look at me like this, my business ability is still fine. In the future, with me around, you can just focus on singing, and leave everything else to me. Good. Lu Qingxian nodded her head and smiled slightly, not knowing what to say. Okay, now that we all know each other, let's get down to business. Lin Xian gently tapped the table and said with a straight face, right now, Qingxuan's main task is the program Voice of Dreams. I've already asked Yuan to butt in on the other side of the program, and later on, Yuan will take you all with her as she sets off to the recording base of the program. After arriving at the place, you have to listen to Yuan's arrangements for everything, and you have to tell Yuan about anything, okay? Wait. Lin Xian raised his small hand. Just say it directly. No need to raise your hand. Are you still an elementary school student? Lin Xian said breathlessly. Lin Xian put down his hand resentfully. I was trying to confirm that it should be Qingxian who goes, not us, right? What are you talking about? Lin Xian glared at Lin Xian. This program requires you to challenge the tutors with your own original compositions, or the tutor's own compositions. If you don't go, who will help Qingxian adapt the songs on the spot? Challenging someone's original song with the original version, and you still want to win? Is it because you want people to say that you sing better than even the original? Lin Xian blinked and froze. It does seem to be the case. Being beaten by a latter-day singer with an original song is not something those big stars can afford to lose. It must be through change, some innovation and breakthrough to be recognized by the other mentors and judges. But Lin Xian noticed another rule, then let Qingxian use her original work to challenge it. As soon as the words left his mouth, the three people in the room froze. Is there a problem with what I'm saying? Lin Xian asked carefully. Lin Xian sighed and looked at Lin Xian with caring eyes. Brother, you don't think this song thing is as plentiful as the cabbages on the street, do you? Also, you have to figure out that those mentors are at least popular powerhouse first-tier singers. Powerhouse, you understand? Those who can go this far, have sung a bunch of classic songs, have to be described as heaps, have sung a bunch of classic songs. Understand? Last season of The Voice of Dreams, no one dared to challenge the mentors with an original song from start to finish. Why do you think that is? I know what you mean. Lin Xian waved his hand, not caring. It's just to say that the quality isn't enough, and it's a disgrace to take it out. So it's better to just cover someone else's mentor's song. But do you think getting rained and keeping going is of enough quality? And the last time you were at home, you heard the song What I Miss. Is it of enough quality for a song of this caliber? Lin Xian froze. You're saying that it's not enough to challenge the mentor. With these two songs, this show requires a trifecta to pass. One song for the first appearance, one for the challenge, and two more for the two subsequent challenges, for a total of 4 songs. No problem. I'll give Qingxian 2 more new songs. Lin Xian revealed an inscrutable smile. I have plenty of this song stuff. Lin Xian. Lu Qingxian. Guo Yuan's eyes brightened. Wow. Chapter 37, Seeing Yi Turnip. Aha. Lin Xian couldn't help but glance at the girl with the peculiar reaction, always feeling that this person wasn't quite right. No, wait. Lin Xian's eyes rolled up in surprise. You mean to tell me that you still have a lot of new songs in your hands that are comparable in quality to the classics? What about 3 years of accumulation? Lin Xian smiled nervously. There are many, but I can't say that all of them are comparable to the classics. Just some of them. Part of. Lin Xian was momentarily speechless, and actually didn't know what to say. Even if one has accepted the fact that his brother is a genius, there has to be a limit. Can you sing? Lu Qingxian suddenly interjected, her peach blossom eyes staring at Lin Xian, the pure love songstress on fire. Lin Xian calmly sipped his kanji. There's no rush. I need to determine what type of song you're going to challenge with first. And pick? Lu Qingxuan's eyes grew fiery. Can it be the more showy kind? There's no audience voting on this program, and the judges are all professionals, so showing off vocal characteristics and singing skills would be more advantageous. Lin Xian pondered briefly. Many songs that fit the requirements came to his mind, and nodded. Yes, I'll sing it for you to listen to a bit after dinner. Half an hour later, Lin Xian ended his demonstration and got up from the piano. The song is what it is. The full backing arrangement I'll produce later. Do you guys think it's okay? The other side. The 3 women sitting in rows had their mouths open, displaying a uniform style of O's. Okay? That's so okay. Lin Xian jumped up in surprise. Fine. It's decided. Qingxian challenges her mentor with an original song. Ha ha ha. This wave takes off. Lu Qingxian didn't say anything, only that her gaze had become mesmerized. I don't know if it's directed at Lin Xian or if I'm thinking of the way she looks when she sings. Guo Yuan closed her mouth. What's wrong with this man? Is that ethereal? Soft voice really something a man could sing? He's a demon, isn't he? Considering that her thoughts were not very polite, Guo Yuan just thought about it in her mind and didn't dare to say it. Alright, it's getting late. I'll pack up and get ready to go, Lin Xian said. Lin Xian smiled and waved. Have a safe trip then. Wish what? Hurry up and pack your clothes. Lin Xian kicked Lin Xian in the leg. They're all new songs. What if you, the composer, don't go to the scene to give instructions? What if Qingxian makes a mistake in practicing? Lin Xian staggered back 2 steps. But, no buts. Go pack your clothes. Lin Xian glared fiercely. The breathlessness in his heart had reached an extreme. This kid is really ah shucks, is really not up to it. This experience of sharing the pain, struggling and growing together is the best catalyst to heat up a relationship. Bar none. I can't believe I'm thinking of being lazy. Is that a good idea? I don't know if our mom has started taking folic acid yet. It's a rush to watch. Just take it. What's so mean about it? Lin Xian aggrieved, reluctantly went upstairs. He still owes hundreds of thousands of words, in case the recording of the program was delayed. Wouldn't it be impossible to fight alongside Eros' sister? Eros, by the way, is a new hero for the League of Gods, with the mantra that the Lord Summoner is so awesome he'll oink when he gets hit. Although it's a support position, it's also great to use as a top unit, and Lin Envy is super fond of being able to play against 9 people every game. 10 minutes later, Lin Xian got into Lu Qingxuan's exclusive business car. Yes, Lin Xian had given Lu Qingxuan's configuration a major update. On the driver's seat, Lin Envy's expression was grudging. At this point, can't we have one more driver? What do you know? It's called catching the deck and the affordable together. Lin Xian stood outside with a disgusted look on her face. Hurry up. You won't have much to do once you get to the location. Yuan and Qing Xian have a lot to do. Hurry up. Got it. Lin Xian sighed in resignation and put it in gear to start. See you later, Xian. Don't worry Xian. I'll leave them to me. The 2 girls in the back row had waved goodbye to Lin Xian. Xian? Lin Xian noticed how Gui Yuan addressed Lin Xian. So, this is also one of Lin Xian's girlfriends? That would be understandable. The recording base for The Sound of Dreams is right next door in Zhejiang province, and the drive isn't a heavy one. 2.5 hours later, Lin Xian arrived at his destination. Just as soon as he got off the bus, a young man greeted him, a staff member of the program that Gui Yuan had contacted in advance. The 2 of you are Sister Lu and Sister Gua. I'm Xiao He, a staff member of the program, and I will be serving as Sister Lu's assistant for this episode. Hello ho. Gui Yuan stepped forward. Please take us to familiarize ourselves with the venue first. It's the first time we've all been here and we need to do some more understanding. Of course, this way, both of you. Oh yes. He suddenly looked at Lin Xian. We have a special parking space in our base. Please move your position. Big brother driver. It should be very late after recording the program. You can't park for a long time outside the base. Also the interior will be relatively quiet, making it easier for you to rest in the car. Lin Xian. Nice guy. He just said he should have recruited a driver. Suddenly Lin Xian again seemed to think of something and his eyes lit up. Then I'll go? Call me after you 2 finish recording the program? Come on, don't even think about it. Gui Yuan's eyes glared, directly breaking Lin Xian's fantasy, and for some reason, Lin Xian felt that the current Gui Yuan had a completely different temperament from the Gui Yuan he had seen in the villa. Now she has what naive and cute temperament, completely is a workplace strong woman. Right. After glaring at Lin Xian, Gui Yuan explained again. He's not a driver. He's our company's head songwriter Lin Xian. The #1 song on the new songs chart right now is his work, and this time he's tagging along, and he'll personally be in charge of the songs that Qing Xian will use in the program. Xiaoyi was dumbfounded when he heard that this young man who looked like a college student was actually a big brother. However, he reacted quickly and immediately lowered his stance. I'm sorry Mr. Lin, I didn't know your identity. It's all my fault. How about this? The 3 of you please wait for me for a little while. I'll park the car soon. Lin Xian hesitated. It's not appropriate. It fits so well. I help with parking all the time. 3 of you wait a moment. While saying that, Xiaohe had already quickly pulled open the door of the driver's seat and sat on it, then skillfully started and drove away. Sure enough, business is skilled. It's really hard to work part-time. Lin Xian couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Just then, Lin Xian saw a group of people hurrying out of the recording base, more than a dozen of them, in a loud and powerful manner. The leader was a middle-aged man in a hat with an aura. What are you doing? Just as he was wondering, the faint roar of a car suddenly appeared behind him. Lin Xian instantly reacted to the fact that this group of people were out to pick up people just like that Xiaoyi just now. Thinking of this, Lin Xian immediately turned back. Beside them, Lu Qingxian and Gui Yuan also made the same move almost simultaneously. Only a huge and luxurious caravan, on the way here, was coming along smoothly. Moments later, the RV stopped in front of the base. The dozen or so men who had picked up the man immediately greeted him and waited at the door of the caravan. What a big poker face! Lin Xian already had a rough idea in his mind that it was probably a certain mentor-level figure who had come. In the entertainment industry, it is only the top artists in this category that use luxury transportation like RVs. Who could it be? Although he didn't want to admit it, Lin Xian did rise a drop of curiosity. Soon the door to the RV opened. The first to come down was a young and agile girl. When she came down, the girl immediately turned around and held out her hand. Sister Turnip, slow down. I'm not an old man. Why am I so careful? There was a disgruntled grumble from the woman in the car, but still she placed her hand on the girl's outstretched one. In the girl's support, a tall, all the gorgeous temperament of women steadily out of the car. Hello Mr. Yi. The group of people outside the car immediately greeted each other warmly. Turnip? Lin Xianren's entire body froze for a moment. Such a coincidence? What was even more coincidental was that Yi Qing's phoenix eyes, which were beating with lavender eyes, suddenly looked right through the crowd and met Lin Xian's eyes. Afterwards, a light smile appeared on the other party's face, waving his hand across the room at Lin Xian's position. Lin Xian, Qing Xian, hello again, yo. Chapter 38, are you already so famous? Hello Mr. Yi. Lin Xian embarrassedly smiled and waved his hand. Beside her, Lu Qingxian was also busy speaking. Hello, Teacher Yi. Almost forgot about this. Yi Turnip is one of the mentors on Voice of Dreams. While it is one's good fortune to be named, it is certainly rude to hustle and sing one's own song at someone else's concert. Afterwards, Lin Xian actually regretted having done this. For him, there were many ways to make Lu Qingxian famous. There was really no need to use this method. But people are creatures that sometimes just want to shake things up a little bit and get things done in their head. However, the other party seemed far more generous than he had imagined, and actually took the initiative to greet him. Got to make it up to each other sometime. Lin Xian secretly made up his mind. Turnip seemed interested in having a chat with the duo. Behind her, though, a camera-carrying filming crew had already followed her out of the car. Obviously, as a mentor, Yi Turnip's filming duties had begun long ago. The middle-aged man who led the way to greet Yi Turnip also spoke at the right time the moment the cameras were aligned. Welcome Mr. Yi once again to our Voice of Dreams recording base. This year our venue but again made a brand new upgrade. Faced with this kind of battle, Yi Turnip naturally did not have the time to make contact with the two of them, and after nodding slightly, he quickly entered the state and began to talk and laugh with the program's crew, and walked towards the recording base in a vast manner. Lin Xian watched in wonder. In 2 lifetimes of living, this is the first time I've seen live footage. You guys know Yi Turnip well? Why Yuan asked. Can't say I'm familiar with it. Lin Xian shook his head. It was very unpleasant. It's just one side of the story, and you still owe someone a big favor. It was fine if they didn't meet, but when they did, thinking about the he had done made Lin Xian feel bad all over. Find a chance to apologize to Teacher Yi. Lu Qingxian said, 3 of you have been waiting, please come this way. At that moment, Xiao He ran over panting and acting enthusiastic. Although Lime Entertainment was just a small company and Lu Qingxian was just a newcomer to the entertainment industry, but she's gaining momentum that anyone with a clear eye knows can't be stopped. Hot search this thing, how many artists scramble to get on it once, but Lu Qingxian is on it several times in a row, and even on the top. Naturally, it will not be underestimated. While leading the 3 into the base, Xiao He said, it's like this Sister Lu. Just now when I went to park the car, I received a notice from Director Mo that because 2 teachers couldn't make it to the scene on time, the order of filming for the pilot film has to be adjusted. Sister Lu, do you think it's okay if I take you directly to makeup? The pilot movie doesn't have much content. Most of it is interview footage. It's very fast, and I'll take you guys around the base after we finish our shooting duties. Lu Qingxian froze and subconsciously looked at Guo Yuan next to her. Although it was her second debut, filming a variety show was Lu Qingxuan's first time. Guo Yuan immediately took over. Then we'll take Qingxian to the dressing room first, and then we still need you to send Lin Xian to rest for a bit. Can. Xiao He immediately agreed. With that, the 4 entered the base. Along the way, there were 1 or 2 people in sight, all in a state of hurry, the kind that walks with the wind. Lin Xian watched in wonder. Are all the employees of your program team of such high quality? As a result of this question, Xiao He poured out his bitterness, talking about how hard it is to work. After listening to Lin Xian, he realized that recording the program was not simple. It's a complex. Everywhere you look, you have to make time while at the same time there is absolutely no room for error. Artists have a strict plan of what to do at what time of the day, and the bigger the artiste, the more so. Many people have just finished recording here and have to rush to the next announcement immediately. There is no time for delay, because the plane doesn't stop taking off just because the artist doesn't show up. Take someone else's diva, Turnip Yi, for example. Maybe a notice is big millions. Who will be responsible for the damage if we are delayed and can't make it? Naturally, it's the person who has the problem. Working on the show, you may be idle when you're idle. Once it's up and running, it has to be a race to the bottom, trying to get everything ready well in advance of the allotted time. This is the only way to avoid mistakes as much as possible. After all, one bad move and your job could be gone. Soon, Lu Qingxian arrived at the dressing room, accompanied by Guo Yuan. Lin Xian, on the other hand, was taken to a communal restroom. The reason why he said communal was because when Lin Xian came to the door, he realized that there were already 8 people inside. Then you can rest here first, Mr. Lin. I'm going to stand by at Sister Lu's side. Just as he arrived at the location, he excused himself with an eager look on his face. Lin Xian said that he understood. All of them were people who had worked as laborers, so he waved his hand. Go on. Upon hearing that, Xiao He ran off in a huff. The lounge was large enough that 8 people didn't look crowded in there, and there were still plenty of couches empty. As Lin Xian entered, 8 pairs of eyes immediately locked over in unison. Among the 8 people, there is a middle-aged uncle with a big beard, a young man covered in hipster brand, looking very spiritual, and a young sister with a green face, at most 17 or 18 years old, in all shapes and sizes, each with distinctive features. Unsurprisingly, these would be the challenge contestants for the first installment of the show after passing the auditions. Judging from the image, it is quite in line with the program's publicity of vegetarians, completely unable to see the star look. However, Lin Xian would not underestimate these people because of this. Keep in mind that this is a variety show where you challenge a mentor as a gimmick and then watch the mentor mess up the kill. If the challengers are weak, how else does it reflect the strength of the mentor? So it's 100% certain that all of these people's daily lives must be tied to music, just not fame. If you really want to talk about singing strength, you might be better than many second-tier, or even first-tier singers. So what? Everyone relax. No need to look at me like that. I'm not a contestant. I'm not in competition with you guys, Lin Xian said smilingly, walking over to an empty sofa and sitting down, placing the computer bag he was carrying on the small table next to him. Unexpectedly, the girl who looked very young suddenly shrieked and stood up. Ah, I remember. You're Lin Xian, right? Lin Xian froze. You know me? He couldn't remember at all when he'd met the girl. Wow, it's really you. The girl ran over with a face of surprise. Hello Mr. Lin, my name is Wang Chang. I especially like the song you wrote, Getting Wet and Walking All the Time. Originally I didn't quite dare to go on this program. It was only after hearing this song that I finally mustered up the courage to come over. It's such a pleasure to see you. How do you know me? Lin Xian was dumbfounded as a whole. Was he so famous that he could be recognized when he casually went to a place? A concert. Wang Chang had a joyful look on her face. I was at the concert that day. The way you accompanied Sister Lu was so handsome. Chapter 39, Writing Songs for Diva. Okay. Lin Xian subconsciously touched his nose, a little embarrassed, and said, Girl, you're afraid you're not a social cow. With a personality like yours, how do you need to listen to inspirational songs? Yet another first in life. First time I've ever been stared at by a girl with adoring little eyes. Not to mention, it's quite soothing. Teacher Lin, you're here. Does that mean that Sister Lu is also going to participate in this program? Wang Qing then asked. Yes, I accompanied her to the program. Wow, that's great. Wang Chang exclaimed again. Then if I have the chance to challenge Sister Lu, won't I be able to sing Walking All the Way in the Rain as well? No, you're mistaken. Lin Xian said helplessly. She's a contestant like you. You don't have a chance to challenge her. Ha! The little girl's expression was rich, and her little face immediately pulled down. It's over. Sister Lu is a contestant just like me. So won't I be hopeless? Isn't this show a challenge for each? There shouldn't be any competition between you guys, right? Lin Xian was puzzled. Right ho. That's alright then. Ha ha ha. The little girl burst out laughing again instantly. Lin Xian people are looking numb. So jumpy a girl. The rest of its people in the room watched the entire exchange between Lin Xian and Wang Qing, and all of them had some surprise in their gazes. During this time, the name Lin Xian was considered too familiar for those of them in the music circle. The first work in his life rushed to no. 1 on the new songs chart, and this starting point alone is an endpoint that most musicians can't reach in their entire lives. But familiar as they were, none of them thought in that direction when they saw Lin Xian. After all, a character of Lin Xian's level shouldn't logically be in the same lounge as them. I didn't realize it was really Lin Xian himself. At least he's a hot search regular these days. At least he's the #1 songwriter on the new song charts. So he should at least arrange a separate lounge, right? Arranging to be with a group of them with no name recognition. Would the program be a bit too much of a downer? It's just that you can't really blame the show for this. Letting Lin Xian follow was something that Lin Xian decided on an impromptu basis. And Gui Yuan did not mention this matter at all when she communicated with the program team beforehand. So naturally it was impossible to make any arrangements. However, this group of people couldn't possibly know this, and were all secretly holding out for Lin Xian in their hearts. If they were Lin Xian, this show would be fine if they didn't go on. So what? If it's okay, I've got some things to do. Seeing that the girl was just resting on her naive smile and had no intention of leaving, Lin Xian had to remind her with a voice. Upon hearing this, the little girl spat out her tongue. Then Mr. Lin, you should get busy first. Watching the other party leave with light footsteps, Lin Xian smiled and shook his head, pulling out his laptop and opening today's portion of yards. Soon the lounge was filled with a crackle of knocking. About an hour later, a staff member walked in and informed these individual contestants that it was time to record the pilot. A group of people left in great numbers. After that, only Lin Xian was left alone in the lounge. This made Lin Xian greatly relieved, considering the shocking issue. With all these people around, he didn't even dare to let go of his words, causing him to write only 8,000 in this hour. and the pressure was immense. Just as Lin Xian was about to get a little more serious, a mature and nice imperial voice suddenly entered the lounge. "May I come in?" Lin Xian subconsciously looked up, and the whole thing froze for a moment. Then he was busy standing up. "Of course, please come in." Thus, with her hands behind her back and a light smile, Yi Turnip walked in as playfully and lightly as a little girl. Behind it, followed closely by a pretty girl with a bobbed hairstyle, obviously cute, but with a serious expression. Yi Turnip's gaze fell to the laptop and smiled. "I'm not disturbing you, am I?" "No." Lin Xian closed the computer and raised his hand to point to the side-by-side sofa beside him. "Please have a seat, Mr. Yi." "Mr. Yi?" Discontent welled up on Yi's face. "Do I look old?" Lin Xian was busy waving his hand. "How can it be? Yi's sister looks very young, not much different from an 18-year-old girl." Turnip was puzzled. "Sister? Looks? Lin Xian, what a difficult woman." Just a few words and Lin Xian was going to be sweating. "Ha ha ha, okay, no kidding." Yi Turnip covered her mouth and laughed, sitting down on the sofa. "I'm also really a bit older than you, so there's no problem calling me sister." Lin Xian sweated. "Sister Yi is looking for me. Is there something wrong?" "That's true," Yi Turnip asked rhetorically. "I shouldn't have come to you after letting you guys take such a big advantage of me at the last concert. I'm really sorry about this one." Seeing Yi mention this, Lin Xian immediately got serious. "Sister Yi, actually, even if you didn't come to me, I would have visited you specifically for this matter, and we did gain a lot as a result. Yes, several hot search top 10 it. For this, Xia Xin that little girl piece also specially investigated me. Thought I have any special relationship with you guys. So what?" Yi Turnip said with interest. "Still ready to find me alone. What do you want to do?" "Write a song," Lin Xian said. "Sister Yi, you're a diva singer. You don't lack anything. The only thing I can bring out that can attract you is the songs." "Yo, what song?" Yi Turnip instantly became interested. It was true, as Lin Xian said, that at her level, there weren't many things that could attract her, and songs were indeed one of them, but only if it's in her eye. But it's kind of nice to see Lin Envy right getting wet and going all the time. For the songs, it depends on whether Yi has any needs, such as a particular style she wants to sing or something like that. Lin Xian explained. "At your level, Sister Yi, the selection of songs should be based on what you like. After all, nowadays, no matter what you sing, you can interpret it so well that the audience will love it. The little one is quite a compliment." Yi Turnip was happy. "But you're right, for new songs, I really only want to sing songs that interest me now, but if you really want me to pick them, it's not my fault if I can't write them." "Sister Yi, don't worry about picking just that," Lin Xian said confidently. "That's fine." Yi Turnip stretched out her long and slender index finger to point on her chin, thought carefully, suddenly her eyes lit up and said, "I kinda miss those love songs I heard during my student days. When I first started out, I didn't cover those songs. It's just that with the development of the times, people nowadays can't write songs with that flavor anymore." Speaking of this, Yi Turnip's expression became playful. "How about trying to write a 90s, corny love song? What's there to be afraid of?" "It's settled," Lin Xian agreed directly without thinking. Coincidentally, this wasn't. In a previous life, he was quite fond of listening to such old songs. Yi Turnip's expression stiffened and the corner of her mouth twitched. "Ugly words first, if you write a song out of 4, I'm not responsible for singing it." In fact, she hadn't wanted Lin Xian to make up for anything. She's a diva looking for compensation from a junior? I can't afford to be ashamed of this. Saying all this, I just couldn't help but tease the overconfident youngster. By the way, let it know that it's not, in itself, she hadn't come over on this trip to find Lin Xian. I didn't expect this guy to take it seriously. Behind it, the bobble-headed girl who had never said anything couldn't help but reveal a mocking smile. This guy doesn't really think he's a genius just because he wrote one good song, does he? There are simply too many examples in the entertainment industry of occasional inspirations to fame and then dying out afterwards. How about this? You two wait for me for a moment. Sensing the distrust of the two, Lin Xian simply didn't want to pretend, his eyes glancing around the lounge. Then under the uncertain gaze of Yi Turnip and the bobble-headed girl, he walked to the corner position table and picked up an A4 paper with printed documents and a neutral pen. When you come back, write 2 words directly on the back of the paper at the top of the blank page. The Red Bean. Chapter 40, A Dangerous Woman. Jude remembers being a student. Fei Wan sentence full of longing and reluctance sometimes. I do not know how many ignorant people hooked up to the yearning for love. Lin Xian was naturally one of them. Too bad he was a bachelor until he died. Of course, that doesn't take away from the memories that flooded my heart full of memories while writing the short version of this song. Beside him, Yi Turnip curiously looked at the ever-present sketch until it was halfway through, and his face finally eased a few points. The words are well written. Lin Xian thought nonsense. This was a word written by Lin Shi. There are really too many classic songs written from this pen. On the surface, though, he smiled in embarrassment. Soon, an A4 paper was finished, and Lin Xian changed the paper and continued to write. Yi Turnip immediately reached out and picked up the written portion. Reading it for a moment, her lips lightly parted. Haven't gotten a good feel for it yet. Snowflake bloom climate. After just 2 lines of singing, Yi Turnip's eyes lit up. It sings and feels unexpectedly good. Lin Xian casually said. It's a bit too dry. You should sing this song by first quieting your mind and experiencing the lyrics, and put as much emotion into it as possible. As a result, when Yi Turnip didn't say anything, the bobble-headed girl got excited first. Sister Turnip is just auditioning for the song. Of course Sister Turnip knows what you're talking about. Lin Xian froze, feeling somewhat puzzled. Glancing up at the girl, she thought for a moment, then shook her head. Do not argue with the brainless and impulsive. You what? Y'all. The girl was still about to open her mouth, but Yi turned around and glared, but interrupted her. Lin Xian is the creator of this song. It's only right that he instructs me on the inadequacies of this song. Where do you get off talking so much, being disliked so much? This girl, who Yi Qingyi called Xiaoyu, was instantly dumbfounded. It was then filled with surprise. Having followed Yi Turnip for several years, she knew very well what kind of a condescending person Yi Turnip was. Don't look at her. She's usually always conciliatory, but when it comes to music, there are literally only a handful of people who can convince her. She opened her mouth in advance, actually anticipating Yi Qing's reaction, not wanting others to think that Yi Qing had a bad temper. The only explanation for this state of affairs at this time is, this song is awesome. Yi Turnip loved it. She was even willing to let Lin Xian, a junior, tell her what to do. Thinking of this, her attitude immediately made a 180-degree turn, and she seriously bowed to Lin Xian. I'm sorry, Mr. Lin, just now my attitude was a bit agitated. In fact, I'm a bit of a blind admirer of Sister Turnip. Lin Xian was speechless. What could he say when others could bend and stretch? It's okay. Still shaking his head, Lin Xian continued to write the score. At that moment, a surprised, familiar voice suddenly came from the doorway. Mr. Yi? The 3 people in the room turned their heads in unison, and they saw Lu Qingxian walk in with a surprised look on her face. Yeah, Qingxian is here. Surprise flashed across Yi's face, immediately putting down the sheet music in her hands. She got up and went forward and grabbed Lu Qingxian's hand. Are you still used to recording programs? Also, okay. Lu Qingxian was a bit confused. Was this diva a bit too enthusiastic? On the contrary, Lin Xian and Xiaoyu were both showing different expressions, especially Lin Xian. Are the dogs simply? How is it so hard to get a girlfriend and meet people who are all lesbians? Is the world already in lesbian shape? It's also too hard to defend. Lin Xian's mind was about to collapse. Qingxian says still has some face here. If you have difficulties during the recording process, you can just mention sis name. Holding Lu Qingxian, Yi Qingyi's stunningly beautiful face smiled into a flower. I could tell she was really happy. Click, click, click. Lin Xian was looking at itchy teeth when suddenly he heard the sound of grinding teeth. Turned his head and looked. Good guy. The bobblehead girl's teeth were chattering. You think they're a couple? In an instant, all the displeasure in Lin Xian's heart was washed away. Surely pleasure is based on the pain of others. Yi Turnip this wave, blatantly hooking up with other goblins belongs to yes. Fortunately, Lu Qingxian was still relatively sober, and after smiling awkwardly, she took the initiative to draw her hand back. Thank you, Mr. Yi, but the staff are all very enthusiastic and nice to talk to, so I don't think there should be any difficulties. Then without waiting for Yi Turnip to speak, he continued. Why did Mr. Yi come here? While saying that, he cast his eyes towards the paper under Lin Xian's pen. The meaning is self-evident. What are you doing? Me? I'm just bored. Just wandering around. Yi Turnip laughed. I just happened to see him alone in the lounge, so I came in and casually said hello. I didn't know that he had to say that he wanted to return the favor from my last concert by writing a song for me, which made me kinda embarrassed. Like he was running around looking for trouble specifically. Writing songs? Lu Qingxian froze, and subconsciously raised her footsteps, moving closer to Lin Xian. Lin Xian, on the other hand, said, Sister Yi is joking. Didn't I tell you? Even if I didn't happen to meet Sister Yi, I will still take the initiative to contact you to express my apologies. Saying that, Lin Xian accelerated the speed of his writing. He had to hurry up and send Yi Turnip away. Mr. Yi, can I see the song? Walking to the table, Lu Qingxian remembered that this was a song for Yi Qingyi, and busily inquired about it. Yes, feel free to watch and sing to you whatever you want, Yi Turnip said. Mr. Yi is joking. Lu Qingxian smiled, then picked up the sketch and looked at it carefully. No kidding, seriously. Yi Qingyi smilingly walked to Lu Qingxuan's side and was shoulder to shoulder with her. Qingxian, you're exactly the time when you're short of singing, and if I'm not mistaken, this song was originally intended for you, right? Robbing other people's resources like this is not something I would do. Sister Yi, you really guessed wrong, Lin Xian said without lifting his head. This song was originally a work I was going to send to Sister Yi to make amends for her sins. I didn't think about singing it for Qingxian. There's no such thing as stealing resources. Then can't I voluntarily give it to Qingxian to sing? Yi Turnip said in dissatisfaction. Lin Xian paused and said, you're overdoing it, haha. Using a song I wrote to pick up my woman to my face. Is there any law of the land? Thank you, Mr. Yi, but no need. Lu Qingxian put down the lyrics and smiled politely. I'm too young and can't quite relate to the mood in the lyrics, and it's true that it's still Mr. Yi who is more suited to sing this song. Aha? Small question marks surfaced on Yi Turnip's brain. Ahem. Lin Xian suddenly coughed twice dryly and handed out 2 sheets of A4 paper folded together. Sister Yi, the song is finished. Seeing this, Yi Turnip subconsciously took it, and then looked at Lu Qingxian after some thought. You really don't want it? Lu Qingxian firmly shook her head. Don't. Okay. Yi Turnip looked rather regretful. Turnip's sister. At this time, the bobble-headed girl came closer. The director's side sent me a message, saying that they'll be here soon, so they can get ready to shoot. Good. Yi Turnip nodded. Then Qingxian and Lin Xian, I'll see you next time I have the chance. See you later, Sister Yi. Goodbye, Mr. Yi. The two men greeted each other. It was only after seeing Yi Turnip really leave that they all breathed a sigh of relief in unison. The feeling Yi Turnip gave both of them was too dangerous. Chapter 41, Full Level Number. Where's Yuan? How come you're the only one who came back? After a moment of silence, Lin Xian casually asked. Sister Yuan has gone to communicate with the program's team because she's going to replace the song she was originally going to sing with a new one. By the way, Lu Qingxian slapped her head. I almost forgot the main thing. I came back to ask you to go and rehearse the new song with the band teachers. The program's side can provide the band with live accompaniment, but there are no samples of the new song, so I need you to go and guide it live. Okay, Lin Xian agreed readily. Having come all this way, he didn't want to be lazy, so he got up and packed up his computer. Looking at Lin Xian's glowing appearance, Lu Qingxian hesitated for a moment, but still said, is that song really just going to be given to Queen Yi? Or else nah? Lifting his computer bag, Lin Xian was a bit amused. She's a diva, so I can't think of anything I can give back to her other than giving a great song that she'll love. You like that song a lot? Why don't I go get it back? With that, Lin Xian was about to chase him out. Don't! Lu Qingxian hurriedly grabbed Lin Xian's sleeve, lowered her head, and said with some loss, I'm sorry. It's all because of me that you lost that song. You're guilty? Lin Xian asked. Lu Qingxian froze. Of course, that song is really good. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes, the idea in his heart growing bolder. The corner of his mouth involuntarily grinning an arc, and I can't let you feel too guilty. Why don't you give me a kiss and this will be over? Ha? Lu Qingxian jerked her head up and looked at Lin Xian incredulously, a touch of redness quickly creeping onto her cheeks. First, go to rehearsal first. Lu Qingxian quickly turned around and hurried towards the door, like a little sheep fleeing from a gray wolf. However, the big gray wolf's footsteps were fast, and in 3 or 2 steps, it leveled to its side. No objections. That's a yes. I'll make a note of this, and I'll make sure Xiao Lu keeps it in mind as well. I'm a schoolteacher. Oh, then please, senior sister, be sure to keep that in mind. You're annoying the hell out of me. Lu Qingxian once again accelerated her pace, and at this moment, any song or no song was thrown to the back of her mind. All she knew was that this man, who used to be so cavalier around her, was really getting bold. Behind him, Lin Xian laughed like a thief. Until this moment, it wasn't until this spur-of-the-moment flirtation that he finally came to the realization that this was the way to open a relationship. Nothing will ever be more pleasurable than having a girl blush in front of you. The whole rehearsal went quite smoothly because of a good mood. While the others were rehearsing, Lin Xian prepared the sheet music for all the instruments. It only took 3 formal rehearsals for the band to reach a level of proficiency. For the program, this level is considered to be up to par. After all, there is still sound fixing to be done at a later stage. 5 o'clock in the evening, all the players, along with their escorts, had a meal together in the base's cafeteria. Not the legendary boxed lunch, but a whole 12-course all-you-can-eat fast food meal that's powerful. After that, the contestants were put into a waiting room. The official shoot for the program is at 6 o'clock. At this stage, Lin Xian and Gui Yuan would know nothing about what was happening internally. Anyway, it was all a withering wait, so Lin Xian simply returned to the car and became a quiet yard man. At this point, in the waiting room, hidden cameras arranged in an all-around, no death angle arrangement have been turned on. On the long couch, Each of the 9 contestants sat upright at some distance apart. A huge screen hanging directly in front of it was showing real-time footage of the scene as the crew made final preparations. Soon the grounds were cleared. A countdown cue from the general director came through the headphones of the people in charge of each department. As the director counts down to 0, countless gorgeous lights were lit up one after another, and a glittering, huge and gorgeous stage, with 360-degree encircling different perspectives, was just presented in front of everyone's eyes. Then, there were the two sides combined, a full 300 holdouts arranged by the show's organizers. The moment the camera swept in on them, they rose from their seats in unison, shaking their hands and shouting and cheering. Fake or not aside, the atmosphere of the scene was buzzing with them shouting so much. Immediately afterward, the famous gold medal host Hu Hua came on the stage and served the gold master father by name with a stirring tone. However, of the 9 players present, I'm afraid that Lu Qingxian was the only one who was looking at this image seriously. The eyes of the others, always intentional and uncontrollable, fell on her, especially the student sister sitting next to Lu Qingxian, her eyes filled with little stars. Of course, the problem is not the players. It's really that her drawing style is a little too cutthroat. The other contestants are grounded as hell, either students or social animals, all common characters in life. On the contrary, Lu Qingxian, she didn't wear a flashy outfit, just a combination of a simple white t-shirt plus jeans. There was no flashy styling either. Her hair was simply tied back in a high ponytail and her face makeup was so light that it was barely visible. It's very ordinary, very vegetarian, but it was such ordinary everything. With that face, with that slightly cool temperament, it was directly immortalized. To tell the difference, it's a firefly versus a white moon. Not only were the contestants who were reduced to glowing fire always unable to resist peeking, the vast majority of the cameras that were hidden were also staring at Lu Qingxian in filming, in all directions and without any dead angles. The director also chose a state of acquiescence to the favored behavior of the camera teachers. Having a face is a victory. This quote couldn't be more appropriate for the entertainment industry. Lu Qingxian's face value, which can mess up and kill anyone in the entertainment industry, is not too much to say that it's a downward spiral when put together with these ordinary people who are destined to never take care of themselves as a mission. It was just that people noticed Lu Qingxian's face value, but they didn't realize that the face value was just the beginning. Lu Qingxian, who had Lin Envy's enchantment, was already a divine armor full-ranked number. She was really ready to pick her mentors over. The process continues in the screen. After the hosts read, the 7 mentors came out one after the other and sang a chorus of old classic songs, each with a segment of the indie show. After the show, the group began to commercially blow each other off, and despite the fact that everyone was a celebrity, they still gave ample introductions to each person. To Lu Qingxian, all 7 were familiar to her, but there were only 3 she cared about: love song diva, Yi Turnip, the king of folk songs, Wang Yisun, as well as Feng Jing, who is known for her high-pitched voice and is nicknamed Bombingji by her fans. Her goal in life is aimed straight at the diva, and the direction of her sword must surely be the 3 recognized strongest mentors. After a set of opening procedures, it was already more than half an hour that had passed. There is no doubt that the process was torturous for the players. There's only one chance to get on stage, and you can't afford to miss it. Everyone must always be aware of their mental and physical state, and the seconds count. The good thing is, it's finally getting over. Attention contestants, please move to the designated area and prepare to board the stage. The director's voice came over the speakers in the waiting room. At the same time, the host on the stage, Hu Hua, also said in an impassioned accent, "Next, let's invite the 9 dream challengers to the stage. They come from all over the world. There are workers in the workplace, there are school students, there are herdsmen, and there are teachers, and they are different, but they all share the same dream. Today, they will be on stage, each singing the music of their dreams, and the 7 of them who get the most lights from their mentors will be given the chance to challenge their mentors. Welcome them." As Hu Hua's voice fell, a powerful drumbeat rang out from the scene. The 9 elevated platforms slowly rose, and the 9 challenging contestants appeared on the stage. However, under the manipulation of the lighting technician, those 9 areas remained only vaguely visible to the human figure. According to the rules, the 9 challengers need to sing in the dark, and every time one of the instructors lights up, a light will fall to illuminate the challenger. It's a shame if no lights fall. It means you are not working hard enough on your dreams and need to go home to further your education. The drumming stops. Hu Hua glanced at the tableau and surprise flashed in his eyes. Then, well disguised, he continued in a passionate voice, "Next, we have our first singer, singing the music of her dreams, an original song that is uniquely hers and the first original song sung by a contestant since the inception of our program. Enjoy, getting wet and going all the time." Chapter 42, hopefully passing. Woohoo! Go go go! At the mentor's table, Yi Turnip, who was in the center, was very cuddly. This action immediately drew sideways glances from several other tutors. Next to him, Wang Tianwang, who wore a big back hair and had a gentle brow, slightly tilted his body. You recognize it? Mr. Wang, you're not being nice enough. Yi Turnip looked hurt. Last time, you said you would follow my tour, but it turns out that you don't know any of the songs that have appeared in my concerts. Wang Tianwang let out an awkward laugh. Ha ha, too busy this is not. Also, I heard you're still out fishing. It's quite busy oh. Ahem, here we go. Listen to the song. Wang Tianwang immediately retracted his body and sat upright. The rest of the few people couldn't help themselves. Wang Tianwang is a stereotypical old-timer, giving people the impression that he is always serious, especially in the face of music. There is no room for sand in his eyes. It's impossible for anyone without some strength to get by with him. He asked the meaning of this mouth. Everyone's heart is clear. It is only in the confirmation. Is not the relationship between the family mixed in? After all, this is the first time something like singing an original track has been done on the show, and there must be someone behind it. But unlike the more curmudgeonly Wang Tianwang, the song Dripping Rain Keeps Going is a song that the other tutors have heard about during this time and know what happened at Yi Yi's concert. Unsurprisingly, the person who was about to sing was the new singer who had been frantically raked over the netizens' coals for information and had been hailed as the most beautiful newcomer. That's it. Where's the need for a back door? The director's crew probably cracked up laughing their asses off. The contestants suddenly exploded in popularity before the show even started, and it's just sky-high heat. Even the title of the first issue is ready to be decided. The most beautiful newcomer, Xing Xianlu, sings the music of her dreams, and it is true. At this moment, in the control room, Mo Zhong, the general director of The Sound of Dreams, stared at the live images from different angles under different camera positions, and kept arranging in his mouth. Stand by. Camera 3. Wait for the first time the mentor lights up to get a close-up of the contestant's face. Swing arm ready. 360-degree no dead angle surround shot. Must present the contestant's personal image to the extreme. Camera 1. Camera 2 stand by to capture a close-up of the mentor's reaction. Camera 8. A series of commands fell. Almost the instant the music intro started, the entire crew was mobilized. The assistant director next to him smacked his lips as he watched. This battle is bigger than the Heavenly King tutors coming down. But again, he understood very well the behavior of Mo's guide. It was really because what this contestant named Lu Qingxian was preparing to do was too amazing. Challenge your mentor with original songs throughout and reach the pass achievement. When they first heard the round-faced woman say this, they all took it as a joke, thinking that the contestant was simply crazy about being popular. However, when the program's music director was heard to inquire in a voice of incredulous shock, is this music really going to be wasted here? Everyone is numb. What do you mean, waste the music here? Afterward, Director Mo received positive assurances from the superintendent. As long as Lu Qingxian could play these 3 new songs normally at the level they should be at, she would definitely pass. Then Director Mo went crazy, as if he had seen splashes of heat glued to his face. Make sure you play normally. After arranging everything, Director Mo chanted nervously again. Finally, as the melody advanced, Lu Qingxuan's slightly cool voice sang out the first line of lyrics. Oh, everyone should have a dream. If you have a dream, don't be afraid of the pain. Snap! Almost as soon as the first line of lyrics dropped, a sudden beam of light fell on the scene. The whole room was in an uproar. A mentor pressed the light. Go, 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 follow-up shots. Mo guide yelled as a reflex. Scene. The gazes of the mentors fell in unison on Yi Turnip in the center. No way. Yi Turnip spread her hands, her expression innocent. I've already heard her live once, so I should be immune by rights. But the moment she opened her mouth, I still fell and couldn't resist. Several mentors were speechless, but then again, one had to admit that Lu Qingxuan's voice was distinctive, and as soon as he opened his mouth, he vaguely conveyed an upward force, as if a branch of cold plum in winter, cold and lonely, positive. The play was perfect, but as mentors, they wanted to hear a little more and didn't want to be so hasty. Stage. Under the reflection of the blazing white light, Lu Qingxian seemed to be gilded with light, her entire body shining brightly. With her eyes slightly closed and her hands on the microphone, she blocked out all outward emotions and poured out everything she had to sing the song that represented the turnaround in her life. When the chorus kicked in, another pop sounded in the scene. Another light falls. On the tutor's seat, the petite, baby-faced Feng Jing smiled slightly, revealing a pair of small tiger teeth, and said to the several tutors who cast their gazes, the breath is super stable, and the singing skills are nothing to sneeze at. A hero's opinion. Turnip gave her a thumbs up. The rest of the mentors, like a chain reaction, snap, 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 snap. 4 more lights fell in succession, and Lu Qingxian dazzled as if she was truly ascending to immortality. Doesn't it make me look dull when you guys are like this? Wang Tianwan was full of helplessness. and then revealed an appreciative smile. Indeed, sang very well, dancing without any problems, even with professional singers as the level line. It's at least a first-class level. It's very impressive. When he finished, he also pressed the light up button. Brush. Countless brilliant lights instantly lit up the entire stage beautifully. The first contestant to light up the stage on The Sound of Dreams Season 2 is born. Area for the rest of the players. The players went straight numb. What's this? With the tone set so high in the opening. Even if you've got the entire field pinned down head to head, what are you going to do when it comes to the challenges? You know that a tiger's head is a big no-no on a show, and it can make supportive fans feel like they've eaten a pile of it, thus turning them pink. This kind of behavior is totally hurting the enemy 1,000 times and harming oneself 10,000 times. However, no matter what the contestants thought, Lu Qingxuan's singing still all continued steadily. It was steady as a horse until the end. Warmly applauding, Lu Qingxian bent down slightly. Thank you. The host, Hu Hua, immediately took to the stage to guide it. A very inspirational song. If I had heard this 10 years ago, I'd be a boss high or low right now. Ha ha ha. Hu Hua's quirkiness caused a roar of laughter, and Lu Qingxian smiled coyly. Well, please introduce yourself, Hu Hua said. Lu Qingxian immediately said, Good evening tutors, judges and teachers, audience friends, my name is Lu Qingxian. I'm a rookie singer. I hope you can enjoy the song I'm singing, and I also hope that this song can encourage dream chasers who are also on the road of pursuing their dreams. Thank you all. Ha ha ha, such an inspirational song. I'm sure everyone has been encouraged. Hu Hua took over and continued to guide. First of all here congratulations to Qingxian for being the first contestant to light up the stage in our Voice of Dreams Season 2, which means that in the show of self-performance, you reached a full pass score. Do you have anything you want to say about that? Lu Qingxian was stunned, thought for a moment, and said seriously, I hope that a perfect score pass will be my achievement when I leave, not just a self-presentation. Chapter 43, I'm a bad woman. The whole room was in an uproar when these words came out. Go, 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 grab the reaction close-up. In the command room, Director Mo's mouth was about to burst into laughter. This shot put it directly into the pilot movie. On the scene, Hu Hua also froze for a moment. A variety of competitive programs he has not hosted less, but in the program Dare to Be So Arrogant contestants, it is really rare. The abbot's instincts made him want to steer this easily uncontrollable rhythm away, but at that moment, instructions came in the return of his ears, causing the corners of his mouth to twitch. Then he said, Do you tutors think that player Qingxian has a chance of reaching this achievement? At those words, the mentors were stunned. Is that a question that can be answered? But the words are there. Immediately, Feng Jing, who was known as the Bombardment G, couldn't help but open her mouth. I admit that you're not bad, but if you want to pass, you'd better not pick me. Then who does MS? Feng think should be chosen? Yi Turnip asked with a smile. Feng Jing, giving Yi a grudging look. Is there a question you ask like that? At this time, Wang Tianwang suddenly spoke. Qingxian's singing skills are indeed good, but her stage performance is really weak, so if you want to pass, you might need to be braver. The stage isn't that scary. You're a performer in the art of singing. You should be as intimate with the stage as if it were your own home. Thank you, Sensei, for your guidance, Lu Qingxian said earnestly. I am indeed nervous. I will try to overcome it. It's actually not that hard to overcome stage fright. Yi Turnip smiled and said, Don't go thinking that there are us so-called mentors on stage. Just treat us all as your audience. Think about what you started with. Is it the challenge and the victory? I don't believe it. Qingxian, you're not like that. Don't ever let other things bury your beginner's heart. I think we're all the same. Our initial goal, we all just want to be heard. So when you get on stage, there's only one thing you should be thinking about, and that's singing. Your purpose should be just to sing your song to all of us, not the so-called victory, the so-called pass. Think about your original intention. Qingxian. This time, Lu Qingxian was deeply stunned. Beginner's mind? Her first thoughts? Looking at Yi Turnip's smiling face, she suddenly realized why Yi Turnip could become a diva. And she seems to have taken a detour without realizing it. After experiencing a big backward step in her life, she wanted to be famous and successful so badly. It was for this reason that she practiced her singing desperately, and desperately tried to maintain her outward appearance, strict to the extreme, but she had long forgotten why. In the first place, she had decided to enroll in a music school instead of the top-notch colleges that her parents had hoped for. Even Lin Xian's figure suddenly appeared in his mind. It suddenly occurred to her that the reason why she was willing to take that marriage license that night was actually more about not wanting to leave Lin Xian, who had established Lime Entertainment and was able to support her in developing her music career. If she had a complete falling out with the Lin family, it would inevitably be impossible for her to continue to be around Lin Xian. She, on the other hand, had been fooling herself, always thinking that Lin Xian had given too much for her. a benefactor who had ripped her out of the abyss. She couldn't let Lin Xian become a criminal that everyone detested, always thinking that she had to grow up and become a pillar of lime. The only way to repay this favor. It wasn't until this moment that she suddenly realized that the only person she was really thinking about was never herself. Why is she so nervous about singing on stage that she can't even open her eyes? It's nothing more than the fear of failure and the fear of not being recognized. Why did she become more and more dependent on Lin Xian and wanted to be with him? It was probably just because Lin Xian, who always came up with great songs, gave her a huge sense of security and showed her a shortcut to success. For a moment, her eyes reddened. Shame on you. Why? Have you become such a person yourself? Qingxian? At the tutor's table, Yi Qingyi suddenly noticed that Lu Qingxian was very out of sorts. Her body was trembling slightly. It's not like she's saying anything heavy, she's just giving her most important takeaways. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Lu Qingxian suddenly bent 90 degrees and bowed deeply. 2 crystalline teardrops fell to the ground in one smooth motion. No need to be so polite. Yi Qingyi felt more and more out of place, and when she wanted to say something, Lu Qingxian wiped the corners of her eyes and had already stood up. Can I go down now? In the lounge outside the studio, Guo Yuan was boredly swiping her cell phone when she suddenly saw Lu Qingxian walk in. Her pair of peach blossom eyes red. She was startled and hurriedly got up to welcome her. What's wrong, Qingxian? Why have you suddenly come out? Did something happen? Who bullied you? Where's Lin Xian? Lu Qingxian did not answer Guo Yuan's question, but instead looked around the lounge, trying to identify the figure that had become more and more familiar. He went to the car, Guo Yuan subconsciously replied, then eagerly said, what happened? How did you get out? I'm looking for Lin Xian for something, Lu Qingxian said. I've already sung the opening song. It's time for the other contestants to perform next. There's no footage of me. I asked Xiao He to ask the director, and the director allowed me to leave for half an hour. No, why are you suddenly looking for Lin Xian? You should have cried, right? What happened? Don't worry about it, Sister Yuan. I'm fine. I just want to find Lin Xian. While saying that, Lu Qingxian had already turned around and headed out of the lounge. Don't worry, Sister Yuan. I'll be back to record the program after I find Lin Xian. Don't follow me. Hearing the last sentence, Guo Yuan stopped her footsteps that had already taken a step. Scratching his head, he called Lin Xian over. Parking lot. Lin Xian was coding the novel with a fast hand speed, and there were infinite slots in his heart to spit. What the hell is this broken business car? Difficult to sit dead. Code a word are engaged in back pain. When the manuscript fee is paid out, say whatever you have to help Lu Qingxian change to a Yi turnip sane caravan at your own expense. How cool is that thing? Not only is it comfortable to code, but you can let go and play the game too. Don't get me wrong, gentlemen. He has absolutely no strange ideas. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, there was a knock on the car window. Lin Xian subconsciously turned his head, only to see the outline of a head pressed against the glass. In an instant, Lin Xian only felt that his soul was going to be lost, and he almost threw his computer out. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Xian. It was good that at this moment, a familiar voice came through the car window, which hooked Lin Xian's frightened soul back. Roll down the window. Under the light of the car, a small, beautiful face was revealed. Hokage, don't you know that people scare people to death in the middle of the night? Lin Xian didn't have the good sense to say. Lu Qingxian didn't say anything. She just stared blankly at Lin Xian, water mist spreading rapidly in her eyes, and in the next instant, it flowed down her cheeks. Hey, what's going on you this? Lin Xian, shocked, hastily put down the computer, reached out to wipe the dripping teardrops. I was wrong is not okay. I was just scared. Maybe the tone of voice heavy some. I apologize, okay. You do not cry, ah. Lin Xian was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. His fingers kept wiping on Lu Qingxuan's delicate cheeks, but he couldn't dry them. Don't you cry. Ouch. I was really wrong. For a moment, Lin Xian felt like he was about to cry alone. Lin envy. Suddenly, Lu Qingxian spoke up, with a sobbing voice, I'm a bad woman. Sorry. Chapter 44, Honesty. What? Lin Xian froze, subconsciously touching Lu Qingxuan's forehead. It didn't have a fever either. Lu Qingxian grabbed Lin Xian's hand and wiped her tears with her other hand, her nose twitching as she said, Lin Xian, there are a lot of things that I want to confess to you. Yeah, but let's not cry, okay? Lin Xian was truly afraid, seeing Lu Qingxian cry. In his previous knowledge, heartache was just a verb. It's the first time I felt it in such a tangible way. I'll take it. Lu Qingxian made an effort, and after a few moments, she said with a sobbing voice, I can't put it away. Lin Xian, God can't take it. She's not stupid, is she? So just say it. Get in the car and say it. Don't take it. Aha. Lu Qingxian answered and got into the car and brewed for a few more moments before she broke off to talk about her journey. 10 minutes later, Lin Xian was speechless. So you're trying to convey that you're a bad woman who's selfish and only looking out for yourself, who only wants to use me and my sister to get to the top, and now that you've come to your senses, that's what you're saying, isn't it? Aha! Lu Qingxian lowered her head in shame. Lin Xian was even more speechless. Then have you ever thought that there is an old saying that says, a slap in the face is not a slap in the face? Lu Qingxian froze, blinking her really watery big eyes. Lin Xian then continued, is there a possibility that when I first spent that $10 million to let my sister fish you out, I wasn't even trying to pull you out of any abyss? I was just bent on taking advantage of this opportunity to take you back into my family as a daughter-in-law. And in the end, you just escaped from the tiger's den to the wolf's den. Lu Qingxuan's crying stopped instantly, her small mouth slightly opened wide, and Lin Xian continued expressionlessly, there are so many people in the world. Why did my sister pick you? Is there a big chance because Lime Entertainment is really in need of a singer who can hold up the fort, and you're both cheap and good at it? The little mouth opened wider and wider. Sister, are you stupid? Lin Xian sighed helplessly. How can anyone in this world not be selfish? And those who can really be selfless? That's not a person anymore. It's a great man. Normal people have selfishness, but the point is never whether we have selfishness or not, but whether we have harmed others while fulfilling our selfishness. Let's say a man wants money, so he goes and robs his rich boss. Then he is indeed a bad man, but he chose to go work for the boss and the boss paid him. Is there a problem? The boss's mouth is going to be crooked with laughter, alright. That's the case with you and my sister. You want to be famous. She wants to make the company bigger and stronger. You two get together. At best, it's a case of each getting what they want. There's no such thing as who's bad or not. While saying that, Lin Xian shook his head straight. This schoolmate really isn't too bright. At those words, Lu Qingxian was stunned for a long time, and after careful thought, it seemed that this was indeed the case. Then she thought of something else and gritted her silver teeth. But I'm still cheating on your emotions. You mean cook for me, hold hands with me, kiss me, even offer yourself? Lin Xian laughed. Then I don't mind you cheating on me. How about cheating again now? Right here in the car? Lu Qingxian. Okay, I take it for what it's worth. Crying so hard. No more crying, huh? Your makeup's all smeared. Saying that, Lin Xian once again reached out to help Lu Qingxian wipe her tears. Lu Qingxian, however, dodged it at once, panic flashing in her eyes. Is the makeup blurred? Isn't it ugly? Yeah, it's ugly. Lin Xian retracted his hand in a bad mood. Your eyes are swollen. Let's see if you still cry in the future. Why are you like this? Lu Qingxian gritted her teeth, her emotions incoherent from the whole thing. What about me? You came up and clicked and cried. Scared me all. At least one kiss to make up for my spiritual loss. Plus the last time is 2 times. Senior sister, when are you going to cash in? Lin Xian asked in a serious manner. Lu Qingxian instantly began to stammer, only feeling her brain a little confused. Obviously she's such a bad person. Obviously she's here to admit she's wrong. So why is she suddenly going in this direction? Never mind. Seeing as you're poor now, I'll put you on the books first. Lin Xian reached out again, and this time Lu Qingxian didn't dodge and let Lin Xian help her dry her tears. Alright, since you've put it to this point, senior sister, it's good for me to confess as well. Lin Xian spread his hands and said, I'm shameless, I'm underhanded, and I crave your body. Whether it's spending $10 million in the first place, or writing songs and instructing you to play the piano later, the ultimate goal is to get you. How's that for egregious? Lu Qingxian shook her head and said seriously, it's different. I know that you're this kind of person, and it's exactly that I'm taking advantage of, but you don't know my nature. Lin Xian laughed in exasperation. Too lazy to argue with you about such things. I just want to tell you that all the people in the world who can come together, they must have met initially because of the need for something in the other person, which can be profit, beauty, appreciation, in short, a lot. Without this need, 2 people, even if they meet by chance, are sure to revert to strangers. Mutual need is essential for people to meet and interact with each other. Understand? For my part, I'm actually happy that you want something from me, and I don't mind giving you what you want. What I care about is getting you after I give it to you. It seems to be working well so far. It's been kissed. Lu Qingxian. Lin Xian teasingly smiled. Just think about it, which one of us actually suffers? Lu Qingxian fell into deep thought. Who's losing out? Of course she's the one who lost. She borrowed Lin Xian's talent to become famous, but at the end of the day, she must have been all. There was a long silence before she gently spat out 2 words. Bad man. Lin Xian rolled his eyes. Alright, you should be calmer now, right? What happened? So, Lu Qingxian told what happened at the scene. After hearing this, Lin Xian tried to decipher. So, You're whining because you lost your first heart and then associated your entire being with something you hate? Lu Qingxian reddened. I just drilled the bullseye. By now, she was completely sober and had regained her senses. Okay, Lin Xian didn't argue and asked. So what? What are you going to do now? Are you going to keep singing, or are you just going to let it go? Of course we have to keep singing, Lu Qingxian hurriedly said. Then sing. Lin Xian smiled. What ye turnip said still makes sense. Just keep your original intention of wanting to sing. Don't care about too many other things. It doesn't matter even if you lose in this program. It doesn't matter even if you are spurned by your fans for it and hit rock bottom. At least I won't dislike you for it. The worst of the worst is nothing more than coming home with me to make babies. So go ahead and sing. When you put it that way, it makes me even more uneasy. I stayed up late yesterday playing video games, and I'm groggy after work today, so I'll sing a new song tomorrow. A very bombastic kind of song. If you're interested, you can guess. Chapter 45 The Torment. Lu Qingxian went back. She only had 30 minutes to leave the stage. When she returned to the waiting room, Xiao He, who had been waiting for a long time and was like an ant on a hot pan, immediately greeted her. Sister Lu, you're finally back. Is your health okay? Lu Qingxian skimmed her head a little unnaturally, and in order to leave the scene for a while, she lied when she left, saying that she had a stomachache. It's not dry, it's healed, she whispered. That's good, that's good. Xiao He heaved a big sigh of relief, looked at Lu Qingxuan's bunny-like eyes, and carefully said, there's still a bit of time. Do you think you need to ice your eyes a little bit? We have special ice patches here, too. Thank you so much. Lu Qingxian looked slightly pleased. Soon, Lu Qingxian put on the ice patch. Off to the side, he gave her a rundown of the scene. Sister Lu, in the time you've been gone, 5 more contestants have already finished singing, but you're still the only one who has managed to light up the stage so far. It's for the contestant with the best score. Is Uncle Boar from Inner Mongolia? Got the bright lights from 6 judges. His singing voice Mr. Wang likes very much. So far, it is the best performer besides you. Lu Qingxian nodded her head gently, not putting too much stock in it. Rather than looking down on other contestants, the main program, this is not a direct competition between the contestants. Attention is useless, even after the mentor to be chosen is determined in mind. Other mentors can be chosen without too much concern. Simply research what the strengths of the mentor you are challenging are and how to avoid them. But, not to mention that Lu Qingxian was never prepared to avoid his front, and was always prepared to fight hard. Now, she didn't want to be bothered with such things anymore. 5 minutes later, Lu Qingxian removed the ice compress patch, only to feel that her entire body was much more awake, lifting his head just in time to see the monitor on the wall. The image was being performed by whichever student's sister always liked to look at her with adoration. A cover of an inspirational song by Ye Turnip. The little girl looked lively, bouncing around the stage and singing along. The eyes froze slightly. Lu Qingxian had been pining for a long time before she secretly told herself in her mind. It took 4 years of waiting to finally get on a big stage for once. This time, it's just for singing. Let's go back. Lu Qingxian stood up. Okay, Sister Lu, this way. Xiao He immediately stepped forward to guide it. Moments later, through the elevated platform, Lu Qingxian re-entered the contestant area that belonged to her. The area was dimly lit and her arrival drew no attention. At that exact moment, the student's sister Wang Qing also finished her performance belonging to her, and got the bright lights from the 5 mentors. When she introduced herself, she looked excited and chattered like a happy lark. It's a show where all the contestants get a chance to perform, but not all of them get to challenge their mentors. Because of the limited length of the final broadcast, only the top 5 of the 9 contestants in the light-up rankings will be eligible to choose a mentor to challenge. The contestants in the bottom 4 not only don't have a chance to challenge the mentors, but when it finally airs, there's a good chance that the singing footage will be cut, which is the equivalent of being on the show for nothing. Wang Qing was the 8th contestant to sing, and the light-up ranking was tied for 3rd with another trendy young man named Zhu Yuxing. This meant that no matter how the last contestant fared, she was firmly in the running and could choose a mentor to challenge. At this point, another player area. Seeing Wang Qing's performance, Zhao Han, who was ranked 4th and actually 5th, was undoubtedly the most nervous. Her fate was already tied to the performance of the last contestant, and her success or failure was completely out of her control, so one can only pray very unkindly. Roll over, roll over, roll over, roll over. Soon after, Wang Qing retired and handed the stage over to the last contestant. As a result, I don't know if Zhao Han's prayers worked, or if the contestant was so stressed out that he opened his mouth and ran out of tune badly in the first sentence. Though he quickly adjusted back and sang the whole song very strongly, he ended up getting only one bright light of a very consoling nature. From King Wang, I appreciate your seriousness in singing the whole song. That's what Wolf Tennessee had to say. This concludes the contestants' performance. The final rankings are: first, Lu Qingxian, full light achievement. Lighting the stage. Second, bearded Uncle Boar from Inner Mongolia, said to be the best singing presence among the herders, and famous in the area. 6 lights. Tied for third, rock and roll youth Zhu Yuxing, music student Wang Qing, 5 lights. Fourth, Zhao Han, housewife, 4 lights. On the stage, after sending off the last player, Hu Hua said with full of regret, although it's a pity, but here, we have to say goodbye to the last 4 players in the rankings. It doesn't mean that they aren't good, it's just that the rules are like this. I hope that their future music road, a straight road. At the exit, the 4 contestants waved goodbye to the camera, some chagrined, some regretful. When the 4 left the stage, Hu Hua changed his tone and said in a loud voice, "Next, please invite the 5 challenging contestants to take the stage again." A rousing piece of music played, the brilliant lights dropped, and the 5 men who had been instructed to walk onto the stage together. Once again on stage, Lu Qingxian was still nervous, but it was completely different from earlier. This time, she looked squarely at the stage without flashing or hiding. Maybe it really is a change of heart. Resurveying this magnificent stage, what was more in Lu Qingxuan's heart was actually excitement. After all, she had waited and prepared for a really long time. Soon, the 5 stood and the music stopped. Hu Hua said, according to the rules, the contestant Lu Qingxian who has gained the recognition of all the tutors and lit up the stage can be the first to choose a tutor to challenge. So Qingxian, I can call you that, right? Yes, Lu Qingxian said. Okay Qingxian, do you have a tutor in mind that you want to choose? Lu Qingxian honestly said, I want to challenge tutor Fengjing. Ha, ha, Hu Hua and Fengjing were shocked in the same way. No, I'm just starting the process and you're just ing over it? Hu Hua only felt that his ability to control the scene as a gold medal host had been seriously provoked. But I don't blame Lu Qingxian, he's a newcomer after all, so I blame him for not being critical enough with his questions. With a lot of vigilance in his heart, Hu Hua immediately took over the topic. I can see that Qingxian is a truthful girl, so teacher Feng, what do you think about this matter of Qingxian wanting to challenge you? Me? Fengjing was still a bit confused. To be honest, I can't think of a reason why Qingxian would want to challenge me. After all, it's well known that I've sung songs with tunes that are that high. There's something to it. Yi laughed. It only shows that Qingxian is not only good at singing, but the vocal range piece is also quite excellent. By the way Qingxian, I see that you were not in a good state just now. Are you better now? Much better. Thank you for your concern, Teacher Yi. Lu Qingxian said. Okay, then Qingxian. Seeing that another unanticipated topic had arisen, Hu Hua's heart was tired and at the same time, he immediately said, which piece do you want to use to challenge Mr. Feng? At the mention of this, everyone in the room looked interested. The strength that Lu Qingxian displayed was almost overwhelmingly strong amongst the contestants, so much so that the mentor's gaze was drawn much higher, and pressing the lights became extraordinarily serious. The 4 contestants who left got press lights that were almost always mostly sympathetic, just not wanting to make their eliminations too ugly. This kind of thing never happened last season. Which of Fengjing's songs would the so powerful Lu Qingxian choose to sing? It's a well-known fact that Fengjing's songs are all difficult to sing, which has something to do with her crazy batch attributes that she likes to challenge herself. Can Lu Qingxian handle a soprano like Fengjing? The crowd was looking forward to it. In the spotlight, Lu Qingxian remained sincere. I want to challenge Mr. Feng with a new song that hasn't been released yet. This song is called Torment. Chapter 46. New song? Everyone was flabbergasted. The road not envisioned. Who would have thought that a contestant on a show that focuses on helping people realize their musical dreams, with the ultimate prize being a new song tailored to their needs, would start by singing one of his or her original compositions and wowing the audience. Then backhandedly, he pulled out a new song out of the sword instructor. Are you here to fulfill a dream? You're here to testify, aren't you? This time, even Hu Hua was speechless for a moment. Why didn't the director give him a heads up about this unforeseen situation? No? Seeing the strange atmosphere at the scene, Lu Qingxian asked carefully, this is something that Sister Yuan has communicated with the program team, and it is reasonably unlikely that it won't work. Yes, of course, Hu Hua immediately picked up. What does Mr. Feng think? Me? Fengjing had a complicated expression and was a bit depressed that she actually didn't sing her song. She was kinda looking forward to Lu Qingxian singing her song live and flipping her car. Watching the contestants flip out singing her songs is one of her great joys of being on this show. How can she look at it? Sit back and watch. But words can't be said like that. Fengjing smiled. I'm looking forward to it. On the side, Yi Turnip's eyes glowed, and once again she couldn't help but speak. Did Lin Xian write that song for you? Yes. Lu Qingxian still nodded honestly. Good. I'm looking forward to it too. Yi Turnip was really looking forward to it. The song Red Beam that Lin Xian had given her, the more she saw it, the more she liked it. Her sense of smell as a diva told her that it was a classic flavor. It's the kind of work that can really endure. Okay, Jingxuan's choice is MS. Fong. Next, let's invite the second Boolean contestant to speak. Brewer, I'll go with Mr. Wang. Hua is confused. Did I ask? After a mind-numbing process, the challenge lineup was determined as follows. Lu Qingxian vs Fong Jing. Duel vs. Wang Yisik. Zhu Yuxing vs Lu Qingyan. Wang Qing vs Yi Turnip. Zhao Han vs. Hu Yuxia. Lu Qingyan is a top-tier rock streamer, and Hu Yuxia specializes in a small, fresh lyrical style, which corresponds exactly to the two contestants. Apparently, the show picks its contestants with care, and for each of the 9 contestants, each mentor bumps into the same style as at least one person. Once a contestant of the same style advances, the probability is that he or she will choose a mentor of the corresponding style, and by doing so, the possibility of certain mentors running with the program for the entire season can be effectively avoided. All contestants are paired with mentors. Since the mentors are all only allowed to answer the battle with adapted songs and cannot sing their own songs, the main movie will show footage of the mentors preparing their adapted songs. But on the set, everything was already prepared. All of the contestants exited the stage and returned to the previous waiting room, as the program needed to film the contestants' reactions to the music they heard. As for Lu Qingxian, who was the first challenger, she was directly arranged to wait at the entrance notice. From here, she could see the band teachers making final adjustments, and a heart began to thump fast. Honestly, she doesn't think she's ready for all the songs she's about to sing. Even though Lin Xian had given her a first-hand demonstration of how she was going to perform the song, and even though the previous practice had gone well, she was still apprehensive. She likes to be prepared for anything before she acts. What if you play out of your mind? Once again, she couldn't help but think. Spinning around, the music in his ears seemed to ring with the man's voice. Don't worry, fail and come home with me to make babies. No baby making. She wants to sing. In an instant, Lu Qingxian was determined. She could definitely do it. Soon, the host, Hu Hua, began to announce the curtain, and the on-air entrance cue appeared in Lu Qingxuan's ear return. She moved instantly, walking through the not-so-long entrance tunnel, picking up a microphone at the end of the tunnel, and ascending to the stage. The stage was dimly lit, so dimly that she couldn't quite see the floor, and could only move her feet carefully to the designated area. The scene was quiet, so quiet that she could hear her own rapid heartbeat after rapid heartbeat. The field of view is wide. She could see the 7 tutors at the tutors' table, looking this way with eyes of curiosity mixed with anticipation. One can see the front row, the professional jury that is either serious or scrutinizing. A full 300 spectators could be seen sitting neatly in the auditoriums on either side. You can see countless cameras and long guns. Suddenly, the stage lit up with soft beams of light, and Lu Qingxian, who was looking at the front of the stage in a state of infatuation, appeared so abruptly in front of everyone. Then, only as an afterthought, she shuddered slightly, clearly startled by the light that had caught her off guard. So cute. Yi Turnip's eyes glowed. Fong Jing, on the other hand, moved her but in slight disgust. That's when the intro came on. To the ear, it was a slightly sad flavor. Immediately afterward, a soft chant joins in, matching the melody and slowly expanding this sense of sadness. So poignant. Yi Qingyi closed her eyes slightly, and just as she wanted to savor the intro, Lu Qingxuan's song came. When the heart skips a beat, love begins to torment. Every minute, every second, eyes widened steeply. Yi Qingyi looked straight at Lu Qingxian on the stage, only to feel her throat a little dry. Almost everyone in the mentor's chair moved in unison. Zoom in on the opening? As professionals, they could imagine almost the instant they heard the first lyrics that this was going to be a song that would blow the house down. Especially Fong Jing. Just hearing the first sentence made her heart go straight to love. By the way, I'd like to go back and contact the songwriter named Lin Xian. However, right at this moment, the tune changed, and Lu Qingxuan's voice shifted into a low tone. I should have known that you're just a bird of prey. After the embrace, with only the feather left in his hand, why did you waste all that coffee and roses, bothering to come here in the first place? I want to, quietly, think, on the scales, so that love and hate will not falter. You can't balance it out just thinking about it. I turn off the lights and still can't turn off the storm. It's a song of lost love. Savoring the lyrics, a few of the mentors had new feelings, then associating it with the first line sung by Lu Qingxian. The image of a woman torn apart after a breakup leapt out. Yes, tear the heart out, especially after hearing Lu Qingxuan's next song. This idea became more and more distinct in their minds. When the heart beats, love begins to suffer. Every minute, every second, the fire's burning. How good it is to burn to ashes. It's called pining. Don't argue. I think I'm close to forgetting you. Put the loneliness in and out. Great song. Listening to the interlude, Wang Tianwang swayed his body slightly. his face full of appreciation. It's not that good. Feng Jing soured a little. Soon, though, her thoughts changed. Lu Qingxuan's voice grew lower and thicker. Do not get it, and do not pray for it. How do you do that without someone else telling you? At the bottom of the sea where I'm in too deep, I'm also left with only myself to rely on. Hearing this, she had sensed something was wrong. Lu Qingxuan's successive twists and turns in her tenor have paved the way for the emotions to reach an extreme, and it has reached the point where she has to explode. It has to be an outburst, and it has to be a high enough outburst to release this emotion, or the song will surely fail. But this kind of outburst would be deeply stressful even for her, so much so, that she was incredibly nervous. When the heart beats, love begins to suffer, and its exaggerated strong mixed treble. Perfect. As much as she didn't want to admit it, Lu Qingxuan's soprano voice was truly perfect. This heft, this range, how did that little body of hers explode? Feng Jing didn't understand. What follows, however, is high energy throughout. Continuous bursts of high notes blasted the scalps of every single person in the room. It was as if they were actually seeing a woman who had been emotionally wounded and was tearing up the stage, singing and pouring out her heart. Until the song is sung, the crowd couldn't look back for a long time. Their eyes glazed over. Phew. On the stage, Lu Qingxian let out a long sigh of relief. She was satisfied with this rendition, and even though there were still some gaps between it and Lin Xian's version, it was as far as she could go. With a relaxed smile on her face, Lu Qingxian bowed to the tutor's table. Teacher Feng, please teach me. Chapter 47, Returning to Solitary Living. In this instant, Feng Jingren went numb. Suddenly a phrase that pops up from time to time on the sound variety pop-ups comes to mind. She should be sitting at the judge's table. It was impossible for her to wimp out, being on the first line, and if that song was given to her, she could sing it without being the least bit bad. The problem is simply that the song she's about to sing, while a classic, is not the right type of song for a rodeo. Stretching your head is a cut. Whatever. With a hint of determination, Feng Jing ascended the stage. Late night, Lin Xian, who had completed his coding task, sat in his car, playing a management handheld game with his eyes in a state of boredom to the point of skepticism. As for continuing to code, are you kidding me? It's 2 o'clock in the morning. Suddenly, the car door was pulled open. Lin Xian instinctively turned his head, and then he saw Lu Qingxuan's face that couldn't hide her excited smile, reminding him for a moment of an elementary school student who went home with a perfect test paper. Sure enough, the next moment, Lu Qingxian spoke excitedly. Lin Xian, I made it to the next round. Congratulations, Lin Xian said heartily. Don't get excited, get in the car. Behind Lu Qingxian, Gui Yuan urged. We have to rush back to the Magic City tonight. You have to seize the time to rest. You have to fly to Pengcheng immediately after attending this side of the interview. There's not much time for you to rest. Oh, Lu Qingxian obediently nodded and boarded the car. What's the deal? Interviews? And a flight to Rock City? Lin Xian was confused. It was already 2 o'clock in the morning, right? Staying up all night to fight the god of war? No way. Gui Yuan said. This local talk show in Mordor is a program that focuses on promoting singers. It's very suitable for Qingxian to stabilize and build up her popularity, and it just so happens that the other party took the initiative to contact me, so I helped Qingxian take it. It's an S-rated variety show over in Pengcheng. It has to be on. Do you still have the spirit to drive? If you can't, I'll drive. Driving is no problem. It's just that messing with Qingxian like this will be too much for you, right? Lin Xian worried. I can do it. Lu Qingxian immediately vocalized in the back row. Very spirited. All right. Lin Xian was a bit speechless, but he could understand Lu Qingxuan's current vigor, so he got out of the car and pulled open the driver's door. Gui Yuan had already nimbly gotten into the passenger seat and said with a smile, if you want to be popular, how can you do it without suffering? Qingxuan's hot right now, so she must seize the opportunity to expand her popularity, and until the heat dissipates, it's all going to be a busy time. The busier the better. Lu Qingxuan's eyes glowed. Hurry up and go to sleep you. Lin Xian started the car and said in a bad mood, oh. Lu Qingxian shrunk her head and closed her eyes. The car fell silent. 10 minutes later. Lin Xian, the first installment will be updated next Friday. Will you watch it? Will. Lin Xian drove expressionlessly. But if you don't go to sleep, I won't give you any more songs from now on. Her cheeks bulging slightly. Lu Qingxian glared at the man in the front row with an angry grunt and turned her head away. Looking out the window at the receding streetlights, she was soon infatuated again. How would the parents at home react if they saw her finally on the show? Mom should be crying. When I first found out I was snowed in, I cried for a long time. Where's Dad? Would it be a relief? Will it be proud? Thoughts flew around until the car once again stopped at the entrance of the fairy residence. Lu Qingxian did not fall asleep for a moment even though her eyes were closed. You go back and rest. I'll take Qingxian. Wei Yuan got into the driver's seat and said to Lin Xian, who had already gotten out of the car, "Be careful on the road." Lin Xian waved his hand and watched the car slowly drive away until it disappeared. The heart is a little empty. In fact, Lu Qingxian could have done it without having to work so hard. With him around, even if he only piled her up with songs, he could easily pile her up to the top of the music scene. However, Lin Xian ultimately didn't say anything like telling Lu Qingxian not to fight too hard. If it wasn't for the fact that she felt she had gotten too much for nothing, there was no way Lu Qingxian would have said something like she was a bad woman. There was no way she could accept that she was someone who could accept gifts from others for nothing and with peace of mind. It was the fact that she had endured too much of a shock before and was too afraid of failure that made her subconsciously ignore the emotion. Nowadays, she definitely wouldn't easily let Lin Xian meddle in her affairs anymore, unless she thought she possessed the leverage to exchange with Lin Xian on an equal footing. TSK. Smacking his lips, Lin Xian turned around and walked towards the villa. Luckily, he wasn't an idealistic person and wasn't so proud that he could lay down flat with a clear conscience, but find the opportunity, or as much as possible, to give Lu Qingxian some help. After all, it is not much fun to lie alone. It was high noon when I woke up. Lin Xian was too lazy to cook and wanted to order a package of frozen dumplings, only to realize that there was no such thing in the refrigerator. On the contrary, there were many categories of vegetables, which were neatly arranged. 10 minutes later, Lin Xian shivered and mixed the noodles with the combined oil, only feeling tasteless. It's true that a home just doesn't work without a woman. It's hard to go from luxury to frugality. After dealing with my stomach, it's still yard work. And so, 3 days passed in succession. With Lin Xian's tireless efforts, he finally had enough saved manuscripts to get him through the debt repayment period. A new Monday arrives. Debt-free Lin Xian got up early in the morning and prepared to return to the canyon for a long time to make a big kill. That's how it is with people. When something is weighing them down, they can't get it up. It was hard to get a break, and that was a minute that I didn't want to waste on something like sleeping. As a result, just after logging into the game, the phone rang, from Lin Xian. "Hey, what's up, old sis? Was busy? You've been busy my ass. I've seen you logging into the game." "What?" Lin Xian was startled, clicked on the friends list for a while to search, and finally stopped at an account with the ID "It's Manga," and was instantly messed up. A memory comes to mind. Sophomore year of high school. In the school set up an esports club, and engaged in the battle team. Cousin Lin Meng had the idea of pulling the original owner into the battle team. After all, the young people react quickly. Can be further education. The family is also rich enough to be the backup hidden energy of the battle team. Then after playing a few games together and realizing that the original owner was a pit, they decided to give up. Never in a million years did he expect that Sister Meng would actually become Lin Xian's eyes to spy on him, mostly because he had been playing the game too often for a while and had been noticed. Okay, know that you create hard work, need to relax, will not take up too much of your time, come to the company, before noon for sure put you back. Going to the office for what? Lin Xian was instantly on guard in his heart. You're not trying to pull the wool over his eyes, are you? It seemed as if he had spoken a little too loudly last time about having a lot of inventory, and he was beginning to regret it. You're at least a member of Lime Entertainment's composition department. You have to come to the company to get to know your co-workers. All the people from the composition department are here today. Come and show your face. Just showing your face? By the way, give them a lecture on your insights into music. You've written so many songs, it's not like you can't do this little thing, right? Lin Xian stroked his chin and thought, if it's just that, that's fine. Hurry up. Lin Xian laughed evilly. Xiao, she is a very pretty girl. It's cheaper for you to make such a big splash. Lin Xian was speechless for a while. Feeling like you've gone over to teach for free or take advantage of the situation? Not bad for a woman who wants to be a capitalist. Chapter 48, Lime's Artists. Thinking so, after hanging up the phone, Lin Xian still went to the bathroom to tidy up his appearance. 10 minutes later, after a few days at home, he regained his sunny good looks and started the AA to go out. Hello Ringo. Returning to the company after a long time, a sweet greeting from the receptionist sister instantly made Lin Xian's mood several points more beautiful. I don't know if it was an illusion, but Lin Xian always felt that the receptionist sister's eyes were glowing as she looked at herself, and her emotions were higher than when she came in the past. Did his already handsome self become even more handsome? For a while, Lin Xian's back straightened out a bit more. Taking the elevator, Lin Xian quickly arrived at the composition department. On the seat by the window, Old Wang was still leisurely drinking tea and looking out the window in a relaxed manner. To be honest, Lin Xian felt that Old Wang's attitude towards life was in a realm of its own, even though he didn't look like he had that much depth. Aside from the old king, the composing department is finally showing up with new faces. On the first seat of the entrance, a man who tied his long hair casually into a ponytail and looked quite literate was looking intently at a piece of manuscript paper, his brows furrowed deeply. Standing in the doorway, Lin Xian could see that it was a half-finished sheet of music, also in the row by the window, which happened to be the previous position of Lin Xian's workstation. A pretty girl wearing headphones closed her eyes and seemed to be listening to a super dynamic song, her whole body moving in a very rhythmic rhythm. Unsurprisingly, these two were Su Ziyu and Yi Xiaoxi. Lin Xian's memory was superb right now, and even though the composing group was also blocked by him out of habit, he still remembered the names of these two. Ahem. After watching for a moment, Lin Xian walked through the door and coughed lightly before saying, "Hello seniors." Hearing the familiar voice, old Wang immediately turned around with a surprised look on his face. "Lin Xian, you kid finally knows to come back. Long time no see, brother Wang." Lin Xian greeted with a smile. Hearing the voice, Su Ziyu also snapped out of his contemplation and raised his head to look at Lin Xian. A trace of surprise flashed across his face, which then turned into a smile as he stood up. "Senior dare not, we have been hearing about your legendary deeds all this time. My name is Su Ziyu. You can call me Ayu just like old Wang, or you can call me brother Su just like Xiaoxi." "Hello Su." "Hello." After the greeting, the three men's gazes suddenly fell in unison on the girl by the window, still shaking her head, seemingly intuitively sensing that something wasn't quite right. Yi Xiaoxi snapped her eyes open, and then, her entire body slowly became stiff. What? She took off her headphones and was visibly uncomfortable with the image of three men staring directly at her. "Ahem, Xiaoxia, come and meet your new colleagues," old Wang said smilingly. "New co-worker?" It was only when she heard those three words that Yi Xiaoxi's dazed head snapped out of it, and the moment her gaze locked onto Lin Xian, she was violently shocked. "Lin Xian, you're that monster newcomer." Lin Envy gave an awkward and unobtrusive smile. "Ah, no. Yi Xiaoxi's entire body was a little excited. "I mean, you're awesome. Thanks." Lin Xian smiled. Knock knock. At that moment, there was a sudden knock at the door. The four men turned back in unison, only to see the company's boss, Lin Xian, with a group of handsome men and beautiful women, was standing at the door with a smile on her face. "Didn't bother you guys." No. How? Old Wang had a quick wit and immediately greeted him warmly. "Welcome Mr. Lin to our composition department to guide our work. Please come in. I'm not here to instruct. I'm here to bring you work." Lin Xian snickered. "It shouldn't be unwelcome, should it?" Old Wang froze and looked at the group of handsome men and women behind Lin Xian. His smile stiffened for a few moments. Welcome. How could it not be welcome?" In the back, Lin Xian rolled his eyes. He knew that Lin Xian was really rushing to pull his wool over his eyes. Lin Xian's gaze traced over Lin Xian, noticing Lin Xian's expression, and his smile intensified. Ha, that's good. Saying that, Lin Xian walked into the composition department. Looking at the four standing, he said, "Sit down, all of you, and I'll explain the situation to you first." Upon hearing this, all four of them, including Lin Xian, each sat down in their own seats. Even though Lin Xian's heart was calling out that he was being punked, this was a company and the face that should be given to Lin Xian had to be given. "The situation is this." Lin Xian gathered her smile and said with a straight face, "Because our company's singer Lu Qingxian has already taken the lead in making a name for herself, and in her subsequent process of picking up announcements and conducting negotiations, she's secured many high-quality performance opportunities for our company's newcomers, and since it's an opportunity, we naturally have to grasp it and take it seriously. All of our company's current artists, including the trainees, I've brought over today, and next I'll have them showcase their talents and specialties in front of the four composition teachers. I'm going to make a hard request here, and the first time I've ever made a request in the composing department. Today, each of the four teachers will have to come up with at least one piece of fine art or above to work with an artist you feel is suitable, or for the artists to choose from. Is that okay?" "No problem." Old Wang, who was usually the saltiest of all, was the first to chime in. The truth was that Lin Xian wasn't asking for much. What kind of professional songwriter is it if you can't pull out a single fine song without restricting the style of songwriting? Could be. The remaining 3 points nodded in agreement. "Very well then, everyone come on in." Lin Xian waved at the door. A group of people immediately entered in an orderly fashion, standing in neat rows and even lining up on purpose, divided into two teams of men and women, both arranged from left to right, from low to high, per capita handsome men and women. Looks pleasing to the eye. "That's nice." Lin Xian smiled as he looked at this group of newcomers who were even older than himself and was pleased. It was obvious that Lin Xian's aesthetics were still online. The girls are not only beautiful, the temperament piece is also quite fresh and soulful. There is no such thing as a whiny player, which is quite rare. As for the boys, it's a bit of a departure. Bodybuilders per capita, all quite full of essence, looking like a bunch of soldier boys. Put this group in today's entertainment industry and it would definitely be a breath of fresh air. Anything less would be a mudslide. Grace. All in all it's great. Would the teachers like to see the girls perform first, or the boys? Lin Xian asked with a smile. Boys, I guess. Lin Xian was the first to speak. He was kinda curious about the group of sluggers and what kind of show they would bring. Okay, let's start with the boys. Lin Xian's gaze fell on the inch-haired boy who was first in line. Shen Xingcheng, you're the first to start. Good. Being named, the boy named Shen Xingcheng was obviously a bit nervous, his burly arms scratching his head as he walked to the front of the group of practicing students. Hello teachers, I am practicing for 2.5 years. Cough cough cough. Lin Xian didn't swallow a mouthful of water well and coughed violently. Chapter 49 Chengdu. Sorry. Lin Xian patted his chest, slightly distressed, accidentally choked. You continue. He was never expecting to come to this world and still be able to think of that deceased person. Shen Xingcheng nodded with a silly smile and continued. I'm good at singing and dancing. Cough cough cough. Lin Xian swore he didn't do it on purpose. Want some water? Yi Xiaoxi handed over a delicate little water cup. No, I'm good. Lin Xian sat up straight with a serious face. Sorry, you continue. Okay. Shen Xingcheng once again scratched his head and thought for a moment. Then I'll perform a rap for the teachers. Lin Xian reddened, trying to keep himself out of the drama, which was mostly a bit disrespectful. Shen Xingcheng then struck a cool pose, brewed for 2 seconds, and started singing straight away. It turned out, unexpectedly, to be great. The words were spoken quickly, but spit out quite clearly. Without accompaniment you use your own body to beat the rhythm, and every bit of it is just right. Businesslike. The vocals are also quite distinctive, with a bit of a smoky voice. It's just that the songs are kind of awkward. Lin Xian listened attentively and silently commented in his mind. If you leave the songs aside and just talk about the vocals, a song he loved so much suddenly surfaced in his mind. Maybe it's good to let the song shine in this world. He does not want to be a star. After all, living in the spotlight will be very tired. So these songs he truly do not want to sing. Compared to the more he would prefer to lay low, shrink at home to write novels, live a relaxed and cozy little life. It's rare to come across a vocal line that fits so well, so let him carry it forward. While pondering in his heart, Shen Xingcheng's performance came to an end. The show was officially wrapped up with a side-splitting kill that happened to be everywhere. Snap! Lin Xian was the first to applaud. Not bad. This was followed by a round of applause. Thank you teachers. Shen Xingcheng obviously did not expect his performance to be popular, and was somewhat flattered and hastily bowed to thank him. Do you teachers have any ideas? When the applause stopped, Lin Xian smiled and asked a question. Old Wang instantly turned his head sheepishly and looked at Su Ziyu. Before Lin Xian was stationed in the composition department, Su Ziyu was the existence with the strongest business skills among the three of them. Su Ziyu shook his head. I'm not good at rap-style compositions. I don't have any stock in that area. Me too, Yi Xiaoxi said. The songs I have written in my hand. There are 2 rock songs, and 1 sentimental love song. Rock is the style I specialize in, and the sentimental love song was written for a previous composing task, but it's not used, so I'll take all of them out if there's a suitable candidate. After the 3 composition teachers finished speaking one after another, Shen Xingcheng's face went white. It was the other artists, on the contrary, whose eyes were shining. 3 songs. This Mr. Yi is going to take 3 pieces out on his own. This means the total number of entries will be at least 6. There were only 9 of them in total, and excluding Shen Xingcheng, who was clearly out of his league, the remaining 8 had a fairly good chance of getting the work. What about you, Lin Xian? Seeing that Lin Xian didn't say anything, Lin Xian took the initiative to name names. Rap songs I have. Lin Xian gave an affirmative answer. Hearing this, Shen Xingcheng, who had been rejected by 3 teachers in a row and could hardly hide his loss, immediately came to life and looked at Lin Xian with bated breath. Not yet. Lin Xian smiled and said, I do have rap songs here, but I think that with your vocal range, you're actually more suited for another song. It's a ballad. I don't know if you're willing to sing it. Willing or not, there's really no need to ask such questions. He's been practicing his hours for 2.5 years. From the previous first-class company to run away to a new company like Lime, the figure is not that the new company has fewer people, more opportunities to debut, right? As for the debut song, he really didn't have the luxury of being able to sing any good songs, nor did he think that anyone would be able to customize them for him. After all, he was mediocre and his new owner was just a new entertainment company. As long as it's not a crappy song that you'll get mad abuse for singing. So without thinking, he simply said, I do. Alright, then it's settled. Lin Xian nodded. The air fell into a brief silence. Seeing that Shen Xingcheng was still eyeing him, Lin Xian frowned. What? Is there a problem? Shen Xingcheng wanted to say, can you give him a look at the song before making a decision? He was worried when he made a decision so rashly, but he didn't dare. After thinking about it, he tried. Teacher, I've never sung a ballad-type song before. I'm a bit worried that I won't be able to sing it well. Can you show me the song? Not this one for a while, Lin Xian said. I haven't written the song yet. I'll give it to you when it's done. You don't have to worry about the singing. I'll be responsible for helping you practice after the song is given to you. And if it's really not good enough, I'll give you a new rap song. Shen Xingcheng went numb. What do you mean it's not written yet? Fortunately, at this time, Lin Xian spoke up. You sing it directly, so that Star City can intuitively know if it fits, and if it doesn't, you can also let the others pick. I was just thinking about keeping a low profile. Why is he singing again? Forget it, they're all on their own anyway. After thinking about it, Lin Xian said, singing is fine, but my songs are only for those who are suitable, and I won't even consider anyone who can't bring out the essence of the song. Okay, you have the talent you say. Lin Xian didn't have the good sense to say. Lin Xian rubbed his hands together. Is there a guitar here? Get me one. Yes. Old Wine got up, pulled a guitar out of the corner and shook the dust off. It's just been a while since I've used it. Teacher, why don't you use mine? In the middle of the girls' team, an extremely fair-skinned, somewhat soft-looking girl whispered. As he said this, he removed the guitar bag from behind him. Okay, just use yours. Lin Xian hurriedly got up to pick up the guitar. Just the old king's guitar. Don't know how he had the nerve to take it out and throw it away. That said, this guy wouldn't be related to, would he? Why did Lin Xian recruit such a jerk in the first place? Lin Xian couldn't understand. Walking up to the girl, Lin Xian noticed a small name tag on her chest that read the word Su Shuangyi. Secondly, it was only after getting closer that Lin Xian realized once again that this girl is really white. It was the first time that Lin Xian had seen such a complexion that was so white that it seemed to glow. Another good one with top-stream looks. Out of politeness, Lin Xian didn't have the heart to look at it much and smiled after receiving the guitar. Thank you. The girl's face then flushed a cloudy red. Sure enough, buddies have a lot of charisma. The mood was instantly more than 1 degree of pleasure. Carrying the guitar in his arms, Lin Xian sat in his seat and tried out the sound, making simple fine-tuning. Ahem. Clearing his throat, Lin Xian introduced. This song is called Rongqing, and it's about a Rongqing man's longing for his hometown. The title of the song is Chengdu. Please understand that the original place names are not used in the setting. Chapter 50, a good chance to turn the tide. After introducing the song, Lin Xian closed his eyes. The scene immediately quieted down. Although most of the people weren't considered particularly professional, after all, they all played music, and knew that Lin Xian was brewing emotions, so they even deliberately controlled their breathing much more slightly, and tried their best not to disturb. About a minute passed before Lin Xian reopened his eyes. At this moment, everyone sensed that Lin Xian's aura had changed. It was like suddenly, it had gone through a lot of wind and frost, and a faint sense of vicissitude came to life. Fingers plucked the strings, and a gentle melody, as if containing many stories, flowed slowly through the composition section. In an instant, Su Ziyu and Yi Xiaoxi's eyes changed. Just with this obviously simple, yet storytelling melody, a fact became clear to them. There was a gap of heavenly proportions between them and Lin Xian's level of composition. Composing is really a very inspirational business, but when inspiration comes, it is equally useless if one does not have enough substance to visualize it. Inspiration alone is not enough to make this kind of simple and uncomplicated, yet evocative music. Only the old king, as a songwriter, as a professional, but not the least bit surprised and still at ease. Soon, the prelude passed, and Lin Xian spoke softly. What made me shed a tear? More than just last night's drink. I can't get enough of it. More than your tenderness. Hearing Lin Xian's singing voice, Shen Xingqing instantly understood why Lin Xian said that he was suitable to sing the song. This slightly raspy, yet warm voice was quite close to his own. But this song, can he really sing? Listening to Lin Envy's unhurried, but narrative voice, which made people uncontrollably conjure up many images, he hesitated. Even Lin Xian, who is the composer, has to brew for a long time to find the feeling. Can he really? At this moment, Shen Xingcheng's mood was complicated. It's a great song, no doubt about it. A classic among classics. If he sings this song well, he'll definitely be a hit. But he really wasn't confident that he could sing it well. It's a song that has to be brought in to be sung well. Unlike Shen Xingcheng's mixed feelings, the rest of the people at this time had already followed the song and walked to Yulin Road in Rongqing, to the tavern in Rongqing. Walk with me through the streets of Chengdu. It doesn't stop until all the lights go out. Without realizing it, the song had reached the last line. Lin Xian put away his guitar and breathed a soft sigh of relief. Luckily he doesn't smoke anymore, or he would have to turn around and order at least 2 packs of cigarettes after singing so much. Snap! I don't know who took the lead and clapped their hands, and a long-lasting round of applause rang out from the composing department. Lin Xian was a bit embarrassed. Okay, almost done. Su Shani, your hands are all red from slapping. Why are you pushing so hard? Su Shani, who was named, was clapping at the sea lions one moment, but the next moment she shrunk into an ostrich and hid her hands behind her back. Ha ha ha. The crowd didn't hold back their laughter for a moment. Virtue. Lin Xian, on the other hand, glared at Lin Xian and said, "All right, all be quiet." The boss gave the word and the crowd immediately collected themselves. Lin Xian then turned her gaze to Shen Xingcheng. "Do you want to sing this song?" "Think." Shen Xingcheng immediately responded loudly, and then his voice lowered. "But I may not be able to sing at Mr. Lin's level right now. He said he'd help you practice, so just ask him." Lin Xian waved her jade hand. "This matter is settled. Time is short." The next one. The slammers continue to start their show. With Shen Xingcheng, the case of a great success story out of the gate. Everyone was very enthusiastic about performing. Only, despite the fact that these newcomers' business skills were overall quite passable, there wasn't another person who was so distinctive that it reminded Lin Xian of a certain song. Of course, they weren't grainy, and they all got other works in succession. The boss was staring at them, and Lin Xian was the first to give such an explosive quality song, so the remaining three were naturally too embarrassed to hide it. The only thing that surprised Lin Xian more than anything else was that he looked away. Su Shani, this girl, in addition to white skin, face value is very able to beat. Singing business level is really average. A little sweet song with no flavor. In the end, it became the only artist who didn't get a song. However, because there is no suitable work cannot get the song, Lin Xian sent her a song. After all, she was the only one who did not get anything. Strange pity. It was on the contrary, the business level was not good, and Lin Xian could not do anything about it. Noon. Because he hadn't gone out shopping for a few days, what he could eat at home was basically all eaten up, and Lin Xian was too lazy to make it on the spot, so he hung around Lin Xian's office in a deadbeat, ready to dabble in a meal. Lin Xian was dumbfounded when he received the 2 vegetarian and 1 meat-boxed lunch handed over by his sister. "No way, old sis. You're eating this now." Lin Xian skillfully opened the thin lid of the boxed lunch. Expressionless, you can only see the pain of entrepreneurship, and can never experience the joy that comes from a thriving company. Lin Xian felt that Lin Xian was bewitched. After opening the boxed lunch and taking a bite, that long-lost thought suddenly came back to Lin Xian's mind. "Sis, why don't you just pull up the movie department?" Lin Xian proposed. "It won't pull a bit." Lin Xian didn't even bother to look at Lin Xian. "If I want to have money to make a movie, do I need to eat this? I remember you have quite a lot of assets, don't you?" Lin Xian said. "Take those cars of yours, houses and whatnot. Realize the cash. Trust me, give me 30 million, I can get you 300 million back." Can't believe a bit of it. Lin Xian still didn't bother to look at Lin Xian. "And where do you think Lime Entertainment came from? Created out of thin air?" "All right." Lin Xian regretfully shook his head. "I'll find a way to get the money myself. It's always okay to borrow Lime Entertainment's name to make a movie, right?" "Where did you get the money?" Lin Xian wondered. Downloads for getting rained and keeping going. Later, Lin Xian interrupted Lin Xian. "I almost forgot to look for you to discuss. I'll give you 20% of the shares of Lime Entertainment. Those earnings of yours will be considered as an investment for the company. Let's sign today." Lin Xian, "What's in your eyes?" Lin Xian gasped. "With your little earnings, giving you 20% of the shares, I'm blood loss, alright. Fine. I'll find a way to get money elsewhere." Lin Xian was too lazy to argue with Lin Xian. Later, Lin Xian alert, "As a shareholder of the company, your work should be used to prioritize the development of the company. No, to make the company bigger and stronger. Your value will naturally rise. Vision should be long-term. Don't sell songs for some petty profits." Yes. Lin Xian was speechless. If he had known, he would have bought some vegetables and gone home to eat by himself. Disturbing. "That's right, Lin Xian." As if thinking of something, Lin Xian was suddenly serious. "Grandpa's birthday banquet. Have you prepared a gift yet?" Lin Xian froze. "A birthday banquet? Good man. You are a great filial grandson." Lin Xian gasped. "Don't blame me for not reminding you. In the way of the Lin family's face, the old master will definitely not stop you from going home. This is a good opportunity for you to turn over a new leaf. Turn around, I'll transfer 100,000 to you. Prepare the gift with care. When the time comes, I'll let Yuan leave Qing Xian's slot empty. Whether you bring it back or not depends on your own ability. It's best to bring Qing Xian back. You can write and sing. There is a lot of room for you to play. As long as you can make Grandpa face hard in front of those old friends of his, I guess it's not far away from turning the page. Make sure you take good advantage of it. You know, all grown up and not a care in the world." Chapter 51, Getting Money. Lin Xian felt that Lin Xian had already had a tendency to evolve towards a motherly paradigm, clearly being an older leftover woman, but he didn't hate it at all. It was even a little warm inside. "I know, but forget about the money. I'll prepare the gift myself. Don't pull back." Lin Xian didn't have the slightest intention of pulling any punches. Arranging. Don't be in a hurry to go back later. Help Xingqing practice the song a bit. At least let him know exactly what's lacking and have a direction to practice. This song is great. Find a suitable opportunity to release it. It can definitely make Xingqing the second money tree of Lime after Qingxian. Okay. Lin Xian nodded. Lin Xian's statement is not an exaggeration. On Earth, Zhao Lei became a hit in a very short time with this song. During that time, the song could be heard on almost every street corner and was phenomenal. Knock knock. At that moment, there was a sudden knock on the office door. Come in, Lin Xian said. The door was then pushed open, and Zhao Ling, dressed in an OL outfit, walked in with her long black silk legs. Glancing at the siblings who were eating boxed lunches, he said with his face as usual, Xian, just now Yi's assistant contacted me through the company's phone for the purpose of asking for Lin Xian's contact information. Should I give it? Lin Xian's eyes filled with scrutinizing meaning immediately landed on Lin Xian. When did you hook up with someone else? Yi Tianho. Who needs to be contacted privately? I don't build it. Lin Xian was dumbfounded. There shouldn't be anything between him and Yi Turnip. The only slightly offending concert event was also made up for with red beans. Seeing Lin Xian's appearance, Lin Xian was not overly suspicious. In the entertainment industry, Lin Xian was just a new generation songwriter who had just written a good song, and was still far from the level where he would be watched by a diva. After all, as long as Yi wanted to, it wouldn't even be difficult to ask Chu Dad to write a song for her. After a brief thought, Lin Xian said, call back directly and say that Lin Xian can answer the phone now. Okay. Zhao Ling nodded her head and pulled out her cell phone to call the other party directly back and put it on speakerphone. After 2 beeps on the phone, the call was answered. Hello? A familiar voice came from the phone, and as soon as Lin Xian heard it, he knew it was the bobble-headed girl answering the phone. Hello assistant Bai. It's like this, Mr. Lin Xian is by my side right now, so if there's anything you want to talk to him directly. Saying that, Zhao Ling put her cell phone in front of Lin Xian. Hello? Lin Xian spoke tentatively. One moment. Is it an illusion? Lin Xian always felt that the voice on the other side was much colder all of a sudden. He didn't seem to have offended that bobble-headed woman. Did he? Just as he was thinking about it, Yi Turnip's voice with a smile came from the phone. Hello Lin Dikai Z. It's really not easy to find you once. Do you know Yi Turnip well enough to do this? Lin Xian was puzzled again and spoke hesitantly. What does Sister Yi have to do? Can't I miss you? Suddenly feeling the gaze of a stern gaze, Lin Xian's forehead sweated. Sister Yi don't joke. Yo, is Qingxian next to you? Qingxian? She's not. Lin Xian was helpless. Sister Yi, you're not here specifically to amuse me, are you? Ha ha ha. Okay, down to business. After a queenly petulant laugh, Yi Turnip said, I recorded Red Beans today, and it's a much better song than I expected. I love it. It's good that Sister Yi likes it. Lin Xian was slightly relieved and thought something was wrong. That's Red Bean. It's not normal to be excellent. Sister, I'm not one to take advantage. Yi Turnip said with a straight face, the concert where you and Qingxian sang on stage was my own nod. There's no such thing as letting you return the favor. So here's the deal. Normally, when I find someone to write a song for me that satisfies me, it usually ranges between $3 to $5 million. This song is of top quality. I'll calculate it for you at $5 million. Do you think it will be credited to your personal account or your company's account? What? Lin Xian's entirety froze. Next to them, Lin Xian and Zhao Ling were also shocked. I said, money to your personal account, or company account. Yi Turnip aggravated her tone with a thick smile. Rather than mocking, I just thought it was funny. She's well aware of how much of a shock $5 million can be to a songwriter just starting out in the business. But Lin Xian's confident demeanor when he wrote the song that day was simply more chest-thumping than some song daddies. However, Lin Xian's next words were what made her change her mind again. No need, Sister Yi. Exhaling deeply, Lin Xian endured his heartache and said, if I said I'd send you, I'm sure I'll send you. There's nothing else to do. With that, Lin Xian wanted to go hang up the phone. He was afraid he wouldn't be able to resist giving out his bank card number. One can only keep telling oneself that being favored equals being inferior. It's hard to return a favor. Don't ever pick it up. Don't ever pick it up. As a result, before the screen was pressed, Yi's voice came back with a resolute attitude. Let you report the card number and you report it. I, Yi, have never had the habit of taking advantage of people. Hello Mr. Yi. At this time, Lin Xian spoke up. I'm Lin Xian's sister, and the boss of Lime Entertainment. My brother has a stupider mouth. Can I help him say a few words? The phone caller was silent for a moment, his voice much colder. Okay, you go ahead Mr. Lin. Okay, Mr. Yi. Lin Xian revealed a smile and her tone was unhurried. Regarding the matter of Lin Xian writing a song for you, I have heard Xingshuan's assistant talk about it and I know why. First of all, the money is definitely not receivable. That's a little bit of Lin Xian's little heart in return for you. Really accepting your money. Lin Xian's heart must be overjoyed. Or how about this? If Mr. Yi is still overjoyed, the next concert will bring Qing Xian by the way. There was a moment of silence on the other side and a single word came out. Okay. It then hung up. Lin Envy was disappointed. Look at you out there. Lin Xian rolled her eyes. When you make a decision, you make a decision. What's it like to hesitate? Ha! Lin Xian sighed. He also knew that he should be more decisive. That he should be clear about what he wanted the outcome to be and execute his ideas precisely. But that's 5 million. In 2 lifetimes of living, he had never felt what it was like to have $5 million on his card. How many people around the world can relate? It's true that you still can't be too salty. You have to get money to do it. Gotta get the movie going. When he has $50 million, $500 million, or even $5,500 million in his card, how many things in the world can and will make him hesitate? Grace. Screw the money. Chapter 52 When Wang Shiji's calligraphy matches Li Bai's poetry. Think so. Things still have to be taken one step at a time. Farewell to the forest fairy. Throughout the afternoon, Lin Xian soaked in the company and carefully instructed Xin Xingqing in practicing his songs. But the results are not as good as they could be. There's nothing wrong with the vocals, and the song itself isn't a particularly difficult type of song. It's easy enough to sing, but it just doesn't have that flavor. There wasn't much Lin Xian could do about it, so he could only demonstrate it himself. It's up to Xin Xingqing himself whether he can sing well in the end. For dinner Lin Xian didn't continue to dilly-dally and prepared to go home and do it himself. While shopping at the grocery store, I started thinking about the old man's birthday party. Lin Xian was right. This was a good opportunity for him to make peace with the Lin family and turn over a new leaf. He had to take advantage of it. Putting aside the family fortune and whatnot, Lin Xian actually quite wanted to get along with his parents in this life. The date is August 18th and there is still plenty of time to prepare. The goal is to please the old man, and you have to start with preferences. What's the old man's preference? Lin Xian carefully recalled the original owner's memories and realized that the original owner's knowledge of this area was truly lacking. In the original owner's memories, she only knew that the old man was a very serious person. Then again, every time I see the old man, I am afraid to make some mistake to make the old man unhappy. It wasn't that the old man would do anything to him if he wasn't happy. It was mainly that if the old man wasn't happy, Pops would pull out the 7 wolves. So much so that the original owner didn't actually spend much time with the old man. On the contrary, it was his sister, Lin Xian, who would run to the old man's side every time he came home, often able to make the old man laugh, which directly led to Lin Xian's family status even overriding the old man's, second only to the mother superior. There's no comparison, so wasted is the original owner. Lin Xian held his forehead. Granted, in his previous life, he was bent on lying down and he was in no position to talk about anyone else's all. Think again. Lin Xian began to recall in more detail. In the old man's yard, there was always a birdcage hanging with an overly energetic bird that hopped around all day, like it was called some kind of paintbrush. In addition, a lot of flowers were planted. Keeping flowers and birds? It's true that seniors love life, but giving these things away seems a little too sparse and commonplace. In addition, the old man seemed to love tea and always had a very large teacup by his side, occasionally writing and drawing in the yard. Lin Xian was stunned. He'd almost forgotten that he could, right now, become a master calligrapher at light speed. Why don't we give the old man a handwritten ink painting? Feasible. This thing is given out. Not only the old man likes it, but also the key has a face. How about this writing? Why? It's not as good as you say. My grandson wrote it. It's average. The image of the old man showing off his calligraphy and painting to his old friends had come to mind. With that in mind, he headed straight for the freezer section, grabbed 2 packages of dumplings and go. Grandpa, your grandson can't even eat properly to prepare a gift for you. Ha ha ha. Lin Xian was amused by the sub and was in a good mood. After checking out and leaving the supermarket, I went straight to the stationery store, while starting to refresh my knowledge of calligraphy in my head. By the time he returned home, Lin Xian had become a master of calligraphy in the theoretical sense. One has to marvel at the magic of the collection once again. This kind of no-nonsense branded learning is unscientific, but it works really well. After briefly eating the dumplings, Lin Xian went into the study with the 4 treasures of literature that he had purchased at a cost of exactly $500. Spread out the rice paper. Lin Xian brewed for a moment, lifted his pen and dipped it in ink, and started writing directly. The Zhaoguests are Aman who tassel. The wool hooks are bright with frost and snow. The silver saddle shines on the white horse, soughing like a shooting star. 10 steps kills a man. 1,000 miles does not leave a man behind. The matter is over. The body and the name are deeply hidden. Halfway through writing, Lin Xian stopped. Unsurprisingly sucks. Imagine yourself writing chivalry with a sharp pen. As a result, can only say that theory and practice are two different things, but it's okay, go on. Crumple the paper into a ball and throw it away. Spread out new rice paper and continue writing. This time, Lin Xian didn't just do whatever he wanted as he did the first time, but kept in mind all the correct techniques when practicing calligraphy, and wrote slowly, one stroke at a time, in an upright manner. Then there was another clump of scrap paper on the floor. Soon after, there was another clump. Half an hour later, Lin Xian frowned deeply. This calligraphy thing, he found, was far more difficult than practicing a musical instrument. When practicing an instrument with a precise melody and rhythm in your head, it's fairly clear when your fingers should pluck which strings. A piece of music can be played perfectly as long as the body executes all the commands with precision. And with calligraphy, even if your body executes the instructions perfectly, it's hard to write the way you want to feel. It's like a machine printout, with form but not spirit. Put it in the eyes of the average person, it would be straight up awesome. Printer attached. Put in the world of calligraphy, it's worthless. Context. Lin Xian fell into deep thought. The poem Chivalry kept coming back to his mind. When it's all over, hide it deep. Imagining the bravado and righteousness of a chivalrous man, Lin Xian once again put pen to paper. This time, he chose cursive and chose to follow his feelings. A few moments later, Lin Xian stopped writing and looked at the scribbled, yet unusually bold chivalry on the rice paper. Lin Xian nodded slightly. Not bad, a little something there. He then still chose to crumple up the paper and throw it away. When I went to pick up the paper again, I found that there was actually only one left. Lin Xian froze, looked down at the balls of paper that filled the study, and the corner of his mouth twitched. Practicing calligraphy is a burnout. 2. No, it can't be done behind closed doors. Lin Xian sat down on his butt, intending to look for masterpieces of calligraphy in the collection to get a feel for them. When it comes to calligraphy, the earth must not be able to get around Wang Shiji, who is known as the sage of calligraphy. His Lanting preface, known as the world's first running script, the Lanting preface would be good. Then, thinking of this, Lin Xian changed to a comfortable position and sat down in order to relax his somewhat sore back and arms. Then in the collection, find out the real Lanting preface and start to observe it. This was Lin Xian's first time observing calligraphy type works. He had thought about it before, but it had always been just an idea. Mainly he is an otaku, have time to think about chasing after the novels, or watching movies to go. Pressure did not think of calligraphy and painting. This kind of cultural talent will pay attention to things. As a result of this observation, Lin Xian suddenly felt that something was wrong. It was as if his consciousness had been pulled out of him, and Lin Xian suddenly couldn't feel his own existence. In the next moment, he seemed to have crossed time and space, suddenly arriving in a wooden house to meet a decent-looking man with a long, thin and bearded face. He stood before the desk with a quill pen in hand. The desk is set with rice paper, ink, stone. Before Lin Xian could wonder, his consciousness overlapped with this person. Throughout the entire process, Lin Xian had no control over himself, no way to speak. After possessing this person, he suddenly felt a different state of mind. Reality. After only a second, Lin Xian came back to his senses. At this time, he was full of shock. Never in a million years did he realize that the way the collection would let him reproduce the books and paintings would be so hardcore. Thinking back to the entire process of Wang Shiji creating the Lanting preface in his mind, Lin Xian suddenly felt inexplicable pressure. In this world, this heirloom must exist. And then something interesting occurred to him. When the calligraphy of the sage of calligraphy, Wang Shiji, is paired with the poetry of the poet fairy, Li Bai, what kind of sparks will rub off? Chapter 53, Qing Xian returns. It's a super bold idea, no doubt about it. And not only that, there are many famous calligraphers in the history of the earth. They may not be as famous as Wang Shiji, but they are not necessarily weaker in what they do best. If you take the styles that these men were best at and match them with a poem or famous piece of writing that echoes them, and then paint a painting that corresponds to them. Lin Xian was surprised by his own thoughts. Spinning around, he hesitated again. If he really did all this, I'm afraid he'd go straight to fame and fortune at Blue Star? What makes him tick? This time, Lin Xian was truly vain. It's okay to carry songs and whatnot, and forcefully convince yourself that you're letting them shine in this world, carrying these great 1,000-year-old masterpieces that could be called great, and then crowning them with his own name. Lin Xian felt that he did not deserve it, but after personally experiencing the entire process of the creation of the Sage of Calligraphy, Lin Xian felt again that these works had to appear in this world for the world to admire. Maybe he could have left it unattended. It works. In the future, we can specialize in a cultural exhibition hall to show these historical masterpieces. The world doesn't have to know who the author is, it just needs to know that, in the world, such great works exist. Okay, that's the plan for now. Lin Xian let out a light breath and simply didn't rush to practice. focusing on observing and learning first. If he can combine the best of many great men into one, on his own, he may not fail to remain famous throughout the ages. Just like that, Lin Xian entered a state of wasted sleep. It was the first time he had worked so hard when he came to Blue Star. Mostly, the joy of the harvest is a bit addictive to him. The rest of the day is spent in the study, except for a regular bit of time set aside for coding. And so a few days passed in quick succession. It was noon on a new day, and a thoroughly disorganized and jet-lagged Lin Xian wandered downstairs, ready to deal with his stomach. As a result, I had just walked into the kitchen when the beautiful cook, wearing a bare apron, just popped into view. Not hallucinating, Lin Xian muttered and couldn't help but rub his eyes as he fixed his gaze once again. Then he saw the girl looking at himself with a surprised face. How did you get like this? Into what? Lin Xian stared blankly at Lu Qingxian, only feeling that he was afraid he was still in a dream. Speaking of which, it's been a really long time since we've seen each other, and we haven't even sent each other a single message. This is the third time you've dreamt about it, right? Lin Xian was a little less sure. Lu Qingxian frowned and put down the dishpan in her hand, taking out her cell phone and pointing it at Lin Xian. Click. After taking the picture, Lu Qingxian came a few steps closer and held her cell phone up to Lin Xian's eyes. Look for yourself. Lin Xian was stunned, his gaze slowly solidifying. In the photo, a shirtless man wearing only large flowered pants stands listlessly, with a mouth full of scanty scruff, a dull gaze, and the left side of his face stained with dried ink, like a large black mole. Bam! A rush of footsteps suddenly sounded and stopped, and Lin Xian, who had walked to the stairway, stiffened for a moment, turned around and rushed back. Deleted. I don't. Lu Qingxian cradled her cell phone in her arms. Lin Xian stared dryly for a moment, presenting a claw-like hand grasping in the air, but in the end did not reach out, and then panicked and turned around to go upstairs. Put. As she watched Lin Xian's figure disappear, Lu Qingxian couldn't help but laugh out loud, and then she took her cell phone out of her arms. Looking at the person in the photo, her face flushed red. It was nearly an hour before Lin Xian came back downstairs. Lu Qingxian was still in the dining room, and when she saw Lin Xian arrive, she got up to help serve the food. Another familiar Szechuan stir-fry. At the dining table, Lin Xian, who had been eating frozen food for days, couldn't help but gulp. However, thinking of Lu Qingxuan's bad behavior, he stiffly stopped his appetite and sat down with a stern face, ready to rise to the occasion. Accompanied by a refreshing aroma, a pair of chopsticks and a bowl full of rice were delivered to Lin Xian. Lin Xian didn't reach for it. He was simmering, ready to show his ferocious side. As a result, Lu Qingxian was the first to speak. I've already deleted the photos, so eat quickly. Lin Xian looked up in confusion, thinking he was stupid? Really? If you don't believe me, look through it yourself. Lu Qingxian put down her chopsticks, and then handed the phone with the unlocked screen to Lin Xian's eyes. Looking at the freshly painted cell phone desktop in front of her, Lin Xian sighed lightly. Forget it, I believe you. He could have sworn he hadn't deleted it, but Lu Qingxian dared him to turn it over. He definitely couldn't turn it over. Maybe it had already been stored in the cloud disk. Abominable. Lowering his head, Lin Envy turned his grief and anger into an appetite. I'm going to buy a DSLR when I get paid, so he can catch him and serve him a straight HD package. Lin Xian swore secretly. On the side, Lu Qingxian, who had already finished her lunch, propped up her chin and just silently watched Lin Xian eat. Why didn't I realize before that this guy is kinda cute? Suddenly, Lin Xian, who was eating with a ferocious face, looked up as if he had thought of something. Do you still owe me 2 kisses? What? What kissing? Lu Qingxian blinked. Come on, don't pretend. And, why haven't you contacted me in so many days? Lu Qingxian was speechless. Why are you stealing her lines? She had reason to suspect that Lin Xian was simply trying to get her into trouble. Then, innocently, she said, we haven't added contact info yet. Lin Envy's black question mark face, frantically searching his mind for the original owner's memories. Then, Lin Xian was shocked to realize that the original owner actually really didn't have Lu Qingxuan's contact information, although she managed to get a panda number. Lu Qingxian did not agree to go through her friends. As for the phone call, it didn't go through. In the beginning, if Lu Qingxian hadn't entered Lime Entertainment, after graduation, the original owner would even not know where to look for Lu Qingxian, and would be completely out of touch. That's it. One of the original owner's reasons for being compelled by the detractor at the time was that after this time, he might not get another chance. Then after that, Lin Xian took over the body and even managed to live under the same roof as Lu Qingxian. But between the two, there was really no exchange of contact information. I'm Nima. Lin Xian was dying of speechlessness. So, you haven't thought of contacting me even once in all these days? Lu Qingxian smiled. Lin Xian's face stiffened. Couldn't even find the words to say if I wanted to retort. But whenever he had thought about contacting Lu Qingxian, How could he have forgotten the fact that there was no contact information between the two of them at all? Lin Xian felt that the original owner's infatuation persona was about to be played down by himself, and he was busy pulling out his cell phone. Add a panda, so it's convenient to contact at any time in the future. Okay. Lu Qingxian couldn't see the slightest difference on her face. Soon, the two added each other as panda friends. Lin Xian changed the topic. Why are you suddenly free to come back? No more announcements? Lu Qingxian said. There are a lot of announcements. They are picked and picked. They simply can't run out. But isn't Voice of Dreams going to be aired today? And Sister Yuan said that I should take a day off to see how the program is received. And in the meantime self-reflect on the shortcomings of my performance in the program. The program is going to air? Lin Xian was surprised again. Chapter 54, already a big star. Yeah, Lu Qingxian gently answered. Looking at such a Lin Xian, she suddenly felt a pang of heartache. Lin Xian must have been so wasted in his creative endeavors at home during this time that he didn't have a clear concept of time. I heard that he gave the company's newcomer another new song of overwhelming quality and performed it live. Every time he pulls out the songs he looks so relaxed. And how many people realize how hard they are? Really, to come by? When she cleaned up her home today and saw the small mountain of frozen food bags, Lu Qingxuan's breathing stopped. It's hard to imagine a rich kid's daily life with this kind of stuff and so much of it. However, what Lu Qingxian didn't know was that Lin Xian didn't want to be like this either, mainly because he was poor. However, the show aired today, which means Friday is here. Lin Envy's shock wasn't because the program aired. It was the surprise. The second Friday of every month is the day when Dream by Dream Chinese website sends out the payment. He, Lin Xian, will be rich soon. At the end of last month, when Fighting Broken was on the shelves, the subscription money for the first booking and the subsequent 2 days, plus the rewards from those Tycoon readers, Lin Xian roughly calculated that, after taxes, there would probably be about $300,000 coming in. With this money, not to mention anything else, at least he will never have to eat frozen food again. If you're too lazy to cook, you can just order takeout. Then again, the laptop could use a change. That thing is literally used once and feared. I've been practicing calligraphy for the past few days and it's made my back sore, so I can go relax a little. Thinking about it, Lin Xian couldn't help but smile. What's wrong with you? Lu Qingxian was puzzled. I remember happy things. Lin Xian stopped smiling. What happy things? Lu Qingxian asked. Lin Xian gave her a look. When will you make up for the kisses you owe? Lu Qingxian was instantly defeated. In the afternoon, Lin Xian did not continue practicing or coding. After a long time, I plopped down on the couch and relaxed. Lu Qingxian didn't continue practicing the piano today either, but instead hugged a guitar and played an intermittent melody. Sometimes, it's a long time to repeat a certain fragment. As soon as Lin Xian heard it, he knew that she was trying to catch some kind of melody, but could never catch the feeling she wanted. Now, his musicality is no joke. Lu Qingxian should be trying to write a love song with a more youthful emotion, which should correspond to first love. Several fragments of the guitar were vaguely youthful and sweet, very faint, but Lin Xian could hear it. Lu Qingxian should have been trying to capture this effect and amplify it, but couldn't manage to do so. This is the result of a mismatch between compositional ability and inspiration, but Lin Xian didn't have the intention of helping her to fill in the blanks. After all, this was a stage that every normal songwriter had to go through. Secondly, Lin Xian was quite happy to see that Lu Qingxian could have such a change. The fact that she's willing to sink her teeth into slowly polishing her work instead of training and retraining as much as she did before shows that her tears last time weren't in vain. It's really coming out of the fear of failure. It was probably the endless announcements and performances in the past few days that gave her strong confidence. It could be clearly felt that she no longer had the same sense of solicitude in dealing with herself that she had before. There was no way she would have kept that Black History photo before, and she definitely kissed herself twice. Pretty good. Lin was relieved. For dinner, it was still Lu Qingxian who cooked and Lin Xian who washed the dishes. Life seems to be going back to the way it was supposed to be. Approaching 8 o'clock, the two dropped everything and stayed together in front of the TV, waiting for the program to air. Say, when is the next installment going to be filmed? Lin Xian suddenly thought of this question. Lu Qingxian wondered. It's already finished filming. Ah, it was finished on Wednesday night. Lin Xian's teeth ached. Why didn't you call me? Don't you want me to help produce the band's accompaniment this time? Lu Qingxian was stunned for a moment and carefully said, considering that you're on a tight schedule, after the last recording was completed, I asked the program's side to help produce the new song's accompaniment, and there's a ready-made top-notch production team over there. Since it's a challenge to MS Yi Turnip, the song used is What I Miss, which is the style that MS Yi Turnip specializes in. What's the result? Lin Xian asked. I won. Lu Qingxian said flatly. Teacher Yi was lucky that the song she adapted was a love song, but the final rendition was, at best, on par with the original and didn't manage to surpass it. whereas what I miss is not only a new song, it's fresher in the sensory sense, and the quality has to be a bit better as well. Okay. Lin Xian was inexplicably a little lost. Lu Qingxuan's peach blossom eyes turned down, the corner of her mouth with a smile. But that's the live version. After that, we still need to trouble you to take the time to produce the original version of the accompaniment. Oh, when the program is aired, the original version of the song will be synchronized on the music platform online. Okay. Lin Xian always felt that Lu Qingxuan's tone wasn't quite right, but he couldn't say what was wrong. It's just such a shame. Lu Qingxian suddenly sighed. These few songs, they're all songs that can top the new songs chart, and to just directly follow the program and release them like this, even though the number of downloads may end up higher, they definitely won't be able to top the new songs chart. The corner of Lin Xian's mouth twitched. Isn't the top of the new song charts now yourself? Lu Qingxian blinked. Also Lin Xian was a bit overwhelmed by Lu Qingxuan's droll state, and seriously suspected that the other party was just maliciously selling her stupidity and trying to act cute. But he has no proof. Yikes. It's 8 o'clock. Lu Qingxian suddenly exclaimed in shock, picking up the remote control and refreshing the interface. And sure enough, the program schedule underneath the second season of Voice of Dreams, the first installment of the main movie appeared. Title: The Most Beautiful Newcomer Lu Qingxian Sings the Voice of Dreams. A face-to-face bombardment of face value and singing voice. You slipped money to the program? Seeing the title, Lin Xian subconsciously asked. I didn't. Lu Qingxuan's cheeks bulged slightly and she didn't even look at Lin Xian. Also, you don't have any money. Lin Xian muttered to himself, feeling somewhat incredulous. This program, which is entirely supported by the tutor's own counterintuitive popularity, is the audience's favorite thing to see, which is the tutors adapting the songs live and crushing the challengers with their absolute strength. As a result, the entire headline doesn't mention mentors in half a sentence? Isn't the program afraid of being exposed to the internet? It's important to realize that fans of celebrities, oftentimes, can't see their idols being a backdrop for others, especially if their idol is clearly strong and good. Even if Lu Qingxian sang a very bombastic song, she wouldn't dare to say that she could crush all the tutors, right? As a result, Lin Xian soon froze. As the main movie began, on the TV screen, pop-ups began to float by. For Qingxuan's wife, Qingxian wife, I love you. Ha ha ha. The program group knows it well. Qingxuan's wife's face and singing voice are indeed unrivaled in the world. It's so annoying that the premiere can't be fast-forwarded. So I want to see Qingxuan's wife directly. All of you are Lu Qingxuan's husbands? Then it shouldn't be okay for me to secretly hug Yi Qingxian, right? I'll go first. I'm diabetic. Soon the pop-ups became dense. That word wife after another made Lin Xian's eyelids flutter. What the hell? Why did so many people come for Lu Qingxian? He turned his head woodenly, wanting to ask Lu Qingxian what was going on. It was found that Lu Qingxuan's little face was already a reddish color, and she was still a bit flustered. They like to call it like this. I've said many times don't do this. They don't listen. As she did, she grabbed the remote and turned off the pop-up, and only then was there a slight sigh of relief. After a moment of silence, Lin Xian finally pressed his doubts into his heart so as not to appear as if he had never seen the world. He had thought that Lu Qingxian would burst into flames and become a really big star. However, he didn't expect that in just over a week, less than half a month, Lu Qingxian had a group of die-hard fans who followed her wherever she went, with a mouthful of wives. Damn it, it's obviously my wife. Made up. Will update normally today? This book I'm trying very hard to write. Please give a little for the love of power na. Chapter 55, Come Home With Me. Grudges aside, Lin Xian was still interested in the program itself, mostly interested in the people on the show, and the song. He wondered what the blown-out ceiling scene on Earth would be like in this world. On the TV, the opening narration was about to pass, and as he saw that he was about to enter the main movie, Lin Xian couldn't help himself. Turn the pop-up on. He can't stand watching videos without pop-ups on. It's hard to feel good. Really open? Lu Qingxian was obviously not very willing. How do you know how people intuitively feel about your performance without opening a pop-up? Lin Xian said. It can wait until I'm out. Before the words were finished, Lu Qingxian froze, because she had already appeared, and her appearance was a zoomed-in close-up of her face, showing off her looks, which were enough to kill countless actresses, without any dead angles, before pulling away from the camera and revealing her whole body. A plain white t-shirt on top and light blue jeans with little white shoes on the bottom. Wearing Bluetooth headphones, she walked on the green stone path, bathed in the warm sun and breeze, with a bright smile on her face, fresh and moving. A little pink prompt box popped up with identifying information. Lu Qingxian, new generation singer, representative work, dripping rain and keep walking. And you say you didn't stuff it? Lin Xian pointed at the TV screen. Lu Qingxian was first shocked, then speechless, thinking about what he had just said. He turned the pop-up on in passing. Then the word wife was seen almost all over the screen. It shouldn't be all Lu Qingxuan's fans swiping, right? Lin Envy was looking numb. What are all these people getting high for? That's his wife, the kind that live under the same roof. Believe it or not, he's going to go on a night attack tonight. For a while, as a key immortal, he only felt his hands itching. On the side, Lu Qingxian looked at the tangled-faced Lin Xian and only felt a little amused. How about making it up to him? Thinking this way, Lu Qingxian was a bit hesitant. It was reasonable to say that between her and Lin Xian, it was actually clear that Lin Xian said he was giving up, but in his heart, he never wanted to give up. She had also shifted from forcing herself to let herself accept Lin Xian to now expecting to accept him. At this point, it's only logical that the two should transition to the couple stage. But, instead she was now beginning to fear going further. She was worried that Lin Xian would think that she didn't really want to be together, but was just forced to settle for reality. After all, last time, he had already told Lin Xian the deepest, dirtiest thoughts hidden in his heart. She wanted to prove first that she was no longer the old Lu Qingxian. Forget about it. I'll just make it up to him more later. Lu Qingxian beat a retreat in her heart. The good thing is that as the show played and the mentors showed up one by one, the wins of the pop-ups became normalized. There were even a number of trolling pop-ups. Wifey, 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 wifey. This is an audio program, not an idol camp, okay? That's right, I was just about to say. This program relies on singing skills, right? It's all about good looks. So what the hell are you guys doing here? To say it looks good, doesn't Yi Turnip look good? People's diva strength and face value are top-notch, and I haven't seen fans brushing the screen like this. That is, they don't have the strength, so they are crazy to brush their face value here. As a result, Lu Qingxuan's fans were not accustomed to it and immediately started to dislike her. No power? Get to know Keep Walking in the Rain. Overwhelmingly no. 1 on the new songs chart, with downloads about to break through 3 million. This is called having no strength? Swiping Yes. What a laugh. Qing Xian is only 23 years old this year. May I ask if Yi is 23 years old has this kind of achievement as Qing Xian? You're the one who's really laughing at me. When did a new singer dare to directly touch a diva? Do you know how many times Yi has been number 1 on the new songs chart? In the blink of an eye, fans on both sides started going back and forth, and some even started being jaded and easygoing. Lu Qingxuan's small brows furrowed. How can this even be a quarrel? Normal. The administrator will be down later. Lin Xian was quite calm. The internet, that's how it works. It was also that he was with Lu Qingxian now. If he were on his own, he wouldn't even be called Key Fairy if he didn't spray these pussies until they turned off the player. Turns out he's just as obsequious in reality. Lu Qingxian didn't say anything and was still torn, but as a result, the next moment, these few people who spoke aggressively were directly nil. The pop-ups were in harmony, as Lin Xian had expected. The program staff had been keeping an eye on it. However, this matter still cast a lot of shadows on Lu Qingxian, and she was a bit worried. There are too many uncontrollable factors in the fanbase, and I'm afraid that if this goes on, I'm afraid I'll offend a lot of people. Come on, even if your fans are all sensible fans, you're bound to offend a lot of people. Lin Xian remained calm. Peers are enemies, regardless of any industry. The cake is so big, someone on the top to share the cake will inevitably lead to certain people's share of the cake become smaller, or even out of the game. Those who are affected by one counts one. Absolutely all hate you to the bone. Those who are not affected must also be wary of you and see you as a beast of prey. Unless you are willing to be mediocre. Like me, you must be strong enough inside. Lu Qingxian gave Lin Xian a strange look. Reason she understands. But can forest envy and mediocrity really be related? As a composer, Lu Qingxuan's perception was that Lin Xian had come up with a total of 6 songs, none of which were not classics. As a novel author, Lin Xian's book took a different path, opened a new genre, set off a wave of cool text in the Dream by Dream Chinese network. Not only his own book dominated the major list first, the site is a large number of cool. One word is the core idea of the creation of a large number of followers of the author. No matter how you look at it, it's not even close to mediocre. Lin Xian didn't know what Lu Qingxian was thinking, and when he saw that she still had a puzzled expression, he changed his words again. Being strong inside is just one of the paths. If your heart is really not strong enough, you can also take the other path, using absolute strength to crush through, letting all know that you are the real flood beast. In this way, naturally, no one will come to mess with you. But how can I be that strong? Lu Qingxian sighed. Ahem. Lin Xian cleared his throat. In this aspect of strength, I still have more or less a little bit. We are strong together. Help each other. We'll certainly be able to kill a bloody road in the entertainment industry. No. Lu Qingxian shook her head without thinking. You've already helped me a lot. If you really have an idea about the entertainment industry, with your strength you don't need me at all. It's not a case of mutual help between us. It's just that I'm unilaterally accepting your help. Who says we're not helping each other out? Lin Xian had a straight face and a graphic face. I need your help badly right now. Lu Qingxuan's eyes were puzzled. Lin Xian agonized for a moment about whether or not to say it. After thinking about it for a moment, or feeling that it was a rare opportunity, he scratched his head and said, "It's my grandfather's birthday on the 18th of this month, and I've got a present for him, but you know, I want to go home now, and I need your little helping hand." Lu Qingxuan's small mouth was slightly open, her pupils dilated. "Can you come home with me?" Lin Xian said stiffly. Chapter 56 Practicing Resilience to Stress. The air seemed to freeze. Lu Qingxian looked at Lin Xian in a daze for about 2 seconds before dropping her head in panic. Good ah. Lin Xian withdrew his gaze and fell back onto the TV. Lu Qingxuan's reaction was a bit out of his expectation. Lin Xian knew that Lu Qingxian would definitely agree. It was just that he thought that Lu Qingxian would feel embarrassed to come. Compare the heart to the mind. Lin Xian's family, however, all knew what Lin Xian had done to Lu Qingxian, and they also knew that Lu Qingxian had always disliked Lin Xian. So here's the question. The original owner has always been the state of being poorly raised, but he received a mansion and a sports car on his birthday. But both the old man and the old man unanimously decided to disable it before finishing his studies. So in school, the original owner is really a little transparent. No one knows that the original owner is actually a rich second generation, including Lu Qingxian. As a result, after knowing that Lin Xian was a second generation rich man, she, who already disliked Lin Xian, suddenly followed Lin Xian back like this for a short time under the premise that Lin Xian had done such a bad thing. What would the Lin family think? It was precisely with this reason in mind that Lin Xian was a little hard to talk about. This was equivalent to placing Lu Qingxian on a fire rack and roasting her. As a result, Lu Qingxian was the one who agreed with little hesitation. To say that she couldn't think of so much, Lin Xian didn't believe it. But the original owner before that was mediocre to everyone. But what if it's the talented plus version of Lin Xian? Thinking about this, Lin Xian's heart was slightly more at ease. Next, the two settled down to watch the show. Just after watching for less than 10 minutes, Lin Xian started to get bored. The tone of this show is so lighthearted. Sound synthesis, but also the competitive form looks to be sensational. The big brothers of the gods fight. Everyone put their best foot forward. All kinds of sealing the scene. Variety shows like this one where the tutors show their maneuvers without pressure can't be said to be bad. After all, the tutors' strengths are there. But ultimately, it lacked some suspense and excitement. Wait. Lin Xian suddenly realized why Lu Qingxian had received this pro-daughter treatment. The flaws of this audio variety show. If you can think of them yourself, how can other directors not think of them? But the tone of the show is there. The director just wants to make a difference and can't do anything about it. Having the mentors cover random pieces of music is the maximum weakening that can be done. But it's still too strong against the vegans to pull off the suspense. You can't designate a mentor to sing bad songs, can you? As a result, at this time, Lu Qingxian appeared. Top-notch vocals, top-notch face, obviously a newcomer, but suddenly has the top heat that has topped the Hot 100 several times. It's even ready to pass with the original song. The bottom line is that the possibility really exists, and it's very likely. This was something that Lin Xian, as the person who had pulled out the song, was quite aware of. Lin Xian believes that those professional musicians on the program are well aware of this. It's no longer a matter of suspense. It's a question of who the next victim will be. This topic of conversation, not to say heaven, dominate the hot search list is always no problem, right? For that matter, who will the show go after if not Lu Qingxian? Turtle, my wife, Qingxian, has the appearance of a great emperor. Lu Qingxian, who was concentrating on watching the program, looked as if she had a feeling in her heart and gave a puzzled look at an excited Lin Xian. It always felt like the guy was thinking of something rude. The result was just as Lin Xian thought. In the next screen, but wherever there is a contestant out of the picture, there will be Lu Qingxian. And they are all quite beautiful. Every frame is a face value storm, attracting countless pop-ups licking the screen. It wasn't until Lu Qingxian took the stage and sang that the pop-ups reached a crescendo. Clearly the word good sounding. It almost blew up the screen. When the stage was lit up, the pop-ups floated over a clear strong. Lin Xian acutely felt that someone should be actively leading the wind direction of the pop-ups. But the fact that it was able to form such a large and unified scale speaks volumes about the quality of Lu Qingxuan's performance. Awesome. Big star. Lin Xian smiled and gave Lu Qingxian a thumbs up. As a result, Lu Qingxian wasn't happy. The program team is a bit over-promoting me. It's not too much, Lin Xian said. Although you have a strong presence, the mentors are the ones who occupy most of the shots. But I said arrogant remarks. Lu Qingxian expression worried. Arrogant? Lin Xian thought carefully. He really couldn't imagine what the arrogant Lu Qingxian was like. In his impression, Lu Qingxian was more often than not cool, belonging to the type that liked to quietly get things done, a typical practical person. So, he got up slightly in anticipation. The next 5 minutes were given to the other contestants to show off their singing clips. Lin Xian read it patiently. When it came to choosing a mentor, Lu Qingxian was obviously a bit more serious. Lin Xian, who had noticed, immediately perked up. It was then seen that the host asked Lu Qingxian what she wanted to say in response to her lighting up the stage. In the picture, Lu Qingxian on the stage was full of seriousness and her tone was firm. I want a perfect pass to be the grade I leave with, not just a self-presentation. Lin Xian turned his head breathlessly. That's it? Isn't that just plain old pre-game trash talk? It's not even trash talk. It's a nice period at best. Look at the pop-up screen. Lu Qingxian pointed at the screen. Lin Xian looked at the TV again, and sure enough, a viewer started to. I admit that this song is excellent, but this what Xian's is the only one, right? I don't know where the confidence came from. And a full score pass. So it's true that a vase is a vase, without a bit of self-awareness. I'm convinced now that she's new and doesn't know any better. Mentor of the extinguished dream, the dream was great, but I disliked it so much that I'd better send you home to do it. Lin envy didn't fluctuate at all. Will the Divine Alliance play or not? Lu Qingxian was a bit unable to keep up with her thoughts, but still answered, I don't play games. Lin Xian, it's okay, I'll show you around later. Can I not? Lu Qingxian asked carefully. No. Lin Xian's expression was serious. I realized that your resistance to stress isn't very good, and I feel the need to help you improve it. Lu Qingxian wanted to ask why playing games could improve stress resistance, but seeing Lin Xian's serious expression that didn't look like he was joking, he swallowed his words back and gently nodded his head. All right. There was an unstoppable smile welling up at the corner of Lin Xian's mouth, which he forced back down again. Game hitch, +1. Seeing that Lu Qingxian was still very worried, Lin Xian said, don't worry. Forget the song you sang? Believe it or not, all these people will become your loyal fans after today? At those words, Lu Qingxian's expression slightly soothed. Indeed, the image of Lin Xian singing Torment that day was something she remembered quite fondly and admired to this day. The result was unsurprising. The moment Lu Qingxian sang Torment, none of the audience stood through it. That night, a full half of the top 10 hot searches were on the topic of the sound of dreams. Qingxian Lu with Torment, easily taking the top spot. As for Lu Qingxian herself, she returned to her room and started a sweet double row with Lin Xian. The next day, when Gui Yuan received the muddled Lu Qingxian, her entire body was in a daze. Sharp eyes swept Lin Xian over and over again. She suspected that Lu Qingxian had been blackmailed by Lin Xian, but she had no proof. Qingxian, we'll double row together when you come back. Before saying goodbye, Lin Xian smilingly waved to Lu Qingxian in the car. Lu Qingxian trembled and silently shrunk her head, not daring to say a word, afraid that if they were not careful, they would be like those teammates and opponents who greeted the raging storm from Lin Xian. They said they were giving her anti-stress training, but she ended up just looking across the room at the anti-stress. But in a sense, she did grow. At least she understood one thing. Statements from the internet should never be taken to heart. Some people, after all, simply have fun with it. Of course, Lin Xian's lines with others have always been centered around the game. Compared to those who moved to bring their genealogy, Lin Xian was among the outrageous. One single kill against the line and he can discuss his skills with the opposite side for hundreds of words. The other side can't return the favor yet and must take it with a grain of salt. Otherwise, she couldn't help but shiver at the mere thought of that image. She was immensely glad that fortunately, whether Lin Xian taught her to play the piano or sing, she had always been taught with an open mind. Lu Qingxian is gone, continues to develop her singing career. Lin Xian, on the other hand, opened the rich version of the geek life. Takeout are to order 3 dishes and a soup kind of. After withdrawing the money through the back office, he had a full $310,000 more on his bank card in after-tax manuscript fees. The comforts of life were more than just money. He didn't even have to go to the office, because after Xin Xingqing practiced alone in the company for a few days and still had no results, he bought a bus ticket and ran to Rongqing, saying that he wanted to experience the life of the people of Rongqing firsthand. Thus, Lin Xian no longer had a reason to go to the company. Number 17. Afternoon. After many days, Lin Xian once again returned to Lime Entertainment. In the office, he met Lin Xian, who had a serious face and kept arranging affairs for Zhao Ling. During this period of time, under the drive of Lu Qingxian, Lime Entertainment entered a period of rapid development. The most intuitive reflection is the company's personnel. More than double the expansion, but still not enough manpower. The whole company was busy. Except, of course, for a certain little wretch who couldn't get a song and is still practicing hard. It was a full half hour before Zhao Ling led the way and closed the office door. Exhausted, Lin Xian sat down on her but on the couch and took a big gulp of warm boiled water. On the side, Lin Xian was a bit vain. Other people's major shareholders are busy as a gyroscope, but he, the second shareholder, every day to stay home to touch the fish. But Lin Xian should be in pain and happy, right? Well, definitely. You have everything ready, right? Lin Xian glanced at the travel bag beside Lin Xian. Okay. Lin Xian nodded. Where's Qing Xian? She's in Zhejiang province. Tomorrow she'll fly directly from there to Imperial City. Don't worry. On the morning flight, it's not too late, Lin Xian said. So rushed? Lin Xian frowned. Heartbroken? Lin Xian rolled her eyes and said, she is the only one in the company who can carry the flag. What can I do? If you really love her, you should accompany her to run circulars. Sitting at home every day, you don't see you pulling out your work, but anytime you can shell out some more good work and get a few more breakout artists in the company, it's a lot easier for her? Lin Xian seriously considered it and nodded. That's fine. This time when I come back, you have all the artists who have nothing to do come and see me for a while. Ha ha, can. Count on your kid's conscience. Immediately, Lin Xian was no longer tired, glowing and smiling. Standing up, he patted Lin Xian's shoulder. Let's go. Sister will take you home. P.S. One more big chapter today, okay? Save it a little. Mainly I want to adjust the time. I want to change it so that I write at night and don't change it, and get up in the morning to fix it, or else there are too many typos or missed typos, which affects the experience, and I can't fix it at all if my head isn't clear after writing at night. I woke up more awake in the morning, and after fixing it, the update is timed at 12 p.m. I hope that after this adjustment, it will improve the reading quality a little bit. Chapter 57, Stress Stretching Just Home. 5 points. The siblings walked out of the Imperial Airport. The familiar man in black once again appeared, the retired soldier king who had given Lin Xian a red book. He stood next to an old red flag sedan and pulled open the back door with a smile. Please get in. Miss, don't tease. Uncle Luo. Lin Xian laughed angrily. If Grandpa knew that I asked you to open the door for me, his beard would definitely curl up again. Ha ha ha, get in the car. The old man has been reading about you for days. Unlike when he had faced Lin Xian, Uncle Soldier King smiled cheerfully and his eyes were incomparably gentle. Good, I've missed Grandpa too. Saying that, Lin Xian bent down to get into the car and turned her head to look at Lin Xian after she sat down. Get in the car. What are you waiting for? Lin Xian said he didn't ask me to get on the car, so don't go up and drive me down again. This retired soldier king was a soldier under the old master when he was young, and had blocked the disaster of life for the old master 3 times, and also remained firm at the old master's side after his retirement. It's safe to say that without him, the old man would have been long gone. As such, he had long been treated as a relative by the Lin family, and he had long considered himself a member of the Lin family. In the face of Lin Xian's generation of descendants, it was true that he had the posture of an elder, and he definitely could do such a thing. After surreptitiously observing for a while and seeing that this Uncle Soldier King didn't have any reaction, Lin Xian held the travel bag in his arms and tried to get into the car. Hooray! It went well. Soon the car started smoothly. While Lin Xian was secretly sighing that he could finally go back to his home in this life to have a look around, Uncle Luo in the front row suddenly spoke. Which hotel is young master planning to go to? Lin Xian. Before I came here the old master explained that if the young master came back alone, don't go to his place. Uncle Lo. Lin Xian said. Xiao Xian is just stopping by to come back with me first. Tomorrow Qing Xian will definitely arrive. Don't be so old-fashioned. That won't work. Uncle Luo's tone was flat. That's what the old master explained to me. Taking young master on the way for a while is already my limit. If young master still doesn't have a place to land, you can arrange it on your cell phone now. Let's talk about it when we get to the place. Lin Envy said with a tired heart. But it's understandable. If it were him, his future son would have done something like trying to force rice on someone else's girl, and he would have been directly hung up and beaten, with his legs broken, right? The Lin family's treatment of him was actually considered mild. It was only because he really couldn't afford to lose this person. Plus Lu Qingxuan's reaction wasn't too drastic, and he even agreed to get a license, that he didn't do anything to Lin Xian. But apparently, bringing Lu Qingxian home in a dignified manner was the lowest bottom line that the old man could tolerate. If he couldn't do it, I'm afraid that he was really ready to disown Lin Xian as his great and wonderful grandson. It's just understandable and depressing really. Wanderer back home are not able to enter. Who understands? Half an hour later, the car stopped in front of a quadrangle. The old man did not live with his sons, feeling that several of them were too busy and the house was too cold, so he lived alone in this quadrangle. In fact, for the old man, the quadrangle was just as cold, except that he had become familiar with it. After getting off the bus and looking at the familiar gate of the courtyard, Lin Xian searched for a way to guard the door and not leave, selling a wave of misery. I don't think Grandpa would really let himself sleep in the doorway. Would he? Lin Xian wasn't so sure. Don't look. Go find yourself a hotel nearby and stay there. I'll reimburse you later. Lin Xian, who had gotten off the bus on the other side, casually gave a word of explanation to Lin Xian and hurriedly went up to push the door. The door was unlocked and was pushed open by Lin Xian with a creak. Grandpa, I'm here to see you. Are you happy? As he watched Lin Xian just walk in, Lin Xian was even more torn. The old man seemed to be in the courtyard, but unfortunately he couldn't see anyone from his angle. Then, Uncle Luo also walked in and gently closed the door. He had agreed to arrange a slot for Qing Xian, but it turned out that the person was still in Zhejiang province, and this matter was entirely the fault of Lin Xian, the boss. If she had any conscience at all, she would have put in a good word for herself, wouldn't she? With less than realistic expectations, Lin Xian squatted at the door for half an hour. Then the man went numb along with his legs. Forget it. Let's just find a hotel. Tomorrow you can take Qing Xian to go in with a straight face. There is really no need to sell your misery and suffer yourself. Thinking like this, Lin Xian stood up and prepared to leave. At that moment, an old A6 slowly pulled up next to the old red flag. A middle-aged couple and a young man and woman got out of the car. When the four saw Lin Xian, they were all stunned. Little Envy, where are you going? The middle-aged man asked. I'm going out for a little stroll. Haven't been back in a while. Lin Xian's smile stiffened. You should be very busy. Fourth uncle, right? Why are you here today? It's not that your brother is getting engaged. Your grandfather knew we were all home today, so he insisted that we bring our granddaughter-in-law over to show him. Fourth uncle said smilingly. Lin Xian, but didn't grandpa already meet his sister-in-law once during the new year? Yes? Uncle Four was surprised. Then maybe your grandfather was more attached to the engagement. Definitely on purpose. Lin Xian was 100% certain that Uncle Four's family had been called over on an impromptu basis. As he was thinking this, the sound of an engine suddenly reached his ears. A fiery red Ferrari slowed to a stop in the doorway. The door opens and a young man with studs all over his ears, and a fashionable red-headed girl get out of the car. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Jie, Grandpa wants to see your girlfriend too? Lin Jie froze. How did you know? Chapter 58 Geeks Restricted Area. How do I know? Lin Xian didn't really want to answer that question, but he really wanted to barricade himself in here now. Jie Lin is a kinda legendary player. In high school, people began to indulge in nightclubs, and before they graduated from college, they transformed themselves from the little prince of the nightclub to the nightclub owner. Now the chain has begun to expand into the provinces and is doing well. So much so that his dad didn't know what to do with him. He's worth over $100 million. You can't say he's not doing his job, can you? But this one just likes to go wild in the clubs. Girlfriends are like clothes. They don't change every day. You should know that his father was a general officer, a perfect replica of the path the old man had traveled when he was young, and extremely prestigious in the army. Turns out people ask about their sons. It's just stiff anyway. As the saying goes, out of sight, out of mind. Lin Jie will almost never go home except for New Year's holidays. It's not that he doesn't want to, it's that his father won't allow it. It's easy to go home anytime you want. Get a serious girlfriend first. But this one? Taking a look at the red-haired girl's ghost-like smoky makeup, Lin Envy was incredibly sure that she just happened to be wearing it as a dress today. By Lin Jie. Lin Xian wanted to see what would happen if Lin Jie really brought this one into the old man's courtyard. Oh, I see. Seeing that Lin Xian didn't say anything and his expression changed, Lin Jie smilingly came to Lin Xian's side. Grandpa is deliberately pointing at you, right? Oh, come on. Happy for nothing. I thought Grandpa would finally understand us youngsters. Brother Jie, you can't represent the young people. In comparison, you might still be a little too good. Lin Xian said breathlessly. Ha ha ha, I know I'm excellent. Lin Jie laughed out loud, fished out his wallet from his pants pocket and casually drew a stack and handed it to the red-haired girl. Take it and play with it. We'll see each other again sometime. Bummer, who cares about your money? The girl peeled away Lin Jie's hand and came forward to offer a kiss, then turned around in style, twisted her waist and left. All that was left was, you were great. See you again sometime. Lin Xian was dumbstruck. Is this what nightlife is all about? On the other side, Uncle Four couldn't look away. Shaking his head, he walked towards the courtyard, not even wanting to greet Lin Jie. Uncle Four's family are all in politics and are used to being serious. They can't see this. Hey, fourth uncle, wait for me. Wow. Lin Jie's eyes were sharp, and when he saw that the fourth uncle's family had left first, he shouted out. Before leaving, he didn't forget to say to Lin Xian, brother went first, with the fourth uncle to get a few less scoldings. You wait for me, ha. Come all the way here not to go and leave people behind is impossible. I'll come out soon. There is something I want to say to you. Lin Xian nodded breathlessly. Okay, soon. Only Lin Xian was left outside the courtyard again, alone and cold. A minute later, Lin Xian vaguely heard an angry roar from the courtyard. Get out! The gate opened and Lin Jie smiled sarcastically and ran out, waving at Lin Xian and squeezing his eyebrows. Shame over. Go go go. Brother take you to see the world. Let's talk about things. Let's forget about seeing the world. Lin Xian said. It is not that he does not give face. It is really not much interest in the nightclub. Lin Jie's so-called world. Think with your toes also know that it is the nightclub did not run. Why? Go away. Anyway, you have no place to go. But also this guard, maybe waiting for the second uncle's family to be called over. People Linchi Lin Meng are still singlet. Where to find an object to stimulate you? Go away. Don't make it difficult to do. Even with all the talk, Lin Xian still got into the fiery red Ferrari. The car smelled of extremely strong perfume. The car started, a classic catapult start, and sprinted into the road. In the yard, Lin Jinghua cursed. Lin Jie, this bastard boy, is going to be lawless. Ha ha ha. Grandpa drink tea and calm down. Lin Xian smiled and handed over the tea. It wasn't because you had to let Lin Jie come over. Drinking a mouthful of tea, Lin Jinghua grunted under his breath. It's Lin Xian the kid who has no eyesight. Squatting at the door like what words? Those who don't know think I'm a grandpa how ruthless it is. Lin Jie doesn't come. Who's going to take him away? Grandpa, you're called sick and desperate. Don't turn around and have Lin Xian bring you back a female ghost as well. How dare he? Fourth Uncle Lin just silently sipped his tea and watched the grandparents chat. So he, the day-to-day mayor, took his son on such a trip just to put some eyeballs on his nephew? Never mind, as long as Pops is happy. Just as well he could relax after a long time. Little Envy, I heard that you are now a great songwriter and are killing it in the singing world. Brother is really admiring you. In the car, Ringer comes up with a rainbow of farts. Lin Xian gave a dry smile. It's just okay. What do you mean it was okay? You know what the resident singer at my store said? Divine Live. Lin Jie said with a fluttering brow. The song you wrote, Torment, was on the hot search for 2 whole days. What a concept. Sibling microwave fans are going to break 10 million. Just by singing 2 of your songs. Lin Envy, that was caused by her own excellent business skills, plus her good looks. Indeed there is also a factor in this regard. Brother is really envious of you. Just one of the younger siblings is better than the hundreds of thousands that brother is looking for. For a moment, Lin Xian actually didn't know whether he was being modest or showing off. Jay, let's talk about things. What's the rush? You haven't eaten yet. Let's talk at the table. 20 minutes later, the car stopped under a huge sign. Unexpectedly. This is the name of Lin Jie's store and his life, which always meets all kinds of people unexpectedly. Getting out of the car, Lin Xian was instinctively uncomfortable for a moment. For an otaku like him, such a place was simply a forbidden place. It's a place that only the current generation would be enthusiastic about. Come on, check out my store. Greeted by Lin Jie and warmly received by the waiter, Lin Xian finally set foot on this forbidden land. As a result, after walking in, Lin Xian realized that it was his stereotype that was too heavy. Or maybe it's just too early. It's only 7 o'clock, not the time to start getting high. On the stage, an older man holds a guitar and sings a bitter song about the vicissitudes of life. There weren't many customers, taking up less than a quarter of the seats, with groups of close friends sipping together and others getting drunk alone. Behind the bar, exquisitely dressed bartenders were politely serving drinks to the 2 ladies. A couple of young men were joking around with each other in the booths, urging their friends to go on a lusty wave. The atmosphere, surprisingly good? Chapter 59, I'm a DJ. How does it feel? Lin Jie asked with a smile. Not bad, Lin Xian said heartily. Here, the one singing now, is the gold medal singer in my store, singing his own original songs. What do you think of the level of business? Lin Xian was stunned, his eyes locked on the uncle on the singing stage, and subconsciously focused on listening to the music. A moment later, Lin Xian raised his eyebrows. The singing is quite good, and the quality of the songs is considered top-notch among the boutique. Not bad. Just boutique tops? Lin Jie was surprised. Do you think he could turn up the heat if he went into the entertainment industry? He wants to go into show business? Lin Xian once again sized up the uncle. It's hard, average looking, business level is just passable, not outstanding. What? Brother Jie, you asked me to come. Do you want me to help him? No, you're mistaken. Lin Jie bristled. This bastard is not worth it. Little Envy, you give a judgment ha, he used to be a wandering singer. The kind that sells songs on the street. Sometimes he can't even earn money for his meals. I saw that he was pitiful, and his business level was also good, so I gave him a chance to sing in my store. As it turned out, he was always asking me to raise his salary because the songs he sang were more popular, and I thought he was really good at his level. And it was also true that a lot of guests ordered more drinks because of him. So I agreed. The hourly wage has been raised from 50 to 100, and after that 100 to 200. and then to 300. And I dare to guarantee that the hourly wage I offer to a resident singer in the industry is already at the ceiling level, and as a result, he is still not satisfied, especially now that he's written his own new song. The whole thing has drifted, asking me to raise his hourly wage to 1,000, and threatening me, saying that if he goes into showbiz, he'll definitely earn more than he does here. I'm getting mad just saying it. Then let him go. What's the point of keeping it? Lin Xian said. I was ready to tell him to off. Forget about him, it's a bit complicated. Let's go upstairs and talk about it over dinner. It's okay. On the 3rd floor, in the gilded private room. Come, sit down. Brother, my main business here is not meals. Don't mind, haha, just eat. Lin Xian looked at the table full of 12 dishes and fell into silence. This guy is just showing off, right? But it was fine if there was good food. And this table was considered to be the most luxurious meal he had eaten in a while. Would you like some wine? Lin Jia pulled out a bottle of expensive-looking liquor. No. Lin Xian was busy shaking his head. It's a nightclub, and he's afraid something might happen to him if he drinks too much. Okay, I'll drink it myself then. You eat more. Lin Xian naturally wouldn't be polite. In front of his own brother, there is really no need to pick up chopsticks and show off. On the other side, Lin Jia drank a mouthful of wine and slowly ate a mouthful of food before saying despondently, Little envy, have you ever felt that this store of mine is not quite the same as a normal nightclub? Lin Xian, who was showing off the white burnt shrimp, didn't even raise his head. No, isn't this store of yours quite good? The environment is quite nice and quiet. I'm a nightclub, Lin Jia emphasized. Lin Xian, I know it's a nightclub, but it's really quite nice. What's the problem? The corners of Lin Jia's mouth twitched, and he suddenly felt like he was chickening out. So he directly said, Xiao Xian, nightclubs do not thrive on quietness. We need everyone to play up, get dry, get high, so that more and more people will be there, and the business will get hotter and hotter. Lin Xian thought back to the sparse traffic in the store and nodded. Indeed. So what? So that's why I need your help. Lin Jia said. You also know, because of my father's sake, I cannot engage in those immodest things in the store. Dancing girls, I am required to be fully dressed before going on stage, but these are not a problem. At best, spend a lot of money, please body face value or over the top of the sister is, but in the end, it is still vulnerable. Before, I relied on the word-of-mouth route, with luxurious decorations and affordable liquor fidelity, plus a focus on the safety of the store, which attracted a lot of sisters who just wanted to relax and hang out, and that's how business boomed. But you know, doing business, I have here. Other stores can also follow the same. Finished other stores than I play here. Over time, the guests found my heterosexual are too difficult to get on. The loss can be imagined. Now come to my place to play. Basically or simply play. And do not want to overdo the old customers. Although the people are not too few. But the atmosphere of the store is really light. Even I myself, are more like to go to other stores to play. So, Lin Xian was a bit speechless. When the owner himself is disgusted with his own store can be okay. So it becomes what you see now. How much more safety conscious people. The purpose of coming to the nightclub must be to want to get high. To want to relax. This aspect of the attribute. I hear there is a natural vulnerability. After all, less people can lead the crazy up. Over time, there were fewer and fewer people. Speaking of which, Lin Jia's gaze warmed up. Little envy, you're in music. Can you help me write a few songs? Don't worry, the price is guaranteed to satisfy you. According to the industry's highest specifications for you. You're thinking of starting with music? Lin Xian instantly understood Lin Jia's intentions. Indeed, music is key for people who like to bounce. Yes, it's music, Lin Jia said. I'll tell you what I need first, and you can see if you can get it. I'm actually about as good as a typical clearing bar here before 9 o'clock, and I need some more lyrical, emotionally evocative music, and that certainly won't be leaving his songs behind when he's gone. So it needs to be a song that can at least be of a similar caliber to his original. Of course, it's best if you can have it. It's okay if you don't have it. It's not a big deal if you don't sing the original. There are plenty of similar songs out there, and the real key to it is actually the midnight show. Lin Jia's expression was serious. Little envy. I especially need an original bouncy dance song right now. It has to be distinctive enough to differentiate itself from all the works on the market at the same time. The quality has to be top-notch, and it can't be cheesy. I know the requirements are a bit much. I asked a lot of musicians. They all said they couldn't get it, but you know my situation, and I'm not going to play false to you since I'm a brother. As long as you can get it out and it works out well enough to be a signature for me here, I'll give you $10 million for the exclusive right to use it. $10 million? Lin Xian swallowed the abalone in his mouth hard. So exaggerated. Jay was in a real hurry, but with that kind of money, It seems like it would be a good idea to get a small budget movie going. If that's not enough, give him 2 songs. Anyway, it's just an exclusive right to use it. The copyright is still theirs, so when the time comes to take it back to the company to release songs for the newcomers, they can also train the newcomers along the way. How about it? Can you try it? Lin Jie asked. Lin Xian quickly went through the songs in his head. It just so happens that I have a song that roughly matches what you're looking for, so we can try out the effects tonight. Lin Jie froze and emphasized. It has to be distinctive, top-notch enough, and not vulgar. Don't worry, I'll be the DJ tonight and I won't charge if I'm not satisfied. Chapter 60, The Charm of Trampolining. Lin Jie felt that Lin Xian was definitely making fun of him. Mind you, you're a contestant who's never even been to a nightclub, and you say you've created a dance song for a midnight venue before? Where's the hullabaloo? Lin Xian seems too confident though, considering Lin Xian's horrifying record of making Lu Qingxian famous in just 2 songs. His words were held back again. Anyway, the preconditions were clearly stated, and Lin Xian also said that he would not charge any money if he was not satisfied. Half an hour later, full of food and drink, Lin Xian stood up. Let's go Jie. I have to go do my preparations first. You should have all the music equipment here, right? Jie Lin said. The regular instruments and equipment are there, but other than the sound, it's not top-notch equipment. It's okay. Lin Xian waved his hand. I don't ask for much, as long as it works. Want to call my resident DJ here to help you out? No, I need to work on the tunes first. Just take me to where I can put the equipment. Okay. The brothers left the booth. On the way, Lin Xian began to fill his mind with specialized knowledge about DJs, also playing music. DJs are very different from regular musicians. DJing is very much a high proficiency and talent-eating profession. For DJs, using music to manipulate the atmosphere and mood of the scene belongs to his basic literacy. To get to this point, not only does one have to be extremely sensitive to the music and the mood, but familiarity with the equipment is also crucial. It must be done as if you were maneuvering your own body, doing every clinical command with precision. Note that it's clinical. The average musician, whether singing or playing an instrument, plays to an established score, and if you practice hard enough, you're bound to do well, unless you're born tone deaf. DJs are different and need to be adjusted in real time to suit the scene or even created on the spot. It takes more than just hard work. It takes talent. Of course, none of this is a thing for a hungman. 10 points. The store has become noticeably more crowded. The greedy singer uncle ends his last performance at the store, collects his money and leaves to pursue his musical dreams, whether it's a path to stardom or a path of no return. Of course, no one can tell. In front of the computer, Lin Xian was still making the final adjustments to the soundtrack. Lin Jie watched from the back, babbling, unable to read, but curious. Beside Lin Jie, there stood a girl with a hot body, wearing denim hot pants and a tight revealing navel dress with white flowers. She was one of the resident DJs that Lin Jie had spent a lot of money on, named Jiang Lin, and was mainly responsible for the first half of the show. They are said to have graduated from a prestigious music academy abroad and are extremely well educated, and crucially, well built. Face and body is one of the preferred qualifications for recruiting for Jie Lin. Under the duck-tongued cap, Jiang Lin's a melon face full of seriousness. Although she couldn't quite read Lin Xian's operation either. Just know that the other side operates quite cleanly and efficiently. But that's not the way it works in music. Shouldn't you audition the results again and again and tweak them over and over again to get the perfect result? It's all too common in the music industry to tinker with a song for days or even 10 days and a half. At this point, Jiang Lin's heart was already full of doubts about this newcomer to the songwriting circle who had written 2 explosive songs. Envy. How much longer? Seeing that it was already time to warm up, Lin Jie was a bit unable to sit still. If it's not possible, let's do it tomorrow. It's not that bad of a day anyway. No, it's done. With the tap to save, Lin Xian was a little excited. Just wait and see me perform, that is. Hearing Lin Xian say that, Lin Jie was a little flustered, even began to regret inviting Lin Xian over. He's just in a downward spiral right now, winning reputation and still making money for now. If there is an accident and he loses his reputation, he won't even have a place to cry. When the time comes, if he wants to go out on a wave, he won't dare to say he's there for the expedition. Shouldn't we warm up now? Lin Xian looked at the time and got up to move his arms and legs. Jie, you have a sweatshirt here, right? The kind with a hood. And get me a mask. There is, but, Lin Jie weighed his words. I don't think you've ever been exposed to DJ work. Envy, have you? Played privately, Lin Xian said. After thinking about it, Lin Jie said, then why don't you go up with Jiang Lin and see how she operates now before you get started? Lin Xian gave him a strange look. That's the way it's supposed to be. I'll step in when the atmosphere is right and help you push the vibe. The rest of the time it'll definitely be your own DJ doing it. Lin Jie didn't think he wanted to be a multi-officer. Did he? Does he seem like such a hard worker? Can. Lin Jie let out a slight sigh of relief and said to a staff member not far away, "Go get a sweatshirt over here and a mask." "Okay, boss." The staff flew off. 10 minutes later, the hot, sultry ponytailed, duck-tailed Jian Lin boarded the console. Behind him followed a strange man in a black sweatshirt, hood and mask on what was clearly a hot day. But the crowds on the scene who would pay attention to a man. A gaze was now focused on the large white blossom, and there was even a whistle. Jian Lin was used to this and calmly picked up the microphone. "Are you ready?" Only a very few who were already on the dance floor gave a wave as a response. Most were still out there with their glasses of wine, looking relaxed and calm. Jian Lin didn't care and coolly said, "Let's enter the world of music together." A relatively soothing dance song played through the store's top-of-the-line sound equipment. Lin Xian watched silently, thinking that it was no wonder Lin Jie was in a hurry. Most of these guests are too laid back. It's not that it's wrong to be laid back. Other people work hard all day and are supposed to come and relax. But with everyone being so laid back, it can seem especially awkward for those who want to dance and let off steam. Like the dudes on the dance floor at this point who started gyrating their bodies to the music. Awkward as hell. Totally being treated like a monkey. Lin Xian seriously suspected that these people were all paid by Lin Jie to liven up the atmosphere. And how could the average person stand up to this? As time passed, though, and the music began to gradually shift from soothing to a more robust tempo, someone finally couldn't resist putting down their drink and joining the dance floor. 11:30. An hour or so passed, and the scene was finally getting a little dry. The music won't seem too loud. The dance floor no longer looks awkward. Jian Lin seized the opportunity and directly released an extremely powerful DJ dance song. "Raise your hands, let's go." She spread her arms wide and bounced around the stage to the beat, her hot body taking advantage. On the dance floor, a few of the men who had begun the dance at the very beginning howled wolfishly and began to wriggle wildly. The atmosphere was instantly ignited and a large number of guests went into rave mode. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian could suddenly understand why so many people liked bouncing. A few sips of wine and a jump like that. Where else can you have a life that's not as good as you want it to be? It still comes back to life though, but it's also the fact that it will be back to life that makes the revelry at this point all the more mesmerizing. Probably that's the beauty of bouncing. At 12 o'clock the atmosphere reached a climax. More than half of the guests joined in on the dance floor and enjoyed the revelry. But it's ultimately not enough compared to other nightclub clusters that are so crazy that they blow up. Lin Envy knows it's time for him to go up. Chapter 61, Like a Dream. Taking advantage of the end of the song and the short break, Lin Xian took the initiative to step forward. "Take a break. It's my turn." Jian Lin, whose forehead was covered in fragrant sweat and panting slightly, glanced at Lin Xian with some concern in her gaze. "The atmosphere is hot at the moment, and the field is not so easy to pick up. Trust me," Lin Xian said. Looking at Lin Xian's confident eyes, Jian Lin helplessly took 2 steps back and made way for the console. Go for it. Anyway, the people were hired by the boss, and it wasn't her pot to get it wrong. "Look, change the DJ." Outside the dance floor, a girl with a pillboxed head said to her companion beside her. Companion is a hot orange-red big wave-styled imperial sister. Very strong. Speechless. Other people are not ironclad. Surely need to change the rest. No, I mean that little DJ brother looks so cool. The imperial sister glanced at the black figure that stood in front of the console and said that she didn't really understand her cousin's aesthetics. It wasn't just a small year of light and mysterious clothing. Glancing at the dance floor, she licked her lips. "Why don't you just stay here and be quiet and watch your little brother while I go have some fun?" "Ha?" The pill-popping girl scrunched her head, quietly looked around at the not-so-dense crowd, and nodded. "Okay, but you have to come back as soon as you can. Look at you being such a coward." The imperial sister laughed softly. "Didn't I tell you all that Unexpected Encounter is the safest nightclub in the imperial capital? I can still harm you. It's always good to be careful. Don't worry, I'll be back in a bit." Excitement flashed across the Mikado's face as she spoke and headed for the dance floor. The pill-popping girl hugged her arms as her heart began to pound. At this point, a clean, spare, vaguely mystical piano intro suddenly plays. She subconsciously looked up at the DJ on the stage, only to feel that the mystery in this little brother had gone straight up a few notches. As she was thinking this, she saw the little brother place one hand on the console and pick up the microphone with the other. "You were the shadow to my light. Did you feel us? Ethereal, clean, heavenly." That was her most intuitive feeling. The song was like an electric current, and the moment it entered through her ears, the tingling sensation traveled throughout her body to the point that a fine layer of goosebumps broke out on her skin. The question is this a girl? Looking at the mysterious black shadow, the pill-popping girl's brain went down for a moment. The same feeling appeared in every guest's mind at almost the same time. So much so that people on the dance floor stopped and gazed at the DJ booth for the first time. However, at this time, the most confused ones had to be Lin Jie and Jian Lin. With this outfit, it was hard for others to guess Lin Xian's gender, but they were quite clear about it. Lin Xian is a pure and innocent boy, and his voice is quite normal when he talks to them. How did he make this kind of sound? Hard to understand. Jiang Lin, in particular, almost questioned her own gender. Is he a girl or am I a girl? Yet no matter how much doubt there is, the reality is this. The song continues. With that clean, empty melody, the ethereal vocals that are like heavenly music are set off to the extreme. It easily brought everyone present to a dreamlike world, like being in a vast starry sky. Again, it's like swimming in a deep ocean. Soothing, relaxing. Where are you now? The tempo changes steeply. The piano accompaniment has more electronic sound effects. The tune slowly rises and the sense of space is dramatically expanded. The presence of electric music makes it seem like you're in the future. Dreaminess continues to rise. As the drums began to appear in the accompaniment, almost everyone, involuntarily, began to gently groove to the melody, until Lin Xian added another sentence. Where are you now? The dynamic beat instantly triggered the whole audience. No one escapes being manipulated by the music, whether on or off the dance floor. At this moment, Lin Jie was wet, so excited that the corners of my eyes were moist. The last time I saw the whole place get restless together was at someone else's store, and that never happened at his. An unprecedented first. That's what the is called music. How many people would have to be attracted to his nightclub if it was the only one in the imperial capital, or even the whole country, that could use this song? It's not just the circle that has to realize that this is a new song. What if the song catches fire after it's released? When the time comes, Lin Xian lightly said that those who want to feel the song live can choose the Empire's untimely encounter. No way. $10 million is too low. It has to be increased. Otherwise, what if Lin Xian still has this level of divine music and doesn't prioritize him anymore? At this moment, Lin Xian was also quite enjoying this feeling. For a musician, watching so many people go crazy over their music is probably the highest enjoyment. That night, Lin Jie dragged Lin Xian to register the song copyright of Faded and signed a contract for the exclusive right to use it. Lin Xian's card had a whole $20 million more. Lin Jie's determination to beat the money was quite heavy, and Lin Xian couldn't even stop him, so he had to sneak under the covers and hide for fun. What he doesn't know is that this night, a video titled Like a Dream, I would call it the strongest bouncing scene, once uploaded, it was wildly forwarded by netizens who overheard it, setting off a prairie fire. The next day, 10 a.m., Lin Xian carried a travel bag and guarded the exit of the imperial capital airport. After about 5 minutes of waiting, a girl wearing a sunglasses mask that covered her face extremely tightly came into view. With just one glance, Lin Xian was incredibly certain that this was his Qingxian. After spending so many days together, he had long been quite familiar with Lu Qingshuan's figure and temperament. This way, Lin Xian smiled and waved his hand. As a result, the other party looked at it, but then turned his head away without a care in the world and continued to walk on his own. Did I read it wrong? Lin Xian obediently scratched his head to ease the embarrassment. I can't. Besides his wife, there is another woman in the world with such a perfect body and temperament? Who is it? Driven by curiosity, Lin Xian was ready to take a quick glance at the area under the sunglasses, not covered by a mask, to see if it was comparable to his wife's when the other party passed by him. It's this moment, the moment the two staggered. Lin Xian quickly aimed over, only to find that the other person has turned his head. Lin Xian, what for? Lu Qingxian lowered her voice and tugged on Lin Xian's sleeve. There are a lot of people here, so it'll be troublesome in case you're recognized. So hurry. Oh, in a daze, Lin Xian followed Lu Qingxian step by step and fell into deep thought. Did he just look like a little cutie? Chapter 62, the picture style is wrong. You just pretended not to recognize me on purpose, didn't you? Walking out of the airport, with slightly fewer people around, Lin Xian finally couldn't help but ask. Right. Lu Qingxian lifted her sunglasses, her peach blossom eyes more soulful than ever. What if you call me directly by my name? You put on makeup? Lin Xian froze throughout. The only time he had seen Lu Qingxian in makeup was when he was recording the program. That time, though, it was just very, very light makeup. And this time, it was also light makeup. Not heavy, but extremely delicate. At this moment, she had these eyes that were almost like they were trying to hook people's souls. The sunglasses were lowered, blocking Lu Qingshuan's slightly twisted expression. It's just a casual thing. Lin Xian was instantly happy. He felt very knowledgeable. If he were to be allowed to go to Lu Qingshuan's house now, he would definitely find a nice set of clothes and specialize in styling his hair or something. Say, are you so famous now that you can't even be called by your name in passing outside? It's not that dramatic. It's just good to be careful. TSK. Surely being a star is trouble. In contrast, it's much better to work behind the scenes. As a composer, as a director, you might be mobbed by reporters after the release of your work creates a sensation. But I haven't heard much about being mobbed by fans. The point is that the nature of the internet is that there is so much that is new that it is easy to forget. Celebrities eat the heat and have to make sure that they are on high heat at all times. Composers and directors, on the other hand, only need to use their works to make a name for themselves within the circle, and the heat from the outside world can be made up for with celebrities, without the need to deliberately market themselves. After you return to your daily routine, it's business as usual. Lin Xian became more and more certain in his mind about what he should do in the future. Lin Xian, are we going to Grandpa Lin's place now? Lu Qingxian asked. No go. Lin Xian thoughtlessly said. Now Grandpa there can all elders go so early, not sent up to their education. The original owner's memory was shadowed by this. The majestically drawn and full general's great uncle, the second uncle of a top research bull, pops at the top of the business food chain, the promising mayor's fourth uncle. For people like this sitting around pointing fingers, Lin Xian's body shivered just thinking about it. Of course, thanks to the blessing of the book collection, Lin Xian was now no longer ordinary. Maybe it won't be as bad as the original owner, but why bother? Just go slowly in the afternoon. There's no need to go through this pain so early. Hearing Lin Xian's reply, Lu Qingxian was visibly relieved, and it was clear that she didn't want to go over too early either. So where are we going now? Keep practicing against pressure. Lin Xian pointed to an internet cafe across the road. Let's go. Let me see if your ability to resist pressure has grown over this period of time. Lu Qingxian, might as well just go to Grandpa Lin's. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Lin Xian left the internet cafe with the muddled Lu Qingxian. Resilience to stress needs to be improved. In the car, Lin Xian gives his assessment. Lu Qingxian didn't reply and just stared blankly at the bustling city outside the car window. Thinking about what? Lin Xian moved a little closer over and looked out the window with her. Yesterday morning, Sister Xian paid me my salary in advance. The song share, together with my share of running circulars during this period of time. Lu Qingxian looked at the driver in front of her and came to Lin Xian's ear. There's more than $2 million. Lin Xian was confused for a split second, and the warm airflow blew on his ears. So, shouldn't we be happy? I'm glad. Lu Qingxian turned her head and continued to look out the window, saying softly, I was just wondering if it would be too simple. I just sang and sang, along with some commercials, and in less than a month, I made what many people don't eat or drink for 10 years, or even 20 years to earn. Lin Xian cried and laughed. So what? A bad conscience. Ready to donate some? Not yet. Lu Qingxian shook her head and said seriously, I have other uses for this money, so I can consider it in the future when I make more money. That's all I'm saying, don't be silly. Lin Xian said, the water of charitable organizations is very deep. This money thrown in may fall into someone's pocket when we are rich enough and influential enough in the future. It's not too late to do good. Lu Qingxian turned her head to look at Lin Xian. What? I'm also a good citizen with kindness and ideals. Okay? Lin Xian gasped. Lu Qingxian answered softly, the corners of her mouth under the mask hooked into some warm smiles. At 3:30, the two men got off at the entrance to the quadrangle. At this point, the tiny area was filled with cars. Among them, Lin Xian saw his dad's car, the Maybach S680 with license plate 99999. I don't know if it was the suppression originating from the depths of his bloodline that had taken effect, but anyway, Lin Xian had already begun to instinctively feel weak. At that moment, a small, soft, boneless hand passed under Lin Xian's arm and gently took Lin Xian's hand. Lin Xian's body stiffened and he turned his head to look, realizing that Lu Qingxian had removed her sunglasses and mask, revealing a face that could be described as perfect. Yes, perfect. Without makeup, Lu Qingxian was very pretty, giving off the sensation of being a very, very pretty girl. At this time, she could no longer see a single blemish on her face, and under the makeup, her peach blossom eyes, which already had their own seductive attributes, seemed to really be able to seduce people's souls. Goblins. Although it was strange, this was the only thought in Lin Xian's mind. He felt that Lu Qingxian was no longer like a normal girl, more like a legendary demonic spirit. Did my makeup go off? As Lin Xian stared, Lu Qingxian instantly panicked, and busily drew out her arm, trying to pull out the makeup mirror in her handbag. No, the makeup is perfect. Lin Xian grabbed her hand and put it back into the crook of his arm, bringing home such a beautiful wife. I'm panicking. The one who should be really panicking is this goblin-like girl. Qingxian, will you regret agreeing to come along with me? Lin Xian asked. Lu Qingxian didn't say anything, only shaking her head gently. When we get in there later, there may be some skepticism about you showing up with me. Of course, my elders are very level-headed people and will probably understand when they know what I've been up to for a while. But don't worry, Lin Xian aggravated his tone. Regardless of what they think in their hearts, I'm going to let them know today that the only reason you're willing to show up with me is simply because of my personal talent and charisma. This might be a bit cheeky to say, but I mean, you get the idea, right? Lu Qingxian nodded speechlessly. About that, she wasn't really vain. Taking this trip was just something she felt she should do. It has nothing to do with the behemoth Lin family, nor does it have anything to do with Lin Xian's talent. From the moment she got her license, she had to take on that responsibility. Even if Lin Xian was still the same mediocre Lin Xian as before, he would still accompany Lin Xian on this journey. But what had to be admitted was that after Lin Xian's sudden display of talent, her mindset changed from passive to expectant. So there was nothing wrong with Lin Xian saying that. Gone. With a final word, Lin Xian led Lu Qingxian to the front door and reached out to gently push it. The door was unlocked and easily pushed open. In the courtyard, a group of people gathered at a small stone table looked up in unison, instantly met with a multitude of gazes. Lin Xian's confidence that he had just raised was like a balloon that was instantly punctured and dried up. What's going on? Lin Xian was just about to ask when he suddenly heard a familiar voice. Ethereal, beautiful, where are you now? What? Following the source of the voice, Lin Xian's gaze fell onto the tablet computer on the stone table. Then it jerked upward again, looking in shock at the old man and the 4 middle-aged men seated in rows at the stone table. It's not right. It's not right. You're all big shots. How come you're painted this way? What are you doing? Chapter 63 Self-Incrimination. Yo, little envy and siblings are here. On the side of the stone table, Lin Jie excitedly beckoned. Quickly, just in time. Grandpa and the others are preparing to critique your performance last night. Come here and listen to what the elders have to say. I'll listen to. Lin Xian tried to squeeze out a stiff smile. I worked so hard to help you save your career, and this is how you repay me? When was the video taken? Where's the conscience? Steeply thinking of the $20 million in his card, Lin Xian instantly lost his temper again. So pretending not to have heard Lin Jie's words, he brought Lu Qingxian into the courtyard and swept his gaze around, not seeing any other peers. Is everyone still not here? They've all arrived long ago, dragged by Lin Meng to go hacking. You're the latest. Lin Jie smiled and squeezed his eyebrows. Did you take the opportunity to date your younger sibling outside? I get it. A little goodbye is better than a new marriage. You know your baskets. Yesterday Lin Xian thought that his cousin was quite a nice person, warm and generous. Now he just wanted to kick the other guy out of the way. In the tablet, his soulful singing continued. Lin Xian's scalp went numb as he listened, and he was tempted to say, could you stop putting it on? At this moment, seemingly attracted by the commotion, a beautiful woman whose eyebrows were extremely similar to Lin Xian's poked her head out of the room at the back to take a look, and her face immediately surged with surprise. Qingxian is here. Lu Qingxuan's body trembled and immediately softly said, hello Auntie Qin. Then he looked at the many elders. Grandpa, Uncle Lin, first uncle, second uncle, fourth uncle, how are you? A few of the older denizens smiled back. Qin Yun, on the other hand, walked out of the room and quickly walked in front of Lu Qingxian, picking up Lu Qingxuan's bag while smoothly holding her hand. Don't be so formal. You're also a member of our Lin family. Relax. Okay Auntie. Lu Qingxian tried to smile, trying to look relaxed. That's beautiful. How do you usually take care of your skin? Come tell Auntie about it. When Qin Yun gently brought it around, Lu Qingxian immediately let go of Lin Xian's arm and was taken away so lightly. What? Question marks popped up on Lin Xian's head. Mom? He called out carefully. Qin Yun looked back at Lin Xian and said coldly, accompany your grandfather. As soon as he turned his head, he replaced it with a smile. In the twinkling of an eye, Lu Qingxian was pulled towards her room by Qin Yun. Well, the mother superior who was always tolerant and understanding of the original owner in her memories had also completely changed. Understandable. After all, he was caught red-handed at the scene of the crime. No more loving mother can continue to indulge. Lin Xian recognized the reality. On the edge of the stone table, Lin Jie once again beckoned with a smile. Little envy, come on over. Lin Xian, it's still got to be Jai. Every year, he goes home to be collectively criticized. But if you want to say who is the most comfortable at home, it's him. Nothing else. Cheeky. Got to learn. Thinking of this, Lin Xian was also prepared to be a bit shameless. So revealing a smile, he walked over to Lin Jie and sat down. Grandpa, did I sing well? The old master reached out and tapped the video to pause it, raising his eyes to look at Lin Xian, his pale eyes still clear. Yesterday your sister gave me a lot of updates on you, saying that your songwriting is at a very high level, at the top of the industry, and today Lin Jie has been bragging about how great you are. I'm too old to understand the aesthetics of you young people nowadays to give an accurate evaluation, but judging from the comments of the netizens in the video, you are indeed considered an excellent songwriter. After saying that, the old man lifted his teacup, gently blew on it, and took a small sip. Lin Xian was stunned, not expecting the old master to come up and praise himself first, and scratched his head. It's just okay. No need to pretend to be humble in front of me. The old man put down the teacup. Line is line. Knot is knot. bending around that set, I do not like. Yes, Lin Xian immediately said. Then I do count myself as more powerful. Okay, the old man nodded. If that's the case, I'll be blunt. No one's accomplishments come overnight. If you have such an impressive level of composing, why didn't you have anything to show for the previous 3 years? Sure enough, it was questioned. Lin Xian's heart jumped, but his face didn't panic as he said, if you don't make a sound, you'll be astonished. That's what I thought at the time. Regarding this question, Lin Xian had long thought that the Lin family would ask. That answer was the only explanation he could think of. I have a second question. The old master's eyes steeply sharpened. As far as I know, you chose the conservatory in the first place for Qingxian and chose the composition department with the aim of attracting Qingxian by writing songs. Obviously you have excessive musical talent. Why haven't you shown the slightest bit of it in front of Qingxian for 3 whole years? Why would you rather use extreme measures to get Qingxian and hide your musical talent? Dang, dang, dang. The old man tapped the desktop one by one. I can't understand it. If I didn't know any better, I'd have a hard time understanding it. Lin Xian sighed softly inwardly. Grandpa, I don't know if you can understand. Once a person gets into a bull's eye, they will stubbornly adhere to beliefs that aren't correct. I was just thinking that even if I didn't have the talent, I wasn't that bad in my own right, and that I wanted Qingxian to fall in love with me as a person. Not the talent. I can understand that. I've seen a lot of people caught up in extreme ideas. I've even shot down such people myself, so I can understand that. But, the old master snapped the desktop again, because you are a member of the Lin family, your father's money, and your uncles and uncles' positions of power are enough to make many people climb up to you at any cost, and you will need to prove that your situation is indeed as you say it is. Lin Xian was helpless. Grandpa, for this kind of thing, you can just open your mouth and have someone check out the people I've come into contact with. Why should I waste public resources when you're right here in person? Row. Lin Xian spread his hands. Then how is Grandpa going to make me prove it? With that said, Lin Xian was also prepared to settle this issue once and for all. For him, anyway, there is everything about music that he doesn't bring to the table. Lin Jie, go get Lin Meng and the others over here. Okay, Grandpa. The scene was a bit serious, and Lin Jie didn't heckle anymore, getting up and trotting away. In no time at all, it came out with 4 young people, 2 men and 2 women. At the head of the group walking beside Lin Jie was a girl with a short Korean haircut, looking very Korean actress-like and girlish, with unhappiness written all over her face. What's up, Grandpa? The 4 of us hang up. How can we let our teammates play alone? I usually hate hang-up dogs. Beside the old master, Lin Hongyun, his second son, who wore thick myopic glasses, looked up and threw a look over. The unhappiness on the girl's face immediately disappeared, and she playfully came over to Lin Xian and sat down next to him. Grandpa, it's not that I'm going to complain. When you were fighting in the war, a squad of 5 went out together, and then 4 of them ran away in the blink of an eye. So how desperate would the one who was left have to be? The old man leisurely lifted his teacup and took another sip of tea. The girl turned her head and looked at Lin Xian beside her again. Lin Xian, you haven't played many games lately. Surely you understand what I'm saying? Sister Dream, if you ever expose me like this again in the future, I'll delete my friends. Lin Xian said quietly. What for? It's not illegal to play games. What's exposed or not? All right, that's it. The old man put down his teacup. All sit down. At that, several young men took their seats. Afterwards, the old man revealed a loving smile. You're all grown up now. You all have your own things to do. Taking time out of your busy schedules to come and accompany Grandpa. It's really heartfelt. Grandpa, I'm very happy. Didn't you all clamor in the morning for little Envy to write a song for you to sing? This wish, Grandpa has realized it for you. In addition to Lin Jie, what type of songs you feel like, you can find directly say, Small Envy to help you write. Ringer? Lin Xian. Chapter 64. Everything is better than expected. It can. And the image of the grandfather in the original owner's mind collapsed. Lin Xian had never imagined that the original owner's impression that the grandfather of the retired old general, who was always majestic and unsmiling, would actually play with this kind of small-mindedness. Looking at the few people who were obviously excited, Lin Xian said, I did promise to write a song, but there is one thing I have to declare. The song can be written exactly as you want it to be, but the quality won't necessarily be top-notch. I can only guarantee a boutique or above. Secondly, if you guys can't sing it well, I'll choose to give it to an artist from Lime Entertainment, and at the most, I'll give you the added status of a creative provider to put in the song's message. All right? No. Lin Meng's head shook like a rattle. Can we make demands now? Wait. Lin Jie raised his hand in the air. I protest. The protest is invalid. The old man didn't even look at him. Don't you already have a song? That's not the same as the one I paid $20 million to buy from Lin Xian. Lin Jie said excitedly. $20 million? The gazes of the crowd shifted to Lin Xian in unison. You porker! Lin Xian instantly went numb, especially when he felt his own father's gaze. He would really cry if this card was frozen too. Dad, this is the money I earned with my skills, and Qing Xian came home with me, so you can't touch my card, Lin Xian said nervously. Lin Yuan waved his hand. Don't worry, don't move your card. I'm just more curious if this is a normal quote for the composing industry or... Lin Yuan's gaze shifted to Lin Jie, the meaning of which was self-evident. Or is this one just stupid and rich? Lin Jie instantly quit. Third uncle, normal market a song of course can't reach this price. What I'm looking at is the commercial value that this song brings to me. Just like your company will also spend sky-high prices to hire celebrities for endorsement, this song also has a different effect. After I uploaded the video on all the major short video platforms last night, so far the highest one has surpassed 2 million plays and the cumulative plays have broken 10 million, causing far more heat than I expected. Do you believe it or not? Uncle San, in less than 2 months, my unexpected encounter will dominate the imperial capital, and then take a truly significant step across the provinces. Nice, Lin Yuan said indifferently. In that case, if you still want songs, go ahead and spend money on them. After all, they're all interests and you're a commercial. Lin Jie was instantly silent. 20 million a song, he buys. Where's the cash flow when he's taking all his money to open branches? Okay, the old man waved his hand and drove them away. If you want to write any songs, you can discuss it yourselves. Don't bother us here. Yes, thank you Grandpa. Grandpa is the best. Lin Meng came over and barfed on the old man's face, excitedly getting up. Let's go, to the secret base. A secret base? Lin Xian cocked his head. He was then stood up by Lin Mans tugging on his arm. Grandpa, let's go then. A few of the rest of the group got up as well. Right kitty, on the way. Lin Nong instructed. Go call Sister Xian over, and Lin Xian's little girlfriend too. I just saw her face stiffen with laughter. It's so tragic. It's a good thing I'm not looking for a boyfriend. You're so tough. It's only strange that you can find it. Lin Chi bristled. How to talk to your sister? Look, again. Lin Chi shook his head breathlessly. His bookish and clear face was calm, but his feet had already generated wind and flew in the other direction, because Lin Meng had clenched her fists and ground her teeth. It's not really that much of a stretch. I think the ants are quite nice and welcoming. At the edge of the position, the girl with glasses and some small freckles on her face, who gave off a rather gentle feeling, smiled and said, Yen you're different. You and Lin Chang are in love with each other. There's emotion added to it. Lin Meng said. Lin Xian gave a thumbs up. Sister Dream is really good at talking. Why? Listen to my sophistry. After this incident, little Envy has changed quite a bit. The old man's face showed relief as he watched the youngsters leave in pairs. Lin Yuan was ashamed. I'm to blame for this. I didn't give him enough companionship and guidance, and I also suppressed his personality too much. The fatherhood piece. You do fail, the old man said. I told you long ago. You're kind of thinking that does not seek to achieve success, but not to avoid faults is very wrong. When the accident happened at the Lhasa, you still have the nerve to beat him. How could this have happened if you hadn't suppressed him at every turn, causing him to be overly unsure of himself while at the same time thinking about getting freaking approval? It's my fault. Lin Yuan lowered his head. At this moment, this business predator, the upper class and the upper class of society, is like a young student who is being taught with an open mind. Luckily he came out on his own after all. I'm warning you. You may not care for him, but you must not interfere in anything he does in the future. As long as it's not against the law, just let him run his course. Yes, Lin Yuan nodded. Everything was much better than Lin Xian had imagined. Originally, Lin Xian had already prepared himself to be sneered at by a group of family members after he returned. As a result, no one ever spoke of that incident again, except for a slight mention by my grandfather. Moreover, Lin Xian could feel that these siblings, who could only be regarded as acquaintances in the original owner's memory, but were not intimate, were all acting extraordinarily enthusiastic today. Lin Xian couldn't judge their psychology, nor did he want to. Life is hard and there's no need to think everything through. Out of this mentality, a heart of Lin Xian was finally relaxed. Led by Lin Meng, the group walked through the houses to the backyard. Beside an old tree, Lin Meng went up and fumbled twice, and with a slight force, he lifted up a sod-covered iron plate, revealing a long, downward staircase. Lin Envy was stunned. Please, great composer. Lin Meng quirkily squeezed her eyes. You didn't even play with us much in the past, so you definitely don't know about our secret base, right? To tell you the truth, there are a lot of treasures inside. Yes? Lin Xian was really curious and walked up, following the ladder down step by step. On the walls, one sensor light after another lit up, gradually illuminating the space. It was a basement of about 30 square feet and housed many storage shelves. The shelves are mostly books and old objects. I think these are all from the old man's collection, right? Lin Xian looked around curiously. Let's go. Let's go. There's nothing to see here. Lin Mang walked over to Lin Xian and tugged him towards the innermost part of the shelves. After pulling down on what looked like a decorative painting on the wall creaked and moved, tilting at an angle just big enough for one person to pass through. Lin Xian's eyes immediately lit up. Cool. I slept through the morning, and I'm sitting dead in front of the computer from afternoon to evening, so I'll get at least 3 more chapters out. Chapter 65. Lin Mang smiled smugly. Let's go. Welcome to the Dream Fairy secret base. What the hell kind of name is that? Lin Xian kind of wanted to spit. So she made this place up with Lin Xian? No wonder when they were in college, these two butted in on the old man's side whenever they came home. To be honest, Lin was a bit envious. It was only these two who dared to make things happen under the old man's nose. The key old man has always been spoiled and loved too. Probably has something to do with the fact that the old man's 4 children were all sons and no daughters. With curiosity, Lin Xian sidestepped and passed through the crack in the wall. Snap! The dazzling lights lit up steeply, and it was as if Lin Xian had entered a futuristic technology-style internet cafe. Looking at the 5 neatly organized computers, Lin Xian was a bit dumbfounded. Dang it! Lin Mang jumped out from behind Lin Xian with a smile. And here, it's my secret training room. All the equipment is configured according to the competition specifications, and it's 100% restoration of the player's sense of sight and feel on the field of play. Right. There's also this. As she spoke, Lin Mang pressed a small switch once again. On the walls, 3 huge and ornate posters of the game slowly rose. 3 walls, each filled with hand-me-downs, peripherals, and snacks. Lin Xian's eyes gradually dulled. Isn't this the legendary Geek Happy House? Nope, this is heaven. How about it? Do you like it? Lin Mang was smug. Lin Xian didn't want to comment for fear of accidentally drooling envy. Just a thought. Go back and give the bedroom in the fairy house a makeover. Awesome. At the back, beside Lin Chang, Lu Yan, who was also here for the first time like Lin Xian, had eyes full of astonishment. Come on, don't show off your... Lin Jia bristled. Little Envy is someone who plays music. How could she be interested in these things? What do you know? Xiao Xian also has gaming dreams. I even saw him online at noon today. Lin Xian? This friend really must be deleted. What are you guys arguing about? What online? Came the familiar voice. A few people looked back, and they saw Lin Xian walking out of the crack in the wall. Right behind her was a stunningly beautiful girl who seemed to make the world lose color for a moment. Nothing. Lin Xian hurriedly opened his mouth and preempted. Sis, am I still your own brother? You don't even bring me to play when you have a secret base? I'll take you in the morning. Do you dare to come? Lin Xian was not the least bit flustered. Lin Xian thought it was true. According to the original owner's temperament, he really didn't necessarily dare to play here. I heard that you promised Grandpa that you would write a song for each of them? Lin Xian asked. Lu Qingxian also cast a burning gaze over. It's just customized to their requirements. The song doesn't always give, is definitely not to be given, Lin Xian emphasized, then swept her gaze over a few people. Don't be unconvinced. There's a karaoke room here, but if any of you slams without running out of tune and sings a song, I'll arrange for you to make your debut. Forget it, the will is not there. Lin Mon was the first to wimp out, and as a sole singer, she was sorry. And my request is also very simple. Our team got a place in the global finals this year, and we're going to fly abroad for the competition next month, so just arrange a battle song for me. One that's explosive and boosts morale, and just sing it for whoever you guys want to sing it for. Considering it's a foreign country, the song better be in English. I can apply to the officials and play our exclusive battle song when our team members come out. It will definitely be super cool, boosting the morale of the mega duo. Okay, arrange it. Lin Xian made an okay gesture and looked at Lin Chang, who was on the side, in a smooth manner. What does Brother Chang say? Me? Lin Chang thought for a moment. I'm catching up on poverty alleviation in the mountainous areas, so if I can, it's better to have inspirational songs, like the one you wrote before, getting wet and walking all the time, but I'm just following along today, so it's okay if I don't write it. Okay, where's sister-in-law? Do I have one too? Lu Yan was a bit flattered. I'm the same as Lin Chang. I'm all about poverty alleviation, so I don't need to write extra. All right, Lin Xian said in his heart that these two people were still strangely nice, and turned around, his gaze falling on Lin Chi, who was sticking his head out of a crack in the wall to observe the situation. Lin Chi, what about you? Lin Chi, I would like to dedicate my precious opportunity to my dear sister. Limon, no need. Don't pull back. Lin Xian rolled his eyes. I'll get the lyrics and music scores for the 2 songs tonight and give them to you in the morning. That's not necessary. Just get the song out and remember to ask me to listen to it. I can't read that stuff either. Lin Mang said. Giving you the lyric score just means that I fulfilled my grandfather's account. Lin Xian said. What about me? What about me? Little envy. What about me? Lin Jia pointed to his nose. Lin Xian, you're even. A song to earn you $20 million. I'm a little conscious. Do not charge, but afraid that you will have a bad conscience. J. Lin. Okay, let's put the song thing aside for now. Lin Xian clapped her hands and attracted the crowd's attention. To inform you all of a very bad news, haha. This year I'm not giving gifts and prepared a talent show with Qing Xian. The crowd was instantly interested. What talent? Li Mon was alert. What talent you guys have is out of your hands. Lin Xian laughed badly. Anyway, you were informed of the news, and there's still time now, so you guys are on your own. Holy, Lin Xian, you're too inconsiderate. Won't you make us look insincere? Actually I have prepared a talent. Lin Qi weakly raised her hand and launched a backstab at her sister. For talent, Shayan and I used to learn a little bit of opera. Now that we've picked it up and practiced a bit, it shouldn't be a problem. Lin Chang also smiled and said. Lin Meng's gaze was blank. What about you? Little envy? Lin Xian picked his nose. Do you think I lack talent? Finish spicy. Lin Meng had a deadpan look on her face. What do you guys say if I perform a 5-kill show for Grandpa live? Will Grandpa, his old man, like it? Then you might as well learn from me. Lin Jia also picked his nose. Let's both join together and give Grandpa a split. You die away. Lin Meng was even more frantic. She equals ringer? What a joke. People are not connected to their sorrows and joys. Lin Xian smiled and took Lu Qingxuan's hand. Let's go Qing Xian. Let's go outside and practice. They'll definitely peek in here. After saying that, he pulled Lu Qingxian away. Screw talent. Lin Jia didn't bring any falsehood at all. Little envy. Come to start hacking. I'm a field thief 6. Come on. Lin Xian nodded heavily. Professional top laner. Let's link up the top and the field. Take me one. I'm Sword God center single. Lin Qi raised his hand. Are you coming, Lin Chang? No. Yun and I are going to practice too. Okay then. We're 3 black. Wait. Lin Meng glared at the trio. Without a king to take flight. You 3 rookies have a game experience. I'll take you. You're not doing talent anymore? Can't I do the splits? Chapter 66. Crash. Evening. The crowd walked out of the secret base. Lin Meng cursed. 3 potholes then. Tired old lady. The 3 were completely unimpressed and happy. Sure enough, there is a king with flying is cool. Random waves can win. The main fight a meat is dry. Only the living can make up. The group of people were laughing and joking. And when they arrived at the dining room of the main house, the special large round table was already set with longevity noodles, longevity peaches, 8 treasures rice and other meals with good meanings. A large family was already sitting together in a hot group. Just a few of them. On the main seat, the old man who changed into a big red embroidered Chinese mountain suit with a birthday pattern, looking quite festive, smilingly greeted a few people seated. The atmosphere at the table was not formal, after all. They were all the closest of kin. Besides, such birthday banquets have been held continuously for more than 10 years, because the grandmother left early. The old man, and very stubborn, insisted on living alone in this courtyard. Weekdays everyone is very busy, cannot find too much time to come over to visit the old man. So it was agreed that every year on the old man's birthday, everyone must put down what they are doing and come over to chat and talk with the old man and have a reunion dinner together. Lu Qingxian and Lu Yan were the only 2 who weren't quite familiar with each other. But after a few collective toasts to the old man, led by the eldest, there was a complete letting go. 2. The dinner ended on a hot note. The family moved to the living room. The old man sat alone on the main seat, flanked on his left and right by his son and daughter-in-law. Across the street, a group of juniors sat in rows. It was only at this point that the atmosphere finally became tense. As is customary, it's time for the gift-giving part. For the Lin family, however, it was more of a session to show off their self-achievement. After all, the things that could make the old man feel rare were really too few and far between. It's like a toast at the dinner table, and it's still the eldest uncle, Lin Hongjun, who takes the lead. I saw the eldest get up, stand in front of the old man, and solemnly take a medal of honor out of his pocket. Dad, I got the medal for heroic honor that you once got. Nice. Looking at the medallion, the old man's face flashed with remembrance and gently patted his son's hand. The medallion is just something that comes with the road when we practice our beliefs. Don't let it cloud your heart. Yes. The eldest stood tall and gave a standard military salute, then returned to his seat and sat down. The second uncle rose with some shame and came to the old man. In the past year, I have not made any breakthroughs in my research. The old man laughed. Scientific research is supposed to be a boring and arduous road that never sees an end. And for so many years, you, who have always insisted on walking on this road, are remarkable in yourself. I'm going to make it. The second uncle finished firmly and returned to his place. Lin Yuan then got up. I don't seem to have any more achievements to brag about. The company's market capitalization is roughly $100 billion more, which doesn't seem to mean much to you. But this time around, I got lucky. As he spoke, Lin Yuan took out the long box he had prepared long ago and walked over to the old man and gently opened it, revealing a beautifully crafted painting cylinder. Not long ago, I met Elder Du Guangyan, who was known as the contemporary saint of calligraphy, at a charity auction and begged for a piece of his old man's favorite work. The old man's eyes lit up. Old man Du's calligraphy? Quickly open it for me to see. Lin Xian's heart thumped. It's bad. How can this even be a collision? Contemporary sage of calligraphy. As soon as I heard it, what if the old man, upon comparison, realized that his work was actually on par with the sage of calligraphy, or even better? Would it be a little too demonic? But those who are sitting here are all family members. It should be fine. Lin Xian silently comforted himself. Lin Xian didn't notice that Lin Qi's entire body was also flustered, muttering and chanting, "It's over. It's over. This can all be a collision. If I had known, I would have honestly bought a gift." However, at this moment, everyone's attention was focused on the rice paper that was slowly opened by the old man, and no one paid attention to him. As a result, when the old man opened it, he read it for 5 whole minutes. Only then did he exclaim with a face full of admiration, "Natural and smooth, with vivid rhythms, worthy of being old man Du." With this hand of running script, the contemporary saint of calligraphy lives up to its name. It's good that you like it, Dad. Lin Yuan smiled lightly and returned to his seat. Perhaps this calligraphy brought too much shock to the old master. The next 4 uncles and 4 daughters-in-law, whether it was to show their achievements or directly give gifts, the old master never showed too much reaction again. They all just smiled faintly, indicating that he was in a good mood. It wasn't until among the juniors that Lin Xian pulled the red-faced Lu Qingxian to be the first to appear. Walking together to the center of the living room, the old man instantly showed an interested look. It was the first time in over a decade that 2 people had come up together. "Grandpa, you know that." Lin Xian smiled and said, "My previous dream was to become a singer, but I had limited talent, so I had no choice but to start a business and open an entertainment company that made music. Qingxian is the ace artist in my company. It's kind of my biggest achievement right now, so I'll put it together. So I'll borrow Qingxian to give me the courage to sing a song together for you. And you can't say you don't like it. Ha ha ha." The old man laughed out loud. "Like it? Of course I like it. You and Qingxian sang for Grandpa. Grandpa was too happy to be happy. How could he not like it? Sing it, Grandpa can't wait. Then we'll get started, haha." Lin Xian didn't use any professional equipment and played the accompaniment directly from her cell phone. This is a classic Blue Star birthday blessing song, with a festive accompaniment. The two then sang, "I wish you a long and happy life. May your smile be everlasting and your youth last forever." The 2 performances were not perfect. Lin Xian runs out of tune every now and then gets pulled back by Lu Qingxian, then runs out of tune again. In the end, I don't know if it was because of nervousness, but Lu Qingxian also followed and ran off somewhere. But the old man laughed heartily, more cheerfully than even when he received the painting. With the pearl of the 2 in front of him, Lin Chang also immediately pulled his girlfriend up to perform. A classic Peking opera duet was performed. Both have good credits and perform much more reliably than Lin Xian. Then, to Ringer, the contestant, who said he was going to perform the splits, took a backhanded route by offering a peace talisman he had specially sought at a temple. As it turned out, Lin Mang also went the heartfelt route and gave out hand-woven peace cords. For a while, the look at Lin Jie became even more unpleasant. "Envy, you first or me?" Seeing that his own sister had also retired, Lin Qi, who was a few months younger than Lin Xian, bitterly questioned Lin Xian. "You first, I'll be last," Lin Xian casually said. "It's better to stay together." Lin Qi thought that if they came together, Lin Xian would at least be able to divert some attention away from his work. "It's okay." Lin Xian nodded in agreement. In the original owner's memories, Lin Qi was a rather easily shy boy with a somewhat introverted personality, so he could understand. The 2 men then each drew their drawing cylinders from the backpacks they carried. Lin Qi looked up and was dumbfounded. "What's that you have there?" "I write my own words," Lin Xian said. "What about yours?" Lin Qi was speechless for a moment. "Me too." Chapter 67, "This can't be right." "No," and hit 3 cars in a row? Lin Xian suddenly sympathized a bit with this cousin. Lin Qi grew up as the typical child of someone else's family, well-behaved, not a troublemaker, excellent grades, especially in calligraphy and poetry, and has won almost every award that can be won in every age group. As a freshman, I joined both the Poetry Society and the Calligraphy Society and became a full member of the societies. After that, he even worshipped Yun Qingshan, the old president of the Poetry Association, as his teacher. Rumor has it that Master Du Guangyan of the Calligraphy Association was also interested in taking on an apprentice, but after being snatched up first, he didn't pull his punches and do the thing of stealing someone else's apprentice. All in all, quite excellent. If Lin Xian remembered correctly, in all these years, It should be the first time that Lin Shi offered his grandfather a piece of work that he had written with his own hands. Presumably, he felt that his work should already be able to meet the eyes of the old man. It ended up bumping into old man Du Guangyan. In fact, this is okay. Du Guangyan old master is known as the contemporary saint of calligraphy, then but not shame. The real problem was his own cousin, Lin Xian, who had thought that he would not be too high profile, was really kind of wanting to shove the drawing tube back. Anyway, he had quite a lot of talents now, and wasn't lacking in calligraphy. As a result, the old man has become interested. You two are both calligraphers? Bring it to me quickly? Brother Xian, why don't you go first? Lin Shi said tentatively. Never would have guessed that Lin Xian was actually a work of calligraphy as well. Does Lin Xian know calligraphy? He hadn't heard of it anyway. He thought to himself that he probably knew that his grandfather preferred calligraphic works, so Lin Xian wanted to throw his hat in the ring. There was already Master Du Guangyan's work first, and if Lin Xian saw that as his younger brother, his work was also quite good. He was worried that Lin Xian would be under a lot of pressure. It's better if you go first. Lin Xian was worried that if he left his cousin at the end, he would be autistic. Envy. You first. Obedient cousin. You first. The crowd looked strange. These two brothers, why are they still humbling each other? Alright, you two bring it together. The old man spoke. The two looked at each other, both seeing sympathy in the other's eyes. Lin Shi suddenly felt something was wrong. Why should Lin Xian sympathize with him? But the old man had already given his word, and there was no more time for him to think about it. With doubts, Lin Shi walked forward with Lin Xian while handing the painting cylinder to the old man. The old master smiled faintly, and after receiving the two painting cylinders, he chose to open Lin Xian's work first. He probably knew in his heart what level Lin Shi was at. On Lin Xian's side, he was really a bit curious. To say that Lin Xian had such a high level of calligraphy attainment, he didn't believe it. The only possibility is that what Lin Xianshu wrote was excellent. Lin Xian had told him that Lin Xian's songwriting was all about lyrics and music, and his ability to write lyrics was no weaker than composing music. Quite excellent. And there was ink in his stomach. Will it be a poem? He was curious. Grandpa, it's better to see the cousin first. Lin Xian felt that looking at his work first would make it rather torturous for Lin Shi, who was standing in front of the old man waiting. No, just look at Brother Envy. Lin Shi was busy waving her hand. What's the matter with you two? Putting this shrimp across the river? Lin Jie said happily. For a while, the crowd could not help but laugh a little. The old man was also happy, and simply handed the painting cylinder back to the two of them. Open it yourselves, and I'll look at it together. It's also becoming. Lin Xian was filled with sighs. Anyway, he did his best and hoped that Lin Shi would think better of it later. Nope, Lin Envy is not right. Unease suddenly welled up in Lin Shi's heart. No matter how you looked at it, Lin Xian didn't look like he had a weak heart. But on what grounds? Doubtful. Lin Shi opened the painting cylinder and took out his work. Lin Xian operated in the same way. The two men then turned the rice paper face to face with the old man and slowly opened it. Lin Shi still had confidence in her own work. Let's not talk about calligraphy. Anyway, it's certainly no match for Master Du Guangyan, but the poem he composed was praised by his teacher and commented, a rare masterpiece. Thinking of this, the uneasiness in his heart gradually dissipated. What about Grandpa? Lin Shi realized that his grandfather's gaze was gradually becoming dull and his pupils were trembling slightly. The direction of the eyes is the work of Lin Xian? Before he could wonder, the old man had stood up excitedly. He wanted to reach out and take the rice paper in Lin Xian's hand, but when he was about to touch it, his fingers trembled slightly. He restrained himself, turning to gently brush the handwriting on the rice paper. Read it word for word. Xiao Gestaman Hu Tassel. Wu Hook Frost and Snow Bright. The silver saddle shines on the white horse, soughing like a shooting star. 10 steps kills a man. 1,000 miles does not leave a man behind. When it's done, I'll go away and hide my body and name. After reading it, the old man's entire body was stunned in place, as if he was bewitched. When the matter is over, whisk away the clothes, and hide deep in the body in the name. Chivalry, what a chivalry, great poem, good word, smooth and spirited, with a coherent pen style and a chivalrous spirit. The old master's face flushed red as he looked at Lin Xian with a burning gaze. Little Xian, where did you get this piece of artwork? Whose work is this and how come it's not signed? An expected reaction. Lin Xian took a deep breath and held back the twinge in his heart. Grandpa, this is my work. What? The old man's eyes glared. Impossible. That's never going to happen. Lin Xian was helpless. If Grandpa doesn't believe me, I can write it again on the spot. You. The old man was momentarily speechless, unable to speak as he looked at Lin Xian. Eldest uncle rushed forward to assist. Dad, you don't get excited. Little Envy has the ability that is a good thing. You know. The old master shook off his eldest uncle's hand and pointed at the work in Lin Xian's hand. Do you know what this work represents? You ask old man Do to come over here and let him write it by hand once, and you see if he can write this mood and feeling. And this song Chivalry, Yun Xingshan has to look up when he comes. The eldest was confused. It was true that he didn't know calligraphy, and he couldn't even read what was being written on the rice paper in Lin Xian's hands, but the gold of the presidents of the Poetry and Calligraphy Societies, he knew. Neither of these two can match the author of this piece? How is this possible? On the side, Lin Qi had been completely dumbfounded. Lin Xian's work, he had just taken the opportunity to look at it. There were only countless questions left in his mind. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? The commotion was too much. Everyone gathered around, staring curiously at the chivalry in Lin Xian's hands, but most people, like the eldest, don't appreciate the essence of this cursive work. It even feels the same as ghostwriting. Only Lin Yuan, the big man in the business world, because he often comes into contact with some expensive antiques and paintings, the level of connoisseurship is relatively online. After carefully observing it, he nodded his head and said, "It is indeed powerful. At least I have never seen a work that can be so visualized in terms of meaning. Is this really your work?" Lin Yuan looked into Lin Xian's eyes. Lin Xian sighed. "I said I could write it again on the spot." Chapter 68, You're the Pearl. Hearing Lin Xian say this again, the old man suddenly calmed down. Looking at Lin Xian's slightly helpless demeanor, he suddenly felt his throat dry up a bit. If this work was really made by Lin Xian, what kind of talent must it be? "Little Xian, go to the study and get a pen, ink, paper and inkstone." The old master looked toward Lin Xian. "Okay, grandpa." Lin Xian looked odd, but still immediately ran towards the study. The old master's gaze fell back onto Lin Xian. "Little Xian, grandpa may make you feel cold for doing this, but this piece of work of yours is really amazing. If you can really reproduce this piece once, grandpa gives you an apology." No, what are you talking about, grandpa?" Lin Xiandao quickly waved his hand. "I've never exhibited calligraphy to the public before. It's only natural for you to feel puzzled. Besides, writing again is just a matter of moving my hands for me. It's not that serious." "It's good that you think so." The old master nodded slightly, and finally couldn't help but get his hands on the rice paper from Lin Xian, holding it in his hands to scrutinize it. The living room became instantly quiet. The old man was looking very seriously, and none of them wanted to disturb the old man's mood. A few moments later, Lin Xian returned with pen, ink, and paper, arranging them neatly on the coffee table. "Little Envy, should I bring a desk over for you?" Reduced to an errand boy, Lin Xian looked excited instead. Lin Xian said, "No, I'll just write it on the coffee table." Saying that, Lin Xian moved towards the coffee table. The old man's spirit was shaken, and he was busy carefully rolling up the rice paper in his hand and following it. A crowd of people followed. Soon, there was a circle around the coffee table, eyes burning. Lin Xian felt a bit stressed. "Why are you all looking at each other like monkeys? You're overthinking it. See the admiration in my eyes?" Lin Jia pointed to his eyes. "Brother Envy, I just want to learn." Lin Qi was serious. Okay. Lin Xian was just uncomfortable being looked at, and his heart was so full of energy. Picking up the brush, Lin Xian thought for a moment and said, "Grandpa, the chivalry act in your hand is the most peak word I've written so far. It doesn't mean much to reproduce it once again. In fact, I was originally going to write another word for you, but because the effect of writing it was worse than the chivalry act, I didn't bring it here, and it's just as well to take the opportunity to write it and give it to you. I'll take this opportunity to write it and give it to you. Do you think it's okay?" "Could be." The amusement on the old man's face was visible to the naked eye a little higher. Lin Xian smiled faintly and stopped talking. The verse to be written comes to mind, and after a few seconds of contemplation, the pen is violently lifted and ink dipped. At this moment, everyone could clearly feel what looked like an invisible aura swirling around Lin Xian. The tip of the pen fell on top of the rice paper, and an ethereal and smooth script slowly emerged. "The beacon shines on Shijing, and the heart is not at peace with itself. Tooth Jiang resigned from Feng Ke, an iron horseman circled the dragon city. The snow darkens the painting of the flag, and the wind is full of the sound of drums. It is better to be a centurion than a scholar." With a twist of the pen, Lin Xian wrote the last three big words, from the military line. "Yes." Almost as soon as he closed his pen, the old man exclaimed. Lin Xian was taken aback. The old man, however, was not the least bit aware of it, his gaze fixed on the ink not yet dry. His old face once again flushed with excitement to the point of redness. "It is better to be a centurion than a scholar." The words were literally written into his heart. For this character, Lin Xian did not continue to use cursive script, but chose to use running script. Stylistically, it's a far cry from chivalry. At this point, though, no one would question it anymore. Watching Lin Xian write this poem with his own eyes, even those who didn't know calligraphy could easily understand the charm of the words. "Xiao Xian, get my cell phone and bring it here." the old master suddenly spoke. Lin Xian froze and subconsciously said, "Grandpa, what's with the cell phone?" The old man was agitated. "That old man do. I met with him on rare occasions and asked him to write a piece of writing to send to me, and he refused to do so, but now that I have my great-grandson, why should I beg him again? I'm going to show him what real calligraphy means. What are you waiting for? Go on." "Oh." Lin Xian lowered his head and quickly turned around, his expression growing more and more odd. This was the first time she had seen such a grandfather. "Dad, would that be a bad idea?" Lin Yuan said. "In fact, the painting I sent you was only sold to me by Du Lao when he knew that I was going to use it to gift it to you, and he didn't take a single penny of the money for the painting and calligraphy, but donated it all. You boy." The old man glared at Lin Yuan in a good-natured and amused manner. Old man Du's broad-mindedness isn't that small. He would only be happier than even I am to see little Envy's words. It's impossible for him to be angry. "Grandpa, then can I take these 2 poems and shoot them both for my teacher to see?" Lin Shi asked in a small voice. "Yes, isn't that old man Yun arrogant? It has to be shot to show him." "No, wait a minute." The more Lin Xian heard, the more outrageous he felt, and hurriedly said, "Grandpa, Xiao Qi, it's fine for you to show it to others, but don't expose me, haha." "Why?" The old man was puzzled. "Literati all prefer fame. Why do you still have it backwards?" "I like to keep a low profile," Lin Xian said. He said this against his will. Who wouldn't like to be a saint? The literary world is not like the entertainment industry. There will not be hot news every day. There will not be millions of people chasing after the literati to follow. Famous at best in the circle, will not have much impact on life, but he's got a weak heart. He would feel parched to have his own signature on the back of such an ancient piece of writing. The old man suddenly turned around and glared at Lin Yuan. No words were spoken, but the meaning was clear. "Look what you've done. You've made the kid autistic." Lin Yuan felt wronged. He just didn't give to Lin Xian too much company. This he really can't help. The spread is too big. Many times even he can't help it. As for suppressing Lin Xian, there was really no talk about it. He's just circumventing the possibility of Lin Xian living an extravagant life at school. Materially, what a normal child would have, Lin Xian would always have. Little envy. "Listen to Grandpa." The old master turned his head, and for the first time in his life, he used a gentle tone with his juniors. "For you to be able to write such a poem, your talent is not at all overstated to be described as astonishing. You are a true jewel, and deserve to be as radiant as you are, not left alone at home in the dust. Besides, this talent of yours must have been honed through years of persistence, right? If you were really willing to be ordinary and low-key, how could you possess this persistence?" Lin Xian, speechless, couldn't tell the old man that he was a crossover player and couldn't be measured by common sense. Uncle Junior will have him sliced up and studied. "Grandpa, cell phone." At that moment, Lin Xian returned, handing a cell phone that looked a little old to the old man. Afterward, Lin Xian watched with bated breath as the old man and Lin Chi snapped away at the 2 artworks. Immediately after the shot, I opened Panda and couldn't wait to hit send. Chapter 69 Reconciliation. Never mind, it's not signed anyway, couldn't stop it anyway. The old man's state of being so impatient to show off was probably something that none of the 4 sons had seen a few times. The real kicker is that the crap the original owner did in life should be considered in the past, right? Thinking about the gentle and careful tone of the old master's voice, Lin Xian wanted to laugh a little. It was bound to be impossible to make things difficult for him in the future. After the old man's hurdle, Lin Xian didn't think the parents' hurdle would be a problem. In that case, the original owner should be able to rest in peace, right? The girl you couldn't even die chasing, you brought home by yourself, and a hard time being sanctified in front of relatives and friends. Well, surely you can rest in peace. The gift-giving session passed. Shortly after the senior's photo was sent out, he received a video invitation. Frowning and chatting with an old friend, meaning showing off. There's still cake left to cut. In the past, it was usually cut until about 10 o'clock. Now it's family chatter time. Taking advantage of the crowd's chatting, Lin Xian finally found an opportunity to secretly pull Lu Qingxian to the outside courtyard. "I'm sorry. After coming here, I haven't been able to find a chance to accompany you." Lin Xian was full of apologies. He hadn't had the opportunity to visit his mother-in-law's house in either of his 2 lifetimes, so he wasn't quite sure of Lu Qingxuan's exact mentality when she arrived. However, Lin Xian could imagine how hard it would be to top having to spend time alone with the other person's family after going home with the object and not being able to find it the whole time. He hadn't even seen Lu Qingxian take the initiative to speak today, and he simply couldn't blend in. It's really an aggravation for her. As a result, Lu Qingxian was puzzled. "There's no need to apologize. Isn't Sister Xian always with me? And Auntie has been very nice to me, and has been initiating conversations with me. It's just that I don't know much about skincare and don't quite keep up with the conversation, so I'll have to learn when I get back. Don't you feel uncomfortable with this?" Nope. Okay. Lin Xian suddenly felt a little self-centered. Obviously, when he had just crossed over, he was still bent on finding a chance to completely break off his relationship with Lu Qingxian, yet it only took a couple of face-melting blitzes to change one's mind. By now, it seemed like he had already acquiesced that Lu Qingxian was his girlfriend. It has even begun to learn to put itself in the other person's shoes. As a result, one's own imagined perspective of the other person seems to be completely different from the real other person's perspective. Sloppy. Lin Envy was startled. He seems to have imagined things a little too well. The other guy doesn't seem to need himself that much, but it's true that it's still more comfortable to be with you. Lu Qingxian moved slightly closer, shoulder to shoulder. Yeah. Lin Xian unconsciously tilted his head to look at the night sky to hide the curled-up corners of his mouth. This guy's emotions are too easy to read. Lu Qingxian secretly looked at the side of Lin Xian's face, and her face was hot. Kind of hard to believe I took the initiative. But sensing Lin Xian's sudden loss, his body and mouth were immediately out of control. Forget it, who made me a schoolmate? Thinking of this, Lu Qingxian gently moved her small hand, and as if she hadn't realized it, she touched with another warm hand. This wave, it's shooting itself in the foot. 10 points. The congregation accompanied the old man to the cake. It was lively until 12 o'clock before it finally broke up. As the old man watched, a car slowly drove away. In the courtyard, once again only he and Uncle Luo, who had been silently guarding, remained. No one stays here overnight. It's not that people don't want to. In the old man's words, he wasn't so fragile that he didn't need company. Everyone does what they want to do well, and that's what pays him back the most. In Maybach, Lin Yuan personally got into the driver's seat, and Lin Xian sat in the passenger seat. In the back row, Lin Xian and his old mom Qingyan sandwiched Lu Qingxian in the middle with one on the left and one on the right. I've had someone handle your bank card. Remember to take your wallet back when you get home. Lin Yuan drove smoothly and said in a flat tone. Lin Xian nodded his head. He didn't really care about bank cards or anything else. There wasn't much money in those cards in total. The point was that Lin Yuan mentioning this matter should be considered as taking the initiative to reconcile with himself. The only thing that wasn't perfect was the attitude is that Lin Xian was a little happy in his heart. I heard your sister say you wanted to make a movie, so I transferred 5 crores of startup capital to your card. How much? Lin Xian almost let the air choke on him. 500 million. Lin Yuan's tone remained flat. I used to worry that you would fool around outside, but it turns out that it was my thoughts that were superfluous. I'll support you in whatever you want to do in the future. Lin Xian's brain was a bit confused. Is this what it felt like when the principal got his startup money? No. He should be lighter than he is. After all, people get $5 million, $10 million or even $20 million out of pocket on a regular basis earlier. But after thinking carefully, Lin Xian shook his head. Thanks Dad, but no need. I'm not going to start my own company. I just want to do something I'm interested in without worrying about it. Just ask my sister to get the movie department up and running later. And the funds to make the movie are already there at the moment. Lin Yuan was silent for a moment. That's fine. Do as you see fit. Wait. I didn't promise to get you the movie department haha. Lin Xian said. Lime Entertainment is growing fast enough. I'm tired every day alright. How can I still have time to help you with the movie department? Unless you just manage it yourself. Don't even think about it. Lin Xian scratched his head and looked at the mother and father of the university professors. Mom, why don't you recommend a few high achievers for me? You're late. Xin Yun said. This morning your sister also talked to me about this matter. The ones whose character and professional ability are more over the top. The contact information was taken by your sister. Sorry, brother. Lin Xian smiled smugly. Don't bully your brother. Xin Yun knocked Lin Xian on the head. Mom, overdoing it haha. Lin Xian covered his head. Who was it that said in the morning that we should purposely put a little face on my brother so that he wouldn't get too carried away with being forgiven so easily after making a mistake? Obviously you're bullying him as well. You're only allowed to set fire to the state officials, not to allow us people to light the lamps. Lin Xian was shocked plus puzzled. Mom? Xinyan pulled down her hair around her ears and pulled out her cell phone with an elegant demeanor, tapping out a photo and handing it to Lu Qingxian. What do you think of this boy, Qingxian? His parents are both university professors, bookish, and he even got his doctorate this year. Mom, I was wrong. Lin Xian's face instantly turned pale. What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? Xinyan glared at Lin Xian, and as soon as she turned her head to Lu Qingxian, she immediately switched her smile back on. Qingxian, help Auntie palm her eyes. You can see the excellent qualities of little envy, and your vision must be superior to normal people. Lu Qingxian smiled stiffly. Okay Auntie. In the front row, Lin Xian only felt that this scene was incredibly familiar. Chapter 70 Copyright Development. The next day, after breakfast, Lin Xian didn't wait a minute longer. He directly fled the Lin family manor with Lin Xian and Lu Qingxian. I was afraid that if I stayed a little longer, a well-mannered PhD student would suddenly appear in the house. At noon, the trio landed at the Magic City airport. Considering the uniformity, not only Lu Qingxian, but also Lin Xian and Lin Xian had put on sunglasses and masks, so much so that Gui Yuan, who came to pick up the plane, almost didn't even dare to go up and recognize him. What's your next plan? In the car, Lin Xian asked Lin Xian. Let's rest today and go to the company tomorrow to record a song. Lin Xian said back. He had already written the lyrics and scores for the 2 songs last night, and had sent them to Lin Meng and Lin Chang respectively in the morning. In fact, the matter of writing songs was something that Lin Xian had later come back to. It should just be that the old man had given prior notice to spend more time interacting with his siblings, except for Lin Meng and Lin Jie who really wanted the song. The rest of the few people had little interest in the matter and didn't even act much, but whatever the reason, what's promised is done. Okay, then I'll arrange for the new people to meet with you tomorrow. No, I'm going to sing both songs for Qingxian. Sing for me? Lu Qingxian froze. She's not really missing songs right now. Both Keep Walking in the Rain and Torment are now hanging on the new songs chart. And the second installment of Sound of Dreams aired 2 days ago. And What I Miss is gaining momentum and looking to hit the new songs chart as well. This month, the singing world has pretty much kind of taken the wind out of her sails. Even if we were to sing new songs, we'd have to wait until all the heat from those songs had died down. At least until next month. It mostly suits you. Lin Xian pulled out 2 copies of lyrics and music scores from his backpack and handed them to Lu Qingxian. The battle song that Lin Meng wants. If it can really be played at the world tournament like she said, it'll definitely help you suck in a lot of fans from the esports scene. I couldn't give that inspirational song to anyone else, so I had to give it to you to sing as well. Lu Qingxian took the lyric sheet and the titles of the 2 songs jumped into her eyes. Invisible Wings, Legends Never Die. Would that not be good? She hesitated a little. Okay, then sing for Qingxian. Lin Xian directly made a decision, but Qingxian is still hot from so many songs now. It's not cost effective to directly release a single. It's easy to fight with yourself. After recording it you can save it first and try to make an album. Lin Xian spread his hands. I don't care about this. You see to the arrangements. What do you mean you don't care? There are so many songs on an album. You have to write them. Fine, I'll write. Lin Xian didn't want to break up with Lin Xian. Sooner or later he would have to write, so he agreed to do it. Regarding the golden finger, Lin Xian could now gradually treat it with a normal heart. It will not be overly abused, nor will it be deliberately not used. It's good to use your work as you should, with a clear conscience, while making sure it doesn't get buried. Then I'll send you home first. After you go back, you can play by yourself, and don't come to the company. Now the company is full of your fanboys and fangirls. The atmosphere is not good. You can't help it to rise. Anyway, the song is not in a hurry to be recorded, and Qingxian also has announcements to run. I thought we were going to get some more songs for those new guys of yours? Not yet. Lin Xian smiled faintly, with an air of wisdom. I've thought about it carefully. The quality of your songs are all quite top-notch. Unless it's a newcomer like Qingxian who has exceptional talent, it would be a waste to use them. So it's better to save them for when it's crucial. I'll start expanding the songwriting department when I get back, and the newcomers will just slowly build up their popularity with relatively ordinary songs. It's okay. Lin Xian was happy. It was true that he was born to be a salted fish life. He couldn't do anything even if he wanted to do something. He could only rot at home. Half an hour later, Lin Xian got off at the entrance of the fairy residence and watched Lu Qingxuan's exclusive nanny car drive away, sighing a little in his heart. With this kind of footloose continuous work mode, it was probably only Lu Qingxian who would think that earning money was just too easy. Gotta try to get her to the top of the singing charts in a year or two. When else can we live without shame? The thought of being shameless instantly filled Lin Xian with passion. It's just an album. Play a handful of games first. There's still plenty of time anyway. Yesterday he just played his hand and ended the fight in a hurry. Not having a good time. Back in his room, Lin Xian turned on his computer at the first opportunity and was about to log into the game when the phone suddenly rang. Caller, Editor-in-Chief Susu. Good guys, they're all good at counting, aren't they? All pinched at the time he was going to play the game. After thinking about it, Lin Xian still picked up the phone. The catch-up on Doobie has now reached the point of mourning, and is on the verge of breaking the million mark. This book is now a golden chicken that literally lays golden eggs, so it's still important to pay attention. Press answer. Hello? Hey, big God, it's Su Sua. I know it's you. What can I do for you? Lin Xian felt that this girl is always a little bit not too smart flavor. Also do not know how to become a Dream by Dream Chinese network editor-in-chief. Great God, it's like this. Fighting Broken is very hot right now, and this side of the website wants to further develop the IP value of Fighting Broken, so they sent me over to discuss it with you. Developing IP? Lin Xian couldn't help but have 4 large, Familiar words pop up in his mind. Fighting to transform the horse. So without thinking, I said, I don't have any plans to do that for a while. At this point, he was kind of glad for it. Luckily, Blue Star prioritizes copyright protection for creators enough to be very different from Earth. On the opposite side, Suyao obviously didn't expect Lin Xian to reject so hastily, and froze for a moment before saying, "Great God." Further developing the IP value of the work is actually very beneficial to the spread of the work's popularity. The online writing world doesn't seem small, but compared to the movie and TV industry, there's no need to talk about it. I have my own considerations in that regard. Lin Xian interrupted. Do will definitely undergo more in-depth development, but not now. When the time is ripe, I will take the initiative to contact the website and seek cooperation. I'll hang up if there's nothing else. Hey, great God, you wait. Su's shaking heart is very tired, but had to smile to face. There is another thing. You should not even look at the book review area lately. Your previous linkage with Lu Qingxian attracted a lot of off-site fans. They are more accustomed to communicating in the microwave, so they all hope that you can sign up for a microwave account. Convenient for them to gather this matter in your book review area. The outcry is very high. A microwave account? Lin Xian thought briefly and realized that the original owner of this thing had already registered it. So he said, I have a microwave account. I'll post a top message in the book review section later. No. Great God, you have to send me your account number first. I can help you contact the official microwave on my site for the identity verification of the author of Fighting Broken. You're a public figure. You must be careful to avoid counterfeiters. Okay. Chapter 71, The Unrivaled. Hang up. Lin Xian directly searched for the official microwave and logged into the microwave account. The page refreshes and the personal page pops up. Nickname, Lin Xian. Follow 1. Fans 5. Seeing the account page, Lin Xian suddenly realized a pretty serious problem. In Blue Star, Microwave responded to the official call. In order to put an end to all kinds of shady studio operations, each account is ID real name system. And in the second year after the implementation of the real name system, directly cancelled all the accounts that are not real name authentication. This means that everyone can only have one microwave account unless another person registers your account for you. Microwave officials, at any time, can catch the user himself, based on the account. Of course, the results were not as good as expected. As the saying goes, what goes up must come down. In the age of the internet, studios have the means to collect real and valid identifying information. But these had little to do with Lin Xian. Lin Xian is now considering that when he directs and makes a movie in the future, as a director, as a producer, he should need a Weibo account to announce the movie information, right? What's going to happen then? Without a vest, there seems to be no way to hide your identity. The key is that he writes songs under his real name, Lin Xian, too, and as he gives out more and more work, his reputation grows. People suddenly realize that the big writer, the big director, the true father, are all the same person. Will the quantitative change cause qualitative change? Leading to the fact that he obviously did not deliberately marketing, will also be the same as those stars, wherever you go to be treated as pandas to see. Hard to top. Sure enough, I was still too idealistic before, going down the civic path, but anyone who is a success is unlikely to be unknown. After all, the audience is millions of people. So be it. Anyway, he's a geek and doesn't like to go out and hang around when he's not doing anything, so it shouldn't have much of an impact. Sighing in resignation, Lin Xian didn't even bother to change his nickname and directly sent it to Susu through Panda. The other side. In the old master's quadrangle, under the old tree, 3 old men were drinking around a stone table. Another clink of glasses and a shared drink, and the old man with the goatee to the left of the old man couldn't sit still. Elder Lin, this wine has almost been drunk. Isn't it time to go to the study? Almost? The old man seemed to smile. Old you can not today, in the past is not always greedy for my mouth this special supply? How to let go today to let you drink? You still cannot drink? Ahem. Didn't you want a piece of calligraphy before? I'm in good shape today, so I can try to write one for you. What? What word? The old man sidled his ears. How did you know that my grandson wrote me 2 words? Du Guangnian goatee shook twice? A face of constipation, Lin Lao. I know your grandson powerful into it. Quickly take me to see it. It's hard for me not to see the real thing with my own eyes. A handful of years old and no stamina at all. On the other side, the old man wearing a green-colored long shirt with a slim figure and meticulously fixed his hair snorted, sighing and shaking his head. Old man Yun, I've been putting up with you for a long time. Du Guangnian was instantly detonated like a powder keg, rubbing his feet. Back then, when you knew that I was interested in taking Lin Chi as a disciple and still made a move to snatch it, I already gave you face by not looking for trouble. You still dare to speak out of turn here. Yun Qingshan calmly drank a mouthful of wine before smiling faintly. Lin Chi has an outstanding talent for poetry. Do you have the ability to instruct him in writing poetry? I'm different. Although the calligraphy is slightly inferior to yours, but instructing Lin Chi is enough. Following me to learn is the best choice for him. You the man. Du Guangnian had an old face that was red, and his eyes saw that his beard was about to buckle. Why? Old Du, calm down. He's the character that owes a beating. Why are you angry with him? If it were me, I would have punched him up. Yun Qingshan's eyelids fluttered, as if he had thought of some bad memories, and he gave a dry cough. Ahem. Just now my words were indeed used somewhat inappropriately. Seeing works that are superior to even his own peak, old Du's mindset of desperately wanting to learn is understandable. You fart. My peak work is certainly no worse than that made by Lin's old grandson. Meh. Yun Qingshan let out a light laugh and stopped speaking. Du Guangnian instantly became even more angry. He just wanted to get mad, but suddenly heard Lin Lao beside him faintly say, Xiao Luo ah, go to the study and help me bring over those 2 works of art by Xiao Xian. Yes. The king of Luo soldiers guarding the doorway led the way. For a moment, Du Guangnian couldn't even care less about his anger. Elder Lin, let's just go directly to the study to see if it's not fine. Not good. The old man lifted his glass and shook it. You can't appreciate those 2 works of art without wine. Looking at the crystallized wine in the glass, Du Guangnian subconsciously swallowed. That's true. Sitting down again, he lifted his glass and filled it for himself. Taking a drink, the corners of his mouth twitched as he watched the old man. It's a wine he can't even afford to drink like that. A few moments later, King Luobing returned with 2 beautifully crafted painting cylinders. The old man reached out and took it, turning to gently place it in front of Du Guangnian with a slightly haughty expression. Take it and read it. Du Guangnian's eyes lit up, immediately got up and quickly cleaned up the small dishes of wine on the stone table, neatly like a 20-year-old boy. Soon enough, the stone table was cleared of a clean area by him. After carefully wiping all the tiny stains again with a paper towel, he carefully opened one of the drawing cylinders, took out the rice paper in it, placed it on the table, and slowly opened it. Then, it was transfixed in place, as if it had been drained of its soul. On the side, Yun Qingshan's eyes also fell on the rice paper at the same time, but his reaction was the opposite of Du Guangnian's. His eyes became brighter and brighter. Chivalry. What a great piece of chivalry. He stood up excitedly and paced back and forth. Kill a man at 10 steps and leave no one behind for 1,000 miles. The matter is over. The body and the name are deeply hidden. When it's all over, I'll go and hide my body and name. Elder Lin. Yun Qingshan jerked his head up. Seeing this poem with my own eyes, I am more and more certain that your grandson has great talent. This talent is unrivaled in the world. That's just where it's at. There's one more song. Look again, the old man said with a smile. Yun Qingshan was stunned, so he tried to reach for the other painting cylinder, only to be blocked by Du Guangnian. Who taught you to treat your work so rudely? Can you afford to pay for it if you break it? Yun Qingshan. Okay, you're gentle. You do it. At this moment, he didn't want to go against this old enemy. Seeing chivalry in person on a piece of calligraphy, paired with the pouncing mood, gave him a feeling that went up countless more notches. It's as if a living, breathing ancient warrior actually appears before your eyes to be admired. So, he can't wait to see the next song. As Du Guangnian slowly opened the second piece and looked at it with his own eyes, the result did not disappoint Yun Qingshan. This talent is unrivaled in the world. Once again, this thought popped up in Yun Qingshan's mind. He was a proud man. It was the first time in my life that I faced someone else's work, and I couldn't afford to have the slightest bit of pride in my heart. Elder Lin, can I let your grandson join the Poetry Association? He looked at the old man with a burning gaze. With his talent, it is highly likely that he will lead the Poetry Association back to the prosperous elegance of the ancient times. I'll let him do whatever he wants to do as the president. Chapter 72, Gone are the days of groping for fish. I can't make that call. The old man shook his head with a faint smile. My grandson is indifferent to fame and fortune. His heart is devoted to literary creation. And when he gave me these 2 pieces of work, he also specifically instructed me not to give him a proclamation. And I estimate that he is not very interested in your Poetry Association. The excitement on Yun Qingshan's face dissipated and he smiled bitterly. Rather, it was me who was abrupt. In that case, it is understandable why he has such profound attainments at such a young age. It's a shame to say that after living a long life, his state of mind is still inferior to that of a junior. Elder Lin, do you think you can introduce your grandson to meet with me if you have the chance? Du Guangnian's gaze finally left the work. I would like to discuss some calligraphic insights with him in person. We'll talk about it when we get a chance, the old man said. As a matter of fact, he's also a songwriter, and he's still hanging out on that what's-his-name new song list, and he's busy every day. What? Several question marks popped up on Du Guangnian's and Yun Qingshan's brains at the same time. Calligraphy and poetry are already second to none, and you're telling me he's a songwriter? On this day, two highly respected old men suffered an unprecedented blow to their hearts. Feeling that someone else's hobby is comparable to what they've accumulated over a lifetime? The other guy's only in his 20s. At the request of the majority of readers, I have opened a microwave account. Microwave search Lin Xian, and see that there is an official certification of the author of The Fighting Broken is me. Send. Top. After getting everything done, Lin Envy sighed tiredly. It always feels like the days of touching fish are just about gone. At his current rate of updates, it was estimated that it wouldn't even last for 3 months before doo-wop would have to end. Drama even. Special effects, acting and all. It's too hard to meet expectations. Burning money and not pleasing to the eye. Anime is a must. Earth had proven the viability of the path, and it just so happened that he liked it. Yet another new path. He hasn't even started the movie yet. Why does it always feel like a bunch of things are waiting to be done when you're obviously a traveler? No more touching the fish. Mousing over the game icon and hesitating, Lin Xian chose to delete it. Yeah, just stay out of sight. Stay out of mind. Refreshing the page, I realized that the number of microwave followers had surpassed triple digits in just a short moment of distraction. After thinking about it, Lin Xian posted a dynamic on Weibo. Hello everyone, I'm Lin Xian, pen name code word strongman. Thank you for the strong support of all the readers lord. Nothing more to say, today add more 100,000. After posting the dynamic, Lin Xian then directly closed the webpage, not wanting to care. First, I'm going to go all out with the coding, and focus on getting the movie after I finish Doobie straight away. Lin Xian then went into work mode. On Microwave, the comments section below the dynamic was an instant explosion. Asterisk strong is awesome. Voice breaking, it's okay, Brother Chang is ruthless and doesn't talk too much. It's to my liking. $100,000 reward is offered. Rich girl, hungry, rice. No brothers, Brother Chang's real name is Lin Xian? It's not the same Lin Xian I thought it was, is it? Holy, no wonder Brother Chang wants to publicize Dripping Rain and Keep Walking and can link up with Lu Qingxian. The feeling is that he wrote the song. What? Strong is still a composer? Is this the real Strong? I announced that from today I'm a brainwashed fan of Chang. I really love Qingshuan's wife so much. It's Chang who made her a success. Just as the crowd's discussion was heating up, suddenly, a comment with a golden name appeared. Lu Qingxian, at Code Stronger. Welcome Kung to Weibo. Let me tell you all a little secret. In the second installment of Dream Voice Season 2, I'm still singing Kung's songs. Oh, the comments section instantly exploded when this comment came out. Before the crowd was just guessing. Now, Lu Qingxian herself had personally come out and made it clear that Chang was the same Lin Xian who had written her song. As a result, less than an hour before and after, this matter was fired on the Microwave hot search. Then again, an information update appeared on Lin Xian's Microwave account. NV Lin, writer and composer. Representative works, Fighting Dome, Keep Walking in the Rain, Torment. In response, Lin Xian, who was preoccupied with coding, knew nothing about it. Yet it didn't end there. 6 o'clock in the evening, the Poetry Society suddenly posted a dynamic. Add Lin Xian, Mr. Great Talent, The Chivalry and From the Army, written by Mr. Lin Xian, have been decided to be included in the junior high school language textbook after the Poetry Association and the Ministry of Education have discussed the matter together. Below the dynamic, the full text of the poems Chivalry and From the Army are attached. The Ministry of Education then retweeted the development with a nod of approval. Half an hour later, the top 10 microwave hot searches were all occupied by Lin Xian. Achoo! Lin Xian, who had written a whole 150,000 words in one breath and was in a good mood to treat himself with a bowl of noodles, suddenly sneezed. Inexplicably, I felt distracted and always felt that something big was happening. After carefully recalling what I had done in the meantime, it didn't feel like a problem. Could it be that Qingxian misses me? He thought somewhat narcissistically, kind of wanting to make phone kanji with Lu Qingxian. Rumor has it that when other people are in relationships, they all start with at least a few hours a day. Considering Lu Qingshuan's infinitely drawn-out daily schedule, Lin Xian dismissed the idea again. As the saying goes, first bitter, then sweet. Lu Qingxian was working hard to climb towards the direction of the Heavenly Queen, and he couldn't afford to lag behind. Film and television, music, literature, painting. There is so much in the collection that it will be difficult for him to bring all of his work to the world in his lifetime. But the 4 most important segments of entertainment, he all must come up with some representative works out of it. Not to mention suppressing the world. As long as people mention civics, they will inevitably think of these great works of the earth, and he will be considered to have done his work. At first, Lin Xian was worried that using the works in the collection indiscriminately would have any unpredictable side effects. Now, though, the song gives out quite a bit. The 2 greats Li Bai and Yang Jiong also copied out. No, That leaves only one explanation: his crossing. The reason he has this golden touch. The mission he has been given must be to carry these works forward. By the time all this was done, Lu Qingxian would probably already be a singing diva. When the time came, he would bring Lu Qingxian to lie down completely, swimming in the mountains. No shame. Come on, interest. Just throw some more work out there and blow up the entertainment world. When he thought of all the goodness, the saliva almost flowed out of Lin Xian's mouth. There is a long way to go. Come on, come on. Wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth, he lifted himself up. Lin Xian plunged headlong into the business of coding again. Chapter 73, School's about to start. It was already the afternoon of the next day when Lin Xian learned that he had burst into flames overnight, and that his Weibo fans had directly exceeded 5 million and were still rising rapidly. On this uneventful afternoon, he woke up with a start and clicked on the microwave. Just by looking at it, he nearly exploded in place. Never in a million years would I have thought that the backstabbing from Li Bai and Yang Zhong's big brother would be so quick. Looking at the microwave hot search list, clear of explosive topics about himself, Lin Xian ultimately chose to ignore it and comforted himself. The internet. It'll be fine when the wind dies down. And it is true. 2 days later, a Hot 100 was once again the domain of celebrities. Regarding Lin Xian's strange behavior of leaving hot searches cold, countless people called him a loser, including Lin Xian as well. On the contrary, the employees and artists of Lime Entertainment became more and more reverent towards this legendary second head of the company who didn't come to the company much. Even some of the artists who had met Lin Xian had already used this incident as a capital to brag to the newcomers. But none of this had anything to do with Lin Xian. Now his life is nothing but yard work. In a flash, the third installment of The Sound of Dreams is on the air. After not seeing Lu Qingxian for a long time, Lin Xian purposely took a look at the program on a Friday. The result was no surprise. In the third and penultimate installment of Lu Qingxian's on this show, she chose to challenge Wang Tianwang, sang the second new song that Lin Xian had prepared especially for her in this program. My dream. Note, I wrote a small bug yesterday, and after careful calculation of the time, the second installment should have aired before the 18th, and have revised the previous post. But I wasn't going to waste too much ink on this show. It's still going to be centered on the male lead's point of view, so it doesn't affect the viewing. Just know that it's a process for the female lead to build up her popularity. The song My Dreams, which straight up rubbed the Wolf Tennessee adaptation of the rock song on the ground, one without the slightest hint of suspense. Since then, the show's pop-ups have never been found with the little black guy. My wife is awesome. Watching Lu Qingxian finish her song, Lin Xian's pent-up anger that had accumulated during this period of time when he had been boringly coding was swept away. Then, the yard work continues. End of the month. In Lin Xian at least 12 hours a day under the high-intensity coding plus, the fight finally finished writing. After typing out the words, the whole book is finished, Lin Xian directly spread out on the bed like mud. He wanted so badly to just lie down and do the math every day on how much money the book had earned him again. Definitely super happy. As a result, when I turned my head and saw the empty bed beside me, I instantly felt like nothing smelled good again. He really kind of missed Lu Qingxian. Lin Xian did send a few messages these days, but each time he had to wait a long time to receive a reply from the other party. Then it's not like you're always glued to your phone, and when you find out and reply back, the other person starts to get busy again and it's another long wait. The two hadn't uttered more than a few words in total over the course of so many days. Long-distance relationships are so hard. I have to hurry up and get the script straightened out, go back to the company to discuss the movie with my oldest sister, and ask around for news. If you can't, fly over to her. With his mind made up, Lin Xian picked himself up and rose from his bed once again, thinking about his first movie. This movie thing is not like a song. Even if the quality of the movie is good enough, it's easy for the box office to fall seriously short of expectations and call it a hit, so be sure to be careful and cautious. Of course, Lin Xian didn't have the baggage of having to succeed. It's not like a talking artifact is going to pop up out of nowhere in the stash anyway, yelling that they're going to do away with him if they lose money. For him, it's a success if he can make it to the call, but calling it good is only if he can make the movie good enough. It wouldn't be something he could play with alone. He could have absolutely enough specialized knowledge to keep a strict eye on the quality through his library. But what if the photographer can't get the results he wants? What if the actors can't act it out? Photography team is good, terrific to smash 2 or 3 million into it. The people hired are definitely professional enough. Actors just don't work. The best big-name actors and actresses are paid hundreds or tens of millions of dollars. The $20 million in his hand is really not enough. After some thinking, Lin Xian had some numbers in his mind. First of all, big-name actors can be removed from the movie and can't be afforded. Then again, the cost of the movie has to be kept in the small to medium cost category. Small budget, well-received movie with no big names. After thinking for a moment, Lin Xian's eyes lit up and he created a new document on his computer and knocked down a line. The Man with No Name. When he saw the title of this movie, Lin Xian couldn't help but have that classic line appear in his mind. This is love. I love you, twisted love. The corners of his mouth curled into a smile as Lin Xian began to hammer out the script for this movie. The next day, Lin Xian cleaned himself up a little, took the script that had just been printed out by the studies printer and still smelled of ink, and went out after a long time. Since I had been inactive for so long, I simply didn't drive and just skipped towards the office. Walking flat out through the army of commuters, Lin Xian was a little complicated inside. I also wonder how long this free-for-all will last. Today he looked at it. The number of fans of his microwave had already exceeded 10 million, already a number that many second-tier artists would envy if they looked at it. Under the only dynamic, comments have accumulated over 1 million. Don't even know where these people get so much to talk about every day. Every time he thought about this, Lin Xian would inexplicably panic. 8 o'clock. Lin Xian came to Lime Entertainment on time. Wow, Mr. Lin, it's Mr. Lin. Just after walking through the door of Lime Entertainment, Lin Xian was startled by the front desk sister's shriek. What are you doing? Ah, sorry. The receptionist sister bent down and bowed with an excited face. I'm just too excited to see Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin, can you give me an autograph? What? Sign it, Mr. Lin, please. Seeing that the other party's beeping and cute started to be used, Lin Xian's eyelids jumped wildly. Don't be like this. I'll sign it, okay? Wow. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin, you're so nice. After signing his name, Lin Xian hurriedly moved away from the girl. It was then that he remembered what Lin Xian had said, that the artists and staff in the company were all his fanboys and girlfriends. The reason seems to be that he demonstrated singing to Shin Xingcheng, and was videotaped and sent to the company group. At that point, he didn't have a public microwave account. Now, just as he was thinking, a beautiful girl with extremely fair skin walked across the street to meet him. Four eyes met for a split second. In the next moment, Lin Xian saw the other party's entire body turn into the shape of surprise. Wow, Mr. Lin, you wowed the hell out of me. Lin Xian ran numbed. Frost art. Good morning, Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin, can you give me an autograph? When he came to Lin Xian's office, Lin Xian had a tired face. Yo, what wind blew our great talent Lin over here? Lin Xian, who was behind the boss's chair, took a look at her own brother, her tone slightly flirtatious. Lin Xian stepped forward expressionlessly and put the script on Lin Xian's table. This is the movie script. You can read it if you're interested. It doesn't matter if you're not. The point is to help me contact a photography team with good business skills. You don't have to take care of the money. Just find someone. No problem? It's okay, but you're ready to make a movie now? Lin Xian was puzzled. Lin Xian frowned. No, I don't think so. Lin Xian lit up her cell phone on her desktop and pointed to the date on it. Tomorrow, September 1st. It looks like you're starting school. Lin Xian. He seems to, forget that he's still a student. Chapter 74, Sudden Encounter. Just help me find someone. I'll take care of the school side. After just a second of hesitation, Lin Xian made his decision. School meant nothing to him, and there was no way he was going to waste his time there. And again, with the achievements he's shown now, I don't think it's too much to ask for a little special treatment from the school side, right? Okay, I'll get started on my end and make the connection for you. Lin Xian reached out and flipped open the script, looking at the words Nameless Generation on the top and asked, where's the director? Are you going to be a director yourself? It's possible to find one instead. Lin Xian thought for a moment. It's best to be in Lime, the more trustworthy kind. Also be obedient. I don't need characters who sing against me on set. You might as well guide yourself. Lin Xian rolled her eyes. Now she wouldn't question whether Lin Xian could write a good script. This brother seemed to be the ultimate in excellence no matter what he did. It would be outrageous. But either way, it was a first. It's still a little early to be trying to play the writer's core system on your first movie, but any director with a little bit of ambition is unlikely to join Lin Xian's crew unless they drop money. Lin Envy has no money to throw around. Say, how much is that novel of yours making this month? Thinking about money, Lin Xian suddenly became interested. She didn't read Netflix, but the reasoning was universal. With a loyal customer base of millions, it's a sure blood moneymaker no matter what industry you're in. A couple hundred, I think. In fact, Lin Xian couldn't quite estimate the money he earned now, having broken the circle several times in a row, and both attracting a large number of readers. This book has surpassed Earth by far too much. Hundreds is actually his modest way of putting it. The real thing is estimated to have to add another zero. Even exceeding a small goal is nothing to sneeze at. After all, the amount of updates he made this month could top a normal author for most of the year, the equivalent of him making most of his money in 1 month. That's why he's confident he can get the movie off the ground. After all, He won't be short of money when the manuscript fee is paid next month. Big name actors, though, still have to step aside. Gotta wait until he's made a name for himself and is ready for a big production. Awesome. Lin Xian gave a perfunctory compliment. Say, where's Qing Xian? As if by accident, Lin Xian asked, why haven't you given her a vacation break for so long? She's resting. Lin Xian gave Lin Xian a strange look. You don't know? Lin Xian's teeth ached. Come on. It looks like Qing Xian didn't give you a word. You're a husband. TSK. Lin Xian was annoyed. Qing Xian didn't go home. How would I know? What's her situation? Back home. Lin Xian adjusted her sitting posture and lazily said that there was something at home that she needed to go home to deal with, and had already gone back for 2 days. Something's wrong? Lin Xian frowned. Don't worry, it's not a big deal. She donated money to her parents' elementary school to improve the teaching environment, so I guess it's just some process stuff. Lin Xian suddenly remembered that the last time Lu Qingxian said that her money was useful. She was curious at the time, but ended up donating it anyway. However, Qingxuan's parents were teachers, and it was really the first time Lin Xian knew about it. Okay, things I know. Lin Xian turned around. I'll go back first. Make sure you remember to contact someone for me as soon as possible. Wait, Xin Xingcheng has already recorded that song of yours. Do you want to listen to it? Got it? Lin Xian came a little interested. Let me hear it. After 5 minutes, Lin Xian put down his headphones with satisfaction. It's okay, it's got that flavor. The kid's got some talent. If you say so, I can arrange to release a new song and punch the September new songs chart. Okay, remember to use your microwave to publicize it. Don't take that great resource and not even know how to use it. Got it. Flying away from Lime Entertainment, Lin Xian casually found a cafe and sat down. Pulling out his cell phone, he called a video over to Lu Qingxian. Since it's at home, it's certainly not busy. Sure enough, less than 10 seconds after dialing over, the video was connected, and a slightly nervous tilted little face appeared in the video. Ah, my Qingxian. At this instant, Lin Xian felt a sense of full happiness. It's been a really long time since I've seen it. What are you doing? Looking at Lin Xian's demented face, Lu Qingxian felt awkward. Don't move. Let me have a good look. You stop it. Lu Qingxuan's face started to redden with the naked eye. Lin Xian wanted to tease him some more, but suddenly felt something was wrong. Why are you so haggard? Yes? Lu Qingxian reached out and tapped on the screen, zooming in on herself and taking a closer look. Nothing has changed. Yes, I remember every detail of your face very clearly. Your skin is obviously not as moisturized as before, and your lips are a bit white, Lin Xian said in a serious manner. Lu Qingxian don't open her cheeks, revealing her reddened earlobes. But, maybe this period of time is a little tired. Your schedule is indeed too full. Taking this trip home, it's just the right time to take a good rest. So why didn't you even give me a word when you came home? Lin Xian began to snap. Do you still have me as your husband in your eyes? No talking. I'm warning you, Lu Qingxian. When you go home in the future, you have to let me accompany you. Otherwise, how will you let our parents look at me in the future? What a bandwagon. Lin Xian was filled with excitement. Is this what it's like to be the leading man in an idol drama? Love it. Well said. Suddenly, another voice came out of the phone. Lin Xian immediately froze. A hand then appeared in the video and heavily nudged Lu Qingxian on the door of her head. You dead girl. You obviously have a boyfriend and you're telling me you don't. And go home without even telling your boyfriend. Is that how I taught you to behave? I told you, where did you get so much money? Even as a star you can't earn so much at once. Did you secretly take your boyfriend's money back? Lin Xian's face slowly solidified. Mom, I really earned that money myself. If you don't believe me, you can ask him. Lu Qingxian said sharply. Just ask. The image shifted and a face that bore some slight resemblance to Lu Qingxian appeared. Even though it was already full of signs of age and weather, it was still evident that it must have been a beauty in its youth. Hello, auntie. Lin Xian immediately shouted instinctively. Facing Lin Xian, the other party immediately revealed a kind smile. Hey, how are you? What should I call you? Auntie? My name is Lin Xian. Auntie, just call me Xiao Xian. Lin Xian was in a state of panic in his heart, toes clenched at the thought of what he had just done. Did he just make a really humiliating face? Isn't that a bit of a triumph? So wanted to die. Lin Xian. You're the one who wrote the song for this girl Qingxian? Chapter 75, Farewell to School. It's me. Lin Xian tried to keep a smile on his face. Auntie, that money was indeed earned by Qingxian herself. Qingxuan's contract with our Lime Entertainment is of a very high grade. She can get a very high share of the proceeds. And Qingxuan's popularity is in an explosive period of increase. With a high popularity comes a high stature, and she will only earn more and more money in the future. Really? Auntie is relieved when you say that. This girl Qingxian is stubborn. Auntie has always been worried that she would mess around outside. I'm not going to mess around. The camera shook for a moment, and Lu Qingxuan's reddened face reappeared in the picture. I'll be back in a couple days, so I'll talk to you then. Hey, what are you doing? Let me talk to Envy again. We're not done with our business yet. The screen flickered and the video was hung up. Lin Xian froze, then let out a slight sigh of relief. Thanks to the mother-in-law. If this is in front of the old man to engage in these, I'm afraid that in the future the door of the family cannot enter. Shouldn't be much of a problem if you're a mother-in-law. It felt pretty welcoming. Lin Xian was a little happy, leaving the cafe to go home. It's game time today. The next day, it wasn't until noon that Lin Xian took a taxi to the school. It's mostly just to come and go through the process. He was shocked yesterday when Lin Xian suddenly said that school was starting. When he thought about it last night, not only did he now have an official job, he was even the second in command of Lime Entertainment, which was already an overachievement for a senior. After reporting the situation, the school place could have been left alone. Get your thesis ready and just wait for graduation. That's why Lin Xian had a relaxed mindset. Just in case, he wore a ducktail hat today, purposely keeping the brim down a bit. Everything's fine. No one even looked at him more than once until they entered the door of the dormitory building. A small celebration and a little loss at the same time. Lin Xian felt that he was quite conflicted many times, both afraid of trouble and wanting to manifest the Holy Spirit. There is no such thing as taking advantage of all the beautiful things in the world. Smiling to himself, Lin Xian quickly went up the stairs to the familiar dormitory door, took out his key to unlock it, and pushed it open. Accompanied by the faint smell of air freshener, 3 figures lying on their backs on all fours fell into Lin Xian's eyes. Sure enough, these 3 guys came back early yesterday. Closing the door, Lin Xian swept his gaze around the dormitory and landed on a mosquito swatter. He copied it up and flung it directly towards the nearest Zhengfangs. But it's ing noon and you're still asleep. Still sleeping. Still sleeping. The dormitory was haunted. Lin Xian, you're finished. Don't think that just because you're famous I won't dare to restrain you. Brothers, get him. Cam. Facing the open-mouthed trio, Lin Xian was calm, tossing the racket aside and saying, I'll give you 10 minutes to wash up, and have private cooking for lunch. Yang Rui, who rushed at the forefront, immediately bowed. Righteous father is above. Just now it was the child who was unreasonable. Righteous father, come on, whip it here. Zheng Feng puckered his big butt. Wang Zi has an example to follow. The corners of Lin Xian's mouth twitched, and he couldn't see straight for a bit. All of them hurry up and wash and clean up. Seeing the 3 of them cheekily enter the bathroom, Lin Xian called Chun over with a video, and before long, the video connected in Chun's trademark squinting eyes appeared. Lin Xian, you came to school? Chun looked surprised. I'm a student. Of course I have to come to school when it starts. Lin Xian smiled and said, Chun, let's have lunch together. The private kitchen cuisine outside the school. Okay, wait for me. Springer agreed in a second. Half an hour later, the 5 were seated in a booth, gathering for a long overdue meal. During this time, Lin Xian suggested that he might not even go back to school in the future if he had nothing to do. Chun said it was all as it should be. Also asked 3 roommates if they wanted to come to Lime for an internship. As a result, all 3 said they wanted to try it out on their own first and then defect if it didn't work out. Lin Xian naturally had no problem with it. After a meal, Lin Xian was considered to have officially said goodbye to the campus. After all, there were only a few acquaintances, and the other students were basically just acquaintances. P.S. I was going to write a campus drama before, but when I wrote it last night, I suddenly felt it was too watery. It's nothing more than some boring manifestation of the Holy Spirit, and the classmates are shocked. On second thought, it's better to cut the campus segment and just move on to the next episode and schedule a homecoming show afterward. I ended up writing most of a chapter and then deleting it. After all, I started it and couldn't even think about not writing it. I apologize here for not thinking this through. Simmer down a bit afterward, and you'll make up for the lack of it. That's it. Go to work first and keep writing after work. Chapter 76, Offbeat Hot Search. By the time I got home, it was evening. It's been dark all day with 3 and Springer has been dragged around for a couple of games. Lying in bed, he was about to fall asleep when Lin Xian called. What for? Lin Xian lazily said. The day is almost over. Why haven't you microwave publicized your new song yet? Lin Xian's dizzy head instantly sobered up. I gave it to forget. I'll send it out later. It's a long month. It won't affect the punch list. You can get on with it. Lin Xian's tone was helpless. Also, I've contacted a crew for you. The camera teacher in the crew has worked with director Chiyu before. Absolutely professional. But the filming work is still going on. It's expected that there will be about 3 more days before it's finished. You have nothing to do anyway. You can fly directly to Hangdian's shooting site to see it. I have already greeted. After seeing it, if you think it's suitable, you can directly stay. If not, then make additions. it's best to directly take on the crew. It will save a lot of heartache than if you build it yourself. Okay, I'll check it out tomorrow. Don't forget to send microwaves. Giving one last word of explanation, Lin Xian hung up the phone. Lin Xian's sleepiness had dissipated, slightly propping himself up a bit to lean against the bed, and used his cell phone to log into the song software to look at it, finding out that there's no Hibiscus City in the top 10 of the new songs chart. But think about it. When Lu Qingxian was able to rush straight to number 2 on the new song charts, a large part of the reason was that she was tied to Xia Xin in terms of publicity, and dipped into the light of someone else's top stream. Flower Girl Xin Xingqing doesn't have another top stream to rub against. Even with all the publicity, it's definitely not as good as the older singers who have a base of popularity. After all, you publicize and I publicize, but I bring my own popularity, so naturally I'm a step above. So he didn't bother flipping through it. Lin Xian directly searched for the title of the song and clicked in to take a look. New songs chart number 19. It was a bit better than expected. Lin Xian had expected to be further back, because he had already listened to it once. Lin Xian wasn't prepared to listen to it a second time, and after closing the music software, he directly logged into Microwave, taking a look at the followers. There's still 10 million out, not growing as crazy as they were before. After a period of silence, there is basically no longer any discussion about yourself on the internet, and naturally, you will not be able to increase the number of fans. How about another hot take? When it comes to promoting an artist, nothing is more tangible than a hot search. Try. After organizing the information in his mind, Lin Xian began to write the copy. Jinjiang River near the west of the smoky water green. New rain on the mountain head lychee ripe. There are many restaurants by the Miles Bridge, and tourists love to stay at whoever's house. Hibiscus is a city of desire. I was lucky enough to visit once, and I still can't forget it. The new song Hibiscus City, composed by me, has been online on all major music platforms. Welcome to listen to the Hibiscus City in my heart. The Hibiscus City I stayed in, edited it, looked at it, felt nothing wrong with it, clicked upload, thinking that it was ready to be on the hot search. Lin Xian didn't do the perfunctory thing like he did in the past, but waited a little bit for 2 minutes and refreshed the page, wanting to see the feedback. The first of the results is, Grandpa, the blogger you follow has updated. Get up and look. You waited. The corners of Lin Xian's mouth twitched, ignoring the tirade and continuing to look down. Still spitting. A series of spits. None of these people seem to read what he posts, and their first reaction to seeing an update is to come in and vent first. It caused Lin Xian to feel a sense of shame in his heart. While it wasn't his intention to be powdered, it was ultimately not good for him to keep pigeonholing himself when so many people had expectations. It's better to be slightly more active in the future. There's no point in shrinking when it's like this anyway. Thinking this way, Lin Xian finally saw the first more serious comment. Worthy of being a strong brother? The exit is poetry. The song has been listened to. Oh, super good. The lyrics are super hard. As a Rongqing people, really have been lyrics hard hit road, but there is no way to go home. Give me crying miserable all. Now that's a proper comment. Lin Xian backhanded a compliment. As a result of this bit of praise, bad things happened. Instantly, a whole bunch of quick-eyed people ran to leave a comment under this one. It's Django. It's alive Django. Alive Django. Bug guts. Is Brother Chang what you call him? It's to be called Mr. Lin. At Lin Envy. Am I right? Kung. Do you want to do an event this time? Let's do another download challenge. At Lin Envy. Kung. Want to see black silk? I'm 5'7". Model figure. Oh. Black silk? A model? Lin Xian smiled disdainfully. You have no idea how white, long and straight my Qingxuan's legs are. Suggested posting in the comments section. Leaving a comment, Lin Xian pondered about getting an event going. The netizen had just reminded him of that, but 1:1 is definitely out of play. In case a few million downloads are rushed out, won't end tomorrow? How about 10:1? No, it has to be 20:1. After all, his 10 million followers are not watered down at all. Of course, surely not everyone can be in favor of just that. After all, a lot of people click on follow, not really how much they pink you, but conveniently eat melon. Some even come with the idea of catching black material at their convenience. But the songs themselves are excellent and would have attracted a lot of downloads from people who like music, and those people aren't all his fans. It's settled. Thinking of this, Lin Xian directly got a top message below the dynamic. By the way, get a download challenge event. The ratio of downloads to word count is 20:1. Guaranteed update of 100,000 words. No ceiling. Welcome to challenge. After sending this, Lin Xian decisively turned off microwave. It didn't take much thought to realize that there must be a swath of people questioning the strength of his code word powerhouse, but if he slipped fast enough, he couldn't be challenged. Sleep. Whether or not he makes it to the hot seat, he did his best. The next day, Lin Xian was awakened by a ringing phone. It was still Lin Xian's phone. What for? Lin Xian was so breathless that he couldn't open his eyes. You're going to see microwave. Microwave? Lin Xian instantly sobered up. I'm on the hot search? It's on the hot search, but it's not good. Something's wrong. You rush to see. I have to contact the PR team on my side first. I don't have time to explain to you. After saying that, Lin Xian hung up the phone. Problems? What could go wrong? He doesn't seem to have done anything out of the ordinary. Does he? Thinking of this, Lin Xian wasn't sleepy anymore and immediately landed on microwave. Tapping on the hot list, he froze when he saw the first headline. On the bottom line of celebrity hype. Where is the bottom line when Michelle Luck Qingxian asks for her donation to be returned after making a donation, and wants to use charity to raise the heat but doesn't want to spend the money? Requesting a refund? Didn't Qingxian lose money go to her mom's school? How can you ask for a refund? Even if it did back out, how could her mom possibly pop the question? There must be a problem. Lin Xian was 100% certain in his heart. Further down the page, almost most of the headlines are about this very thing. There was indeed something about him in it, but it wasn't the kind he wanted to see. Is talent and morality linked? The talented Lin Xian openly coerced his fans to buy songs by the amount of updates of his works. Chapter 77, Cannon to Mosquito. Seeing this hot search of his own, Lin Xian was furious and happy. That's why he doesn't want to be too famous. People are popular. All behavior is subject to a magnifying glass. No, a microscope, to give you 1,000 times bigger view. But to be honest, Lin Xian didn't have much to call it. The book looks good and the song is good. Let these people jump all over it. What they like is still what they like. And while dissuading some passers-by who haven't had a chance to see it yet, it will also attract a bunch of curious people who will run to take a look and get in. That is, to disgust him. This one of Lu Qingxian is a bit more serious. When it comes to public service, the hat is too big. Ignoring his own hot search, Lin Xian directly clicked on the title that came first. This is a long article with many accompanying illustrations. The article mentions that 4 days ago, well-known actress Lu Qingxian donated $2 million to the Zhongqing Charity Foundation in Sichuan Province, claiming that she wanted to contribute to the education of children in mountainous areas and explaining that she would make sure to implement it as soon as possible. The foundation then worked overnight to replan the project as requested, and the money was allocated to the local Hope Primary School construction project the next day. However, on the third day, Lu Qingxian once again came to the charity foundation, claiming that she wanted the donation to be implemented in the Haishi Village Hope Primary School, not the construction of the Hope Primary School, forcing the foundation to have to implement the money into the Haishi Village Hope Primary School. However, the money had already been implemented. The foundation really could not pull out such a sum of money again, so it had no choice but to discuss with Lu Qingxian that the next time it received donations, it would definitely prioritize the implementation of the reconstruction of the Hope Primary School in Haishi Village. Lu Qingxian, however, was still messing around. However, after a little investigation, the foundation found that the principal of the Hope Primary School in Blackstone Village was actually Lu Qingshuan's father. In that case, Lu Qingshuan's nonsense seemed to make sense. If she really had the heart to help the Blackstone Village Hope Primary School, just take the money directly to her father and use it for the school's renovation. As it turns out, she didn't want to. She's just pouring money left to right through a charitable foundation. Let the actress, who is a star, use the donation to make another splash and take her career to the next level. There is plenty of evidence of this in the illustrations in the article. One of the most important ones, the gift contract signed by Lu Qingxian, clearly stated that the money would be used for the construction project of the Hope Primary School, not the Hope Primary School in Haishi Village as Lu Qingxian had said. The results are clear. Everything the People's Foundation does is reasonable and compliant. Lin Xian couldn't help but frown. There was one thing to say. If he didn't know Lu Qingxian and knew that she couldn't possibly do such a thing, he might have actually spewed a don't batch face. Looking at the bottom of the comments, there was a sea of curses, even extremely vicious curses, and even Lu Qingshuan's parents suffered, searching for Lu Qingshuan's microwave to take a look, and as expected, it was rushed by a sea of netizens. Even the fans dropped below 10 million. Lin Xian couldn't look away. Turning off microwave, he called a video over to Lu Qingxian. The video rang for a long time until it was about to hang up automatically before it was finally picked up. The image was of a somewhat old and cracked ceiling, without Lu Qingshuan's figure. Qingxian? Lin Xian tried to make his voice as gentle as possible and called out softly. I didn't try to go left to right. Lu Qingshuan's voice sounded a bit hoarse. I made it very clear to them at the time that this money donated in must be prioritized to be used for the reconstruction of the Hope Primary School in Haishi Village, and the rest to be used elsewhere, and it was only after they agreed to do so that I signed the letter. But they did not distribute a penny to the Blackstone Village Hope Primary School. I went over to inquire about the situation, and they even threatened me, saying that I am a public figure, and that messing with them would have a bad effect on me, and that anyway, after I became famous through donations, I would only earn more in the future, so that I would be able to recognize the good and the bad. I'm not angry enough to do this. I'm really not angry enough to do this. As she spoke, Lu Qingxuan's voice began to tremble, taking on an obvious crying tone. Did you record it? Lin Xian asked. No. If you don't have it, then you don't have it. I'll take care of this. Don't worry or think about it. I'll come over to you later. Lin Xian, do you think I'm stupid? Last time you told me that the water is deep in these things, and I still don't grow a heart. I now realize why other celebrities do charity work and have a special press conference. Today my father went out and was pointed at and scolded by people in the village for being hypocritical, and he had to withdraw his children from school, saying that people like him were teaching their children to be bad. Obviously he has performed so many good deeds in his life, and I don't know how many people have changed their destiny because of him, but in the end, he carries the reputation of being a hypocrite. Instead, those who are really lousy are touted and honored by people. Well, I'll take care of this. Lin Xian's voice was a bit cold. There are indeed many rotten people in this world, but this time, they've messed with the wrong person. You wait for me at home and don't think too much. Lu Qingxian did not respond again. After waiting for 2 seconds, Lin Xian hung up the video. Flipping through his address book, he found Uncle Four's number and dialed it. 3 seconds later, the call was connected. Without waiting for Lin Xian to speak, Fourth Uncle took the lead and said, "Things are already being handled. Your grandfather personally called your eldest uncle and I. Now the local mayor and secretary have already gone over, and the military district's gone to a regimental commander who will personally oversee the investigation of this matter." Lin Xian opened his mouth, not knowing what to say for a moment. His intention was just to say hello first, so that when he went over to take care of things, it would be easy for his senshi to match him. That's no way to use a cannon on a mosquito, is it? Would that be too much? This is a warning. As if he knew what Lin Xian was thinking, Fourth Uncle smiled faintly and said, "The entertainment industry is one of the most complicated places in terms of human nature, and you and your sister will definitely come into contact with a lot of different and dirty people when you're mixed up in this circle. Taking this opportunity, the old man hopes to let these circles know that you're not to be messed with. Show what you've got. We're all going to break through with all our skills, compete fairly, and put away any tactics that don't rise to the occasion." Alright then, Fourth Uncle, I have something else to do, so I'll hang up first. Go get busy. Hanging up the phone, Lin Xian scratched his head. 3 of the biggest local bigwigs descending on a small charitable foundation together. Those guys have made their lives worthwhile, so he wasn't so angry. Picking up his cell phone, he dialed Lin Xian again and asked for the exact address of Lu Qingxuan's old home. 9 o'clock. Lin Xian got on a plane to Sichuan province. Chapter 78, Running Away. At noon, Lin Xian got off the airplane. It didn't matter if it was expensive or not. After filling in the address, I just took an internet taxi. The map shows an estimated arrival time of 3 hours. You can see how difficult it is to return home. But Lin Xian wasn't really in a hurry. At this time, the people who went to deal with it must have already arrived. Maybe things have been investigated almost. Uncle Hat's professionalism never needs to be questioned. And when it comes to the real thing, the efficiency is great. Waiting for the car was also idle. So Lin Xian opened another video over to Lu Qingxian, wanting to see her current state. Now she's experiencing more than just cyber violence, and her fellow villagers are pointing fingers at the family. Someone must have deliberately spread some news in the village. Luckily, he has the Lin family behind him. It was the first time that Lin Xian truly thanked the original owner's identity background from the bottom of his heart. A few moments later, the video was connected and what appeared was not Lu Qingxian, but a middle-aged man with a thin, tired face. Lin Xian froze, then reacted. "It's Uncle Lu, right? You're the boyfriend Qingxian had outside? It's called Lin Xian." Lin Xian added. Lu Jinping suddenly realized. "Oh, Lin Xian, I'm sorry Lin Xian. Uncle, I don't have a good memory anymore. Yesterday I even heard Qingxuan's mother mention you, and then I couldn't remember it all of a sudden. It's okay Uncle. I'll remember it later when I see it more and get familiar with it." Yes, that's the rationale. "Uncle, how are things being handled now?" Lin Xian asked. "It's almost done." Speaking of this, Lu Jinping revealed a hint of a smile. The technicians brought in by the city's leaders were very impressive, recovering the surveillance video and audio recordings of the entire process of Qingxuan's donation, confirming that the foundation did not follow the subjective wishes of the donors. However, because Qingxian and I are father and daughter, Qingxuan's behavior is classified as an irregularity. But Qingxian had mentioned this relationship at the time, and the foundation's staff didn't explicitly point it out. So all in all, it's still us who have the right to be justified. Now those technicians are tracking down the direction of the money owed. I've discussed it with Qingxian. If after finding out, The money owed has indeed landed on the person who needs to use it. We're not going to recover it. And let the foundation make a big statement to dispel the rumors. Just this possibility should be very small. They are clearly determined that Qin Xian is a star. They don't dare to make a big deal out of it, which is something a good person can do. It's really unlikely to materialize into poverty alleviation. Lin Xian shook his head and said, Uncle Lu, I actually have a doubt. Why didn't Qin Xian just give you the money directly and had to go on such a journey? Because of her mom. Lu Jinping exasperatedly said, I've told Qingshuan's mom countless times that since she's helping people, she needs to be pure, and not to always think about helping whoever's child she's helping and expect the other party to return something in return. And she just can't change this stinking problem. This time it wasn't because she was sick again, saying that Qingshuan's money didn't come from the wind, and that such a large sum of money couldn't be spent in vain, so she shouted at Qin Xian to go to a charitable foundation, wanting to use the name of that public donation to increase Qingshuan's favorability in the eyes of the public. No, something's happened, alas. Lu Jinping sighed, Lin Xian to say it is not afraid of your joke. I and your aunt although run a school, but our academic qualifications are just like that. In the formal school now, are not qualified to go to the podium. This life is also guarded in this mountain is still a bit of a use. The outside of those crooked and roundabout we are really do not understand. It's said that the entertainment industry is a big dike, and we can't persuade that girl Qin Xian. In the future, you must pay attention to reminding her of what she should and shouldn't do. Uncle, thank you in advance. Lin Xian immediately panicked. How could he dare to take this? Uncle, you're overstating it. It should be me thanking you for raising Qin Xian so well. No words. Uncle knows that you're a capable person. These city leaders, they're all called over by you through your connections, aren't they? Although none of them say it, they are too warm to our family. The only reason Uncle can think of is you. It's just that the elders of the family are powerful. I'm nothing. Let's not talk about it. Lin Xian didn't want to continue talking on this topic and asked, Uncle Lu, where's Qin Xian? She's asleep. The screen turned, and Lu Qingshuan's figure appeared in the picture. She sat curled up on a bench in the office lobby, her little masked head hanging low, her brow furrowed slightly even as she slept. Lin Xian's chest was a bit clogged, and he only felt that there was a breath held in his heart that he couldn't spit out. Uncle Lu, then I'll leave you guys alone for now, and you should take care of your rest as well. Uncle, hey, good. The video hangs up, just in time for the Netflix to arrive. Sitting in the car, Lin Xian took a few deep breaths to regulate his not-so-quiet mind. Something troubling the lad? In the front row, the driver's uncle skillfully struck up a conversation. So uncle, can you stop looking for me to chat? The driver's uncle really didn't strike up another conversation. After about half an hour of driving through the city, the car hit the highway. After about an hour on the highway, we re-entered the state highway and ran for the big mountains. The more you run, the rougher the road becomes. 10 kilometers from the destination, most of the road was not even big enough for the two cars to meet, moving around 180-degree turns, and from time to time there were some very big potholes. The driver's uncle was heartbroken with the occasional bumping of the floor pan. Finally couldn't help but say once again, young man, you have nothing to run to this big mountain what look at my daughter-in-law, then you have to buy a car you're flying again, and long-distance bus, a round-trip fare or 3 or 4,000 it, how uneconomical. And drive to the daughter-in-law's home, also have faces not. I have a car, but I'm afraid of bumping into it. The driver's uncle was silent again. After slowly grinding for nearly 50 minutes, the car was finally arriving at its destination. Lin Xian got out of the car and stood on the side of the road and surveyed the area. This place should be at the halfway point of the mountain, as Lin Xian also saw higher mountains. Compared to the ruggedness of the road from which it came, this area was relatively much flatter. There were a scant dozen or so homes within view, more like large, green fields of crops. At the same time, Lin Xian also saw the Blackstone Village Hope Primary School, just a lone 3-story school building. The name of the school hangs on the roof of the building. Farther away, there are also a few scattered families. The house is built on the slope of the mountain, belonging to 1,000 meters around, the only one of his kind. Lin Xian thought to himself that these people were also bold and weren't afraid of landslides or anything. Behind him came the hum of the tram, and the driver's uncle was gone. I'm guessing I'll be extra careful when I get this kind of long-distance order in the future. Feeling the extraordinarily refreshing, cool temperatures that were very different from the imperial capital of magic, Lin Xian once again took out his cell phone and made a video call to Lu Qingxian. It wasn't long before Lu Qingshuan's masked face appeared in the video. Guess where I am? Lin Xian revealed a mouthful of large white teeth, his tone extraordinarily mischievous. Chapter 79, The More You Owe. Lu Qingxian in the video visibly froze, wide-eyed. He then moved closer to the screen and looked at the image behind Lin Xian. You're all the way to Blackstone Village? Her voice was thick with disbelief. What? little Envy has arrived in the village? A head squeezed over next to Lu Qingxian. It was Lu's mother. Hello auntie. Yeah, it's really the village. Lu's mom was full of joy. Little Envy, why didn't you tell auntie that you were coming over? We're all still in the car. It's going to take half an hour to get there. If I had known, I wouldn't have delayed in the city. It's okay auntie, this place has a great view. I just happened to be wandering around. Well what? It's all big rocks, but it's getting close. Soon we won't be living in this hellhole anymore. Don't live anymore? Lin Xian was puzzled and looked up at the elementary school not far away, thinking about Qingxuan's comment that his father was pointed at and talked about by the village people when he went out. For a moment there was some speechlessness. Uncle Lu, the principal, is leaving, so I'm afraid the school won't be able to continue, right? When the time comes, the children of these human families here will have to go down the hill for school. Got to rent a room and take someone to look after it. Realistic? So is this book to be read or not to be read? The odds are that it won't be read again. Maybe reading doesn't always work, but without reading, the hope of turning over a new leaf is infinitely close to zero. It's true that the poor must be hated is not nonsense. Of course, that statement doesn't include everyone. There are also a significant number of people who make themselves look pathetic because people are good. Like Uncle Lu. You can't keep a word out of your mouth. Hey, Lu's mother immediately went up. You old Lu, I can't even talk to my aunt? Who am I going to talk to? To your good neighbors? Gee, Mom. Lu Qingxian was very helpless. Let's go home to talk about something. Don't argue in other people's cars. And you're not carsick, so you're not? You girl? It's not good to mention anything, but I'm having a bit of a hard time again at this. Lu's mom showed a difficult face, then squeezed out a smile to send. Little Envy, you just casually turn around first. We'll be there soon. Auntie gets carsick, so I won't talk to you first. Okay auntie. The video hung up and Lin Xian sighed. How could it be so hard to talk to Lu Qingxian alone? Thinking that all those neighbors were all at loggerheads with Uncle Lu's family, Lin Xian didn't wander over to the people's households and lifted his steps towards the school. The school gates were unlocked and unlikely to be tended. Lin Xian slipped in easily. After looking around, he probably understood why Lu Qingxian wanted to donate to the school. The composition of this school is a little too simple. Just one building and a dam. The dam doesn't even have a basketball court. The only recreational facility, a ping-pong table constructed of concrete slabs in the corner of the edge. But it too is no longer usable. Cracked so badly that the ball would have to bounce off somewhere when it hit the top. The locks on the doors of the classroom buildings, there just aren't any good ones. The tables, chairs and benches, too, are all still from the earliest batch of wooden tables and chairs. Many of them were tattered and torn, and the desktops were covered with all sorts of scratches and small holes left by idle students. In the corners, the broom is bald, pinching almost half an hour. He walked out of the school just in time to see a classic Wuling van dash onto the flat. Far too much more aggressively than the Netflix he had been riding in. The car pulled over to the side of the road. The side sliding door in the back pulled open, and a middle-aged woman who looked a bit like Lu Qingxian was the first to get out of the car, squatting on the side of the road and then dry heaving, immediately followed by Lu Qingxian. She also got out of the car and helped her mom gently pat her back. Lu Jinping, on the other hand, took out his wallet and walked to the front, pulling out a red banknote and handing it to that driving master. Seeing this, Lin Xian immediately accelerated his pace and ran over. Auntie, are you okay? Hearing the voice, Lu's mom immediately stopped vomiting as if she had taken some good medicine. Lifting his head in the direction the voice came from, he stood up smoothly, showing a joyful expression. Little Envy, gee, the young man is so handsome. With that, he took it upon himself to welcome them. Lu Qingxian, on the other hand, was staring at Lin Xian, her gaze somewhat lost in thought. At one point this morning, she had felt that her life was ruined and her parents were being held back by her. I did not expect a turn of the eye. The village headman let a group of people who at a glance know that they are dignitaries to pay a visit to the door. To this day, it was as if she was dreaming. Mom's attitude towards Lin Xian also changed from the original appreciation and optimism to the current mentality of being like a treasure, like catching a golden son-in-law. It even seems a little low, but she didn't think her mom looked that bad. It was already a hard life, and it was bitten back hard by those who had helped in the past. And Mom really didn't want to live like that anymore. And Lin Xian was the one who could easily change the status quo of his family. She really didn't want to owe Lin Xian so much. However, the more she owed, the more she didn't know how to pay back. In a trance, she didn't even hear much of what her mom said to Lin Xian before she watched Lin Xian being led over by her mom. Then his arm was tugged. Why are you looking at me? Speak up. How much do people care about you? How much do they care about you? They flew all the way from the Magic City. Lin Envy, Lu Qingxian softly shouted. But all at once, he didn't know what to say, and for a moment, his eyes started to get sore again. Auntie, can I talk to Qingxian alone? Lin Xian asked. Yes, of course. Lu's mother turned away without thinking, and in the process pulled Lu Jinping, who was carrying 2 bags and was about to come over to say hello, away as well. What are you doing? People's young people want to talk. What are you, an old man, going to do? In a flash, only Lin Xian and Lu Qingxian were left on the road. Lin Xian raised his hand and gently helped Lu Qingxian take off her mask. Looking at the still moving but more pitifully flavored little face of the city, he smiled and said, "Aren't you going to say anything to me?" Lu Qingxian opened her mouth, only to feel that her throat was blocked at once, and a great acidity surged through her body, causing her to lose her expression in an instant. Management. Again she tried to speak, her voice trembling. Okay, stop, don't say anything. Lin Xian stepped forward and gently embraced the other party into his arms. This was the first time in his 2 lifetimes that he had taken a girl into his arms, but his heart could not accommodate a single distraction, only infinite pity. The back was embraced tightly by a pair of small hands. Very, very hard. It even made Lin Xian feel pain, but she was still tightening her hands, as if she wanted to completely integrate her body into the others. A dull whimper drifted in Lin Xian's ears and dissipated into the wind. It went on for ages. Chapter 80, A Promise is a Promise. Half an hour later, Lu Qingxuan's emotions finally stabilized. With a red little face, he used a tissue to help Lin Xian wipe the snot from his chest, only feeling that his image was considered to be all over. Lin Xian laughed happily. So when pretty girls cry, they also have runny noses. You're annoying. After wiping the last bit of snot, Lu Qingxian smoothly punched Lin Xian on the chest. Hiss. Are you trying to murder your own husband? I'm not that strong. No? Lin Xian rubbed his back. Lu Qingxuan's red peach blossom eyes glared at Lin Xian for a moment. Then she took Lin Xian's hand again. Don't be poor. Walk with me. Good. Lin Xian smiled and nodded. Near the evening of the big mountain, cool breeze, blowing on the body extraordinarily comfortable. The mind is like being washed. Look at that corn. After walking for a while, Lu Qingxian pointed her finger towards a cornfield of about an acre or so. My parents say they are teachers and principals, but in fact, they are no different from farmers. There are not many students in the school. In fact, this term has been the last term. The school's condition is really bad. I just went to college that year. Several teachers have left. After that, cannot find teachers to come over. Stopped enrollment. My parents still keep here, but also just because there is still the last class of students did not graduate. After that, student after student graduated, and fewer people were left. So my parents had more and more free time. So they got the village to rent this land, planted corn, and raised chickens and pigs. I just thought that if I could renovate the school and bring in some younger teachers, the school should still be able to continue. After all, there are several villages nearby, and as long as the conditions come up, enrollment will definitely not be a problem. And my dad, he really likes to do this, and I want to help him keep doing it. It's this one time when he's so upset that his heart is scattered. Lu Qingxian squatted down and tended to the weeds on the side of the road, then sat up. Lin Xian followed suit and sat down. The accounts of that money today have been checked out, and it really hasn't been used for the right purpose. And that Uncle Zhao from the city said that he could give the highest policy support and use the money to refurbish the elementary school once more. But my dad refused. My dad said that he was too old to take on this kind of responsibility, that the money could continue to be used to repair the school, but that it would have to be led by someone more capable, and that he wanted to go back to his hometown for a period of time to rest and spend time with his grandparents, and that after that he would continue to be a regular paraprofessional teacher. Isn't your old home here in Blackstone Village? Lin Xian asked. Lu Qingxian shook her head. My hometown is in the town. The conditions over there are much better than here. When I first started junior high school, my dad heard that there was a shortage of teachers here, so he brought my mom over to teach. And once he came here, it was for many years. The teachers here have changed one batch after another. Even the principal couldn't bear to run away. Only my father is still stupid to keep here to suffer, and also became the principal. Did a bare-knuckle commander? My mom didn't make fun of my father with this, and yet auntie has always insisted on suffering with her uncle, hasn't she? Yeah. Lu Qingxian laughed lightly. My mom said that she likes my dad's stubbornness to get things done, but she didn't say that my dad is a stupid donkey, that's all. The intellectuals in their era are still very popular. If they are focused on making money, maybe I'm a rich second generation now. That's nice. Lin Xian propped his hands on the ground and tilted his head, closing his eyes to feel the oncoming breeze. You must have inherited it from your uncle, but I also like your stubbornness. Aha! There was suddenly no sound in his ears. Lin Xian opened his eyes and turned his head to look at Lu Qingxian, realizing that the other party was staring blankly at him. What? Stupid? Lin Xian waved his hand in front of her eyes. Lu Qingxian turned her face away. What's there to like about nuggets of Gene? I can't even persuade him to listen to me. Being with this kind of person, I'm all worried to death. Then don't advise. Just stay with her. Lin Xian said. It's like auntie accompanying uncle. Well said. I'll do the same for you. Lin Xian seriously said. If you like to sing, I'll sing with you. And when you become a diva in the future, I'll get a singing diva name to accompany you. But you should prefer to live a quiet life, shouldn't you? Lu Qingxian said quietly. I heard Sister Xian say that you usually like to stay home alone and tinker with those studies of yours. She told me more than once that she wanted to persuade you to debut, but in the end, she held back, and we all felt that you definitely don't like the entertainment industry. It's not that I don't like it, it's just that I think being watched by too many people will be troublesome, Lin Xian said. Lin Xian. Lu Qingxian suddenly shouted out Lin Xian's name, her tone serious. Whether we can become heavenly kings and queens or not, at the latest, at the age of 30, I'll accompany you to retire, and won't even be active on the silver screen in the future, and at most, I'll record a song and send it out. So what if at 26 or 17 we're already divas? Then retire early. Looks like I'm going to have to step it up. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. After he retired, it was the happy life he had dreamed of, without shame or dishonor. It's a deal. Oh, Lin Xian raised his hand and extended his pinky. You're young and not childish. Lu Qingxian blankly glanced at Lin Xian, but she still stretched out her fingers and hooked them together with Lin Xian. It's a deal. First things first, no babies for a while after retiring. Oh, I want more of a two-person world. Who wants to have a baby with you? Lu Qingxian punched Lin Xian on the chest, this time with great force. Chapter 81, Lovely readers. As night began to fall, Lu's mom called the video, calling the two to dinner. The food was sumptuous, all dishes that Lu Qingxian had cooked for Lin Xian before. Apparently, she learned to cook from her mom. At the dinner table, Lu's mother was very enthusiastic, so enthusiastic that Lin Xian began to doubt that she was the biological one in this family. Lu Jinping, on the other hand, was clinking his wine with Lin Xian one after another, so much so that Lin Xian's head was still raw when he was woken up by Lu Qingxian the next day. It was only after drinking a few mouthfuls of the sobering soup handed over by Lu Qingxian that he felt slightly more comfortable. What time is it? 10 o'clock. Get up and wash up, it's time for lunch. Really just eat and sleep. Sleep up and keep eating. Getting up and washing his face with cool water, Lin Xian gradually eased his strength and his head didn't hurt so much. Walking out of the bathroom, the tiny living room had a few small dishes already on the table. Where's uncle and auntie? Lin Xian looked around and didn't see the two. Went to town. Lu Qingxian pulled a chair for Lin Xian, gesturing for him to sit down, and handed over a bowl of rice. My parents are getting ready to move. The old furniture can stay here. There's no place to put it there anyway, but the pig and the chickens my mom can't let go of. It's all fed up with grain. It's better than the ones fed fodder in the market. And the regular cars don't want to haul livestock. They have to go and get a special car to come and transport them. They wanted to stay home with you and were going to do that after we left. But we had to leave right after dinner and couldn't stay with you. So Xian booked us a flight for the afternoon. In such a hurry? Lin Xian froze. Originally he was thinking of taking Lu Qingxian to the city today to specifically thank those three bigwigs. After all, it was because of his own business that they had made a special trip. Granted, they would certainly love to run his all. Just a little thing like that got them hooked up with the bigwigs over at the imperial capital, and it was undoubtedly a blood moneymaker. I can't help it. The online outcry has made a bunch of messes, and so many things are waiting for me to get back together and deal with them. Oh, yeah. Lin Xian patted his head. Public opinion should have already reversed, right? Well, after I got the results of the investigation yesterday, I took pictures and sent a copy to Sister Xian, and she immediately arranged for someone to take care of it. But it's still you who's going to be better at it. Aha! Lin Xian cocked his head. Why are you praising him all of a sudden? At this level, he couldn't be jealous, let alone jealous of his oldest sister. But it feels good to be cared for. With a slightly more beautiful heart, Lin Xian placed the bowl on the table, freeing one hand to pull out his cell phone and logged into Weirang, ready to take a look with his own eyes. Unsurprisingly, the private chat has been in a state of explosion. Lin Envy wasn't going to deal with it. He can't explain things like cutting readers' leaks. After all, it does leave the reader out of pocket. There's not much he can do when others are on the moral high ground. It would be better to ignore it and give the bandwagoners less room to play. Thinking that, Lin Xian still didn't hold back and clicked on the private message to read it. The first entry turned out to be not what he expected. Kung, the brothers are rooting for you. Please don't abandon the book. I'm hanging on to this book as my source of joy right now. Please, abandon the book? When did he say he was abandoning the book? This book is comparable to Jinshan. He is not a little cute. How could he abandon it? Further down the page, our readers ran over to private message, begging him must insist on writing, encouraging him must hold on, and other words. Lin Xian scratched his head. And who is this to pace him? That's a rumor. isn't it? Lin Xian pinched his chopsticks tightly, really a bit angry. This is smashing his rice bowl. What's wrong? Lu Qingxian was puzzled. Nope. Lin Xian calmed down a little, exited the private message page, and clicked on the hot search. One look and another giggle. Hot topic number 1. We're willing to pay for a hobby. Please put away your ridiculous moral weapons. Second, Lin Xian suspected of not being able to withstand the pressure and cut off his works, triggering readers' riots. Third, the darkest day for the sailors. The microwave service area crashed with several jams, from the collective wrath of millions of fans. Fourth, the most timely round of justice. The whole story of the Lu Qingxian incident. Fifth, from the terrifying power of the vast number of fans, Xin Qingqing's new song easily topped the new song charts, shaking off a tenfold gap in second place. Looking at it, Lin Xian was suddenly a bit ashamed. He had read the book a long time ago, and with the solidified memories that the library had added to his brain, he remembered every punctuation mark of the book with perfect clarity. So, he was just very purely copying the books, and couldn't really talk about being emotionally invested in the books themselves. He hardly ever reads the comments and doesn't think about interacting. After all, he's not the original author. The only thing that matters is the revenue that books bring in. It was at this moment that he suddenly realized that these readers were not like him. They were all still new to this kind of cool writing, and the level of uptake was predictable. Suffice it to say that this book has become spiritual food for many people. If he didn't really love it, there wouldn't have been millions of comments surrounding the books under his first microwave update. As a result, he forgot to update it. His mind was so full of Lu Qingxian yesterday that he didn't even think about the book. Shame, shame, shame. Lin Xian immediately exited the microwave, logged into the app of the writer's background, clicked on the saved manuscript that existed in the draft box one chapter at a time, chose to publish it, and dumped 200,000 out in one breath. Updates on the dynamic followed at writers speak and microwave, respectively. Thanks for the support. Thanks for the maintenance. Will not abandon the book. Please feel free to watch. Across the dining table, Lu Qingxian was also reading with her cell phone, her eyes wide. How much do you have saved up, anyway? Lin Xian looked up and gave her a strange look. You're reading my book too? Can't you watch it? She said in a weaker tone. Not really. Lin Xian was a bit unnatural. I just think that you're usually so busy. You shouldn't have much time to read novels. It's a bit too late to read it. You update every day too fast. It's not easy for me to catch up to the latest chapter. But you ended up updating dozens of chapters again. That being said, who will Xiao Yan end up with in the end? Lin Xian let out an awkward laugh. Take your time to watch it. It's no fun to dramatize. Rather, Lu Qingxian nodded her head. I really don't know how your head grows. It always seems like you can do everything, and all of it to the best of your ability. These fans who were attracted to you because of your talent should be the most loyal fans in the entire internet. And they started to make a scene after they didn't see the updated chapters at noon yesterday, and they have been making a scene until now. And they have hardened themselves to scold those who are hacking you on the internet to the point that they don't dare to risk their heads, afraid that you can't see their hearts, and organize themselves to top post and brush the heat, brushing the microwave hot search into your book review area. Really good. Only then did Lin Xian realize that Lu Qingxian had suddenly complimented himself on his greatness just now, and that was what he meant. Suddenly, readers are really cute. Chapter 82 picked up 2 lead roles just after arriving. In the afternoon, returned to the Magic City. Just off the plane, the two were separated. This time, things had gotten very big, and for Lu Qingxian, what was left for her was more than just a mess. In a place like showbiz, traffic outweighs everything, hence the saying that black and red is also red. Some stars will even intentionally shake black material out to gain attention. First make themselves red, and then slowly whitewash. But no matter how much more, it is impossible to do as Lu Qingxian this to achieve the effect of bipolar reversal. They say woe is me, and that's probably what this is. From being blacked out all over the internet to being heartbroken all over the internet, 2 waves of traffic are fat to the bone. She is now considered a true top stream, so she's busy. More appearances are needed to solidify her impression in the minds of the many passerby fans, and to turn as many of them as possible into her true, if not die-hard, fans. He was not alone in being busy, and this time Lin Xian was not idle either. After asking Lin Xian to help ventilate the place to avoid the oops of not being able to get in when he arrived, Lin Xian drove straight to the theater set in Hangdian. If you don't go, they'll all be killed by now. It's going to be another struggle to see how well the crew does their business by then. Rumor has it that Hangdian Film and TV Base is an amazing place. It is said that the beautiful ladies here, that are standing in rows and rows for the selection of the directors to choose people, with the ancient emperor to choose concubines like. Ancient emperors have never seen so many beautiful young ladies at once. However, after really arriving here, Lin Xian realized that there were indeed quite a lot of young ladies here, but they were not as glamorous as in the online photos. Although it's already autumn, The temperature in the evening in Hongdian is still around 35 degrees. Squatting for a day also failed to squat to bowls ladies. One by one sweating out of the makeup is going to be blown. Truly talk about what elegance. Secondly, this place, the service department, is not all fragrant and soft ladies. There are people of all colors and sorts of fish and dragons. A large number of people had gathered. And even in a ventilated place like outdoors, you could still smell the distinct odor. But it wasn't as if Lin Xian had never stunk, so he didn't care about that. There was not a single change in his expression, and his gaze kept sweeping over the crowd. Choosing to come here, Lin Xian was really helpless. Other people's crews have wrapped up for the day. I'm here now, and I always feel a little bad if I don't do something. So I casually came over to the place where the group show was gathering to see what was going on and take my chances. After all, he said that he was going to make a movie, but now he had no clue about the several leading roles in the movie. The group actors were completely oblivious to Lin Xian's arrival. They already knew exactly which crews were filming today, which ones needed group actors, and which ones were likely to come over to recruit. New faces and all that. A million of them appear every day. Who cares? Without realizing it, this is the Barine they've been waiting for. It's a feeling that's kinda subtle. Lin Xian was in a little bit of a fluttering mood, kind of looking forward to how these people will react if he does find a suitable candidate for the lead role here. But unfortunately, after looking around, Lin Xian didn't see anyone with an eye for him. This place is really a variety of all kinds of people of all shapes and sizes can be seen. The main one is distinctive. Even if it's ugly in a way that's different from the norm. Of course, the odds are that distinct personality is all about the persona you've created for yourself. After all, if you want to be seen by the director in a sea of actors, how can you do it without some characteristics? Plus, it's also the thought of what if you get lucky and it just so happens that your persona fits the character of a certain show. Wouldn't the chance to be famous come in case you could mix in a few positive shots? Reality isn't so rosy though. The status quo for most groupies is really a case of having the top down and not the bottom up. It's almost always with this dream of being one in a million that you're slogging it out here. Every year, countless people with dreams run to gather here. There are just as many people who can't carry the pressure of life and honestly go for a normal job. Unfortunately, it didn't manifest again. Lin Xian felt that perhaps he was not naturally suited for manifestation. Shaking his head, Lin Xian was ready to leave and go outside to find a hotel to stay in while he waited for the drama to start tomorrow. Along with Lin Xian, there were many group actors who left. Another day wasted. So we'll pick up where we left off tomorrow. Long Pan, I'm not coming tomorrow. I'll go to the construction site to get money for 2 months first. Go well, is to get some money. I squat up here. Don't worry, brother took off. We'll pull you a loo. Gotta have it. I'll transfer my living expenses over when I get the money, and we'll make it big as brothers. Aha! Lin Xian's ears twitched. Sichuan and Chongqing accents. Having just traveled to Sichuan province, and with the fact that the man with no name also uses the Sichuan and Chongqing dialect, Lin Xian is sensitive to the somewhat inexplicably funny accent. Turning his head to look, Lin Xian saw a few faces that were secretly stifling their laughter. Somewhat speechless, looking over again, a thin and a fat figure appeared in Lin Xian's field of vision. Both of their expressions were a bit excited, and you were cheering each other on. Inexplicably naive, and inexplicably heartbreaking. Lin Xian was stunned. These two he'd seen earlier when he'd been looking around, just sitting on the side of the road napping. He also silently gave an evaluation in his heart, thinking that the two were mediocre in appearance, belonging to the type that would never be remembered after a glance in the crowd, and that it would be difficult to get ahead. However, at this point, seeing the two men's demeanor and tone, in his mind's eye, the figures of the two main stars of the original Man with No Name movie gradually reunited with the two men. Other than not looking like each other, Lin Xian couldn't even find any difference. The heartbreaking and hilarious qualities that belong uniquely to the little guy come alive in these two. That's the two of them. They don't even have to do much to portray the characters, just act in character. Thinking of this, Lin Xian hurriedly walked through the crowd and walked over to the two men. Two big brothers, I have 2 roles here. I wonder if you're interested. As soon as the words left his mouth, the air around him instantly quieted. Countless pairs of gazes landed on Lin Xian's body, including the two who were in his sights. There were no expected surprises or shocks. The gazes of the two men were tinged with a bit of caution. And then it was the thinner one, the one addressed by the fat man as Brother Lung, who spoke. Excuse me, can I ask which crew you're from? The neighborhood perked up its ears. Lin Xian was awkward for a moment. It's like this, I'm actually a director, and I'll be pulling up the crew in a couple days. You're a senior director? No, I'm a self-taught director. First movie? Right. Cut. There was a noticeable booing in the neighborhood and it started to get noisy again. Long looked Lin Xian up and down with a scrutinizing gaze, hesitated, and said, it's not impossible, but let's talk first. Although we brothers are not famous, our acting skills are definitely not inferior to those old actors. That's why we can't be paid less than per day of film. He gritted his teeth. It can't be less than $200. Lin Xian,